Okay, so good morning everyone and welcome back to GDC English classes guys, and welcome back to the Thalapathy series for the NIPER JEE 2026. Right? Good morning everyone. Good morning. Am I audible and visible properly, please? Tell me first over here. Yeah, so sorry for the delay. Hi guys, am I audible and visible properly? Yeah, okay. So guys, this is the third day and the last day for your Thalapathy series for your NIPER JEE 2026, है in which we'll be having lots of pharma portions, we'll be having lots of non-pharma portions as well, है by the end of the night, by the end of the day, you'll be feeling, yeah, I have got something, I have got something and I have revised something throughout these 3 days, right? है So that's what the motive of ours when we have started this session for all of you, right? So this is the Thalapathy series for your NIPER JEE 2026, and let's start with the first segment over here. And that's the first segment is nothing but your inorganic chemistry 50 questions. Okay, I'll be taking you inorganic chemistry over here, 50 questions over here. Okay, guys, are we good to go? Just give me a thumbs up so that we can start now. Just give me a thumbs up so that we can start now. Yeah, everyone? हाँ guys. Chalo, all right, fine. Okay, so let's go ahead with the first question of inorganic chemistry. That is this one. Which of the following is known as green vitriol? Okay, which of the following is known to be as your green vitriol? Oh, which of the following is considered to be as a green vitriol, guys? Okay, green vitriol, ferrous sulfate, copper sulfate, magnesium sulfate, or potassium sulfate. What's that? Yeah, anyone? Okay, Nazreen is here. Okay, ferrous sulfate, copper sulfate, magnesium sulfate, or potassium sulfate. That is nothing but your ferrous sulfate, right? Ferrous sulfate would be your correct answer. And there is a trick to remember that green vitriol, the letter which is very much nearer to the G is nothing but F. Hana? In the same way, if I talk about blue vitriol, right? Blue vitriol. Hana? So which one is there in blue vitriol? In blue vitriol, we do have copper sulfate, right? Copper sulfate, right? Copper sulfate. And if I talk about white vitriol, then we do have what? Then we do have W, then zinc sulfate. Zinc sulfate. So these three types of vitriol you should be learn, guys. Direct question may come. B nearer to C. W nearer to Z. Hana? So that is the nearer alphabet. This is the trick to remember this one. Good morning, Ritax. Good morning. Good morning. Yes? Chalo, fine. Alright, let's go ahead into the next question. Hana? Okay, ferrous sulfate is your correct answer. Hana? Ferrous sulfate, FeSO4 dot 7H2O, iron vitriol, ferrocy or you can say green vitriol over here, right? All right, these are nothing but your hematinic, है ना? Hematinic. Ferrous sulfate is nothing but your hematinic, which are going to increase what? Increase the hemoglobin level, right? Chal. Now, sodium metaphosphate is used in as an anti-carry, antacid, desensitizer, or denitrifies, guys. What's that? Anyone? Huh, guys? What's that? Sodium metaphosphate. All metaphosphate or phosphates or carbonates are comes under which category? Anti-carries, antacid, desensitizer, or denitrifies. What's that? Yeah. Anyone? That is nothing but your dentrifies over here, है ना? Dentrifies is nothing but your toothpaste, powder, है ना? Cleaning products that are going to clean your tooth or polish your tooth from the accessible surfaces. These are your dentrifies, right? Exactly, Ritax. Very nice, है ना? So desensitizer, sorry, dentrifies would be your correct answer. Anti-caries, में we will be using what? Fluoride contents, right? Fluoride content, है ना? Fluoride content. Antacids, you know, systemic antacids as well as non-systemic antacid. Desensitizer, your chlorides. Chlorides are being used in your desensitizing agent, right? Sure, fine. Okay, dentrifies is your correct answer over here. Here you can see sodium metaphosphate, which is also known to be as your Medrel salts. Okay, Medrel salts you have to remember. Medrel salts, that is sodium metaphosphate, NaO3P. White crystals are there, used as an anti-rusting agent for surgical instruments, also as a stabilizing emulsifying agent and chelating agent in food industry. Okay, chalo. Geiger-Müller counter detects. Okay, Geiger-Müller counter. Geiger-Müller counter detects the radiations, guys. Geiger-Müller counter detects radiation. But which kind of radiation? Alpha radiations, beta radiations, or gamma radiations? Huh, guys? Simple. Very simple. Anyone? Hmm? All kinds of radiations. Huh? Obviously, so there will be, I told you, all of the above is going to be a correct answer. Alpha radiation, beta radiation, gamma radiation, both, all three are very going to be detects through Geiger-Müller counter. That's your all of the above would be your correct answer, right? Geiger-Müller counter consists of a cylinder. Here you can see this is a cylinder over here, है ना? 2 to 3 centimeter in diameter, made up of the stainless steel or glass. Okay, with silver coating. With silver coating, here we have mica or alloys window is having ability to possess through the radiations that we have over here. Okay, the cylinder is filled with inert gas like argon or helium, है ना? And after that, electric pulses measurement devices attached also, so that it can detect your radiations, है ना? Which of the following is a systemic antacid? Okay, systemic antacid, guys. Systemic antacid: sodium hydroxide, aluminum hydroxide, sodium bicarbonate, or magnesium salts. What's that? Hmm? Anyone? Simple, very simple. Systemic antacid they have asked, right? Okay, the sodium hydroxide, aluminum hydroxide, sodium bicarbonate, or magnesium salt. That is obviously your sodium bicarbonate, which is also known to be as your absorbable antacid, right? Absorbable antacid. And also apart from sodium bicarbonate, we do have sodium citrate as well, right? We do have sodium citrate as well, which is considered to be as a systemic antacid. Sodium hydroxide, NaOH, aluminum hydroxide, and magnesium salts, right? Sodium hydroxide, aluminum hydroxide. What is the disadvantage of aluminum hydroxide? That 𝙂𝙬, 𝙂𝙬. That means aluminium will be causing what? Constipation. Will be causing constipation over here, whereas magnesium will be causing diarrhea. है ना? Diarrhea over here, है ना? So that's why we used to take the antacid in a complementary basis, so that both of the salts should be there. Okay, both of the salts should be there. Okay, good morning Shravani, good morning Filtered. Okay, so sodium bicarbonate as well as sodium citrate would be your correct answer over here. Okay, fine. Chalo, let's go ahead now. Okay, topical agents are classified into following classes except. Okay, guys. Topical agents. Topical agents are what? Topical agents are definitely are those agents which can be apply onto the surface, right? Apply onto the surface over here. Huh? So what's that? Protective and adsorbent. Okay. Antimicrobial agents. Okay. Anti-infective and astringents. Which of these is not a topical agent over here? Yeah. Anyone? Simple, right? Simple. Hmm. protective agents and adsorbent. These are we used to apply onto the skin. Protective and adsorbent obviously we used to do, है ना. Antimicrobial agents, antimicrobial cream, neomycin, pramycin, soframycin we used to do, है ना. Anti-infective, what is that? Anti-infective agents. No, there is nothing such like that. Anti-infective agents. Antimicrobial we can say, but anti-infective we can't. Astringents, yes, astringents are the ones which tighten the skin, you know, tights the skin over here, है ना. मारा चेकआउट, एंटी इन्फेक्शन नहीं होगा. यस, एग्जैक्टली, है ना. सो सी एंटी इन्फेक्टिव एजेंट्स. ऑलराइट. Now guys, which of the following protective and adsorbent is used to prevent sunburn? Sunburn, okay. Sunburn and sunscreen. Sunscreen, and you can say very much useful in sunscreen. What is that? Titanium dioxide, silver nitrate, zinc stearate, or calamine? Yeah, anyone? Simple, right? Titanium dioxide, obviously, titanium dioxide, which is going to absorb the sunlight, right? Absorbs the sunlight. That is nothing but titanium dioxide, which has been useful in your sunscreen and some protectives as well, but what is that? SPF. That SPF is written onto the every sunscreen. You know what is SPF, guys? Thalapathy means the king of a kingdom. King of a kingdom. That's why we are here, no? That's why we are here, to make you a king of that NIPER. That's why we have written this series as a name of Thalapathy. Yeah. Absorb the sunlight. If I'm talking about over here, what is that? SPF. Sun protection factor. Exactly. Sun protection factor, right? Sun protection factor, and it will be around, it should be above 50. I can say 50 plus. You should be SPF, you should be around having more than 50 over here. Okay, chalo, let's go ahead now. Now, sodium solution prepared by dissolving 5% iodine in water. Okay, 5%. Arey, I know, he is the chief minister, but still he is a king, no? I know Thalapathy Vijay. Solution prepared by dissolving 5% iodine in water. Aqueous iodine solution, weak iodine solution, iodine tincture, povidone iodine. What's that? Solution preparing dissolving 5% iodine in water, I am asking, right? In water. In water, तो obviously it will be aqueous in nature, है Water, if I asked, then it would be definitely your aqueous in nature, right? Aqueous in nature. But for example, if I told you 5% of iodine plus 10% of potassium iodide. So what it becomes, guys? What does it named as? What does this name as? 5% iodine plus 10% potassium iodide. What this named as? Anyone? That is nothing but your Lugol's solution, right? Lugol's iodine solution. Okay, remember this one. This is important. Okay, Lugol's iodine solution is the correct answer, right? Very nice, with X. Okay, now radioisotope P32 used for the treatment of hyperthyroidism, carcinoma of bone, thyroid cancer, or polycythemia vera. What's that, guys? Yeah, radioisotope P32 used for the treatment of hyperthyroidism, carcinoma of bone, thyroid cancer, polycythemia vera. What's that? That is nothing but polycythemia vera, radioisotope P32. P32, that is nothing but sodium phosphate P32 solution, right? Treatment of polycythemia, overproduction of RBC. What is that? Polycythemia. Polycythemia is nothing but when the number of RCB varies in a upper direction, that is your nothing but polycythemia, right? Okay, now this one, which among this is precipitating germicides? Okay, precipitating germicides, hydrogen peroxide, silver nitrate, sodium hypochlorite, or hypochlorous acid. Yeah, anyone? That is your silver nitrate over here. Here you can see silver nitrate is nothing but a caustic astringent as well as bactericidal. The bactericidal action due to protein precipitation, right? Okay, so this is one over here, AgNO3. Okay, can you guys tell me where AgNO3 is being used? In which limit test? In which limit test AgNO3 is being used? Yeah. AgNO3 is being used in which test? In which? Yeah. Maths of the following regarding to the limit test over here. Now here it comes about the limit test. Okay. So limit test of iron, limit test of chloride, sulfate, or heavy metals. Hana? Chloride, chlorine. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Hana? Now here we have limit test of iron. Limit test of iron is what? Limit test of iron is having what? Dilute nitric acid, direct hydrochloric acid, citric acid, ammonium alkaline solution, hydrogen sulfide in acidic medium. Obviously, this iron would be having this R. So R over here, है ना? Then chloride. The chloride we do have dilute nitric acid. Okay, the P over here. Limit test of sulfate. Sulfate having hydrochloric acid, right? है ना? 3 का Q, right? And 4 का S over here. Hydrogen sulfide in acidic medium. Q and S. So RPQS. RPQS. So B is going to be your correct answer, right? AgCl white precipitate. Exactly. Exactly. Very nice. 1R 2P, 3Q, 4S, right? Very nice. Okay. Now, which of the following has lowest tissue penetration power? Lowest tissue penetration power. Penetration power is just, you can say, inversely proportional. No, not inversely proportional. Yeah, inversely proportional, obviously. Penetration power is inversely proportional to the wavelength base. Okay. So if the wavelength of any uh, rays is less, then penetration power is more, है ना? So over we have lowest tissue penetration power. So alpha particle has highest wavelength, है ना? Highest wavelength. So that is what alpha particle is going to be your correct answer. Simple. Because over here, this gamma rays is having least um, no, least wavelength, so has highest penetration power. That is your gamma rays. Okay. Chalo. All right, now ferry seals is also known as ferry cells, ferrous ascorbate, okay, ferrous ammonium citrate, ferrous sulfate, or ferrous fumarate. What's that? Thalapathy. So what? MM? Over here, that is your ferric ammonium sulfate, guys. Okay. Chalo. Fine. Which of the following may be used as chelating agent to treat poisoning by heavy metals such as lead or mercury, guys? Okay. If you don't want to join, just go ahead now. MM. All right. Sodium phosphate, dimercaprol, ferroin, or bismuth subnitrate. What's that? Yeah, heavy metal. I already told you that is nothing but your ball. Hana? Ball. Ball is nothing but British anti-lewisite. British anti-lewisite, right? British anti-lewisite, which is also known to be as your dimercaprol, right? Dimercaprol for your heavy metal over here. Okay. Chalo. For lead, we do have EDTA. For mercury or arsenic or any other heavy metal, we do have dimercaprol. Okay. Chalo. Which among the following is useful for radioactivity dating? Okay, radioactive dating, guys. Radioactive dating. For this is your aluminium, sodium, krypton, or carbon. Carbon is your correct answer because carbon is very much, you can say, not having any kind of the radiations power, है ना? So it doesn't have any radiation power over here, है ना? So that's why we can say carbon is the one which can, through which we can identify the life of something biological in nature, right? So carbon is very much useful over here. Radiocarbon dating is a method used for determining the age of an object. Age of an object containing organic material by using the properties of carbon-14, a radioactive isotope of carbon. Okay. According to Lewis acid base concept, base is what? Lewis acid. Lewis acid is what, guys? Lewis acid is what? Lewis acid is nothing but lone pair acceptor, right? Lone pair acceptor. What if about base? What about base then? Then it would be a definitely lone pair donor. Hana? Simple. Lone pair donor it would be, right? Yes. L for Lewis theory, L for lone pair. Okay. Bronsted-Lowry theory is something difficult. That is associated with proton only. Okay. So make sure you remember the difference between this. Now, metal cylinders filled with nitric oxide for hospital use in a paint tint. Use is painted in blue, gray, white, or black. Yeah, simple, very simple. That is nothing but blue over here, Anna. By the way, these are also important. Nitric oxide, nitrous oxide, blue in nature. Anna, carbon dioxide, gray in nature. Oxygen should be in black. Sulfur dioxide should be gray. Air should be in gray. Nitrogen should be in black. Okay. Which method is useful for the limit test of arsenic? Bacha knows, right? Bacha knows. That means every kid knows that's one. That is your Gutset method, right? Gutset method. All right. Carl Fisher method used to do what? Carl Fisher method is used to check the moisture content, right? Is used to check the moisture content. Okay. Now, which metal is used as a radiation shield? Okay. Radiation shield, guys. Radiation shield, I'm asking. Cobalt, bismuth, gold, or lead? That is nothing but your lead over here. Lead is commonly used as a radiation shield due to its high density and effectiveness in attenuating ionization radiation, right? That's why lead is being used plenty of much over here. Which of the following is common ingredient in ear drops as dewaxing agent? Or sometimes what happens, our ears gets clogged. Our ears gets clogged and we do have much of pain over here into the ears. So that's why we can't hear much. Or you can say we do have pain over here. So what is that? What is that over here? Which we used to as a dewaxing agents. Potassium permanganate oxidizing. Boric acid also you can say, but hydrogen peroxide, this is also your dewaxing agent to be precise. Hydrogen peroxide is nothing but your dewaxing agent. That's why hydrogen peroxide is very much used. Drops particularly for its dewaxing or cerumenolytic properties. Okay, cerumen, which is commonly known as your ear wax. So cerumenolytic, ear wax ko todne wali, to break down that ear wax, we do have this hydrogen peroxide. Okay. Now, over here, alum is used in the preparation of, alum is useful in the preparation of what, guys? Sublime sulfur, precipitated sulfur, yellow mercuric oxide, precipitated tetanus toxides. What's that? Alum is used in the preparation of what? Sublime sulfur, precipitated sulfur, yellow mercuric oxide, or precipitated tetanus toxoids. That is nothing but precipitated tetanus toxides. Here we have as a correct answer. Okay. By the way, this formula of alum is very much important, guys. Formula of alum, KAlSO4 2 dot 12 water of crystallization. Okay. Potassium alum in Hindi we used to say fitkari. That is also act as a astringent. Astringent precipitates the protein. Zinc sulfate, white vitriol. As I already told you, W is very much near to zinc. So white vitriol, this is a trick to remember. ZnSO4 into 7H2O, that is nothing but water of crystallization, right? Good morning, farm profession. Now, turbidity produced. Turbidity produced in the limit test of chloride is due to, simple, very simple, guys. Turbidity produced in the limit test of chloride due to what? AgCl, BaCl2, AgNO3, or thioglycolate. Guys. Simple, very simple. That is nothing but your AgNO. AgCl, guys, AgCl, not AgNO3, not AgNO3 pharma profession, Ritax, and no, AgCl only, na. Here you can see AgCl is the one which is get prepared, na, at the end. So that is responsible for the white precipitate, chloride, okay? Remember, penicillamine is an antidote useful in the poisoning of iron, cyanide, mercury, or copper and lead. Penicillamine, है ना? Where we can use this one in rheumatoid arthritis, where we can use Wilson disease, we can use, है ना? Specifically, we can tolerate about the copper over here, right? Copper, simple, है ना? Okay. Now, the barium meal, guys. Barium meal is for barium chloride, barium nitrate, barium carbonate, or barium sulfate. That is your barium sulfate, and it has a something which is a radio opaque contrast, which is used for the imaging of your GI tract. है ना? Useful for the imaging of your GI tract, which is being swallowed, barium swallow or barium meal, we can say, like, है ना? That is a it is inert in the digestive system, not absorbed by the body, making suitable for highlighting the GI tract during X-ray examination, right? So that's why we use, okay, over here, BaSO4. Right now, in limit test for iron, interference of other metal cation is removed by, okay, impurities. Impurities are removed by thioglycolic acid, citric acid, hydrochloric acid, or ammonia solution, guys. Yeah, over here, thioglycolic acid, citric acid, hydrochloric acid, or ammonia solution. That is nothing but your citric acid, right? Now, which of the following is an example of astringent? Astringents are the ones which are going to tighten your skin, right? Tighten your skin, also precipitates the protein. What's that? Precipitate protein, right? So what's that? Milk, tannin, fatty acid, or calcium carbonate? Obviously, that would be your tannin over here, Hana. Tannin is going to be your correct answer. Now, muriatic acid is the synonym of muriatic acid, hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acid, nitric acid, or phosphoric acid. Chalo, come on, simple. Simple, right? That is nothing but your hydrochloric acid, which is also known to be as your spirit of salt, right? Spirit of salt, that is also being known to be as, right? Now, which of the following is used as a solar protective? Again, solar protective, simple. We have understood before as well. Solar protective is nothing but your titanium dioxide, right? Titanium dioxide. Dimethicone is the other name of what? Calamine, titanium dioxide, silicon oil, or zinc stearate. Hana? Which one is correct over here? Calamine, titanium dioxide, silicon oils, or zinc stearate? Dimethicone, guys. Dimethicone is nothing but silicon oil, right? Okay, now next one. Calcium carbonate present in dental products acts as. Into the starting itself, I told you, metabisulfate, that's your metal salts, calcium carbonate, these are nothing but your all dentrifices, which are being very much used. Okay, dentrifices, dentrifices would be your correct answer. Now, an ingredient of anticoagulant solution useful for the storage of whole blood. Okay, useful for the storage of whole blood. Anhydrous citric acid, anhydrous benzoic acid, anhydrous tartaric acid, or ascorbic acid. What's that, guys? Yeah, what's that? That is nothing but anhydrous citric acid over here. Anhydrous citric acid are definitely useful for your whole blood. Here you can say citrate, dextrose, citrate phosphate, heparin, as well as EDTA is also useful there. Now, in limit test of arsenic, lead acetate cotton plug is used to trap which gas? Okay, simple, very simple. Arsine, carbon dioxide, hydrogen sulfate, or nitrogen. Yeah, anyone? Very simple over here. Limit test of arsenic, very much important. In GPAD also, they have asked one question from here. That is nothing but hydrogen sulfide, H2S. Okay, H2S is your correct answer over here. Okay, sublimed sulfur is used as. Okay, sublimed sulfur, anti-sebaceous, anti-dandruff, anti-scabies, or anti-alopecia. Yeah. See, guys, if I talk about sulfur, no, so sulfur is also present in your hot spring water. Hot spring water. Okay, this hot spring water comes from the ground due to geothermal activity. Due to geothermal activity. And this, due to geothermal activity, it has what? Sulfur water. Okay, sulfur water. Okay, and this sulfur water is very much useful for your skin disorders. Skin disorders, and that's why we can say anti-scabies. Okay, anti-scabies is your correct answer. Exactly, Ritax. Very good, Shravani. Rohini, exactly, very nice. Anti-scabies. In Himachal Pradesh, in Ladakh, you will be seeing a lot of hot spring water over there. In hot spring water, you'll have to see this sublime sulfur gases are over there, in which it is also dissolved in that water, sulfur containing water, which is very much useful. They used to say that this water is very much, you can say, very much treatment kind of a thing as well if you have any skin disorder. Okay, chalo. Sublime sulfur. All right. Now, sodium fluoride and stannous fluoride is used to cure what? Inflammation of mouth, bacterial infection, acidity, or dental caries. Obviously, that would be your dental caries, right? Okay. Now, synonym of Rochelle salt. Rochelle salt, guys. Rochelle salt: sodium potassium titrate, hydrogen potassium titrate, hydrated aluminum silicate, magnesium sulfate. What's that? Simple. It is your sodium potassium tartrate, right? Now, which of the following is also called as milk of magnesia? Milk of magnesia. Chalo guys, chalo. Simple. Tell me about this one. Magnesium chloride, magnesium oxide, magnesium sulfate, or magnesium hydroxide. Which is known to be as this milk of magnesia? Simple. Very simple, guys. Anna? Yeah. That is nothing but magnesium hydroxide, right? MgOH, exactly. MgOH2. Chemical formula of silver nitrate. Silver nitrate, AgNO3. Obviously, that is your AgNO3, right? Silver nitrate useful in your limit test of chlorine. Hana? The mechanism by which fluorides inhibits the dental caries. Yeah, this is important. This is important. Okay. The mechanism by which fluorides inhibits dental caries is what, guys? By increasing the susceptibility to acid, by increasing the sensitivity of tooth enamel. No, these are only disadvantage, na? These are the negative points. So how it can be the mechanism of fluorides? Decrease the acid solubility of enamel. Okay, increase the acid solubility of enamel. Out of C or out of D, which one is correct over here? Out of C and D, which one is correct over here? That is nothing but decrease acid solubility of enamel, right? Decrease acid solubility of enamel over here. Okay. Now, thioglycolic acid is useful in the limit test of thioglycolic acid, sodium thioglycolate, है very much simple over here in the context of what? Thioglycolic, that is your iron, है So here you have iron, Okay, now according to Lewis acid base concept, AlCl3 is what? AlCl3, aluminium chloride. Aluminium chloride is what, guys? An acid base, a salt or colloid. Since aluminium has a lone pair, right? Since aluminium has a lone pair, it can accept over here. So that is what? Nothing but an acid over here, Okay. Now diphenyl thio carbazone, yeah. Diphenyl thiocarbazone test is specific test for the determination of what? Arsenic, lead, sulfate, or chloride. Yeah, obviously that would be nothing but your, which one is it? Arsenic, lead. Yeah, lead. For specifically lead over here, it has been used. Okay, lead. Now, sodium bicarbonate is commonly known as sodium bicarbonate, caustic soda, Rochelle salt, Epsom salt, or baking soda. What's that? Come on, guys. Very simple. Caustic soda, Rochelle salt, Epsom salt, or baking soda over here? Guys? That is nothing but your baking soda, sodium bicarbonate, right? Baking soda, or you can say meetha soda. Now, scaling of tooth is cutting of tooth, removal of tartar, filling of cavity, removal of crown. Scaling of tooth. Scaling. Cutting tooth, Removal of tartar, filling of cavity, or removal of crown? That is nothing but removal of tartar. Okay. Scaling of the tooth involves the removal of tartar, also known as the calculus. Calculus, small stones. है ना? Okay. Chalo. The chemical name for Fe2O3. Okay. Fe2O3 is what? Iron oxide, iron 2 oxide, iron 3 oxide, or iron 6 oxide. Yeah. Anyone? That is nothing but iron 3 oxide, because you know the valency which is showing over here 3, that is nothing but Fe3, है ना? This 3 valency is upon over here, so that is this is not ferrous, this is your ferric over here, है ना? Because you know valency are being exchanged, you know, in a cross direction, है ना? Oxygen का valency is -2, that is exchanged with Fe2, and and +3 is exchanged with O3 over here. So iron 3 oxide is your correct answer, right? Now, which of the following is used to prevent the supersaturation and limit test of sulfate? Okay, simple. Limit test supersaturation को prevent करने के लिए which will be, we will use sodium sulfate, magnesium sulfate, alcohol, or sodium chloride. Yeah, supersaturation, to prevent supersaturation. That is nothing but your alcohol, because simple, alcohol will be a what? Alcohol will be a solvent, just like a water, because water is an inadequate in nature over there. That's why supersaturation takes place. No, now if we want to increase more solute, more kind of drug over there, then what we'll be doing? We'll be doing more increasing the solvent. As in the case of alcohol also, we are what increasing? We are increasing nothing but the solvent only, right? So that is why supersaturation will be decreased down. Okay, alcohol. Now potash alum. Okay, at the same time also I told you that formula of potash alum is important. Here you can see. What is the formula over here? Yeah, guys. That is nothing but KAlSO4 to 12H2O, right? Potash alum and zinc sulfate, right? Now, which of the following acts as a respiratory stimulant? Okay, respiratory stimulant is also known to be as nothing but analeptic, right? Analeptic, है ना? Analeptics are used to be known to be as your respiratory stimulant. What is that? Ammonium chloride, ammonium carbonate, potassium iodide, or nitrous oxide? Analeptics. In pharmacology, we used to say a drug known to be as analeptic, that is your nothing but doxapram. In pharmacology, doxapram is your analeptic, right? But over here, in an inorganic basis over here, then which one is correct? Ammonium chloride, ammonium carbonate, potassium iodide, or nitrous oxide? Yes. Which one is correct over here? That is nothing but ammonium chloride. Exactly. Exactly, Shravani. Very good. है ना? Tahir Sheikh Ratax. Very nice. है ना? Ammonium. Oi, 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 oi. Ammonium carbonate. Ammonium carbonate. Wait. Yes. Ammonium carbonate is considered to be as your Preston salt, Baker's ammonia, as well as salt volatile, which is considered to be as a respiratory stimulant, not ammonium chloride, guys. Okay, ammonium chloride is used to alkalinize your urine, है ना? Alkalinize your urine. Okay, chalo. Belching may be caused by antacid preparations containing what? Magnesium carbonate, calcium carbonate, sodium bicarbonate, or aluminium hydroxide. Yeah, over here, belching. Belching is your sodium bicarbonate, है ना? Release of carbon dioxide gas that can lead to the sensation of bloating may result into the belching, है ना? As the gas is expelled from the stomach. When the gas is expelled out from the stomach, that is nothing but your belching over here. Okay. All right. Now, antimony potassium tartrate. Antimony potassium tartrate is commonly known as Epsom salt, tartar emetic, Rochelle salt, or caustic soda. Huh, guys? Yes. Anyone? Epsom salt, tartar emetic, Rochelle salt, or caustic soda? That is nothing but your tartar emetic, right? Okay. Epsom salt is your nothing but not related to tartar emetic. Now, Rochelle salt, you can say potassium sodium tartrate, है ना? Caustic soda is nothing but sodium hydroxide, right? Chalo, very nice. Inorganic saline expectorant is okay. Inorganic saline expectorant is what? Ammonium chloride, sodium bicarbonate, sulfuric acid, or none of the above. Inorganic saline expectorant. Expectorant means which are going to expel out the cough from your throat. Hana? So what's that? Ammonium chloride, sodium bicarbonate, sulfuric acid, none of the above. Obviously, that would be your ammonium chloride, right? Ammonium chloride. Now, which of the following is a dye that produces results similar to litmus paper? Okay, litmus paper, guys. Similar to that of litmus paper. Azolitmin, Morin, curcumin, or lawson. Yeah. That is nothing but azolitmin. And through this azolitmin only we have litmus. Okay, here you can see, no? Azolitmin, litmus. Okay, litmus paper. Azolitmin. Here you can see litmi, the litmus, obviously. Right? So, this is your correct answer over here. Azolitmin is your natural dye derived from the lichens. Like litmus, azolitmin is a pH indicator. Okay? Chalo. Alright guys, this is all about the inorganic chemistry. This is all about the inorganic chemistry, and now we are being focusing on to the physical chemistry 50 questions. Okay, 50 questions of physical chemistry. Okay, if you have liked the explanation or liked these series, just give a thumbs up into the video. Just do like the video over here, and then we can start. Now, right now it's only 5 likes. Only 5 likes. Just go ahead, just go ahead, just go ahead. Make it more, guys. Alright, guys. Oswald dilution law is applicable to. Oswald dilution law is applicable to weak electrolytes, strong electrolytes, or non-electrolytes, or all electrolytes. Yeah. Anyone? Over here. Oswald dilution law is applicable to weak electrolytes, strong electrolytes, non-electrolytes, or all electrolytes. Simple, it would be your nothing but weak electrolytes. Weak electrolytes, that's your Oswald dilution law. Solution of weak electrolyte is related to the then degree of ionization solution is going to be increased. That is also called to be as your dilution law over here. Okay. Now, which of the following method is useful for the determination of osmotic pressure? Okay. Osmotic pressure want-Hoff factor. Want-Hoff factor, that's a colligative property. So is it your nothing but Beckman method, Berkeley and Hartley method, Cottrell method, or Landsberger method? Yeah. Landsberger method. Guys. That is nothing but your Berkeley and Hartley method over here. Here you can see osmotic pressure can be determined by the following method over here. Berkeley and Hartley, Pfeffer method, and de Vries method. Other methods, for example, Beckman is for the freezing point. Cottrell is for the boiling point, and Landsberger-Walker for molecular weight of the solution. Okay, so this is important. Now, which among the following cation has the lowest molar ion conductivity in water at infinite dilution and at 25 degrees centigrade? Okay, 25 degree centigrade over here. Yeah, that is nothing but lithium ion. Okay. Now, Cottrell method, just I told you, right? Just I told you, Cottrell method is for the elevation in boiling point, right? Elevation in boiling point. Where is it? Yeah, B is going to be your correct answer. Simple. Now, which of the following is not a colligative property? Which is not a colligative property? Colligative properties depends on the number of moles of solute, not onto the nature of solute, right? Not onto the nature of solute over here. Is it what? Osmotic pressure, okay. Relating lowering of vapor pressure, okay. Optical activity, no. Optical activity, depression in freezing point, okay. Optical activity is not a colligative property, right? Now, 𝘿𝙬𝙎𝑃ℎ𝑟𝑒 principle. Okay, 𝘿𝙬𝙎𝑃ℎ𝑟𝑒 principle states that increasing temperature favors a reaction with simple over here. Osmotic pressure, relative lowering of vapor pressure, optical activity, release energy as heat, require energy as heat, involves a chemical catalyst, or gluconeogenesis. That is nothing but requires energy as heat. Okay. Now, an ideal solution in which, what is ideal solution? Ideal solution are the one which are going to follow the Raoult's law. You know, Raoult's law, solubility of liquid into the liquid. That is your ideal solution. Hana? So what's that over here? Shows positive deviation? No. Negative deviation? No. No connection? Obviously no. Obeys Raoult's law? Yes. Ideal solution will definitely obeys the Raoult's law over here. Okay. Chalo. A buffer solution is a mixture of buffer solution. Buffer solution is you're having a weak acid or its weak base, along with that conjugated acid or conjugated base over here. Weak acid and strong base? No. Strong acid and weak base? No. Strong acid and its conjugate base? No. Weak acid and its conjugate base? Yes. D is going to be your correct answer. Exactly. D is your correct answer. Okay. The reference electrode is made by using zinc chloride, copper sulfate, mercury chloride or mercuric chloride. Yeah, that is nothing but Hg2Cl2, right? Over here, Hana. Mercurous chloride is placed over there. Okay. Calomel electrode. Now, the unit of specific conductivity is nothing but what? Ohm centimeter inverse, ohm centimeter square inverse, ohm inverse centimeter inverse. What's that? Specific conductivity, guys. Simple. That's nothing but your ohm inverse and centimeter inverse. Okay. Chalo. Now, azeotropic mixture are also called as constant melting mixture, constant boiling mixture, constant volume mixture, constant density mixture. What's that? Yeah. Azeotropic mixture are nothing but your constant boiling mixture, constant one. Okay. Mixture of liquid boil at constant temperature like a pure liquid. Okay. Constant boiling mixture. Okay. According to the first law of Faraday constant value. What is the Faraday constant value, guys? Faraday constant value is nothing but 96,500. This is very much important. Faraday constant value. Very important. Hana? If they would have asked from anything from physical chemistry, that this is one of the questions that they can ask. Hana? So over here, W is equals to ZQ, W is equals to EF, W is equals to Z upon FIT, W is equals to ZI. What's that? According to the first law of Faraday, the weight of a substance discharged at the electrode is what? That is what? That is nothing but W is equals to ZQ. Exactly, Shravani. Very nice. Hana? W is equals to ZQ. W is nothing but amount of substance deposit. Q is your nothing but charge in coulomb. And Z is your electrochemical equivalent. Here you can see 96,500 number of Faraday. Okay. Now, value of Henry constant, KH. Increase with increase in temperature, decrease with increase in temperature, remains constant, or first increase then decrease. Yeah, guys. Anyone? That's your increase in temperature. Okay. Once you increase the temperature, obviously the Henry's constant is going to be increased. Simple. Hana? According to the Raoult's law, relative lowering of vapor pressure for a solution is equal to what? Okay. Relative lowering of vapor pressure. Moles of solute, moles of solvent, mole fraction of solute, or mole fraction of solvent. Into the class 12, we have solved many of the questions regarding this mole fraction of solute over here, right? Chalo. The ratio of elevation in boiling point to molarity of solution is known to be as what? Molarity of solution is known to be as what? Molar elevation constant, mole elevation constant, normal elevation constant, or molar elevation constant. Yeah. Anyone? That is your molar elevation constant. Okay. Chalo. Salt bridge generally contains solution of salt bridge, one part of the bridge over downing over here into that solution and another part into that solution. Hana? So what is that? Weak electrolyte, strong electrolyte, acidic electrolyte, or basic electrolyte? Yeah, that is nothing but your strong electrolyte, right? Strong electrolyte. Okay. What does Henry constant depend upon? What does Henry's constant depend upon? Nature of gas, nature of solvent, temperature, or all of the above? Henry constant. Henry's law. Hana? What's that? That is your all of the above. Obviously, all of the thing, nature of solvent, temperature, as well as gas. Hana? That is all dependent on the Henry law. Okay, which condition holds for the ideal solution? Which condition is holds for the ideal solution? Change in volume is 0, change in volume is non-zero, change in enthalpy is 0, or none of the above? Yeah, change is volume is 0. That is what the condition of ideal solution, because ideal solution is what? Which obeys the Raoult's law, है ना? And in Raoult's law, you will not find any kind of the loss in volume. So that is what the correct answer. Change in volume in 0. Okay, chalo, fine. The process of transmitting electric current through an electrolyte solution to decompose it is known as, okay, yeah, to decompose it. What is that? Electrolyte, electrode, electrolysis, or electrochemical cell? हाँ guys. Hmm. That is nothing but electrolysis, obviously transmitting electric current through an electrolyte solution to decompose. So decompose, that is nothing but lysis, है ना? So lysis, electrolysis, simple. This example of a gas in a solid type solution is what, guys? The example of gas in a solid type. What's that? Solution of hydrogen and palladium, H2 and PD. That is what used in Rosenmund reaction. Ethanol dissolved in water? No, liquid. Camphor vapors and N2 gas or amalgams? Yeah, that is a solution of hydrogen in palladium. That is what useful in your Rosenmund reaction, right? Rosenmund reaction. Okay. The cell in which electrical energy is converted to chemical energy. Which kind of cell is that? Galvanic cell, voltaic cell, electrolytic cell, or electrochemical cell? Obviously, that would be your electrolytic cell over here. Okay. Chalo. What are the properties arising due to varying concentration of solute in a given solvent, irrespective of the nature of the solute with respect to the solvent? Okay. Arising due to varying concentration of solute. Okay. Concentration solute in a given solvent, irrespective of the nature of solute. Okay. Nature of solute. That is nothing but your colligative property. That is what I said. Number of moles of solute. That is obviously relating towards what? Concentration only. So here also same written, but the language is different over here. Concentration of solute, number of moles of solute, same thing. Irrespective of the nature of the solute, obviously that would be your colligative property, right? Now, in a galvanic cell, the salt bridge is what? Salt bridge is what? Allow flow of electron between two half cells, maintain electrical neutrality in both half cells, increases the voltage of the cell, or acts as a catalyst. Yeah. Over here, that is your maintains electric neutrality in the both half cell. That's why salt bridge has been used, right? Which law specifically governs the relative lowering of vapor pressure in solutions? Okay, vapor pressure in solutions. Yeah, Want Hoff law, Boyle's law, Raoult's law, or Amagat's law? Amagat's law. Yes, guys. Over here, that is nothing but your Raoult's law over here, right? Okay, Raoult's law. Now, Beckman thermometer is used to determine what? Beckman thermometer. Just recently we have understood. Beckman thermometer, relative lowering of vapor pressure, depression in freezing point, osmotic pressure, or elevation in boiling point. Elevation in boiling point, that is your Cottrell one. Osmotic, osmotic pressure? No. Depression in freezing point, that is your Beckman thermometer over here, right? Chalo. Now, factors affecting Lee-Chatelier principle except. Okay. Factors affecting Lee-Chatelier principle except concentration, temperature, pressure, or volume. Yeah. Anyone? That is your volume. And a volume doesn't going to affect the Lee-Chatelier principle. Okay. Lee-Chatelier principle state that if a system at equilibrium is subjected to a change in concentration, pressure, or temperature, the equilibrium shifts in the direction that tends to nullify the effect of the change. Okay. Temperature ka effect, pressure ka effect, and we do have concentration ka effect also over here. Right? Now, the unit of rate constant of second order reaction is usually expressed at, guys, this question was asked in NIPER JEE 2023. 2023. NIPER JEE 2023. Mole liter per second. Mole inverse, liter inverse per second. Mole liter inverse, second inverse. Mole inverse, liter second inverse. What's that? This question was arrived in your NIPER JEE 2023. Mole inverse, liter second inverse. That's your correct option over here. Okay, this is becomes very much important, guys. Do understand, do learn, because direct question onto the formula basis as well they can ask, or otherwise they can ask you around numericals also from here. Okay, now which type of intermolecular interaction involves the interaction between the ions and polar molecules? Okay, ions and polar molecule as the dissolution of NaCl in water. Okay, ions is what? Obviously ion. Polar hai, so what is that? Polar is what? hmm? That is nothing but ion dipole interaction, because polar molecule will be having that dipole, no? Plus, minus. So that is your ion dipole interaction, right? Chalo. Now, the rate constant does not depend onto the concentration for reaction whose order is. Okay, rate constant does not depend. That means rate of elimination, you can say, rate constant does not depend. 0, second, third or first. Simple, very simple question. Guys, very simple question over here. 0, second, third or first does not depend. That is your 0, because in 0 there is a constant amount of drug that is going to be excrete out, right? There is a constant amount of drug that is going to be excrete out from the body, and the constant amount, so that is obviously rate of constant would be independent of the concentration, right? 0 order. Okay, now the unit of rate constant for a 0 order reaction is what? Simple. Now simple, guys, again. Yes, the unit of rate constant for a 0 order reaction, mole liter per second, mole inverse liter inverse per second, mole liter inverse second inverse, or mole inverse liter second inverse. That is nothing but mole liter inverse second inverse. Okay, chalo. Now, which of the following is not an intensive property? Okay, intensive property. Which is not of intensive property? Concentration, density, pressure, or volume? Intensive property, guys. Yeah. Over here, intensive property, that's your volume, right? Intensive property which is does not depend on to the quantity of matter. Intensity independent of the quantity. Extensive dependent on to the quantity. Simple. Volume. When of the following, when of the reactant is present in such great excess that is in concentration may be considered to be as constant or nearly. So the reaction is said to be what? Second order, pseudo order, 0 order, or third order? Anyone? That is your pseudo order, right? Okay. What is the correct order of intermolecular forces of attraction from strongest to weak? Okay. Strongest to weak. Solid would be having strongest interactions. Liquid have lesser than that, and gas have least. So B, obviously. Simple. The Gibbs free energy is defined as, okay, Gibbs free energy delta G is equal to delta H minus T delta S, B, C, or D. Yes. What's that? Gibbs free energy is useful to determine the spontaneity of the reaction. What is that? Spontaneity of the reaction. A is only the correct option. To predict the spontaneity of a process, right? Okay. Now, which one is correct? Unit of entropy. Okay, entropy, guys. Entropy. Joule Kelvin, Joule per Kelvin, Kelvin Joule mole, or mole per Kelvin. What's that? Yeah. That is your Joule per Kelvin, right? Joule per Kelvin. Okay. Okay. For a spontaneous process, delta G should be 0, delta G should be negative, delta G should be positive, and none of these. This question is asked plenty of times, guys. This question they have asked plenty of times. What's that? Delta G should be negative always, and delta H should be always positive. Okay, mark my words what I'm saying. Delta G should be negative and delta H should be positive in nature. Okay. Okay. Here you can see delta G should be where is that? Delta G should be negative and delta H should be positive, right? Now, any series of operations so carried out that the system is back to its initial stage is what? Boyle's cycle, reversible process, adiabatic process, or cyclic process. Any series of operations so carried out that at the end the system is back to the initial state. Okay, simple. Yeah, what's that? That is nothing but your cyclic process. That's your Hess law, if you remember. Hess law, right? Hess law. And a cyclic process over here. Chalo. The rate of reaction is determined by slowly step reaction. The step is called as what? Obviously, reaction step, activation step, or rate determining step. Simple, right? Very simple. Over here, rate limiting step is also known to be as what? Rate determination step, right? Simple. Now, the temperature of the system remains constant and adiabatic process, isothermal process, isochoric, or isobaric. Adiabatic, isothermal, isochoric, isobaric. That is your isothermal, है ना? Isothermal में you have remain constant temperature. Adiabatic, there is a no loss of heat. Isochoric, volume. Isobaric, that's your pressure, right? Chalo. Now, according to Boyle's law states nothing but P is inversely proportional to volume. Okay, pressure is inversely proportional to volume. So what's that? Directly proportional, inversely proportional, no relation, exponential relation. What they have asked, pressure and volume, Anna, simple. At a constant temperature, obviously that is your inversely proportional. Charles law say volume is directly proportional to temperature. Charles law, Anna, inversely proportional. Okay, Charles law. You can see V into V directly proportional to T. 𝘂𝙎𝙎𝙎𝘶 P ratio T, है ना? P directly proportional to T. Okay, according to Charles law, simple, right? Directly proportional only. Charles law, right? Chalo. According to 𝘂𝙎𝙎 between pressure and temperature, these are also directly proportional, है ना? Simple. Okay, the temperature at which a real gas exhibits ideal behavior. Okay, what's that? Critical temperature, Boyle's temperature, inversion temperature, or reduced temperature. Yeah, what's that, guys? Simple. That is nothing but your Boyle's temperature. Okay, chalo. An isothermal process is one of which? Isothermal. Thermal, I told you in which? You know that. Temperature is constant. Pressure, isobaric. Volume, isochoric. Temperature, isothermal. Simple. A process in which volume remains constant. Volume remains constant. Now, what else left? What else left? Isochoric again. Isochoric is your volume one, है ना? Simple. A process in which volume remains constant, that's your isochoric process. Alright. Now, Arrhenius equation. Okay, what is Arrhenius equation? Influence of catalyst on the rate of reaction. Influence of solvent on the rate of reaction. Influence of temperature on the rate of reaction. Or influence of solute on the rate of reaction. What's that? Catalyst, solvent, temperature, or solute? Anyone? Arrhenius equation? Yeah, exactly, Nazreen. That's your C over here. Influence of temperature on the rate of reaction. Very nice. Anna, this is your equation, guys, by the way. This is very much important. Equation is very much important. They can ask directly. Anna. So make sure you remember EA is your activation energy. Activation energy is less, then the rate of reaction would be high. Anna. That is, you have to remember, guys. Now, a system in which neither energy nor mass can cross the boundary of the system is known as what? Open system, closed system, isolated system, or finite system? That's your isolated system. Okay. Now, the property does not depend on the mass of system. What is that? Mass. Intensive property, extensive property, specific property, or non-specific property. Yeah. What's that? That is nothing but your intensive property. I told you it does not dependent onto the amount of something, right? That is what intensive property, right? Now, van der Waal equation. Van der Waal equation is relationship between pressure, volume, and temperature with amount of real gas, amount of ideal gas, nature of solute, or number of gas. Yeah. Van der Waal equation, that is nothing but your amount of real gas, है ना? Real gas equation PV is equals to nRT. Remember? Yes. An adiabatic process is what? An adiabatic process. Temperature remains constant, pressure remains constant. No heat is exchanged with surroundings. Yes. C is your correct answer. No heat is exchanged with surroundings over here, है ना? A is your isothermal, isobaric, adiabatic. Don't be confused with adiabatic as well as isothermal process. Isothermal temperature only. Adiabatic, no heat. Okay. No heat exchange with surroundings. Volume isochoric, right? Okay. So this is all about your physical chemistry. Now let's talk about the biochemistry. 50 questions more over here. Hai na? 50 questions more in biochemistry, right? Okay. All right. Only 3 people are constantly over here. Enough. Pharma profession, Nazreen and Shravani. Okay. Shravani is also here. Although Shravani is not preparing for the NIPER examination, but still she is here and she is preparing for the drug inspector, and that is very much commendable, I can say. You know, very much commendable because she knows that this is not for her, but she also knows that the syllabus is same for drug inspector. You know, and that's what I really like the most. Chalo. Nazreen and Pharma Profession, I wish you all the very best that whatever hard work that you are putting constantly from the day one you are watching. I am seeing you guys, you are regularly onto this one, and I wish that your hard work do come true at the end, right? Okay. Chalo guys. Okay. Biochemistry, 50 questions. Hana? Okay. The treatment of pentosis with a concentrated mineral acid yields a cyclic aldehyde known as what? Known as what? Pentaldehyde, cyclopentyl, hexaldehyde, or furfural? Yeah. Treatment of pentosis with concentrated mineral acid yields a cyclic aldehyde is known as pentaldehyde, hexaldehyde, or furfural. That is nothing but your furfural over here. Na? Cyclic aldehyde is nothing but your furfural only. Okay. Chal. Next, reduction of fructose. Fructose, glucose, mannose, है ना? Lactose. These all are your reducing sugars. These all are your reducing sugars, right? So, reduction of fructose will be give what? है ना? Reduction of fructose will be giving what? Sorbitol and glucose, mannitol and sorbitol, glucose and mannitol, xylitol or mannitol. That is your sorbitol and mannitol. Exactly. B is your correct answer over here. All right. Now, galactose is main constituent of milk sugar, honey, cane sugar, or chitin. Galactose, lactose. Lactose is present in what? In milk only. So A is the correct answer. Simple. Hana? Now, conversion of phosphoglycerate to phosphoenol pyruvate. Okay. By which enzyme? All right. So phosphoenol pyruvate from phosphoglycerate. Hana? That is what the last step of glycolysis, right? So last step of glycolysis has been taken place through which enzyme? Hexokinase, enolase, phosphofructokinase, or pyruvate kinase? हाँ guys. Hmm. Yeah. Last step. Last step. Last step. Hexokinase is not Shravani. है ना? Hexokinase is the first step. No. Phosphofructokinase. Huh? That's your enolase. No. Okay. Chalo. Enolase. Which of the following is a sugar alcohol? Sugar alcohol, glucose, stearic acid, xylitol, or sucrose? Obviously, that would be your xylitol. You know, all means alcohol, xylitol, right? Sure. Enzyme cause protein digestion. Okay, protein digestion. What's that? Protein digestion. Insulin, trypsin, amylase, or sucrose? What's that, guys? Simple, easy. That is your trypsin, right? Protein, the PRY. Protein. Here you can see PR and T also you got from trypsin. The trypsin is the one which is essential for your protein digestion, right? Now, which enzyme of the following is responsible for conversion of glucose into ethyl alcohol? Okay, glucose into ethyl alcohol through which alcohol is being produced? Through which alcohol is being produced? Urease, invertase, zymase, or diastase? Huh, guys? What's that? Anyone? That is your zymase, right? Zymase is your correct answer. Right? Okay, allopyranol gets converted into alloxanthine. Which inhibition does it refers to? Okay, allosteric inhibition, suicide inhibition, reversible inhibition, or irreversible inhibition? Yeah, over here. That is your suicide inhibition, guys. Why? Because suicide inhibition is a specialized form of irreversible inhibition. And in this case, here you can see, in this case, the original inhibitor, the structural analog, competitive inhibitor is converted to more potent form by the same enzyme that is out to be inhibited. Xanthine oxidase is an enzyme that out to be inhibited, but xanthine oxidase is the one which is used to be responsible for the conversion of allopyranol into alloxanthine, right? So the so formed inhibitor binds irreversibly with the enzyme, and once it binds with irreversibly, then it is known to be as a suicide inhibition. Okay, suicide inhibition. Now, the active proteolytic enzyme in gastric juice is what? The active proteolytic enzyme in gastric juice is what? Pepsinogen, pepsin, trypsin, or gastrin? Yeah. Anyone? Pepsinogen, pepsin, trypsin, or gastrin? The proteolytic enzyme in gastric juice is what? Guys? Gastric juice. Simple. That's a pepsin only, right? Pepsin only. And everyone knows pepsin, Pepsi. According to the international classification of enzyme, the class number 4. The class number 4 represents what? Lyase, hydrolase, transferase, or oxidoreductase? Oxidoreductase, these are your first number. Lyase are your fourth number, right? Oxidoreductase are your first number. Transferase are your second number. T for transferase, T for 2, right? Hydrolase 3, and 4 is your lyases, right? Chalo, very nice, Rohini. Now this Nazreen, okay, Rohini is wrong. Nazreen is correct. Yeah, lyases. Yeah. Which of the following is a lipolytic enzyme? Lipolytic. Lipolytic means which are going to break down the lipids, right? So what is that? Nuclease, cholesterol ester hydrolase, trypsin, or chymotrypsin? Yeah, over here, that is nothing but cholesterol ester hydrolase, because lipids are nothing but cholesterol only, right? Lipids are nothing but cholesterol only, so that's why these are your correct answer. Lipolytic enzyme. Which enzyme is not made of protein? Now you would be thinking, sir has to told us that every enzyme is made up of protein. Every enzyme is made up of protein, but all protein are not enzyme. All enzymes are protein, but not all proteins are enzymes. This line I have told you in the class. But there is one category of enzyme also which is not of protein. What's that? DNase 1, tag DNA polymerase, RNase H, or ribozyme? Yeah. What's that? That is your ribozyme. your RNA containing ribosomes, these are not your made up of protein, guys. Okay, here you can see RNA acting as ribozyme, exception. RNA acting as ribozyme, these are not your proteins. Okay, now reversible non-competitive enzyme inhibition occurs when the inhibitor binds to. Okay, competitive inhibitor, guys. Competitive inhibitor. Hmm? Competitive inhibitor. Competitive binds to enzyme substrate complex only. Free enzyme at substrate binding site. Okay, enzyme at site different from no enzyme substrate complex, but at a substrate binding site. What's that? What's that? Free enzyme at substrate binding site, that is also known to be as your active site, right? Active site, है ना? Active site is responsible for your correct answer. Okay, चलो. Like, अच्छा, non-competitive they have asked, no? Sorry. Non-competitive they have asked. I thought competitive only. So sorry, guys. So sorry. Non-competitive is for your ES complex only. Competitive would be acting onto the active site. Okay, this side, active site. Okay, this ES complex, है ना? Also you can say this allosteric site. Okay, so sorry. Chalo, fine. Now, the precursor for biosynthesis of steroids in the body is what? Acetyl-CoA, glycogen, amino acids, or fatty acids? Yeah. Hmm. The precursor for biosynthesis of steroids, in the body is through acetyl-CoA, glycogen, amino acid, or fatty acid. That is nothing but your acetyl-CoA mevalonic acid pathway. Mevalonic acid pathway, right? Cholesterol. Now, the functional enzyme is referred to as mevalonic is for amino acids, not for that. Okay, chalo. The functional enzyme is referred to as apoenzyme, coenzyme, holoenzyme, or proenzyme. Functional one, that's your holoenzyme, right? Holoenzyme is your active enzyme. Apoenzyme is your protein part. Coenzyme is your non-protein part. Okay, chalo. Okay, which amino acid is not occur naturally? Okay, guys. Not occur naturally. Histidine, phenylephrine, arginine, or aspartic acid. Hmm. Histidine, phenylephrine, arginine, or aspartic acid. What's that? That is your phenylephrine, right? Phenylephrine is not a one in occur naturally. Okay. Phenylephrine is not an amino acid but a synthetic drug used as a decongestant. Okay, you know that phenylephrine. Phenylalanine is no. Phenylalanine is your amino acid, but phenylephrine is your alpha 1 agonist. No. Don't you remember Shravani? Don't you remember Rohini? Huh? Phenylephrine, alpha 1 agonist, adrenergic agonist. How you can say that? Now, normal safety range of potassium in adult blood, okay, 1.5 to 2 milli equivalent per liter, 3.4 to 5 milli equivalent per liter, 6 to 8 milli equivalent per liter, 0.5 to 1.3 milli equivalent per liter. What's that? 3.4 to 5. Okay, chalo. Efficiency of two enzymes is compared by their what? Efficiency of two enzymes is compared by their Km value, optimum pH and temperature, substrate concentration, or inhibitor. Huh, guys? That is nothing but your Km value. Okay. Km value is a constant and characteristic feature of a given enzyme comparable to a thumb impression or signature. A low Km value indicates a strong affinity between enzyme and substrate, whereas high Km value reflects a weak affinity. Okay. Sure. Okay, the sulfur containing amino acids are methionine. Are what? methionine, they have given answer only over here, and still they are asking answer through the question, through the option. Is that so? See, methionine they have given, but still methionine they have asked over here. Methionine is also one, but there is another one, guys. Apart from methionine, there is another one which is your sulfur containing amino acid. What's that? That is, methionine is, I know. Hmm? But what if I talk about there is another drug, there is another amino acid which is also sulfur containing. What's that? Hmm? Yeah, that's your cysteine. Exactly, Shravani. Very nice, Hana. Shravani, yes, very nice. That's your cysteine, right? Cysteine is your correct answer, Hana, and that is why this cysteine and methionine are being useful in which of the poisoning? Yeah, cysteine is useful in which of the poisoning? Which drugs poisoning? Cysteine and methionine. These both are being used. Hmm? These both are being used somewhere. Where? Where? Yeah. Paracetamol poisoning. Paracetamol poisoning. Because once this paracetamol poisoning takes place, your glutathione levels decrease down. Right? Your glutathione level decrease down. So to replenish that, this N-acetylcysteine as well as methionine, these both are very much useful in your paracetamol poisoning. Okay. Chalo. By the way, this phenylephrine and tryptophan, these are your aromatic amino acids. These are nothing but aromatic amino acids. Okay. Chalo. Cysteine and methionine. Now, what percentage of water does an adult human typically contain? Okay. Yeah. What percentage of the body is made from water? Simple meaning of this question. 40 to 50, 55 to 70, 70 to 80, or 30 to 40? Yeah. Hmm? Over here, that is your 55 to 70%. Typically, water content is been there. Okay. Okay. Normal SGPT value. Normal SGPT level 3 to 15, 4 to 17, 200 to 300, or 0.1 to 1.5. SGPT. Hmm. SGPT is an enzyme which is very much, you can say, asked in your LFT, right? Liver function test, Hana. So is it your 3 to 15, 4 to 17, 200 to 300, or 0.1 to 1.5? What's that, guys? Yeah, normal SGPT level. That is your 3 to 15. Okay, 3 to 15 SGPT. SGOT is 4 to 17. Although I know you all are right, but this is your something else value. Okay, these are your something else value over here. Maybe it is of in plasma level, or maybe it is of on serum level. The value of serum SGPT, value of plasma SGPT is different. That's why. Okay, chalo. Yeah, SGOT. If SGOT value is increased, so what will happen? If SGOT value is increased, then you would have your myocardial infarction kind of things, Hana. But if SGPT level is increased, then we do have a toxic liver, Hana, toxic liver disease. Increased SGOT is much greater than SGPT in case of myocardial infarction, whereas viral hepatitis or toxic liver disease is reverse in case. Okay, chalo. Nucleosides are composed of pyrimidine base pair, pentose sugar, phosphate group, nitrogenous base plus pentose sugar. Nucleosides. Okay. Nucleosides are what? Hmm? Nucleosides over here, guys. Pyrimidine base pair, pentose sugar, phosphate group, nitrogenous base plus pentose sugar. What's that? Nucleoside is nothing but nitrogen base plus pentose sugar, right? Okay. Nucleoside. Hai. Now, acetylcholine is hydrolyzed by which enzyme? Simple. Plenty of simple question. Acetylase, cholinesterase, acetylcholinesterase, or transferase. Simple acetylcholinesterase, right? Acetylcholinesterase is your correct answer. ACHE as well as butyl cholinesterase as well, right? Butyl cholinesterase. Okay. Serum albumin level. Serum albumin level decreases in the case of dehydration, hemodilution, hypothyroidism, or none of these. Yeah. What's that? Serum albumin level decreases in the case of dehydration, hemodilution, hypothyroidism, or none of these. Albumin level, that is your hemodilution, right? In the case of hemodilution, you'll be having serum albumin level decrease, right? Okay. Now, which urine test is commonly used to detect the presence of glucose? Yeah. Which urine test is commonly used to detect the presence of glucose, guys? Urine dipsticks test, urine culture, microscopic urine analysis, or 24-hour urine collection? Yeah. Anyone? That is your urine dipstick test. But what if I talk about ketone bodies? What if I talk about ketone bodies? Then which of the test is been useful to detect the ketone bodies in urine? In urine. Guys, anyone? Which of the test is used to determine the ketone bodies in urine? Anyone? A few can answer this one. Yeah, ketone bodies. Hmm? Ketone bodies, guys. Simple, right? Simple, very simple. Very nice, Nazreen. Yeah, exactly. Rothera test. Yes. Rothera test. Exactly. Rothera test is the one which is useful to determine the ketone bodies in urine. Exactly. Pharma profession and Shravani. Very nice. Very good. Very good. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. Now, protein responsible for maintaining osmotic pressure into the body. What's that? Heparin, albumin, globulin, or fibrinogen. J-Ag, yes, that is also one. That is J-Ag, not J-Ag. That's your J-Ag. Okay. So is it your heparin, albumin, globulin, or fibrinogen? Maintaining osmotic pressure into the body. Osmotic pressure. Yeah, NIPER JEE 2025. Guys, what's that? That's nothing but albumin only, है ना? Albumin. Functions of albumin, osmotic function also. Okay. Now, hematuria. Hematuria is defined as the presence of which of the following in urine? Okay. Hematuria. Hematuria. Protein, glucose, blood, or ketone. Hematuria, guys. Hematuria. Hema means blood. Turia would be your urine only, right? So is that what? Protein, glucose, blood, or ketones? Obviously, that is your blood over here, na? Blood, right? Chalo. Okay. Now, a mineral required for the synthesis of insulin in the pancreas is what, guys? Okay. Okay. A mineral required for the synthesis of insulin in the pancreas. Iodine, iron, zinc, or potassium? What's that? Simple, right? A mineral required for the synthesis of insulin from pancreas, that is your beta islet cells, है ना? Beta islet cells, 51 amino acid, out of which 21 in your A chain and 30 is in your B chain. Both are combined with disulfide bonds. Disulfide bonds, है ना? This is your correct one. So what is that over here? Iodine. Iodine for your thyroid, है ना? Iron, zinc, or potassium? What's that? That is your zinc. Exactly. And a biochemical function of zinc. Zinc is very much essential for the release of insulin, right? Now, which of the following amino acid contain achiral carbon? Okay. Achiral carbon. Achiral carbons means that will be having what? That would be having what? Hmm? optical inactivity, right? Optical inactivity they will be having, है ना? Optical inactivity. So what would be the correct answer? Glycine, leucine, alanine or methionine? Glycine, leucine, alanine or methionine? What's the correct answer? Glycine is your correct answer. Glycine is your optically inactive, optically inactive amino acid, है ना? Optically inactive amino acid. Yeah, glycine, leucine, है ना? Alanine, methionine. Methionine is a cysteine compound, है ना? Leucine, alanine, these are your neutral ones. Okay, neutral ones. Gavli, glycine, leucine as well as alanine, है ना? These are your nothing but neutral ones. Okay, chalo. Now, alpha amino acids react with ninhydrin to give color complex. Plenty of times they have asked this question. Plenty of times they have asked this question. Yellow, pink, black or green? What's that? Yellow, pink, black or green? Ninhydrin solution. Ninhydrin solution, alpha amino acids. That is your pink in nature, right? Here you can see amino acid plus ninhydrin, keto acid plus ammonia and carbohydrate. है ना? First, again, if you talk about if you add ninhydrin with ammonia, that will be your rumen's purple. है ना? Rumen purple color will be takes place. Now, megaloblastic anemia caused by the deficiency of what? Megaloblastic anemia. Megaloblastic, vitamin K, vitamin C, vitamin Z6 or vitamin B12? Yeah. Anyone? Vitamin K, that will cause you bleeding if deficiency takes place. If deficiency takes place, deficiency of vitamin K, bleeding will take place. Deficiency of vitamin C, scurvy. है ना? Scurvy. Vitamin B6, B6 is nothing but biotin. है ना? Biotin. Vitamin B12, yes, vitamin B12, your megaloblastic anemia. है ना? Cyanocobala mean, right? Cyanocobala mean. The D is your correct answer. है ना? चलो. Here you can see vitamin B6. B6, sorry, B6 is your pyridoxine, not biotin. B5 or B7? B7 is your biotin. B6 is your pyridoxine, है ना? So vitamin B6 administered with isoniazid to reduce down the neurotoxicity, right? B9 pernicious anemia, exactly. Now, citrullinemia is metabolic disorder of citric acid cycle, urea cycle, glycosenolysis or beta oxidation. Citrullinemia. Citrullinemia, citric acid cycle, TCA, है ना? How many total? That's your 24 ATPs are being produced, right? In one cycle. Urea cycle, glycosenolysis or beta oxidation. What's that? Simple, it is nothing but your urea cycle over here, है ना? Urea cycle over here is your correct answer, है ना? Urea cycle. Okay. Now, enzyme which is useful in the treatment of leukemia, guys. Okay, leukemia is nothing but your blood cancer, है ना? Leukemia is nothing but your blood cancer. Urokinase, streptokinase, asparaginase or pepsin enzyme they are asking. Yeah, simple. We have understood in your chemotherapy part also, chemotherapy of neoplastic drugs. So what's that? Urokinase, streptokinase, asparaginase or pepsin? Urokinase and streptokinase, these are your fibrinolytic in nature. Fibrinolytic, है ना? Fibrinolytic in nature. Urokinase, streptokinase, alteplase, है ना? Alteplase. Asparaginase, yes, L-asparaginase. This is an enzyme which is very much useful in your leukemia, which is your nothing but blood cancer. Pepsin, that has been secreted from the stomach, है ना? Gastric. So, asparaginase is your correct answer, right? Now, lecithin contains which of the following polar groups? Okay, lecithin is your word. Lecithin is your neutral surfactant, है ना? Neutral surfactant. So lecithin contains carboxyl group, amino group, phosphate group or hydroxy group? Yeah, anyone? Over here, lecithin contains which of the polar group? Lecithin is definitely your surfactant, but which surfactant? Phosphate group, simple है ना. Phosphatidylcholine, that is your phosphatidylcholine है ना. Phosphate group is present over there है ना. Okay, चलो. Codon AUG is what? Chain initiating codon, releasing factor for peptide chain, recognition site onto the tRNA, or chain terminating codon. Codon AUG, chain initiating codon, release factor for peptide chain, recognition site onto the tRNA, or chain terminating codon. Yeah, guys. Codon AUG, nothing but chain initiating codon over here. Here you can see the codon AUG and sometimes GUG are your chain initiating codons over here. Okay. Now, which are the following charge present to the nucleic acid? Okay, nucleic acid. Nucleic acid, positive, negative, both positive, negative, neither positive or negative. Yeah. Which one? Simple, right? Over here, that's your negative. Amino acids, sorry, nucleic acid, that's your negative, right? Nucleic acid, they have negative charge. Amino acid, they do have both the charges, right? Okay. The metabolic function of the riboflavin involves the metabolic function of riboflavin, है ना? The vitamin B2, vitamin B2, है ना? Thiamine and then riboflavin. So riboflavin is having what? FN and FAD cofactors, NADP and NADPH, AMP or ATP, retinal or retinine. FMN and FAD, these are the metabolic functions of this one. NADP and NADPH, that is your of nicotinamide, nicotinamide, whereas retinal and retinine, these are your vitamin A, है ना? These are your vitamin A cofactors. These are your cofactors over here, guys. FMN and FAD, these are the cofactors of vitamin B2, है ना? And nicotinic acid, nicotinamide, NADP and NADPH, है ना? FADH2, 1 FADH2, 1 FADH2 will be giving how much ATPs? 2 ATPs, right? 1 NADPH will be giving 1 NADPH will be giving you around 3 ATPs, okay? And these both 1 and 2, these both are present in your tricyclic acetic acid TCA cycle, okay? AMP ATP, you know that. Retinal and retinine, that's your vitamin A K cofactor, which was essential for your eye clearance, है ना? Vision of your eye, okay? Sure. Okay, riboflavin, FMN and FND, है ना? Thiamine, TPP, niacin, pyridoxine, NAD plus, NADP plus. Yeah, you can see over here. B6 is your pyridoxine, B7 is your biotin, है ना? B9 folic acid, B12 cobalamin, and vitamin C, that's ascorbic acid, right? Now, if cytosine content present into the nucleic acid is 35%, then content of thymidine. Okay, simple, very simple. AGCT, if you apply over here, AGCT, if you apply over here, if C is 30%, then what will be T? Then what will be T? AGCT, that is your 15%. How? If cytosine is 3, then by Chargaff rule, C pairs with G. So guanine is also 35. Hana? Guanine is also 35. The total C plus G here is around 35 to 35, that's your 70%. Remaining 100 minus 70, that is your 30% left. After that, for adenine, it will be A and thymidine also will be T. So 30 divided by 2, it is your around 15%. Hana? Chargaff rule. Now, vitamin E reduces the requirement of vitamin E, guys. Vitamin E, that is your anti-sterility factor, right? That is your sterility factor. anti-sterility, sorry, anti-sterility factor, right? Anti-sterility factor. So is it your iron, zinc, selenium, or magnesium? What's that? Yeah, anyone? Exactly, from profession and Shravani, very nice. Over here, guys, this one, vitamin E reduces the importance of selenium over here, which is having a same kind of function, है ना? So selenium and vitamin E. Okay, chalo. Which metal is present in your vitamin B12? Vitamin B12. Cyanocobalamin. Cyanocobalamin. Is it your iron, magnesium, cobalt, or zinc? Yeah, cyanocobalamin. So cyanocobalamin, है ना? Cyanocobalamin. तो cyanide, है ना? That is your CN. All right. Cobala means cobalt, है ना? So obviously that is your word. Cobalt is your correct answer, है ना? Cobalt will be your correct answer over here, right? Chal. Now, cobalt atom. Features of competitive inhibition is what? Okay, competitive inhibition. Now I'll be reading this as competitive only, not non-competition, है ना? So for example, this is your enzymatic site, है ना? And this is your active site to be precise, है ना? For example, this is your active site, है ना? This is your substrate, this is your substrate, and this is your inhibitor, है ना? This is your inhibitor. So substrate and inhibitor are been fighting for the same site, for the same active site, because these are structurally similar. But this inhibitor will bind onto this side. This inhibitor will be binding onto this side. Then what will happen? Then what will happen? The affinity of this substrate, the affinity is substrate is less. And I told you the affinity is inversely proportional to the Km value. है ना? So Km value will be increase over here because affinity is less, the Km value will be increased. And ultimately, if inhibitor is binding onto this one, if inhibitor is binding onto this one, Vmax will be what? Vmax will be same because Vmax will not be reduced. Vmax will not be reduced. If it would be reduced, then only when substrate would be binding over here, then only Vmax would be reduced. Otherwise, if inhibitor is directly binding onto this active site, then Vmax will be same. Okay, so these are the conditions. Km is going to increase, Km decrease, nahi. Vmax same, है ना? तो Vmax constant. D is your correct answer, right? D is your correct answer over here. Yes, Vmax constant. Now, biologically active form of vitamin D in human is what? Cholecalciferol, calcifediol, calciferol, or calcitriol. Biological. Km increase, Vmax constant. Exactly, found question. है ना? So over here, what is that? Vitamin D in humans. Cholecalciferol, calcifediol, calciferol, or calcitriol. That is our calcitriol. We used to take cholecalciferol, है ना? Through that sachets, we used to take cholecalciferol, but over here, that has been activated from a vitamin D. That is nothing but calcitriol. Okay, 1,2,5 dihydroxy cholecalciferol. That is nothing but your calcitriol, right? Okay, the deficiency of which vitamin causes the disease called pellagra? Okay, pellagra. Ascorbic acid, scurvy, है ना? Nicotinic acid, yes, nicotinic acid is the one which is associated with pellagra over here, right? Pellagra over here. Pantothenic acid, vitamin B12, you know, vitamin B12, what? Megaloblastic anemia. Pantothenic acid is also responsible for something, I know. That is maybe hand and foot syndrome, maybe something like that. Pantothenic acid, maybe I have remember something, but not. Okay. The Michaelis-Menten equation relates the velocity of a reaction catalyzed by an enzyme with. Okay. Over here, the Michaelis-Menten equation. The Michaelis-Menten equation, that is also having Km and Vmax, right? So over here, what is that correct one? The Michaelis-Menten equation relates the velocity of a reaction catalyzed by an enzyme with concentration of product form, concentration of substrate required, collision frequency, or energy of activation. What is that? Hmm. What's that over here? Hand and foot burning, na? Yes, yes, yes. So that is nothing but your concentration of substrate required. That is nothing but your Km value, है ना? Vmax, velocity. Vmax, velocity of a reaction. That is your Vmax. But what does it correlate? It correlates with your concentration of substrate required. That is nothing but your Km, right? Okay. Now, the enzyme that converts pyruvate to acetyl-CoA. All right. Okay, that's your intermediate cycle, है ना? Intermediate cycle, है ना? What we used to call as intermediate cycle between glycolysis to TCA cycle, Krebs cycle. So what is that? Succinate dehydrogenase, succinate dehydrogenase, lactate or pyruvate dehydrogenase. Yeah, what's that? What's that over here? That is nothing but pyruvate dehydrogenase, right? Okay. Now, which of the following is a component of the coenzyme A? Coenzyme A, retinol, pantothenic acid, pyridoxine, or retinoic acid. Okay, that is important. This one is important, guys. They used to ask question from here. Coenzyme A, pantothenic acid, pyridoxine, retinoic acid. That is your pantothenic acid, which will be giving you coenzyme A over here. Okay, so B is your correct answer. Here you can see pantothenic acid, coenzyme A. Right now, which is final electron acceptor in electron transport chain? Okay, electron transport chain that takes place into the mitochondria for your oxidative stress, है ना? So over here it is your oxygen, ATP, cytochrome or FAD, है ना? Final electron acceptor in electron transport chain, oxygen, ATP, cytochrome or FAD. What's that? That is your oxygen, obviously, right? Oxygen. Okay. Now, the disease characterized by increase in the number of red blood cell. Okay. Red blood cells are increased. Iron deficiency? No. Megaloblastic? No. Sickle cell? No. Polycythemia? Yes. Polycythemia is your when red blood cells number are going to be increased. Deficiency, iron deficiency, megaloblastic, sickle cell, these are all three are from the reduced number, है ना? Deficiency of these ones. But polycythemia, that is for increased number of that cell, right? So D is going to be your correct answer, polycythemia, है ना? Okay. Now, which of the following vitamin is useful for the formation of prothrombin? Okay, prothrombin, guys, prothrombin is useful for the clotting purpose, right? Prothrombin is useful for your clotting purpose, clotting factor, है ना? Prothrombin, right? So vitamin K, vitamin C, vitamin B, or vitamin A, obviously that is your vitamin K, which is your clotting factor itself, है ना? Which is very much useful for the formation of prothrombin, है ना? Vitamin C, that is for your immunity. Vitamin B complex, plenty of vitamin B are there. Vitamin A for your retina purpose, है ना? Vision of your eye. All right. So vitamin K. Okay. Chalo. Now, which reagent is used for analyzing the urobilinogen in urine? Okay, urobilinogen in urine. Ehrlich aldehyde reagent, Van der Berg reagent, Faucher reagent, or Tollens reagent. What's that? Which reagent is used for analyzing urobilinogen? Okay, the bilinogen in urine, है ना? Ehrlich aldehyde reagent, Van der Berg reagent, Faucher reagent, or Tollens reagent. What's that, guys? Yeah. That is nothing but your Ehrlich aldehyde reagent, which is responsible for your urobilinogen in urine. Okay, the urobilinogen plus Ehrlich aldehyde reagent, acidic medium, obviously that is in your urine, and a condensing product, pink red color will be form over here. And increased urobilinogen in urine indicates hemolytic jaundice. For hemolytic jaundice, this test is being done. Which test? That is your urobilinogen test. All right. Okay, so this is it for your inorganic chemistry, biochemistry, as well as physical chemistry, guys. I hope I have made you clear around all the MCQs that we have done. 150 MCQs in just 2 hours, right? Just wanna say at the end, guys, just trust yourself, है ना? Trust your hard work, trust your timing, and trust your everything, because that trust is the only one which makes you stand over here too far, है ना? You have prepared for GPAT for last 1 year, and now you have qualified GPAT. GPAT is done 3 months back even, है ना? Now NIPER in just a span of 2 days. So the trust is very much important, है ना? Although we also trust you guys, we also trust your preparation, and preparation is something what makes you feel confident. As I said previously also, your preparation, your knowledge, and your smile is your actual jewelry, है ना, to your confidence, है ना? So make sure you have all those things in your mind and do attempt that NIPER examination in a very freely manner, है ना? You have given a lot towards your preparation, and now it's the time to execute all those preparation in that single day. All right, so wishing you all the very best for your examination, guys. The series is not over yet. The series is not over yet, and the series will be continued. This is just the first segment of the today's morning, Anna. Until 9 p.m. it will be staying there, so make sure you will be connected with the other teachers as well, Anna. And now wishing you all the very best. Thank you so much, and make sure you have liked this video session, है ना? Because that's the only way through which we can get some motivation ourselves. Okay, thank you so much, guys, and do take care of yourself. Bye bye. Do like this session, huh? Chalo, bye bye, guys.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Am I audible properly? Am I audible? Am I audible? Yes. Good morning, everyone. Audible, audible, audible. Yes. So, today is the last part of your telepathy series, right? And today I'm going to complete jurisprudence, dispensing, and hospital pharmacy. All three of them. Total 100 questions we are going to discuss within 2 hours, right? Everything to be done. Make your pharma part very strong, and then non-pharma bit stronger. Or if your non-pharma is weaker, try to make it in the medium category. Let's get started. Jurisprudence 50 question. This particular act become very important this time. May be asked in the question. Essential Commodity Act was administered by which ministry? Essential Commodity Act 1955 is administered by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Ministry of Home Affairs. What do you think? What is our correct answer? Essential Commodity Act. Yes. See, Essential Commodity Act, this particular act forms the basis of DPCO Act also, or DPCO order. You must have studied that DPCO deals with the price control, and the basis of this particular act is this act, the Essential Commodity Act. To be more specific, the section 3, the section 3 of the Essential Commodity Act of 1955 forms the basis of drug price control order, which is therefore controlling of the prices that we know. This Essential Commodity Act was administered by the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. Option B is correct answer. Recently, the LPG gas has been classified under this act, and that's why it was very much in the current affairs, and that's why it has high probability that might be asked in the examination, right? So, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, right? This particular ministry handles the Consumer Protection Act also, the BIS Act also. Okay. Apart from the Essential Commodity Act, the BIS Act and the Consumer Protection Act was also under this particular ministry. When I talk about the Ministry of Home Affairs, the NDPS Act, the NDPS Act comes under the Ministry of Home Affairs, and NCB. The NDPS Act is administered or primarily has a bureau, that is Narcotic Control Bureau. Please remember, the Ministry of Home Affairs is administering the NDPS Act. Insecticide Act is something which has been spread. Fertilizers are there, insecticides are there, which is spread in the agricultural field. That's why it is under the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. When I talk about Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizer, we have DPCO Act and we have NPPA Act, not Act, authority. The DPCO has this particular authority, National Pharmaceutical Pricing Control Authority. So the Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizer will be dealing with DPCO, and rest others are under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. This small are important because sometimes you may get confused and take this as the answer, but this will not be the answer. That's why this small ministries are easier to understand. Only one thing to be remembered, and even you will get a full mark for it. Next, the Declaration of Helsinki is a document of American Medical Association, World Health Organization, Helsinki Health Institution, and World Medical Association. What is this Declaration of Helsinki, which is also known as DOH? Have you ever heard about it? You haven't heard about it. This particular declaration is a kind of ethical guidelines. So this declaration is a kind of ethical guidelines which prevent the physicians. This particular guidelines is for physicians, which prevent them to do any kind of torturous interrogation and so on. And that's why this was there. And this comes under World Medical Association. Okay, option D becomes the correct answer. Medical Association is the correct answer. Declaration of Helsinki is the World Medical Association's best known policy statement, and this is an ethical guideline where it is written. Oh, sorry, I got confused with this. Declaration of Tokyo is about the ethical guidelines, not Helsinki. Helsinki is the declaration of World Medical Association, that is correct, but this is a just policy statement. When I talk about Declaration of Tokyo, it is about the ethical guideline which prohibit the physician from any kind of cruel treatment. When I talk about Declaration of Helsinki, it is just a policy statement which has been made. Declaration of Geneva is nothing but, again, it is based on the principle of Hippocrates Oath. The modern version could be said. So please remember, Declaration of Helsinki is a policy statement. Declaration of Tokyo is the ethical guideline for the physician so that they can inhibit the torturous negotiation of cruel treatment. Then Declaration of Geneva is a modern Hippocrates Oath. It is called as modern Hippocrates Oath. So these three declarations becomes important. Helsinki, Geneva, and Tokyo. Okay. Please do remember these three declarations. Testing laboratory of rDNA diagnostic kit is at CRI, Central Research Institute, Kasoli, CTTL Chennai, NIP Noida, and RGTL Guwahati. Testing laboratory for recombinant DNA and diagnostic test. Diagnostic kits. What do you think the table of the table? Which table? Your laboratory and function table. That particular table which is present in Drug and Cosmetic Act to be done, to be code. Yes, it is National Institute of Biologics, Noida. National Institute of Biologics, Noida. So this Kasoli Institute has all dealing with antigen, vaccine, seras, and serums, toxin, antigens, and so on is being tested in laboratory of Kasoli. When I talk about this National Institute of Biologics, this is something which is dealing with the blood grouping reagents, rDNA technology, hepatitis B virus, HIV virus, HIV, hepatitis C virus. So you can remember this. This table becomes very important. I need you people to remember this table. Very thorough. Okay. Next, when was the Food Safety Standard Act was enacted? Enacted. When was it enacted? In the year? Yes, 2005. Correct. 2005. Passed by the Indian Parliament in 2006. So 2005 then came till 1 year it was a time frame. So 2006 or 2005. The very close to the year was 2005. Although if such kind of question appears in your examination, then it may be gone through challenge. Why? Because 2006 is the exact time frame, but near to it is 2005. So we have ticked option A, and it came into force in 2011. Who has the power to remove the name of the registered pharmacist from the register? Who has that particular power? Central government, PCI, Executive Committee, and Drug Controller. Who has the power to remove the name? Register is prepared by the state. Register is being prepared by the state, right? The state register being prepared by the state, and then they supply 5 copies. They supply 5 copies. 1st April is the date frame where we have to supply it to the center, and this center will make that as a central register, right? This is how the sequence is. Now, to remove anybody's name, it is the duty of Executive Committee of State. It is a duty of Executive Committee of State as per Section 27. As per Section 27, Executive Committee is responsible for the removal of the name from the register. Executive Committee of State as per Section 27. 6 teacher representatives in PCI are elected from among themselves by Medical Council of India, University Grant Commission, state government, and central government. Tell me, 6 teacher representatives in PCI are elected from among themselves by elected in the PCI. Yes, very nice. It is UGC. Correct. This composition become very important. Next, the license for wholesale of drugs specified in Schedule X is issued in which form? License getting issued in which form? For wholesale. Don't be confused with the manufacturing licenses. Okay? I'm talking about for the wholesale one. So we have F for father and G for grandfather. This is how we made ourselves realized or memorized this, that whenever the F will be there, it is for the retail sale, and whenever the G will be there, it is for the wholesale. This is how we made ourselves to remember this. So option D is correct answer. F is for retail, G is for wholesale, and wholesale is been asked. Okay, NPG, license getting issued. Which of the following is a schedule 2 of the psychotropic substances? Which comes under the schedule 2? Mecloquilone, oxazolone, amphetamine, and pentobarbital. This is a kind of very deep question, although not expected, because you need to go through the schedules, right? But mecloquilone is the correct answer. It has been, see, this is the one. Psychotropic substances not allowed to be exported to specific country. This is given in schedule 2. And this, as the mecloquilone, will not be asked. This is my guarantee, this will not be asked. They can ask you what is schedule 2. Okay, they can ask you what is schedule 2, but they will not ask whether which drug will be coming under schedule 2. Licenses for the manufacturing of medicinal and toilet preparation are issued by Director of Health Services, Central Government, State Government, Excise Commissioner of the state. Licenses for the manufacturing of MTP, medicinal and toilet preparation, been issued by whom? Who will issue the license? License being issued by whom? Excise Commissioner of the state. Excise Commissioner of the state is responsible for issuing of the license. Next, under the Trademark Act of 1999, it is valid. A registered trademark is valid for the period of 7 years, 10 years, 15 years, or 20 years. Tell me, trademark is valid for patent for 20 years. Trademark for trademark is for 10 years. How come you can be forgetting this? 10 years is the time frame. Trademark is valid for 10 years only. See, patent for 20 years, trademark for 10 years. This was the same table as I have made you memorized in your classes also. Copyright is lifetime of the author plus 60 years after death. Then next is copyright for sound recording and cinematography, 60 years from publication, both of them. Industrial design, 10 years. Geographical indication, 10 years. Everything is 10 years. Just patent 20 years, and this copyright is something different. Which of the following functions are handled by Indian Pharmaceutical Commission? Pharmacovigilance Program of India, control of drug price in India, grant of license to chemist and druggist, and control of drug labeling. Both of them comes under Drug and Cosmetic Act. Okay, so this both of them gone. Drug price is DPCU gone. Pharmacovigilance Program of India is the correct answer. There is also one Materia Vigilance Program of India that is also being handled by the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. Next, role of FDA in United States is drug manufacturing, drug prescription, drug regulation, and safety drug marketing. What is the role of FDA? FDA, role of FDA is drug regulation and safety. CGMP regulation are established by whom? The very first country which established this CGMP regulation based on Capper-Harris agreement or amendment. Capper-Harris amendment. Do you people remember this? Which state was the one, or which country was the one? who has made the CGMP practice regulation established? Are you remember this? Who was the one? Which state? Rather than telling it as a state, which country? Yes, United States of America, US FDA, is the one who has made this agreement based on the Caput-Harris Amendment. CGMP practice came into picture. What is Schedule C? What is Schedule C? What is Schedule C? Yes, the biological which is to be administered parentally. Very nice. Opium does not contain any preparation containing not more than 0.2% morphine, 0.02% morphine, 0.1% morphine, and 0.01% morphine. Opium does not contain. Easy question. Yes, answering thermofluctuation correct. 0.2%. Not more than 0.2% morphine, then they will not be classified under opium. Similarly, 0.1% cocaine. Not more than 0.1% cocaine will not be classified into coca derivatives. Drug retail sale license are issued by whom? Drug Controller of India, Union Health Minister, Drug Controller Authority of State, and Director of Health Services. Who issued the licenses? Who has the power to issue license? Yes, Drug Controller Authority of the state is the correct answer. Responsible for issuing the license. The whole human blood is stored at which degree Celsius? It has the same storage condition as that of insulin. Correct. Option C, 2 to 8 degree Celsius. The person in charge of state drug control laboratory. Who is the person in charge of laboratory or state drug laboratory? Drug controller, government analyst, a drug inspector, or chief chemist? State drug laboratory. State drug laboratory. Correct. Government analyst is the one who is responsible or being a person in charge of a laboratory, whether it is CDL, whether it is SDL. Both of them have a government analyst. To analyze or test a drug sample, they are sent to whom? CDL, DTA, Central Testing Laboratory, and Central Drug Agency. Easy question. To analyze or test a drug sample, which is sent by drug inspector, maybe sometimes sent by magistrate, sometimes sent by magistrate also, judicial magistrate. Then, in that case, where it is sent to whom? Yes, the Central Drug Laboratory, the CDL, is the responsible one. Then, establishment having a qualified person engaged in compounding. So qualified person is there? Yes. Compounding is happening? Yes. Then this is called as drugstore, chemist and druggist, pharmacy, and medical store. What do you think? What do you think? Compounding is also happening and qualified person services is also needed. See, qualified person is also there. Compounding is also happening. This is a pharmacy. How come chemist and druggist? You people again forgot. How come at this point of time you can forget such silly things? Not expected, right? So the correct answer for this is pharmacy. See, drug store is the one where the licensee do not require the qualified pharmacist, qualified person not required. Where the licensee employ the service of qualified person is there, but compounding is not happening is the chemist and druggist. Compounding not happening. And if both of them is happening, then this is a pharmacy. Understood? Next, who has authority to appoint drug inspector under the Act? Who has the authority to issue to appoint a drug inspector? Again, a simple question. Both, yes. UPSC, DI vacancy. If UPSC is enclosing DI vacancy, then that is a central post. And if any state, suppose Kerala, Tamil Nadu has a drug inspector post, then they are for particular state. So both central and state government has the responsibility to issue, appoint the drug inspector. Schedule H drug shall be sold by retail on the prescription of registered medical practitioner. Such a silly question. If a cosmetic contain any harmful or toxic substances that makes it unsafe or injurious to the health for the user, then it falls under which category? Misbranded cosmetic, adulterated cosmetics, spurious cosmetic, or prohibited cosmetic. What it is telling, if the cosmetic contain any harmful or toxic substances, in that case. Yes, very nice. It is adulterated cosmetics. Next, safety pharmacological study. Safety. Okay, we have QSEM. In that, the safety perspective been asked for human pharmaceuticals are covered in which S6, S7A, S8, S9 safety studies. Safety pharmacological studies for human pharmaceuticals. S7A. S7A is our correct answer. This is the table you must have studied. SS7A is the one safety pharmacological study for the human pharmaceuticals. Which ISO standard is related to medical device quality management system? QMS, quality management system. Quality management system. QMS. Yes. The ISO 13485 guideline, ISO 13485 medical device quality management system. Schedule X drug preservation of prescription copies for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 year. How many years for Schedule X drug? Schedule X drug preservation of prescription copies. It will not be 5 years, it will not be 1 year. Either it will be 2 years or 3 years, and we know this 2 years is the correct answer. 2 years is the correct answer. Legal standard to be compiled with the imported drug are listed in second schedule, first and schedule B, schedule K. For imported drug, the legal standards. What do you think? What is the correct answer? Standards. Think very properly, huh? I need a proper thinking from you guys. You should think on every option properly. Try to recall every option. What was there in schedule D? What was there in schedule K? What was there in first schedule and second schedule? Yes, very nice. Option A is correct answer. In first schedule, we have all the books. In second schedule, we have all the standards. Schedule D is a drug which is prohibited from import provisions. Import provisions means any rules and regulations related to imports are not applied on this drug. And K, the drugs which are inhibited from manufacturing provision. Right? Which laboratory for testing of condoms? CRI Kasoli, Chennai, Lucknow, and IBRI Izatnagar. Yes, CDTL Chennai. Which of the following is not an ex officio member of DTAP? Who is not an ex officio member of DTAP? DGHS, DCGI, CDRI, ICMR Director. Not the ex officio member. There are total of 8 ex officio members. Right? Among them, which one is not there as per this option? Go as per this option. C. The DGHS is the chairman. So he will be there. This is also there. Option C or D. Which one is the correct one? C or D? D is incorrect. ICMR has nothing to do with ex officio membership of the DTAP. So ICMR director is not there as a member. Central Research Institute, CDL director, all of them are present. Advertisement of drug for inducing miscarriage is allowed, restricted, prohibited, exempted. Advertisement of a drug for inducing miscarriage is allowed, restricted, prohibited, or exempted. C. Miscarriage inducing is a prohibited category. Yes, option C is correct answer. Which of the following is an ex officio member of a state pharmacy council? SPC, State Pharmacy Council, ex officio membership. There are total 3 members. Chief Minister of the state, the Chief Administrative Medical Officer of a state, the President of Indian Medical Association, and the Director General of Health Services. What do you think? Who is the ex officio member? One is government analyst, right? Yes, option B is correct answer. The Chief Administrative Medical Officer of a state is the one who is the ex officio member. The government analyst is the one, and the officer in charge of Drug and Cosmetic Act is also one of the member. Which section empowered PCI to make education regulation? Tell me the section. We have memorized all the section of Pharmacy Act. Which section empowers PCI to make education regulation? Yes, very nice. Option A, section 10. What is section 12? What is section 12? Have we studied section 12? Yes. What it is? Section 12, what it is? We complete our primary education till standard 10. So this is how we remember section 10. What is section 12? How we have made ourselves remember section 12? Something related to course of study? Was it like that? Something related to course of study or no? Yes or no? Something related to course of study, yes or no? Once again, I don't have that section table with me, or else I would have gone through that table. Section 12 was course of study. See, if in further question, if I get that particular table, then I will let you know, or else at the end, before the end of this class, I will find it and let you know the tricks. Okay? Section 10 is the correct answer. Equipment recommended for the manufacturing of powder HMNX. Yes. Schedule equipments. They are talking about equipments. Sorry, for the manufacturing of the powders. So we have premises and requirements. Premises and requirement in Schedule M. So that is correct answer. Schedule N is nothing but it is the minimum equipments required for the efficient running of pharmacy store. Nothing manufacturing as such been mentioned here. So C will not be the correct answer. Don't get confused here because equipment is the one which is required for the running of pharmacy store. They comes under Schedule N. It has nothing to do with the manufacturing. Your manufacturing is given. And that's why option B becomes our correct answer. See here. Requirement of premises, plants and equipment for pharmaceutical product manufacturing. Under DPCO, how many bulk drug been there under statutory control of DPCO Act of 1995? 500, 376, 74, 50. As per DPCO 1995, you need to tell me. As per DPCO 1995, how many drugs? How many drugs as per DPCO 1995? Yes, correct. Option C. 74 drugs has been controlled. Next, what is the information given in Form 2 of DPCO? Now it has become the matter of concern because here it has not been mentioned whether they are asking about 2013 or whether they are asking about 1995. Right? Try to tell me as per 1995 only. Whenever not mentioned, we have to automatically consider as a 1995. But in examination, they will definitely mention there. If it is not mentioned, then it can be challenged. Simple. What is the information given? Form 2 of DPCO. Yes. Prices of the non-scheduled medicaments or non-scheduled bulk drugs as per 1995. And submission of revision of prices as per 2013. For the subsequent conviction, subsequent under DMRA Act, the imprisonment term may extend up to 6 months, 1 year, 2 year, 5 year. For subsequent in the sense again doing the same offense. First time 6 months. Then doing it subsequently, then how many years? This one. Yes. Option A, option B, 1 year. Which of the following is not covered under the advertisement of DMRA? Wrapper, label, circular, prescription. Not covered under the advertisement under DMRA Act. Yes, it is wrapper, label, circular, notice, right? With sound, smoke, and lighting. Wrapper, label, circular notice, sound, smoke, and lighting. All of them covers under the definition of advertisement, but prescription being not covered. Which list of medicine forms the basis of Schedule 1 of DPCO? Which is that list? Prescription drug, National List of Essential Medicine, OTC Medicine List, and WHO GMP guideline. The basis of Schedule 1 of the DPCO Act. What is mentioned in the first schedule of DPCO? Very nice. National List of Essential Medicine forms the basis of, these are the list of essential medicine where the price control has been done. So option B is our correct answer. Next, as per MTP Act of 1971, provides the termination of pregnancy can be done under situation by RFP when the length is not exceeding 12 weeks, more than 20 weeks exceeds 12 weeks, and none of the above. C. According to MTP Act, the termination can be done when the length is in which term frame? Tell me. Or the it could be rather you can simply say one RMP is sufficient to do a termination. This is how the question suppose it is framed. Then what is the correct answer? C. If it is more than 20 weeks, then no termination at all can be happening here. No termination at all. When it is 12 to 20 weeks, 2 RMP is required. And when it is not more than 12 weeks, okay? Not more than 12 weeks, in that case, 1 RMP is required. This is as per 1971 rule. So here option A will be correct answer. Not exceeding 12 weeks, 1 RMP is required. In a non-bonded manufactory shall be inspected by the other officer at least once every month, once every 2 months, once every 6 months, once every year. Non-bonded one and bonded one, what is the difference between non-bonded laboratory and a bonded laboratory? What is the difference between bonded and non-bonded laboratory? What is the difference between bonded and a non-bonded laboratory? There is only one difference, right? See, A is correct answer. Once every month. Once every month is. So there is the difference is of payment of duty. Payment of duty. In non-bonded, duty has not been paid. Not been paid throughout. Wrong. Duty is not been paid in bonded one. In bonded one, no duty is been paid when the spirit is issued. When the spirit is issued, no duty has to be paid. But in non-bonded one, they has to pay the duty when the spirit is issued. Bonded laboratory will pay the duty. When it will be paying the duty? When the finished pharmaceutical is getting out of the manufactory. Finished pharmaceutical is getting out of the manufactory. In that case, the bonded laboratory has to pay the duty. But when at the time of issuing the spirit, they are under no obligation to pay the duty. Schedule formulation means any formulation included in which schedule? First schedule, second schedule, third schedule, fourth schedule. Whenever the word schedule formulation, whenever the word scheduled formulation associated with the selling price. Whenever the word a new drug associated with retail price. Understood? Please remember these tricks. Yes, it is the first schedule correct answer. Approved places for termination of pregnancy may be approved by district officer, medical council, court, and government. Approved places for MTP is approved by whom? Who will approve? Government. Government is the one which will approve the places. To be very specific, it is chief medical officer, which is not there in the option itself. So that's why option D is our correct answer. Okay. So we have to take a broader look over the question also. A district level committee will be forming. In that committee, not less than 3 and not more than 5 members should be there. Chief medical officer is the one who is the chairperson, and he is the one who also approve the places. But this is all happening under government. That's why we are telling that it is done by the government or a district level committee. The district officer is incorrect one. We have to do either it will be district level committee. If it is been in the option district level committee, then that will be the correct answer. But there was no option as a district level committee, and that's why we haven't choose that. Maximum quantity of each sample taken from a batch should not exceed 50 ml, 100 ml, 150 ml, and 250 ml. As per the MDP Act, should not exceed. Yes, 150 ml is the correct answer. Very nice. Two samples can be taken from each batch and should not exceed 150 ml, one which is sent to chemical examiner. The representative or nominee included in the Institute of Animal Ethics Committee belongs to Animal Welfare Board of India, which is also known as AWPI, CPCSCA Committee, Indian Veterinary Association, and Central Drug Laboratory. Belongs to what? One of the representative or nominee in Institute of Animal Ethics Committee. It is B as the correct answer. Okay, it is B as the correct answer. IC members from the establishment are the biological scientist, the scientist in charge of animal facility, the veterinarian, two scientists from another discipline, scientists from outside the institution, non-socially, not scientifically socially aware member and representative or nominee of the committee, CPCSA committee. Under CGMP, which document describes the procedure for production and process control? Investigator, brochure, MPR, that is Master Production Batch Record, Certificate of Analysis Only, and Marketing Authorization. Which document describes the production and process control? Production and process control. The name itself suggests what will be the answer. Sometimes your question itself has the answer in it. We just need to look at it very carefully. Yes, master production batch record is the correct answer. The master production batch record, which is also known as master production and control record, is a document that describes the procedures for production and process control. It ensures that each batch is consistently produced and meet the regulatory guidelines. It has a product name and strength, a list of raw material, manufacturing instruction, process control equipment which is used, packaging and labeling instruction, sampling and testing requirement, and so on. Next, which CFR part deals primarily with the GLP of for non-clinical studies? CFR 58, 312, 211, and 820. GLP studies given under which CFR guidelines? Given under which CFR guidelines? Correct. Option A, 58. Number 58. C. Good laboratory practices for the non-physical studies. When I talk about 210, it is about manufacturing. It's CGMP for manufacturing, processing, packaging, and holding of a drug. 211 for the finished pharmaceutical. 312 is for the IND. 820 is for the quality system regulation. The Hatch-Waxman Act is primarily deal with clinical trial, drug advertising, patent and generic drug approval, and manufacturing licenses. Hatch-Waxman Act. Only three more questions from jurisprudence, and then we are done with the jurisprudence part. We'll be moving towards hospital and dispensing pharmacy. Yes, C is correct answer. Patent and generic drug approval. Hatch-Waxman Act is also known as Drug Price Competition Patent Term Restoration Act, which is used for approving the generic drug while balancing the protection, that is intellectual property protection for the brand name pharmaceutical developers, right? So we need to remember this thing. So it is related to patented and generic drug approval. Accelerated stability testing is conducted at. Accelerated stability testing will be conducted at. A very straightforward question being asked here. Yes, 40 degrees Celsius and 75% of RH. Bracketing and matrixing design are described in Q1C, Q1D, Q1E, and Q1F. CDF. Q1C is for the new dosage form. Q1D is for the designing. So option B is correct answer. Q1A is about evaluation. F is stability data registration, something related to registration. All homeopathic preparation containing alcohol falls under which category? Bonded preparation, restricted preparation, Ayurvedic preparation, and non-proprietary preparations. All homeopathic preparation is a containing alcohol is a restricted. Restricted is the correct answer. Restricted preparation. They are restricted preparation. All homeopathic preparation containing alcohol, which is being classified as consuming as a ordinary alcoholic beverages and attract the duties prescribed will be falling under the restricted preparations. Okay. Next is dispensing pharmacy. Total 25 question. Before moving to it, towards it, we'll take 1 minute break. Till then, you can drink water or just have a brief walking. Just have a brief walking. It's been 3 hours since the session started, right? 3 hours. Get yourself some water, have something to eat, freshen up yourself, go and wash your faces, then come again. Any doubts, then even in this period you can ask. Once everyone is ready, please let me know that we are ready, ma'am. Let's go. Please, everyone, once you are ready, please let me know, then we can move ahead. Ah, table. Let me search your table. Let the table. Pharma profession, are you subscribed to any batches? I think in batches I have got the Pharmacy Act in that you will get the table. If you are subscribed or have taken batches in that case. Table, I can get it. I got the table at the end. Okay, we'll teach you at the end. Till then, we'll complete this section. Which part of prescription? In crash course. Acha, crash course. Okay, we'll do it. I got it. Which part of prescription contains the names and quantities of the prescribed ingredient? Names and quantities, not the dosage form. Tell me where you will find a subscription, inscription, signature, or superscription. Tricks of licenses has been there. There was last year AIM GPAT 2026. AIM GPAT 2026 classes. 26 or 25 classes were going on this YouTube channel itself. You will get it there. Try to go in the playlist section. In playlist, there will be AIM's GPAT playlist. 2026 or 25, one of them. So check there. You will get one part. I think one or two part is there. In Hindi batch, it is also there, and in English batch is also. It is also there in English batch also. It is inscription. Very easy question. Which of the following is the first step in processing a prescription order? Packaging, reading the prescription, receiving the prescription, dispensing the medication. What do you think? Yes, the very first is receiving the prescription. Then you will read it. Then you will dispense and then packaging according to this. So you will receive it, then reviewing of that prescription, reading and checking, interpret and check for the interaction. Any kind of interaction in the sense interaction between pharmacist and the registered medical practitioner. Collecting and weighing the material, compounding, labeling, packaging. This is the end process. Ambulum means tablespoonful, teaspoonful, dessertspoonful, wine glassful. The term ambulum denotes what? Ambulum, tablespoonful is the correct answer. Okay, all this has been done several times. Ambulum is a tablespoonful. The part of prescription take though. No need for option as well. You know this very well. What it is. It is superscription. Signature is the direction given to prescriber, pharmacist, patient, and manufacturer. Signature is a please write 5A, B, C, D, whatever option with a number so that I can understand which answer you are giving to the patient. Very nice. And this direction given to pharmacist is known as the direction which is given to pharmacist. In which part of prescription? In which part of prescription direction is given to pharmacist? In which part of prescription direction is given to pharmacist? Subscription. Very nice. Oristile means eye drop, ear drop, nasal drop, spray solution. Ori, the word Ori, whenever the word Ori will be coming, you have to associate it with, you have to associate it with ear. Very nice. So, eardrop is the correct answer. Which of the following formula used for calculating child dose based on body weight? Weight. Young formula, Clark formula, Price formula, Dilling's formula. Based on age, we have something this I have told you in patches also. For age, it is Young's formula, Vestido formula, Cowling's formula, Dilling's formula, and Wright's formula. For surface area based, it is a 𝘾𝙀 formula. For weight, weight of whom? Weight of Clark. So option B is correct answer. What is Pride formula among this? Which one is the Pride formula? This is Dilling's formula. Option C is Dilling's formula. Right? Option B is correct answer. Age of child in months divide by 150 into adult dose. Price formula is used to calculate the infant dose for infants. Sorry. Which part? What does the Latin term dolor urgente signifies in the prescription? When the pain is severe, to be taken immediately. When the cough is severe and to be taken frequently. Something is urgent. Dolor urgent. Among this, what do you think? B and D gone. A, yes. When the pain is very severe, this is an urgent situation and we need a treatment. Urgent situation, dolor urgente. 1 pound is equal to how many grams? 450 grams, 500 grams, 400 grams, and 600 grams. 1 pound is equal to how many grams? 1 pound is equal to 450 grams. Very nice. SOS means take occasionally, take immediately, take when necessary, take as directed. SOS. See opposite. Correct. 11. 11. C is the answer. Because take as when necessary. Using Young's formula, calculate the dose of 5-year-old child with the adult dose 340 mg. Use the Young's formula. And let me know the correct answer. Young's formula. Recall the formula and you will get the correct answer. Not more than 30 seconds for any calculation. Is this correct formula? Is this correct? Age is 5. 5 plus 12 into 340. 12 plus 5 is 17 into 340. 17 twos are 1, 2, 20. 5 twos are 10. 100 mg is the correct answer. Right? 1 pound is equal to 10 ounce, 12 ounce, 14 ounce, and 16 ounce. One pound is equal to, remember, yes, 12 ounce is our 12 ounce is our correct answer. 12 ounce is 1 pound. How come 16 you are giving the answer 12 ounce? 16 or 12? Why everyone is giving D as the answer? Which of the following is a factor which is influencing those calculation? Synergism, antagonism, idiosyncrasy, and all of the above. Factor influencing dose calculation. Yes, all of this is correct answer. The correct equivalent of minus 10 degrees Celsius is how many Fahrenheit? Simply convert degrees Celsius into Fahrenheit. Convert degrees Celsius into Fahrenheit. Use the formula. More 10 question for dispensing. Then we'll move to hospital pharmacy, the last part. 15A, 15B, 15C, 15D. Then with the calculation, see the correct answer is 14 degree Fahrenheit, and this is the formula which I told you to use, where we have to use only this much part. Calculate accordingly. You must have got the correct answer. Understood? Calculate the dose of 15-year-old child if the adult dose is 650 mg. You can even use Gobbling's formula 453, 433, 450.7, and 580.5. You can even use Goblin's formula. The part wise formula was there. you can use that formula also. For 33 mg, the part 1 wise formula is you need to use 2 by 3rd part of the 650 and you will get 43.33 for 433.3 mg as the correct answer. Find the percentage strength of 35-degree overproof and 45-degree underproof. Percentage strength they are asking. Overproof has been given, underproof is given. Find out the percentage strength. All these are formula based, done several times. So it's your duty now to do it. Recall everything and do it. When I talk about the percentage of 35-degree overproof, although the question was incomplete, 35-degree overproof, it will be 77 percentage. 45-degree underproof, 31.37 percentage. This is the particular formula. Whenever dealing with underproof, you need to use negative. Whenever dealing with overproof, you have to use positive. That's it. So 100 plus whatever the overproof percentage divided by 1.753. Similarly, here it will be coming minus underproof divided by 1.753. 1 teaspoon means how much? 1 teaspoon means how much? 1 teaspoon. We drink tea at 4 p.m. in the evening. Option A is correct answer. We eat a dessert at 8 in the evening. 8 ml is for the dessert spoonful. There are 15 people sitting on a dining table. So 1 tablespoon is the 15 ml. This is how you need to remember. So option A is here correct answer. Meaning of the Latin term tremendous is what? To be taken, you take, to be used, to be applied. To be used is utendus. To be applied is applicandus. Gone, gone. We are left with option A and option B. What do you think will be the correct answer? Tremendous, or it could be also written as capiendus. Tremendous or capiendus. Yes, to be taken is the correct answer. Very nice. The Latin term dictate means injection. Injection deals with injectio. Tabulate deals with tabula. Drops is the correct answer. Cachetis capsula mylaceae. Right? Powder for external use are called as dusting powder, bulk powder, trituration, effervescent powder for external use. Anyone A, B, C, D? Yes, simple dusting powder. Which incompatibility may be corrected by changing the order of mixing? Delayed, immediate, tolerated, adjusted. There are three types of incompatibilities: physical, chemical, therapeutical, which we remember it as a PCT. In physical, we have the mnemonic as slip. What is this slip? It is liquefaction. Next is immiscibility. Next is insolubility. And the last one is precipitation. This is the mnemonic for the physical incompatibility. When I am dealing with the chemical incompatibility, there are two types: tolerated, adjusted. Even one more thing you need to remember in chemical incompatibility, whenever any names of the chemical been given, like alkaloids, salicylates, iodides, then it will be dealing with the chemical incompatibility. Therapeutic always deals with drug, dosage, dosage form, drug, doctor, doctor related errors. So remember drug related, dosage related, doctor related errors are given in therapeutic incompatibility. Now, this incompatibility will be corrected if the order of mixing is getting changed. So we have a tolerated or either adjusted. So delayed and immediate will not be correct answer. We have done this as a tolerated way because the ingredient is the same. If I am using A plus B plus C to get product as E, but I got to know that the sequence in which I am mixing is not correct. So simply by doing B plus C first and then adding A, I am also getting E as the product. So this is the same ingredient I am using to get my product. But if the ingredients are not compatible and I am using A plus B plus D to get E, that means I have adjusted by using the another. I have adjusted by using the another ingredient. And so adjusted will be we are using the similar ingredient having the similar properties for getting the product, or else we are just changing the order so to get the product. So once in one case we are tolerating the ingredient, in another case we are not tolerating the ingredient. We are adjusting it with another, or if we are replacing and adjusting it with the another ingredient. Powders are dry, finely divided drug chemicals intended for internal use, external use, topical use, all of this. What do you think here? All of this? Yes. The Latin term of ointment is the Latin term for ointment is augmentum. 0.1 gram is equivalent to 1000 mg, 100 mg, 10 mg, and 1 mg. 1 gram is equivalent to 1000 mg. So, 0.1 gram is equivalent to how much? Simple cross multiplication. 0.1 gram could also be written as 1 by 10. 1 by 10 into 1000. 0 gone. That means 100 mg is equivalent to 0.1 gram. Correct. We have done with hospital dispensing pharmacy. Now the last part of today's, not today, last part of my today's session. It's hospital pharmacy. Total 25 question, one by one. The first drug information center was established in which year? Quickly going or moving through the hospital pharmacy part, only 25 more questions. Tell me. The first drug information center in your hospital and clinical pharmacy module, it will be there. It is in the year of 1962. Okay. Drug information center established in 1962, the very first one. Unopened insulin is stored at -1 to -5 degrees Celsius, 2 to 8 degrees Celsius, 15 to 20 degrees Celsius, 20 to 30 degrees Celsius. Correct. 2 to 8 degrees Celsius. It doesn't matter. Insulin has to be stored at 2 to 8 degrees Celsius, not to be frozen. The number of pharmacists required for 200-bed hospital. Up to 53, up to 100, 5, up to 200, 8, up to 300, 10, up to 500, 15. So, for 200, 8 pharmacists is required. Which of this is not a type of records? Patient records, financial records, legal records, and budgeting records. Which of the following is not a record? Which is not the records? Records, whichever way you pronounce, you are open and free to pronounce it. Very nice. Budgeting record is not a type of record. A record in the hospital is patient record is the one. Medical record, pharmacy record, financial record, legal record, personal record, inventory one, administrative, prescription one, and purchase record as well. Okay. Bedding capacity for large hospital, 1000 and above, 200 and above, 500 and above, between 100, 800 to 1000. For large hospital, keyword is large. Keyword is large. 1000 and above. Medium, 500 to 1000. Small is 100 to 500. Dash is the space required for the hospital pharmacy in 200 bedded hospital. 1200 square feet, 630 square feet, 205 square feet, 420 square feet. Direct module based question are there. No need to think twice. Correct. 1200 square feet is the correct answer for 200 bedded hospital. 1200 is the space for the hospital pharmacy. In hospital, the oxygen tube for the respiration contain oxygen and methane, helium, argon gas, alcohol, and carbon dioxide. Oxygen tube for respiration contain, think common sense logic to be used. Common sense. Helium is the correct answer. In hospital, the oxygen tube for respiration has a diverse mixture of oxygen and helium, which is called as heliox. Because helium is much lighter and less dense than the nitrogen, this mixture helps to reduce the work of breathing and it allows the gas to flow more easily through the narrowed airways or into the lungs for patient with respiratory distress. There should be minimum of dash pharmacist in primary healthcare center. In primary healthcare center, minimum or at least how much pharmacist should be there? at least. The minimum should be, maximum it could be a number. Minimum at least one. At least one should be there. The minimum training hours required for pharmacy registration is 800, 100, 500, 300. The minimum training hours required for the pharmacy registration is how many hours? Correct. 500 hours. Minimum number of pharmacists required to run a very small hospital. Very small hospital. Number of pharmacists. If I am talking what it is, 50 bed or less than 50 bed. 50 beds, if I am talking up to 50 beds, then what will be the answer? Minimum number again. It is asking for the minimum number. Again, I'm asking, it is asking for you the minimum number. For very small, 50 bed is up to 3, right? One for morning duty, one for evening duty, one to manage the workload, and in case of leave or backup. Okay. Oxygen therapy is commonly administered at a rate of 1 liter per minute, 2 liter per minute, 5 liter per minute, and 10 liter per minute. Oh. Please make sure you remember 2 liter per minute is the rate. Oxygen is indicated at the rate of 2 liter per minute for the treatment of hypoxia, pulmonary hypertension, and so on. In pulmonary hypertension, the right ventricle get damaged. Storage temperature of ampicillin. For ampicillin storage temperature, 25 to 35 degrees Celsius, 25 to 30, 35 to 40, 30 to 35 degrees Celsius. Storage temperature of ampicillin. Just a minute, I am coming to answer this. Yes, what is the correct answer? B, correct. 25 to 30 degrees Celsius. In dry place, protected from excessive heat and moisture. NLEM stands for, very easy question. NLEM stands for 38A, B, C, D. Yes, National List of Essential Medicine. The minimum number of physicians required in the PTC, Pharmacy and Therapeutic Committee. 2, 3, 5, 4. How many physicians are there in Pharmacy and Therapeutic Committee? How many physicians are there in PTC? Minimum Number PTC, physician. Total 3 physicians are there. Among them, one will be the chairman. Option B is correct answer. Don't do such kind of silly mistake, guys. Physician total 3. Pharmacist 1. Administrator 1. And administrator 1. Nurse is 1. Surgical instrument, dressing and its accessory should be handled with septic condition, aseptic condition, room temperature, freezing condition. Surgical instrument dressing, last 10 question. Last 10 questions. Yes, aseptic condition. Irrespective of the source, principal constituent of absorbable catgut is cellulose, fibrin, collagen, gelatin. Absorbable catgut, irrespective of the source. The principal constituent matter of catgut will be what? Collagen, gelatin, cellulose, or fibrin. Yes, collagen is our correct answer. Absorbable catgut is mainly composed of collagen, right? Next, which of the following is a non-absorbable suture? Not absorbable, non-absorbable suture, catgut, reconstituted collagen, polyamide, kangaroo tendon. Yes, correct. Polyamide is non-absorbable suture. Polyamide, that is nylon, silk, polypropylene, that is proline, polyester, stainless steel wire. All of them are not absorbable suture. That means they required removal after the healing of the injury. Which one of the choices holds the dressing in place by providing pressure or support? Napkin, bandage, cotton, suture. Which one of the choices holds the dressing in place? It provides pressure or support. Think properly. It provides pressure and support and hold the dressing on a place. Correct answer is banded. Very nice. Banded is the one which hold the dressing in place and provide pressure as well as support to the injured area. Scientific research is primary source of review article, drug information, textbook or database. Scientific research. Okay. It is a primary source of what? A review article, drug information, textbook or database. Quickly answer. Yes. Drug information because review article is a secondary source. The article is itself published and then we are reviewing it. So this will not be the research is something research is happening. So this is kind of new drug information. Option B will be correct answer. What is the advantage of hospital formulary? Therapeutic benefit, economic benefit, educational benefit, all of this. Advantage of hospital formulary. Therapeutic benefit, economic benefit, educational benefit, all of this. The most appropriate answer, option D. Why? Therapeutic benefit because we know which drug need to be given in which condition. Economic benefit only those drugs which are used in the hospital will be ordered. And educational benefit, the pharmacist will know what things works on what. So D is our correct answer. Who function as the secretary of the PTC? Who is the secretary of PTC? Nurse, administrator, pharmacist, or physician? Physician is the chairman. To eliminate remaining, nurse, administrator, or pharmacist. Who will be the secretary to the PTC? The secretary has the duty to prepare the agenda of meeting or minutes of meeting. Yes, pharmacist is the one. Correct. Pharmacist is the one. Which of the following is included in hospital formulary system? Stock management, patient drug list, or patient drug history, financial audit, and list of approved drug. What will be there in the hospital formulary system? Yes, very nice. List of approved drug. The drugs which are approved will be there, finding place in the hospital formulary. Portable liquid oxygen unit can supply oxygen up to 2 hours, 4 hours, 8 hours, and 12 hours. This, remember, 8 hours is the time frame. 2 liters per minute we have studied, and the portable unit will provide up to 8 hours. Full form of MRI. Full form of MRI. Yes, very nice. Option A, magnetic resonance imaging. It uses strong magnetic field and radio waves to create a clear image of organ, soft tissue, brain, spine, joint without using X-ray. Right? There should not be any kind of metallic thing with you, or else this machine will attract you because it works on very strong magnetic field and will lead to death of the individual. There are several cases in India where just due to some precautionary measures not been taken in some hospital, people with the metallic things entered into MRI room and they get attracted very like within few seconds they get attracted to this machine and death on the spot. Choose the hospital classified basis on cost. Budget hospital, small hospital, medium hospital, large hospital. Last question. Yes, budget hospital on the cost. This is all based on size. Option A is correct answer. Here we are finished with the hospital pharmacy. Now the sections, those who wanted to deal with sections of the Pharmacy Act 1948, specifically dealing with it. Okay. Rest of them can take a break because your next session will start by 1. Okay, by 1 p.m. Who all are there for sections? Only one individual want to learn the trick for section, or there are more people who wanted to learn? Yes. Section 3 specifically deals with Central Council, which is PCI. You need to directly remember this thing. As it is, say, Section 3, the PCI is constituted. Then Section 10. 10 is Education Regulation. So how to associate the number 10 with education regulation? Education regulation number 10. We generally complete our education till 10th, and then we need to choose our courses, right? Till 10th we will complete our primary education, then we need to choose our courses, right? So education getting completed till 10th, so remember section 10 as education regulation. In courses, then we are choosing courses till 12th, then comes 12th board. So section 12 deals with the course of study and examination. Understood how you need to associate? Section 10 till 10 we are studying primary study, then we need to choose the course. So after 10 till 12 we are learning based on our chosen course. Next, 15A is our central register. 15A is our central register. Central register is the register which is maintained by the PCI. Okay. So 3 5 are 15. Section 3 is the central council. And there are C. How you can remember? 3 section 3 is about PCI. And state gives 5 copies to the PCI. So just do 5 into 3, 15. So the register is maintained in section 15. This is how you can remember. Next, section 19. What is section 19? You remember? Section 19 is state council composition and constitution of state council. All about state council in section 19. In section 3 is central council, then section 19 is state council. Here in 20, 20 in the sense there is some 1 plus 1 is 2. So there are two states want to have an agreement for joint state council. So interstate agreement. Interstate agreement in the sense 2 0 is nothing but 2 plus 0. 2 is nothing but two states together wanted to form one single state council. So interstate agreement will be given in section 20. But now they want to form a one state council. So their composition will be two states want to form only one state pharmacy council. So section 21 will be their composition of joint state council. Understood? In a 19, it is state council. In a 20, 20 in the sense there are two states which are forming agreement between them. Which agreement? That they want to form only one council. This one council, that means two states agreed to form one council. So section 21 talks about joint state council. The agreement is given. See, they are just forming agreement till now. Council is not formed. So 2-0, right? 2-0. Two council agreement is not formed. So 2 and 0 combination. When they are forming joint council, then it is joint state council composition given in 21. Done with this? Everyone done? Next is section 27 is Executive Committee of State. Two and 7 Executive Committee of State. Now you can remember this as it is. You need to remember this as it is. As such, no trick associated with it. The penalties are given. See, whenever the sections are 40 and above, the section number is 40 and above, it deals with penalties. Okay. No need to remember specific penalty section. Just remember if the section is given more than 40, the number is more than 40, then it is dealing with the penalty section itself. Whatever will be the penalty, the option itself. Suppose the option is the penalty of the dispensing drugs by unregistered person. The option will be section 27, section 13, section 12, section 41. So you need to remember That section 41, it is dealing with more than 40. That means it will automatically fall under penalty section. No need to specifically remember, because based on looking at the option, you will get the correct answer. Okay. This was the only important sections, I think. Apart from this, no need to remember other sections. Just remember all this sections only. Got it? Got it, everyone? There is one more. One more. 14. Section 14 is there. Let me write it. There is one more, section 14. Section 14 is about the foreign qualification getting recognized in India. So it is about foreign qualification. How to remember this thing? Four. FOUR. So four and foreign somewhat similar. So foreign qualification and 14. This is how you can remember. Understood? Right. So this is all for you guys today. And any doubt, I'll wait for 5 more minutes. Then I'll hand over to the other faculty member. Any doubts? Please give your paper to your best. See everything. I also told this yesterday. Give your paper without any hurry, without any worry. Without any hurry, without any worry. Although you have less time, but you have sufficient time to solve all the questions. Please make sure that you are using the times very accurately. First thing. Next, don't be in anxious mode. Try to take deep breath and be very calm in the paper. Your calmness will award you plus 10 marks. Your calmness can award you plus 10 marks also. That means total 20 question can go right. Next thing also, that detach yourself from the result from now itself. From now onwards, detach yourself from the result totally. You just need one thing in your mind, that whatever or however will be the paper, I am going to beat it. I am going to give that particular paper with all my best effort. That paper, in that paper, I will put my best foot forward. I will give my best, whatever way they are asking the question. I will not panic in the paper, because panicking will always be against me. So I will keep panicking aside. There will be certain questions, even though there will be tougher question, 15, 20, 30 question will be tough. I know that I don't need to solve every question. There are 30 questions which are not that dealable. Then I will left that question, because there are how many questions left? Total 100 questions are there, right? No, more than 80 is the non-pharma, and 180, 120, 200 questions. So if 30 questions are gone, 170 are still there in my hand, which I can deal very effectively. So I don't have to worry about those 20, 30 questions which I don't know, because they are not the one who will decide my rank, and they are not the one who will make me fall behind the rank. Understood? So make sure you know this very properly. Your brain has to believe on it. Try to say it every day, that your mind should believe on it. Yes, these are not the question which will decide my rank. I am the one who will decide my rank. I am the one who will be going to give this paper to the best. To the best. And you will be very satisfied with your paper. However will be the performance, if you are doing it your best, you will be very satisfied after the paper, I am telling you. Understood? Satisfaction matters more than just giving the paper. Why? Because suppose you are the one who have studied so much, and due to anxiety or due to panic, you are not able to deal with the paper very effectively. Then the guilt after the paper will be so much that you will not be able to bear the pain afterward. That's why I'm telling you again and again, please make sure your mind is frequently wired from now onwards that I will give my best. Whatever will be the paper, I right now don't worry about seat. Just worry about one thing, that I need to give this paper to my best ability. To my best ability. That one day I need to prepare myself very much thoroughly. My brain should be prepared very much thoroughly. Whoever will be there at the center will be studying n number of things. Don't get panic by looking at them. Just ignore them, because you should believe on yourself that I have done so much. I can do it. This is just a paper and I will deal it very calmly. Just another paper. Understood? Please make sure your mind is very much intact with this wirings. Got it? All the very best for your examination. May the best wins. And you all are the best, so you will win the best in your life. Whether it is NIPER or another institute. If you are the best, you will come forward the best at the end. Believe in yourself, believe in your hard work. Your hard work will be rewarded in one way or the another. No need to worry at all. Yes, thank you so much. Okay, so give your best. Inform me once you got your good scores. Your paper was very good. Then also inform me.
Hello NIPER aspirants. Good afternoon everyone. Hope you are attending this series, Thalapathy series, for our NIPER upcoming exam, right? So most of you are attending this session from past 3 days, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. we are conducting this session. So now it's our turn, that is our subject is analysis, pharmaceutical analysis. Okay. So for our NIPER exam, let us start our NIPER Thalapathy series for our analysis subject. So in this we are going to learn about at least 100 MCQs which are going to be mostly relevant to this NIPER entrance exam. Okay. So most of you are having very much interest in writing the NIPER exam to get the seat in NIPER, right? So let us start our today's session for our analysis subject with the topic, that is IR spectroscopy. The question related to this, that is IR spectroscopy, that is nothing but one of the following wavelength regions is used for fingerprint region. Okay. So in case of the IR spectroscopy, infrared spectroscopy, as you all know that the spectra, it is going to be plotted against wave number versus percentage of transmittance, right? So in this we are going to take the wave numbers. So those wave numbers are ranging from 4000 centimeter inverse to 400 centimeter inverse. That is a mid IR region where we are going to have this IR spectrum for most of the compounds, right? So this mid IR region, it has been again divided into two regions. Actually this is going to be a fundamental region and another one is a fingerprint region. Okay. That means where the functional groups are very specific to the particular compound. that is going to be called as fingerprint region. So, if you want to know the division of this wave number, how it is going to be divided for the fundamental region, that means where we are going to know the basic functional groups which can be given by all types of the compounds. Okay, that means CO group, if it is there, definitely it is going to be present in so many compounds, keto compounds, carboxylic alcohols. Some compounds are also going to have this CO group. So, all these are going to be considered as a fundamental groups, where we are going to observe the region, that is up to which region we can consider that IR region as a fundamental region, from which the fingerprint region it is going to start. Okay, so exactly if you are talking about, that is up to 1500 centimeter inverse, 4000 to 1500 centimeter inverse, we can call this region as the fundamental region, and from 1500 to 400 centimeter inverse it is going to be called as fingerprint region. Okay, now let us see the options here first. One of the following wavelength region is used for the fingerprint region. Okay, fingerprint region means specific, as specific to the molecule we are going to observe. So, you can see the options here. Some options they have given in the microns and some options they have given in the centimeter inverse. But as we all know that wave number, mostly we are going to use it in the form of centimeter inverse. Okay, so 400 to 1500 centimeter inverse, this is the right option for the fingerprint region. Hope everyone is getting the right answer. Any questions are there also, you can ask, otherwise we will proceed further. Okay, yeah. Now let us move to the another question which is related to the NMR. Magic angle in NMR, nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy. So, those whoever writing the NIPER exam analysis, it is going to give you more in-depth related questions definitely. Okay, and spectroscopy, it is also going to be very important in case of the NIPER exam. Magic angle in the NMR, nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy, where we are going to use the different strengths of the magnetic field and radio frequencies are also going to be used, where we are going to see this magic angle. What is this actually magic angle? Let us know first what is this magic angle, then we will answer this. Okay, so we know that in the NMR we are going to determine the which are NMR active, right? That means there are two clauses are there in order to get the NMR spectra. What are those? Any odd mass number or odd atomic number, it should be there, then only the nuclei it is going to have its spin reversal. Okay, so otherwise it is NMR inactive. That is a one clause for this. So, whenever we are going to put the nuclei, different nuclei are going to having the different spinning energies are going to be there. So, if you see the spinning of any nuclei, one nuclei, if it is going to be kept in a particular magnetic field, and we will give the radio frequency energy, right, in the form of radio waves in case of the NMR spectroscopy. So, in this case, all types of the molecules, that means whenever the sample, we will put them in a sample holder will be there. Okay, so in between the two powerful magnets we will keep them. So, the magic angle in that case means at which it is going to occur. So, in the NMR it is going to be considered as a 54.74 degrees. What is this? Actually, the angle at which the sample is, and the sample in the NMR spectrometer, it is going to be placed in a probe. Okay, that means the sample probe will be there, which is related to the static magnetic field. Static magnetic field, a fixed, the fluctuations will not be there. A static magnetic field, it is going to be there. So, at that particular static magnetic field, we are going to feel the NMR angle, that is going to be considered at 54.74 degrees. Okay, so then what happens? The sample, whatever we are going to put it in that probe, that is going to spin at this angle, and it is going to be considered as a magic angle, where we are going to see the almost all the samples which can do this reversal, spin reversal at this magic angle. Okay, so that's why 54.74 degrees it is going to be considered as a magic angle in the NMR. So, in the given options, if you see option C, 54.7, exactly 54.74 it is going to be considered as a magic angle. Okay, Next, give the characteristic group frequencies of carbonyl group. Again IR related question, that is CO group in carboxylic compound, carboxylic COOH. Okay, so carboxylic compounds, whenever we are going to see in those functional groups, CO if it is present, then how we are going to get the wave number values? That's what they are asking here. Okay, so if you observe here 3000 also they have given, and 2000 range also, 650 minor range also, as well as 1725 to 1700. We know that CO, C double bond O, if it is there, definitely it is going to have this CO stretching. Whenever we are going to observe, it is going to give the values differently for different types of the compounds. If you observe the saturated aliphatic ketones, aliphatic compounds, if CO group it is present, then we are going to see the wave number values from 1750 to 1700. Whereas if it is an alpha beta unsaturated aliphatic ketone it is there, then you are going to see in between 1685 to 1660. Okay. Otherwise, if it is just a saturated aliphatic aldehyde, it is not a ketone. If it is an aldehyde, you are going to observe 1720 to 1740, which is also can be in between this saturated aliphatic ketone as well as aldehyde. Both are going to get the nearly the same values. Okay, and aryl group, ester groups, all these are there. Then again different values we are going to observe in case of this C double bond O stretching. Okay, and here you are going to see in and around. If they are asking CO stretching means, we can say that the value is 1710 centimeter inverse, generally if they are going to ask. Okay, otherwise if they specifically ask saturated carboxylic acids or saturated aliphatic ketones, like that also minor differences you are going to observe, but it is very difficult to remember those values, but you can remember as a aromatic compounds or aliphatic compounds, like that as a group you can remember. Okay, so saturated carboxylic acids, if you take, the values are going to be 1700 to 1725. Okay, so what is the question here? Yes, the carbonyl group in the carboxylic compound, they are just asking not the saturated or not like aliphatic ketone or like that, but in this group, if you in this options, if you see around 1700, only option A it is there. Okay, so remaining groups numbers are not relevant to this CO stretching. Okay, now let us move to the another question. Calculate the vibrational degree of the freedom for benzene. Calculate the vibrational degree of the freedom. That means degree of the freedom can be calculated for this IR frequencies. Okay, based on the number of atoms we are going to see. Actually, if you observe the total degrees of the freedom, if you see, that is 3n. Okay, so n is the number of atoms we can say, but based on the linear molecule or non-linear molecule, if you are going to see, then this number it is going to be varied as 3n minus 5. Okay, for a linear molecule means 3n minus 5, for a non-linear molecules means it is going to be 3n minus 6. We know that benzene, it is going to be a non-linear molecule, so definitely the formula it is going to be 3n minus 6. Okay, so 3n, n means how many number of atoms, how many number of atoms are there? 6 carbons are there, 6 hydrogens, so total 12. So 3 into 12 minus 6, so 36 minus 6, total 30 you are going to get the answer. So in this way the degree of the freedom we can calculate for this IR bands. Okay, and for benzene the 3n minus 6 you need to take it. Okay, let us know the next question. What is the normality of a solution containing 4.9 grams of H2SO4 in 500 ml solution? Okay, so from the titrometry also you are going to get the questions. Mostly in the NIPER, if you see the questions related to the mathematical calculations also. Okay, definitely you should have some mathematical skills also in order to answer the analytical related questions. So in this, if you observe, normality they are asking. Okay, so normality of a solution containing 4.9 grams of H2SO4 in 500 ml solution. That means just 500 ml solution they want to prepare. Let us know first the molecular weight of this sulfuric acid. Okay, so 2 hydrogens, sulfur and 4 oxygens, totally you are going to get the 98 grams. So according to H2SO4, that means H2SO4 means it is going to be H plus 2 hydrogens are there, SO4 minus 2 it is going to be there. So that's why valency it is going to be 2 here. So you are going to get the 98 divided by 2. Equivalent weight means the normality means we need to take the equivalent weight, right? So the equivalent weight, that is 49 here, because valency it is 2 here. So normality, if you are going to observe, that is weight into 1000 divided by equivalent weight into the volume, right? So how much weight they have given? 4.9 grams. So into 1000 divided by what is the equivalent weight? That is 49. How much ml they have required? 500 ml. Okay. So in this way we can calculate what is the normality. This is a formula. Normality, if you take the formula for this, that is weight into 1000 divided by equivalent weight into volume of the solution required. Okay. So with this formula you can calculate the normality also. If they have given the weight, volume if they have given, then V1 N1 equal to V2 N2, based on that also you can calculate the volume normality. So in this they have given the weight means, so we have taken this equivalent weight as well as what are the ml they have required. So if you solve this, definitely you are going to get, because 4.9, 49. Some calculations also if you observe, then it will be some tricks will be there in order to understand that. Okay. So if you see this, finally you are going to get the 0.2 normal equivalent, because all this 4.9 divided by or into 1000 divided by 49 into 500. Okay. So this 500 in 1000, if you observe, it is going to be 2 times. Okay. So if you remove this decimal, that means 49 it is going to be there. So in this 2, so like this you are going to observe, means again this is going to be here 10 times. 1 by 10 means 0.1. So 2 into 0.1 means 0.2. So like this the mathematical calculations will get simplified. Okay. Some tricks, just need some tricks for this. So option B, it is going to be the right answer here. 0.2 normal, it is the correct way. Okay, next, a sample weighing 0.5 grams, again that question related to titrometry, requires 20 ml of 0.1 normal NaOH. Okay, in order to get the final balancing point, or stoichiometrically it is requiring the 0.5 grams require 20 ml of 0.1 normal NaOH. If 1 ml of 0.1 normal NaOH is equivalent to 0.006 grams of analyte, then determine its purity. Okay. So they have given the equivalent factor. What is that equivalent factor? If you observe, 0.1 normal NaOH is equivalent to 0.006 grams of the analyte, whatever the analyte it is there, X and Y, Z, whatever it is there. Okay. Some analyte which is going to be titrated and it is having the equivalent, that is 1 ml of equivalent factor, 1 ml of 0.1 normal NaOH is equivalent to 0.006 grams of the analyte. Okay. So now what they are asking, the sample weight is 0.5 grams. Okay. Sample weight they have taken, but how much it is equivalent to this, and how much it has consumed? 20 ml. And the normality of NaOH, if you see this 0.1, this is equivalent, same normality strength, it is going to be the same. So only the variation here you are going to see, that is the volume of the NaOH it has consumed and weight of the sample. These two are the parameters here. Okay. So if you observe how we are going to solve this, that means how much it is going to be equivalent to that, then definitely you are going to get the purity of the sample. Okay. If you just see 20 ml of this NaOH, 0.1 normal, same strength. So that is going to be 1 ml is equivalent to the 1 ml, it is equivalent to 0.006 grams. So 20 ml equivalent to how much? 20 into 0.006. So it is going to give you 0.12 grams. Okay. So that's what they have written here. And this 0.12 grams it is actually equivalent to the sample quantity, that is 20 ml can balance this 0.12 grams. Okay, and what they are asking, if 0.5 grams sample it is there, then how we can determine the sample purity? So only 0.12 gram it is going to be actually equivalent. So how much they have taken? 0.5 totally. So in that only 0.12 it is going to be the active substance. Okay, so whatever the remaining some 0.38 it is there, that is not the actual value. Yeah, so in this way you are going to get the percentage purity of the sample. Okay, but actually according to the equivalent factor you should know that how much ml it is going to be required stoichiometrically to neutralize the particular sample. Okay, so that's why equivalent factor it is going to be helpful for us. So thereby you are going to see the 24% value. If the sample, that means if you are going to change any normality of the NaOH like 0.4 normality or otherwise any type of the weight of the substance it is less, then you are going to get the 96% purity. But here what they are going to give, that is 0.1 normal is equivalent to 0.006. So automatically you can think 20 ml means how much it will be? Just 0.12 grams. It can neutralize only 0.12 grams. But how much they have taken? That is 0.5 grams they have taken. Okay, so in that 0.5 grams also it is taking only 20 ml of the 0.1 normal NaOH. What it means? So in that 0.5 grams also 0.12 grams only it is our analyte. So remaining or whatever the 0.38 grams are there, those are somehow additives or any other excipients like that will be there. Okay, so quantitatively you can determine in such a way. So thereby you can calculate the purity of the sample. Okay, so now we got the purity, that is 24% for this sample. Next, absorbance of a solution. Okay, so related to this UV spectrophotometry, absorbance of a solution is 0.8 and molar absorptivity is equal to 200 liters per mole per centimeter, and path length it is 1 centimeter. Find the concentration. Okay, again the questions are related to the spectroscopy, and UV spectroscopy means definitely you are going to see the more number of calculations. Okay, so in this you are going to see the yeah, so if you observe this MCQ, absorbance of the solution, okay, what we are going to get? The molar absorptivity. If you remember the formula, that is A equal to epsilon BC or A equal to epsilon into L into C. So all these are related to the Beers-Lambert's law. Okay, so this small a formula, when we are going to use A 1%, 1 cm they have given, then this is going to be the formula. If that is not the case, you can use this formula. Okay, absorbance they have given 0.8 and molar absorptivity, that is the epsilon value also they have given, and path length, that is 1 centimeter they have given. We need to calculate the concentration. Just a simple calculation only. It is going to be A equal to epsilon into BC. So A is there, epsilon it is there, B it is there. Only C we need to calculate. So C equal to A by epsilon into B. Okay, so if you take the same values 0.8 by 200 into 1. So if you simply calculate this 0.8 by 200, then how much it will be? 8 by 2 into 10 to the power of, here 2 zeros and here 1 zero. So 10 to the power of minus 3 will be there, right? So in this case, because 2 zeros here are there and here 1 decimal it is there. So automatically if you want to remove that decimal means 10 to the power of minus 1, and these 2 zeros will go up. So 10 to the power of minus 3. Okay, so it will become 4 into 10 to the power of minus 3. But here in the options, whether they have given that 4 into 10 to the power of minus 3, no, they have given in the digits wise. So if you observe the case, 4 it is there in only B, but the digits wise 1, 2, 3. So 4 into 10 to the power of minus 3, it is equal to the 0.004 molar or moles. Okay, So in that way the concentration of the sample can be calculated, right? Yeah, so somehow so many are feeling little bit difficult in the calculation part, but in NIPER you should definitely do this calculation in a tricky way. No calculators, nothing, it is going to be provided. Okay, so try to learn this. Yeah. Next, 25 ml of, again calculation, 25 ml of 0.1 normal HCl is titrated with 0.1 normal NaOH. Okay, acid base titration. Now we have seen both are used, strong acid and strong base having the same strength. Volume of NaOH required at the equivalence point, because both are having the same strength, 0.1, 0.1, and both are strong acid and strong base. Okay, so in that case the consumption of the volume, it is also going to be the same. So 25 ml it is going to be is titrated with the 0.1 normal NaOH. Volume of NaOH required, how much volume of NaOH? Because here both are monovalent, so definitely the volume, it is also going to be the same thing, no need to calculate also. Okay, so 25 ml of HCl, 0.1 normal, because the strength it is same here, both are having the same strength, so no need to calculate. Same 25 ml of the NaOH, it is also going to be required if the standardization has been performed and we found that the value of NaOH normality, it is also in and around equivalent to the 0.1 normal. Okay, so otherwise if the standardization value is differed 0.15 like that, then also again it is going to be more value, it is going to be observed. So according to that you should calculate, that is V1 N1 equal to V2 N2. Exactly, if they have given the standardized value, means you are definitely getting the value more than this 25, right? But here the same strength they have given, so exactly 25 ml only we will get. Next, a column is 25 centimeters long and has 5000 theoretical plates. Calculate the HETP. Okay, that means you are going to see the number of theoretical plates they have given and column length also they have given. Direct question, this is calculation of the HETP, direct question you are going to see in this case. Okay, formula we know that HETP equal to L by N. So you need to calculate this. So automatically what is L? 25 and number of theoretical plates 5000. Okay, so how much you will get it? Because these three will go upwards, means 25 by 5 into 10 to the power of minus 3 they will become. Okay, so this is going to be 5 into 10 to the power of minus 3. So is there, it is in the given options? Yes, 5 it is there, but they have given in the digits wise. So 5 into 10 to the power of minus 3 means that is equivalent to the 0.005. Okay, so option B, it is going to be the answer. Direct question, no need to worry about this. Okay, next, a solution shows an absorbance of 0.8. Okay, next, at a concentration of 4 into 10 to the power of minus 4 moles in a 1 centimeter cell. Okay, calculate the molar absorptivity value. This is also very direct question they have given. 3 parameters they have given and fourth one they asked you to calculate, right? So in this A equal to ABC or epsilon into BC formula we can apply, and we know A value and B value we know, C value we know. Just we need to calculate the epsilon. Epsilon equal to A by BC. Okay, in previously we have seen concentration can be calculated. Now they have asked molar absorptivity, we need to calculate. Okay, so if you take the same thing, absorbance it is 0.8. So path length they have given only 1. Concentration that is 4 into 10 to the power of minus 4. Okay, so if you observe this, the values are going to be very user friendly. Right? You can easily calculate the values. Let us see how. 8 by 4 into 10 to the power of this minus 4 will become plus 4, because in order to remove this digit, one more minus 1 will be there. So total 10 to the power of minus 5 will be there, right? So 2 into 10 to the power of minus 5. So in this again they have given that, sorry, actually 0.8 divided by 4 into 10 to the power of minus 4, right? Yeah. So if you see this minus 4, if it goes to the top means it will become plus 4, right? So 0.8 divided by 4 into 10 to the power of plus 4 it will become. I just got confused, okay? So in this, if you want to remove this digit means 8 by 4 into 10 to the power of 3, 110, we are going to take it from here and this digit can be removed. So in this 2, so 2 into 10 to the power of 3 or 2000 liters per mole per centimeter, okay. So that is going to be the molar absorptivity value, and in this options if you observe, in which option we got that, yeah, option B, 2000 liters per mole per centimeter, okay. Yes. Next, RF value is defined as, RF value. So everyone is thinking that it is going to be difficult to solve the mathematical calculations. No one is giving the answers. Shravani, Venkat, try to give the answers also, okay. So then only it will be get somehow interesting topics. RF value is defined as, so what is RF value? We know that in the case of the TLC, thin layer chromatography, we are going to deal with this RF value. There is a formula is also there, that is distance travelled by the solute front divided by distance travelled by the solvent front, right. So that is going to be considered as a RF value. So in this just they have given the formula related question, distance travelled by solvent, distance travelled by solute, no. First of all solute will be there, distance travelled by solute by distance travelled by solvent, yes, this is going to be the right answer. Sample weight, no, it is not considered, retention time is also not considered, okay. So in order to give the correct answer, that is distance formula related answer, right, direct formula they have given, you need to choose which one it is the correct one. Always we know that RF values, that is retention factor, or we can call it as retardation factor also, okay. Always the values lies in between 0 to 1, less than 1 only you are going to observe the RF values. Next, TCD stands for, what is called TCD abbreviations wise. So if you see the options here, thermal conductivity detector, yes, definitely thermal conductivity detector, which is going to be used in GC as a universal detector. Next, temperature control detector, no. Total carbon, thermal current, no. So option A, it is going to be the right answer. No confusion at all. TCD means thermal conductivity detector, which is used in the case of gas chromatography, okay. So which is also considered as a universal detector in case of the GC, and you are going to see the sample cell will be there and reference cell will be there, and thereby we are going to see the whatever the conductivity it is going to be passing through because of the temperature difference, okay. So thereby we will get the signal for that. If just the sample possess the conductance value, definitely you are going to see the signals for that. So that's why it is going to be considered as a universal detector also in case of the gas chromatography, okay. Next, in normal phase HPLC, okay, normal phase high performance liquid chromatography, the stationary phase is what, okay. We know that in liquid chromatography we are going to use the HPLC in two modes, normal phase mode as well as reverse phase mode, right. So in normal phase mode means stationary phase is normal, right, whereas reverse phase means stationary phase is modified. Modified stationary phase we are going to use it, where in case of this stationary phase, in case of the normal, so what they are asking, normal phase HPLC, the stationary phase is, it is going to be as such silica, we are going to use it as such silica which is polar in nature, okay. So here option B, most of the questions are having the option B only as the answers. So in this our Thalapathy series. Okay, don't think that in your exam. Okay, so in normal phase HPLC, stationary phase is polar, whereas mobile phase is non-polar. Okay, whereas in case of the reverse phase HPLC, if you see, reversal it is going to be there. Stationary phase, it is going to be conducted into the non-polar stationary phases. Okay, like C8, C18, C4, butyl columns, phenyl columns, all these are going to be considered as the modified stationary phases. In reverse phase chromatography, we are going to use it. Okay, so in this case, the mobile phase is polar, whereas in the normal phase, mobile phase is non-polar, stationary phase is polar. Silica gel as such silica gel as it is, we are going to use it, and there you are going to see the acidic nature of the silica gel. So in this, which type of the compounds we are going to separate, that is non-polar compounds are going to be eluted first, right, whereas here polar compounds are going to be eluted first. So that is a difference you should understand. Yes, next, which detector is most sensitive in the HPLC? Most sensitive. So in case of the each chromatography techniques, different types of the sensitivity, it is also going to play a very important role. So in case of the HPLC, which is considered as a most sensitive, UV detector, PDA detector, fluorescence detector and RA detector. Actually, if you observe this UV PDA detector, both are also going to be having this UV detectors type only, but RA detector, it is going to be considered as a universal detector. That means mostly it is going to be based on the bulk property, but it is not having that much sensitivity. Very high concentration of the sample it is going to be required in order to determine by the RA detector. Okay, whereas UV and PDA detectors means normal optimal concentrations are sufficient, but in case of the fluorescence detector, if you see, it is going to be very high sensitive whenever it is connected to this HPLC. Okay, that means we can go up to nanogram per ml also. That much high sensitivity we are going to observe whenever this fluorescence detector is connected to the HPLC. Okay, so option C, it is going to be the right option here. Next, which chromatography is most suitable for thermally unstable compounds? Thermally unstable, that means in which chromatography we are going to see the high temperatures. High temperatures, if these are there, then we cannot use the thermally unstable thermolabile compounds. We cannot analyze by that particular technique. GC, HPLC, GLC and GSC. So whether it is GSC or GLC, we are going to use this high temperatures are going to be used. Mobile phase, it is going to be used as carrier gases, right? But the substances which are having the low boiling points, those can be selectively analyzed by this GC, whether it is by GSC or GLC. But thermally unstable compounds, if you take, those can be analyzed by HPLC only. Okay, not by GC we can analyze them. So option B, it is going to be the right answer. So HPLC, it is not only for the thermally unstable compounds, because it is going to be used for most of the compounds. Okay, but those should be highly polar in nature also, then it will be very fast technique for us. And this HPLC can be operated at the normal room temperatures without any vaporization is required. Okay, because in GC vaporization of the sample it is required, there the high temperatures are going to be used, because vaporization it is going to require high temperatures, thereby the thermal decomposition of these type of the compounds we are going to observe. Next, this HPLC, mostly we are going to see the proteins, peptides as well as antibiotics in the biological compounds. That means like in the case of the affinity chromatography also we are going to use it, and most of the polymers also can be separated by size exclusion chromatography. Okay, so but GC won't facilitate all such advantages. Next, which term describes the separation between the two adjacent peaks? That means whenever we are going to observe the two adjacent peaks, not only two, so many peaks we are going to have this, but if any two peaks are coming very closely, okay, so that distance between these two peaks should have a minimum separation value. So the term that describes the separation between the two adjacent peaks, it is nothing but the resolution. Okay, the resolution of the peak, it need to be calculated, and according to pharmacopoeia we know that resolution should be more than 2.0, the common value. Okay, in special cases for each under monograph you are going to observe if any exceptional cases are there, but generally it should be more than 2.0. Okay, yeah. Next, this resolution can also be calculated by the formula here. Okay, so retention times they have given and peak widths they have given, then you are going to take this second peak retention time minus first peak retention time. So it has to be the difference you need to take and multiply by the 2 divided by peak widths. Peak widths is going to be added. Okay, so that is a separation factor. It is not having any units also. Okay, now let us see the 67th question. In complexometric titrations, masking agents are used. So why masking agents are going to be used in case of the complexometric titrations? So we know that in complexometry masking agents and demasking agents are used. Why these are going to be used? There is some purpose for this, because in order to facilitate or in order to increase the reaction process, reaction kinetics are very important there. So let us see what the options they have given. Enhance the color change at the end point. Color change cannot be increased. Prevent the interference from the other metal ions. Yeah, this could be one of the reason. Increase the rate of complex formation. Increase the solubility of the metal complex. Solubility wise, color wise, these masking agents may not have any effect. Okay, so masking agents, the major purpose it is going to be used, mask. They will mask the interference from the other metal ions. Okay, so option B, prevent the interference from the other metal ions. Sometimes increase the rate of complex formation, that means it is an indirect way. Increase the rate of complex formation means they are going to first prevent the interference from the other metal, and this is actually the exact specific direct statement, but alternatively this is going to be the final result also, it is going to take place, but you need to select the option B as the one correct answer. Okay, next, which technique is most suitable for identifying the free radicals? Okay, so again we are going to observe the spectroscopy related question, that is which is going to be used as free radicals. That means which technique is most suitable for identifying free radicals. Free radicals, if these are present, then which technique is we are going to use? IR spectroscopy, UV spectroscopy, ESR spectroscopy, atomic absorption spectroscopy. So when free radicals are present, that means free electrons are going to be there. Definitely electron spin resonance, which is going to cause the orientation of these electrons. Okay, so that will help us in identifying these free radicals. So ESR, it is going to be the suitable answer. And ESR, electron spin resonance, it is also called as electron paramagnetic resonance also. Okay, so which is specifically identify this free radicals. That means free radicals means what? Which contain the unpaired electrons. Okay, radical cation will be there and unpaired electron, it is also going to be there. And this ESR specifically measures this interaction of this unpaired electrons, whatever it is there, with the magnetic field. By applying the magnetic field, how these free electrons are going to cause the changes. Okay, spinning of these electrons, it is going to take place. That is the effect we are going to study in case of this ESR technique. Next, the absorption band around 2200 centimeter inverse usually indicates. So mostly in the GPAT also you are going to see the IR related questions related to these wave numbers. So definitely you should remember all these wave numbers. Okay, so absorption band around 2200 centimeter inverse means, first of all let us see the 2200 centimeter inverse. That means entire range, what the functional group which is going to give in this 2200 centimeter inverse means, which is going to be in and around plus or minus 50 centimeter inverse if you are going to take, that is the triple bond, that is C triple bond, C N stretching, it is going to be the correct option. Okay. So in this, if you see OH group, CO group, CH group, actually if you see this CO group means you are going to get it in and around 1700 like that. Okay. CH means it depends on the values, the functional group, how we are going to see, whereas only the 2200 in and around 2000 plus means definitely the nitrogen, it is going to play an important role. Okay. So C triple bond N, C N stretchings are going to give around 2210 to 2260. Next, which group acts as an oxochrome? Oxochrome means what? Which can increase the either lambda max values, or it is going to increase the intensity of the absorbance value also. Okay. C double bond C, C double bond O, C triple bond N. These are actually functional groups. These are going to cause the chromophores. Whereas this amino group, okay. So primary, secondary, tertiary, in whatever the case it is there. So these type of the amino groups are going to be acting as the oxochromes, and these are also going to cause the maximum addition of the wavelength also to the compounds. Okay. So amino groups are going to cause 80 nanometers also they are going to added. So in the Woodward-Fieser rule also we have studied, right? Okay. Yes. Oxochromes like OH groups, OR groups, NH2, NR2, SH, all these are considered as oxochromes, but amino group, wherever you are going to see, it will contribute maximum wavelength to the compound, incremental values you are going to see. Okay, next, which transition requires the highest energy? We know that in the UV spectroscopy, electronic transitions are going to take place, and in that we are going to see 5 types of the transitions, right? So N to pi star, pi to pi star, sigma to sigma star, N to sigma star, and N to sigma star already seen, N to pi star already seen. Yeah, sigma to pi star, this is also going to happen one more time. Okay. So this is all these 5 types of the transitions generally we are going to see, but here highest energy means definitely sigma electrons, right? So in this, if you observe sigma to sigma star, it is there. Sigma to sigma star, definitely it was only requiring the highest energy. If by chance they have not given this, okay, so you have not observed this, and they have given sigma to pi star here. So there also you are going to see, then which one it is going to be the right option? Sigma to pi star. Okay. So wherever the sigma electrons are there, they will need the high energy. Okay. So non-bonding electrons means as well as pi electrons are going to be requiring the less energy. Okay. Yes. So if you see the energy order for these transitions, always sigma to sigma star are having the highest need. They need highest because saturated covalent bonds are going to be observed here. Afterwards, N to sigma star, then pi to pi star, N to pi star. Okay. So if you see in between also, you are going to get this sigma to pi star. After this, sigma to pi star. Okay. So afterwards, pi to pi star, then N to pi star. It is going to be the order of sequence in the energy. And mostly you are going to see this sigma to sigma star. Saturated compounds are going to exhibit this type of the electronic transitions. As we have already discussed, sigma to sigma star transitions are going to take place in the very low UV region. Below 180 nanometers, we are going to observe that. Okay. Next, N to sigma star transitions are going to take place in most of the alcohols as well as amines compounds, and pi to pi star most frequently happening transitions, all types of the alkenes and aromatic compounds, and N to pi star means, as you all know, heteroatom if it is there, like carbonyl groups, nitro compounds, NHOS. Okay. So if any type of the heteroatom it is there, you are going to observe this N to pi star transitions. Next, which technique measures the scattered light? Okay. In case of the UV spectroscopy, visible spectroscopy, we are going to use the homogeneous solutions. That means clear cut, clarified, pure transparent solutions we are going to use in case of the UV, as well as visible means some colored solutions we are going to use, okay, but they should be free from all the dust particles. No, not even visible particles should not be there, okay, but if suspensions or colloids are there, then which type of the technique we are going to use? We know that that is going to be done by nepheloturbidometry, okay. So in that we are going to see the scattering of the light, right. So in nepheloturbidometry we are going to observe the scattering of the radiation. So in the options they have given the nephelometry, but fluorimetry, UV spectroscopy, atomic absorption spectroscopy, where we are going to see the initially absorption of the radiation. After absorption they will go to the excited state, then again they will come back to the normal ground state. Then some compounds will exhibit the fluorescence, okay. Next, calculate, okay, again calculation question. The chemical shift in the ppm for a proton that has resonance at 126 Hz downfield from TMS on spectrophotometer that operate at 60 MHz. Okay, they have given the instrumental operational this value, that is 60 MHz they have given, right, and that means reference value, that is chemical shift you are going to see. You need to calculate signal from TMS, see reference signal, whatever we are going to get it, okay. So the field that is applied for the difference you need to take it from here. So here already they have given that chemical shift for a proton has resonance at 126 Hz downfield from the TMS, okay, 126 they have given, and the instrument it is going to be operated at 60 MHz, okay. So 126 by 60 directly if you take it, then you will get the chemical shift value, okay. So 60 means it is 2 times 0.116 will be there, right. So 2.1 it is going to be. Don't worry about the mathematical calculations, they will give you the digits which are easily divisible. You should just have a simple focus on this, okay. So this is going to be the right answer. Those are the chemical shift value you can calculate in this way. Very easy if they directly give that, okay. Next, in a given organic compound, okay, 2 kinds of protons exhibit the signals at 50 Hz and 200 Hz, again from the NMR. So what is the major 60 MHz NMR instrument they are going to use, and convert the signal at 200 Hz, okay, into the delta and tau value, okay, very easy. Actually chemical shift how just we have calculated right now, because delta and tau value if you take, delta value it is going to be starting from left to right, right to left, okay. So it starts from here 0, 1, 2 like this up to 14 you are going to see, this is called as delta value, whereas tau value if you see means that is going to be tau value here from 0, 1, 2, 3 up to 10 you are going to see, that is only the difference, okay. So minus 10 it is going to considered as, because chemical shift if you take this, so 10 minus this one tau value you can consider that one as a formula, okay. So what they are asking, 200 Hz you need to convert this chemical, calculate the chemical shift value and as well as tau value, okay. So first of all let us know how to calculate this chemical shift value for this 200 MHz, 200 MHz, not the 200 MHz, it is just 200 Hz, okay. So 200, what is the operational instrument? It is going to be 60 MHz. So directly we are going to see the value, that is 3.33, okay. So 0, 0 it is just in and around 3.33 you are going to get it. So here chemical shift value it is 3.33. So if you subtract this from the 10, so directly you are going to get the tau value, very very simple. So chemical shift value we got, that is 3.33 and tau value 6.67, Okay. So option C, it is the right answer. Next, in IR spectra, okay, alkyne has characteristic peak, alkyne, alkenes, alkanes, alkynes. You are going to see the IR bands where you are going to majorly observe that. So let us see actually where you are going to see the different wave number values. Alkanes, alkenes, alkynes means you are going to see the single bond. You are going to observe C, double bond C, C triple bond C, right? So these are only the difference you are going to see. So in case of the alkanes, you are going to observe the wave numbers which are going to very close, 28500 to 2970. So otherwise you can remember 2800 to 2900 also. Okay. So in that way, so at least 150 you need to additionally add it actually. And alkenes, that means more than that, 3000 to 3100, you can remember. Alkynes, again 3300. Okay. So in and very very close region you are going to see 3300 centimeter, only 10 centimeter here they have just given, but exactly it won't be like that. Okay. So 3300 to 3100 you are going to observe in case of this alkynes. So let us see the options here. Yeah, only one value they have given. Alkyne has the characteristic peak at 3300 centimeter inverse. Actually, up to the range also we can give this one as like this. Okay. Whereas this one means the alkanes you are going to observe. Okay. So in that way you can remember. Next, calculate the number of NMR signals for the compound. NMR signals, how many signals you are going to get it for the given compounds. Okay. So first let us see different types of the hydrogens are present. So based on that only we are going to get the signals, right? So here if you observe the first one, that is simple methanol, it is there. So in this, here these three are equivalent, whereas OH it is there. So definitely these three will get one signal and this will give you the second signal. So two signals we are going to get it from the first compound, right? Okay, here also 2 is there, here also 2 it is there. Now let us go to second one, CH3, CH2, NH2. So these two are definitely will give one signal and these three will give one signal, these two will give one signal, because all are not at all equivalent, they are non-equivalent. Okay, separate. So 1, 2, 3 types of the different environmental hydrogens are there. So you are going to get the 3 signals. Okay, here also 3 it is there, here also 3 it is there. Next, here how many are there? 3, 2, 2. But because of this chlorine, these two are not equivalent. Okay. So for that, here you are going to see these 3 will give 1, these 2 will give 1, these 2 will give 1. So how many signals? 3. So this will give 2, this will give 3, this will give 3. 2, 3, 3, 3. So how many? Like this. Anyone has any doubt? Right? Am I correct? So based on the non-equivalent type of the hydrogens, we are going to get the different number of the signals. They have not asked whether it is a triplet, doublet or like that. Just they have asked the number of signals. Okay. So 2, 3, 3. That is the correct option here. Next. Give the characteristic group frequencies of the following compound in centimeter inverse. Group frequencies of the following compound. Okay. This is going to be a somehow little bit tough question, we can say that. OH group of alcohol, CO group of ketones and methyl group saturated. So in all these things you are going to see the frequencies of the following compounds in the centimeter inverse they have given. So if you know at least 2 of them, then only you can guess what could be the right answer, right? So we know that CO group it is going to be at 1710 centimeter inverse. That is a fundamental basic CO group. It is going to be giving the 1710. So 2, it is going to be 1710 means second one here also 1710, here also 1710. In all these 3 options you are going to see the 1710. And OH group of alcohol as well as this alkane, CH3, okay, it is somehow alkane or alkene might be there, okay. So in and around we just studied that saturated compounds are going to give in and around 2800 to 2900 it is going to be there. So definitely 2850 it is going to be for the third compound, but here again 2850 I found. So in these 2 again I need to select, right. So OH group, definitely OH group in case of the alcohols, okay. So any type of the alcohols if you take CH3OH, methanol or any type of the ethyl alcohol, whatever it is there, it is going to give at the highest hydrogen saturated bond it is there, you are going to see at the highest level, okay. So if you observe this table here, alkanes generally we are going to get at 2850 to 2950, okay. And this CO stretching, this is 1710, we are going to get it in and around different types of the groups it is going to be there. Whereas OH stretching, if you are going to observe this OH stretching in case of the free groups, that means free OH group it is going to be there sometimes, then you are going to see as value 3600, whereas hydrogen bonded OH group it is there, then you are going to see in between 3200 to 3400, whereas in case of the acids carboxylic groups, that means you are going to observe 3400 to 2400, okay. So very high value you are going to see, again it is going to be divided, okay. So that's why OH group means always it is going to be at the highest side, very strong bond it is going to be there, highest values you are going to see OH stretching, okay. So OH group 3600, CO group we know that is 1710, and methane group it is going to be 2850 to 2950 also it is possible, okay. So option C it is the right answer, because somehow remembering all these values is difficult, so you need to do some exercises such that you can remember the tricky values. Next, match the following compounds with their respective NMR signals, okay. So with the respect to NMR signals, methanol, just now we have seen CH3OH, right. So how many signals? Because it is 1, 2 signals we are going to get it for methanol. So this is 1, right, or 1P, yes, 1 for methanol, sorry, methanol we are going to get the 2 signals. So this is 2 means 1Q it is going to matching, 1Q, yeah, here also 1Q is there, here also 1Q it is there. Now let us go to the second one, acetone, CH3CO CH3, because these 2 hydrogens in the 2 are equivalently attached to this CO group, we will get only 1 signal for the acetone, right. So 2 it is going to be matched with the P, so 2 it is P, yeah, here it is right. So nowhere, here it is 2P, but first one, okay, here also 1Q it is there. So answer might be either A or D, so right, because both are 1Q 2P. Okay, now let us go to third one, isopropyl alcohol and methyl cyclopropane. Isopropyl alcohol it is also there, you are going to see this structure, okay. So 3 hydrogens will be there for this isopropyl alcohol, propane it is going to be there, that means you are going to observe, okay, it is just missed out here, different types of the protons you are going to see. So isopropyl alcohols means there you are going to see the 3 signals are going to be present, right. Isopropyl alcohol, H, yeah. So in this case you are going to see Okay. Alcohol will be there, so OH will be there here, right? Isopropyl alcohol, isopropyl. Okay, this is not going to be that. So here in this you are going to see the for C it is going to be one OH will be there. Okay, so thereby because of this isopropyl alcohol we are also going to get the 3 signals for this. C, 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 T will be there, even though you are going to see this will be OH will be there, okay, right. So these will give one signal, these will give one signal, and because of this OH you are going to see the one more signal, okay. So that's why you are going to get the 3 signals for this isopropyl alcohols. 3R will be there and methyl cyclopropane. This is also again you are going to see because of this methyl group and propane. Here 3 signals, here 1 signal. 4 signals are going to be there. So definitely 4S will be there. Okay. So even though if you know these 2 only, you cannot guess answer because here also the same type of the matchings you are going to see. Okay. Yes. Okay. Next, calculate the frequency of radiation having wavelength 300 nanometer. Okay, that means anyone has answered that question? 78? No one? So I want to hear some of the NMR related answers also. Okay, calculate the frequency of radiation having the wavelength of 300 nanometer. Frequency and wavelength formula we know, that is C by lambda, right? Frequency equal to C by lambda. E equal to h nu we know. What is this? This is the frequency of the radiation where we can replace this as C by lambda, right? So nu equal to C by lambda. What they have given here? Wavelength they have given, that is 300 nanometer they have given. What they are asking? Nu we need to calculate. So this speed of light, as we all know, 10 to the power of 8 meters per second speed of light, and what is the wavelength here? 300 nanometers means, if you are going to convert it into the meters means nano, 10 to the power of minus 9 you have to take it here. Okay. So with this if you solve this question, that is 3 into 10 to the power of 8 divided by, so these 2 zeros will go here. So 3 into 10 to the power of minus 7 it will become, right? Because these 2 zeros will reduce the minuses here. So this 3 will cut off. So this 7 will go upwards, means it will become as plus. So 1 into 10 to the power of 15 Hz. That is going to be the right answer. Simple calculation, no need to worry about much. Okay. So next, calculate the energy of a photon with frequency. Frequency they have given. Now we need to calculate the energy. That is energy formula. What is that? E equal to h nu, right? Just now we know E equal to h nu. Yes, this is a nu and they have given the frequency. But we know what is the h value, Planck's constant, 6.626 into 10 to the power of minus 34. Okay. So what is the frequency they have given? 6 into 10 to the power of 14. I don't remember. Let us check again. 6 into 10 to the power of 14. Okay, right. So if you multiply these two, how much you will get it? So 6 into 6, almost 3.6 it will be there. So definitely you are going to see more than that value. 10 to the power of minus 34, 10 to the power of 14. So if you add this, ultimately 10 to the power of minus 20 will be there. So 6 into 6, 36 more than value it is, you are going to observe. So definitely if you see this options, okay, now if you observe the options, all are single digit values I have given. So definitely we got more than 36 value, means 3.9 will be there, and 1 digit they have taken from here means it is going to be 10 to the power of minus 19 joules, okay, because 20 it is going to be there, but all are going to be single digits. Actually we got the double digits, so you should not get confused there. Okay, next, fluorimetry measures. Fluorimetry, fluorescence spectroscopy, where we are going to see this. What it will do, first absorption takes place, then emission it is going to take place, right? But in this case, absorbed light, scattered light, fluorescent emission, heat produced. Absorbed light means in case of the UV spectroscopy and visible spectroscopy, scattered light means nephelometry, fluorescent emission that is going to be studied in case of the fluorimetry. In phosphorimetry also the same thing it is going to take place, okay. Okay, which detector is most selective for metals? Metals, whenever metals are present, if you are going to see the titrometry questions means we will go with the complexometric titrations, right? But here they are asking the detectors. So which type of the detector it is going to be used for the metals containing the compounds? If you see the techniques, atomic absorption spectroscopy, UV spectroscopy, IR and ESR. We know that UV, IR as well as these two are going to be molecular spectroscopy, right? Whereas ESR it is going to be at the unpaired electrons, only atomic level. At the atomic level we are going to study means that is nothing but the atomic absorption spectroscopy technique, where we are going to use different types of the burners, different types of the sources based on the type of metal we need to estimate, okay. So that's why atomic absorption spectroscopy, it is going to give the absorption at the atomic level. After vaporization, dissociation, ionization, it is going to take place. So the detector which is going to be most selective for the metals, that is atomic absorption spectroscopic detector, okay. Next, which of the following is an ESR active species? ESR means we know that free radicals, whenever you are going to see which are having the unpaired electrons, okay. So those are only ESR active species: water, methane, NO and sodium chloride. So free radicals means generally we are going to observe with the lone pair of electrons, whatever we are going to see. Here also oxygen it is there, here also oxygen it is there, but in this case the free radical generation it is going to be more here. So nitrogen, nitric oxide, right? This nitric oxide has a one unpaired electron which is going to make it suitable for the ESR. How means it will make the molecule as the paramagnetic, okay. So ESR it is specifically called as electron spin resonance spectroscopy or electron paramagnetic resonance spectroscopy. Which peak is assigned 100% intensity in a mass spectrum? Whenever mass spectrum it is going to be studied, so in that case if we are going to see this M/E ratio, it is going to be taken on x-axis, percentage of relative intensity it is taken on the y-axis. So we are going to see n number of the peaks also, but which is having the highest intensity, okay. So that is going to be called as a base peak. Molecular ion peak means it is specific to the particular sample, but it is not having the highest intensity. The peak which is having highest intensity, it is called as the base peak, okay. So remaining all peaks are having very less intensities, okay. Yeah, molecular ion peak, base peak, fragmented ion peaks, isotopic peaks, metastable peaks, rearrangement of the peaks. So in this also Mac-Lafferty rearrangement, that is very important. Definitely you are going to you should have the knowledge on this, okay. Mac-Lafferty rearrangement. In HPLC, increasing the mobile phase of flow rate generally, okay. In chromatography, HPLC it is going to be used. So if you are going to increase the mobile phase flow rate, rate theory, plate theory we have studied. So in that, if you increase the flow rate of the mobile phase, what happens? Okay. So if you observe here the options, decreases the retention time, increases the retention time, stops the separation, has no effect. Actually, these two are not the suitable answers. If you increase the mobile phase flow rate, that means 1 ml per minute it is there actually optimum. So you just increased 1.2 ml per minute. So automatically what happens? The faster separation we are going to get it. Okay. So the retention time, whatever we are going to observe, it will come early, because mobile phase moves very fast. So decreases the retention time. So initially you may get 5 minutes retention time. After increasing the flow rate, you may get the 4 minutes retention time. Okay. So very fast separation we are going to see in case of the increase in the mobile phase rate. So what is the right answer here? Decreases the retention time. Yeah. Anyone has guessed that? 82. Is this the 85th question actually? Very good. Yeah, now I am seeing a very more answers from the students. Which detector is selective for nitrogen and phosphorus containing compounds? Okay. Whenever we are going to see the different types of the spectroscopy, compound specific spectroscopy techniques are also going to be there. Okay. And suitable detectors are also required. So in this case, the detector is selective for nitrogen and phosphorus containing. So which are sensitive to the nitrogen and phosphorus? Okay. So if you observe these options here FID flame ionization detector, TCD thermo conductivity detectors, ECD electron capture detectors, it is there. But what is NPD? All these are also sensitive, but NPD, it is specifically designed for this nitrogen and phosphorus detector. Okay. So remaining three also can be used, definitely we cannot say no to that, but NPD detector, it is a selective GC detector which is going to be having the highest affinity for the nitrogen and phosphorus than all the remaining detectors. Okay. So widely it is going to be used in case of the compounds which contains its nitrogen and the phosphorus as impurities as well as pesticide residues also. Okay. So that is the utmost uses whenever these nitrogen and phosphorus are there. We can go with this directly. NPD detector is also available to us. Next, which of the following has the shortest wavelength? Okay. So according to wavelength they have given here. Now let us see the classification of this electromagnetic spectrum if you are going to observe. So initially you are going to observe the radiations, that is UV, visible, infrared, X-rays. Okay. Starting you are going to observe the cosmic rays, right? So we are at the slide number, okay, right here, fine. So initially what are the rays you are going to see? Those are nothing but the cosmic rays, right? So cosmic rays are having very less wavelength, whereas energy it is going to be very high. Okay. Yeah. So order of the wavelength if you observe, that is longest to the shortest wavelengths, then you are going to see in the given options, that is infrared, then visible, then UV, then X-rays. Because if you are going to see the longest wavelength, it is going to be infrared. Shortest wavelength, that is X-rays, right? And if you know the regions, that means cosmic rays, then gamma rays, here gamma rays, then cosmic rays. Okay. So in this way, you are going to very short wavelength you are going to observe at this side. So what the question they are asking? Which of the following has the shortest wavelength? Okay, shortest wavelength, that is going to be especially first it is the selection of cosmic rays, then gamma rays, then X-rays. Okay. So in the given options, cosmic rays and gamma rays are not there. So X-rays it is the suitable answer. Next. Just a minute. Yeah. Let us have the another question, that is nothing but which titration is based on electron transfer reactions. Okay. Which titration is based on electron transfer of the electrons it is going to take place. So if you see this acid base titrations, redox titration, complexometry and precipitation titration. Acid base titrations means where we are going to see the neutralization. Precipitation means formation of the precipitate or changing the color of the precipitate. Complexometry means complexes are going to be formed, so that we will see the color change of those formed complexes. Whereas in case of the redox titrations only, we are going to see the electron transfer, because there you are going to observe both oxidation as well as reduction. Okay, so that is going to take place in terms of the electron transfer. So option B, it is the right answer. Next, yes. So oxidation and reduction, right? So where you are going to see the, in case of the oxidation, losing of the electron it is going to take place. There the compound it is going to be called as oxidized. Oxidized, that means electrons are lost. Whereas reduced means gaining of the electrons it is going to takes place. Okay, so in these two are going to happening in the redox titrations only. Okay. 89th question, you are going to see the reference standard used in the NMR spectroscopy. We know that is TMS, tetramethylsilane. Because why it is going to be used? It is going to give you the only one strong signals, that is also at the 0 ppm. Okay, that's why this even though 12 protons are present in the TMS, tetramethylsilane, even though you are going to see the 12 protons, because all are in the same environment, all are equivalent. So we are going to get only one signal, and that too at the chemical shift value of 0 ppm. So that's why it is a suitable one. Next, peak appears at 10 minutes, okay, in chromatography with baseline width of 0.5 minutes. Calculate the number of theoretical plates. Okay, they have given the retention time, they have given, and peak width they have given, right? So just they are asking the theoretical plates. If you know the formula directly, you can calculate. So what is the formula to calculate the number of theoretical plates? 16 into TR by W whole square. N equal to 16 into TR. TR means retention time, that is nothing but here 10 minutes. And what is the peak width they have given? 0.5 centimeters. 16 into TR by W whole square. So this is the formula for number of theoretical plates. Okay. So if you solve this, you are going to get, just let us see how to solve this also. So 10 into 10 divided by 0.5 into 0.5, right? So if you take this, that means 10 into 10, 100, we know that. But in order to remove these two digits, okay, so 100 by, this is going to be 2.5, 5 into 5, 25 will be there, but yeah, 0.25, right? So if you solve this, 16 into 100 by 0.25, but whole square, so sorry, after squaring only you are going to get this value. Okay, so this is going to be 1625. If you take, then 2 digits minus 2, you are going to see this. 0.25, right? 16 into TR divided by, yes, definitely it is going to be the right answer. Okay. So thereby you are going to see the, how much the total value in this 1600 by 25. So how many 25s are 160? 6. 64 it is going to be there. Okay, so 64 into 10 to the power of minus 2 I have actually got, but it should not be like that. 64 into 10 to the power of 12 I should get it. Where the mistake it is there, any confusion I got? N equal to 16 into TR by W whole square, right? So this is a formula actually. 16 into what is TR? 10 minutes. What is the peak width? 0.5. Okay, whole square it is there. So 16 into, so if you want to remove these digits, okay, yeah, here actually we got confused. So if you want to remove this digit, then you should take one digit above. Square we forgot, yeah, same thing. Okay, sorry. So if you put this square also, in order to remove this digit 10 it is going to be required here. So 100 by 5. So this is going to be 20 here. So 20 square means again 20 into 20, that is 400 will be there. So 16 into 400. So that's why while calculating, while using these tricks also, you should not get confused. Even I got confused there, right? So 16 into 400, the result will be 6400. Okay, so in this way the calculations can be done. Now let us move to the, I think everyone got the clear answer now, because while removing the digits you should understand, you should not get confused. Okay, okay, let us move to the next question. Okay, large molecules in the size exclusion chromatography. Okay, we are at the question of 1591. Okay, yeah, 91 we are seeing now. Large molecules in the size exclusion chromatography. In the size exclusion chromatography, we are going to use the two types, 𝘿C as well as 𝘎FC, gel filtration chromatography as well as gel permeation, GPC and GFC, right? So in that cases, wherever we are going to see the polymers, okay, so those polymers are going to be easily separated by trapping the small molecules in the particular resinous gels. Okay, so in that case large molecules are going to be separated first in the size exclusion chromatography. So in the options, elute first, elute last, not eluted, decompose. Definitely large molecules only will elute first. Okay, so that is the option A here. So if you observe this picture, you can easily remember that all the small molecules are getting trapped into the stationary phase. Okay, so large molecules are there, those are going to be allowed outside this porous structure. So thereby you are going to see the elution of these large molecules. That is the concept of this size exclusion chromatography. Only high molecular weight compounds are going to be separated, right? Next, which technique directly provides the molecular weight? We know mass spectroscopy. Even though if you inject the unknown sample also, it is going to give you the molecular mass of the compound, because M by Z ratio it is going to be taken, the charged particles. Okay, by hitting the molecule with the high energy electron beam, it is getting ionized. So definitely mass spectrometry, it is going to give you the molecular mass. Okay, which spectroscopy technique studies atomic absorption? At the atomic level, we are going to study absorption as well as emission. If absorption it is studied, that is called as atomic absorption spectroscopy. If emission it is studied, that is called as atomic emission spectroscopy. So flame photometry, it is also considered as a atomic emission spectroscopy, whereas here in this case atomic absorption, that is nothing but the AAS, atomic absorption spectroscopy, right? Okay, ESR it is going to be studied at the electronic level, NMR it is also at the molecular level, FTIR it is also at the molecular level. Okay. Next, the wavelength range of visible light. Wavelength range, very simple question. You are going to see that is UV starts from 200 to 400, then from 400 to 800 visible. Now they are asking only visible means 400 to 800 nanometer. Option B, it is the right answer, right? So if you see the wavelength rays of gamma rays, X-rays, UV rays, infrared rays, then microwaves, okay, afterwards the radio waves, you are going to see that. Next, okay, phenolphthalein changes its color in the pH range. It is going to be used whenever the strong bases are going to be used. So definitely strong base means these are going to possess towards the alkaline pH. So phenolphthalein, it is a suitable indicator where the alkaline pH changes are observed. So if you observe these two are towards the acidic side, these two are towards the basic side, but especially phenolphthalein is having its color changes in between 8.2 to 10. Okay, so these are the color pH ranges for methyl violet, methyl red and phenolphthalein. Whenever phenolphthalein it is going to be used, exactly if you tell 8.3 to 10. Okay, in the acidic side we know it is colorless, whereas in the basic side it is giving the pink color. Okay, whereas methyl violet, very highly acidic type of the indicator, 0 to 1.6. Acidic side it is in the yellow color, whereas basic side it will give you the blue color. And methyl red, it is somewhat 4.4 to 6.2, weakly acidic. Okay, so on the acidic side red color, whereas basic side you are going to see the yellow color. These two are going to be different. Methyl violet, it is acidic side yellow, whereas methyl red is basic side yellow. Next, potassium permanganate act as KMnO4, which is having a deep purple color, which is going to be used in the redox type of the titration as a titrant, oxidizing agent, we know that. So self indicator also, definitely it is an oxidizing agent. Next, the end point in the EDTA titration using EBT. Okay, so EDTA, the name itself, we know that it is a complexometric titrations. So what is now EBT? You may know EBT means what? Erythrome black tea, nothing but this is the erythrome black tea. That is a complexometric indicator which is going to be majorly giving you the wine red to the blue color. End point it is wine red to blue color at the neutral pH you are going to see. So most of the compounds you are going to characterize in this complexometric titration by this indicator. Okay, all types of the indicators like calcium, barium, magnesium, zinc, cadmium, all such compounds are going to be utilizing this type of the indicator. Next, conductometric titration detects the end point by measuring what? Conductometric titrations, where we are going to measure the end point by taking the conductance values. Okay, so color change, absorbance, conductivity, temperature. Definitely option C, it is a right answer. Okay, yeah. So in this way, two electrodes will be there. Like platinum electrodes, you are going to see the migration, the mobility of the ions, it is going to cause the conductance. Okay, so that conductance, it is the primary parameter we are going to measure. Next, reverse phase HPLC uses. Okay, already at the earlier we have seen the normal phase HPLC. Now they are asking reverse phase HPLC. Polar stationary phase, non-polar stationary phase, gas stationary phase, ionic stationary phase. Definitely reverse phase means non-polar stationary phase we are going to use it. Okay, normal phase means silica, normally it is used. Reverse phase means silica, modified silica, that is modified silica, it is going to be either ODA, C8, C18, like that. Okay, already we have discussed that. Polarography was developed by, okay, polarography, which was a very good technique. We can use it for many types of the compounds which are electro-reducible ions. If these are present, then definitely we are going to use this polarography. And who is the scientist developed this technique means 𝘿𝙄𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙄𝙎. Okay, so this is a scientist name And this is the picture of the particular scientist who has developed this polarography technique in 1622. Okay, yeah. So he got the Nobel Prize also in chemistry for this work in this analytical chemistry for developing this polarography. Okay, let us go to the next question. The SI unit of conductance. Conductance we know conductometric titrations are going to be used, and conductance, it is a reciprocal of the resistance we are going to take it. That's why here we are going to see the ohms is the resistance value. So we will take the mhos as the conductance value. But in this case, if you see, the mhos was not included. But if you observe the Siemens, it is also considered as the SI unit for the conductance value. Okay, yeah. The broad absorption around 3, again IR related, 3200 to 3600 centimeter inverse indicates which type of the functional group here. CO we know 1700, OH always towards the highest side. Okay, so 3200 to 3600 we are going to see the OH group. So whereas alcohol type, alcohol OH group stretchings are going to find around these 3600, whereas hydrogen bonded OH groups means somehow lesser than that value, and secondary tertiary OH bondings are going to be observed at 1100, very less values you are going to see, right? Isopropyl alcohol, primary OH, secondary OH groups are there then. Okay, so that is the difference you are going to observe here. Okay, next. Methyl orange changes its color in the pH range. Okay, titrimetry questions we are going to see in case of the NIPER exams also. Definitely you should remember the pH values also. Methyl orange, what is the pH range? We know that it is going to be used mostly in the acidic side only. Okay, so it is going to have the pH range of 3.1 to 4.4. Okay, so like this methyl red also 4.4 to 6.2 afterwards. Both are having this red color towards the acidic side, whereas methyl orange, it is going to possess the orange at the basic side, whereas yellow for the methyl red. Okay, next, which chromatography technique is most useful for separating the ionic compounds? Ionic compounds are present, then which type of the technique, which type of major mode of HPLC we are going to use? TLC, GC, affinity chromatography, it is not going to be there. Ion exchange chromatography, exchange of the ions, it is going to cation exchange resin, anion exchange resin, all these are present. So definitely option C, it is going to be the right answer, right? So the resinous materials are going to be coated, like anions are exchanged and cations are exchanged like this. Ion exchange of the ions, it is going to take place. So next we will go to the 1605. Okay, still 45 MCQs are there. Let us complete very fast. Which of the following is an electroanalytical technique? Electroanalytical method. UV no, HPLC no, potentiometry yes, flame photometry no, right? This is an absorption spectroscopy, this is a chromatography, this is an emission spectroscopy, whereas potentiometry, it is going to be considered as a electroanalytical method, where electrochemical properties of the compounds are going to be taken into consideration for determinations. Next, like other examples of the electroanalytical methods are conductometry, voltammetry and polarography, amperometry. Okay, which electrode has a constant and known potential? That means the potential we know that is nothing but a reference electrode. Indicator electrode means we don't know about, that is the working electrode which captures the values of the sample. Okay, whereas reference electrode means the potential we know that. So against this reference electrode only, indicator electrode will give us the values. Okay, okay. Next, ESR is also known as, very simple, electron spin resonance spectroscopy. It is also called as electron paramagnetic resonance spectroscopy. So option A, it is the right answer. Okay, which isotope is used in carbon NMR? Okay, NMR, we know that different types of the NMRs are also possible. Proton NMR, carbon NMR, fluorine NMR, neon NMR, phosphorus NMR, like that, different types. So, which isotope is used in carbon NMR? Actually, C12. We know that for NMR, there is a clause. Either odd atomic number should be there or odd mass number should be there. Then only the spin quantum number should be calculated, and in this, if you see the carbon NMR related, the isotopes are possible for the carbon. So, if you see this C12, C14, C15 won't be there actually. Okay, C12, C14, C13, these three will be there. So, for these two, the even number it is going to be there. For this, these two are NMR inactive, whereas C13 isotope it is there, that is NMR active, right? Because of this odd atomic number. Okay, yes, B, option B, it is the right answer. Okay, a bathochromic shift. Okay, so in case of the UV spectroscopy, bathochromic shift means red shift. Red means highest wavelength. So definitely you are going to see the shift to the longer wavelength side. Option B, it is the right answer. So this way, bathochromic shift, it is also called as red shift. So always wavelength increases means we are going to see the red color at the highest wavelengths. Okay, so wavelength will increase, that is called as bathochromic shift. Whereas if absorbance increases, hyperchromic shift. Okay. Next, which region of the electromagnetic spectrum has the highest energy? Shortest wavelength means you are going to see the wavelength and energy both are inversely related. Okay, so energy if it is more, then wavelength it is less. So we know that towards the left side, cosmic rays, gamma rays, we will have very shortest wavelengths. Okay, so in this case, which region of the electromagnetic highest energy? That means the options, if you see radio waves, infrared, UV and X-rays, in this the lowest wavelength it is going to be possessed by the X-rays. So in the given options you should select. Okay, so lowest wavelength means automatically highest energy will be for the X-rays here. Okay, UV spectroscopy is based on, we know that different types of the energy levels are present in a molecule, and UV it is going to be based on the electronic transitions, whereas IR if you are going to see, that is for the vibrational transitions. Okay, NMR for the nuclear transitions. Spin transitions we are going to see in both NMR as well as ESR. Okay, next, in this case of which factor decreases the RF value? Retention factor. Which factor decreases the RF value in TLC? Let us see the options. Increased affinity for the stationary phase, that means more bonding will be there. Increased solvent strength. If solvent strength increases, automatically it will take it away from it. Okay. Smaller particle size, increased temperature. Actually TLC it is not going to be affected by this particle size as well as temperature. Only the increased affinity for the stationary phase, then automatically the like interactions will be there. So automatically it won't leave the analyte, the stationary phase will try to bind it with it. Okay, so thereby the RF value will decreases. Okay, next, which parameter is used for the qualitative identification of the chromatography? Qualitatively, not quantitative. Chromatography can be used for both, but qualitatively what are the parameters we can use? Peak area, retention time, peak height, pressure. The retention time, because we can match the retention time with the sample with that of the standard. Okay, so B it is the right answer. Next, which chromatography technique is based on differences in the molecular size? As we have already discussed that large molecules will elute first because of the trapping the small particles in the all the resinous materials you are going to. So the size exclusion chromatography, this is the based on the size we are going to separate the molecules. Next, the blue color in the iodometric. Okay, iodometric means it is going to be an indirect titration. Why the blue color it is going to be seen? Let us see the options here. Iodine potassium iodide complex, Actually, after adding the indicator only, we are going to see the blue color in case of the iodine type of the titrations, whether it is iodometric or iodimetric. Okay. So, here we are not going to see any type of the indicator. Here starch, okay, potassium iodide starch or iodide complex or iodine starch. So, when this starch it is reacting with this iodine, definitely you are going to see the blue color. Okay. So, option B it is the right answer. Next, the indicator used in the Morse method, 𝘿𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙎 method, Fazan's method, 3 types of the methods are there. So, in Morse method we are going to use this potassium chromate as the indicator, which is a direct method. Okay. Next, in potentiometric titration the graph is plotted, potentiometry, potential difference we are going to measure, that is nothing but the EMF, potential it is going to be taken, potential and the volume of the titrant. Yes, definitely this is the right answer. Conductivity means conductometric titrations. pH and temperature means where we are going to see the pH, we can take it because this is also one of the parameter in potentiometry, but temperature we don't take, right. Absorbance and the concentration, absorbance it is nowhere observed in the case of the potentiometry. So, the right option here it is A. Next, yeah, potential versus volume of the titrant. In 𝘲𝙎𝙎 titration, why we are going to use this 𝘲𝙎𝙎 titration method in order to determine the water content in the given sample, right. So, the analyte determined is, what we are going to determine? Chlorides, water, sulfates, calcium, because only water we are going to determine. How we will determine the water? We will use the Kf reagent. That Kf reagent, it is nothing but the containing the iodine and the sulfur dioxide. So, with that the water molecules are getting reacted and hydrogen iodide it is going to be formed. Okay. So, in this way the water can be determined, how many water molecules are there. Chromatography is primarily used for only for separation. It is a physical separation technique, separation of mixture of components, heating, measuring, drying, very irrelevant answers, right. Only B. Whether you use whatever the technique, column chromatography, paper chromatography, TLC, size exclusion, just a separation of the compounds. Okay. Chromatographic peak, that is symmetrical, very symmetrical peak it is going to be called it as. How we are going to see a symmetrical peak? So, both here A and B both are equal. Okay. Then only it is going to be considered as a symmetric peak. So, that is symmetrical in nature means, okay. So, it is going to be called as a Gaussian peak, Gaussian distribution we will call it as mathematically. Okay. So, tailing, fronting, broad peaks, these are not at all symmetrical in nature, right. So, if you observe the fronting of the peak, that means here you are going to see how the fronting. So, if you cut it in the middle also, you are not going to see the equal parts, whereas this is a Gaussian distribution curve and tailing means more tailing you are going to see, right. So, we can calculate the tailing factor also for all the peaks. The mobile phase in the paper chromatography moves. In paper chromatography, paper it is the stationary phase. So, different types of the papers also we can use, impregnated papers, cellulose papers are also going to be used. But in this, how the mobile phase it is going to be moved, they are asking. Distillation, centrifugation, capillary action, filtration. Paper chromatography can be performed ascending way, descending way, circular way, one dimensional, two dimensional also. But in all these cases, the mobile phase is moving by the capillary action. Yes. Next, which region is commonly used in the UV spectroscopy? In the UV spectroscopy, what is the region we are going to see? 21C. Okay. Which region is commonly used in UV spectroscopy? What is the UV region? 200 to 400 nanometers if they have given. Just check it out the units also. Okay. So, otherwise you may get confused. Next, Which of the following is a chromophore? Chromophore already we know that, which is giving the functional group which is responsible for giving the color to the substance. So OH and H2, these two are actually oxochromes, as H is also oxochrome. So here majorly C double bond C, that is going to be considered as a chromophore. Okay, yes. Which detector is commonly used in the fluorimetry, fluorescence spectroscopy? Photomultiplier tubes. This is the suitable detector in case of the fluorimetry, whereas if you observe the other options, FID, TCD and ECD are the GC detectors actually. Okay, so in case of the fluorimetry, these are the photomultipliers are going to be used, and this can also be used as a detector in the HPLC also. Next question, in the NMR spectroscopy, proton having two neighboring protons. Okay, that means if it having the two neighbors, okay, one proton it is there, but it is having the another proton. So how many neighbors are there? Two neighbors. So n plus 1 rule, if you are going to apply, means 2 plus 1, 3. So the peak it is going to be appeared as a triplet. Okay. Next, which metal is commonly analyzed by the flame photometry? Flame photometry, it is studied at the atomic level. Okay, sodium, iron, copper, zinc, which are exhibiting the specific color, then only the emission of the light it is going to be takes place. We know that sodium, it will produce the yellow color whenever it is put it under the flame, right? So sodium, it is the right answer. Which indicator is used in the EDTA titration of calcium and magnesium? Both calcium and magnesium, if these are there, then what is the suitable indicator? Okay, so 𝘎𝙃 black tea, phenolphthalein methyl orange, these are the acid base indicators, whereas starch is used in the redox type of the titrations. Only complexometric indicator, that is nothing but the 𝘎𝙃 black tea. Next, which is a primary standard? That means which do not require any standardization. HCl, NaOH, sodium carbonate, KMnO4. HCl, NaOH definitely require the standardization. KMnO4, it is the redox titration type of the titrant. Sodium carbonate. Okay, so these three are requiring the standardization, whereas sodium carbonate, it is a primary standard which is not requiring require any standardization procedure. Okay. Yes, sodium carbonate, it is going to be highly available as a highly purified compound also. Next, pipette, very silly question I think so. Pipette is used to measure the variable volume or deliver the fixed volume. Yes, option B, it is the right answer. Okay, fixed volume can be delivered from the pipette. In GC, separation occurs mainly due to differences. In GC, how we are going to see the separation? Volatility and the partition coefficient. Yes, definitely option A, it is going to be the right one. Density, color, refractive index. No. The sample should be a volatile in nature, and based on the partition coefficient, we are going to see the separation. Okay. Next, which electrode is used in the classical polarography? In polarography, we know that dropping mercury electrode, it is going to be the widely used electrode. Okay. Next, voltammetry is the study of what? Voltammetry, this is also an electroanalytical method where we are going to study the potential versus current. Okay, so that is going to be under the subject of this voltammetry. Next, Beer-Lambert's law states that absorbance, it is directly proportional to A equal to epsilon into L into C. So absorbance is directly proportional to path length and the concentration, right? So in this, if you observe concentration and path length, option B, it is the right answer. Forbidden peak, it is also known as, okay, in the UV spectroscopy, forbidden peaks are also observed. Due to that, we are going to see some of the absorption bands also. Okay, so these forbidden peaks, if you see, those are going to be observed in the level of R bands. Okay, so mostly we will observe the pi to pi star transitions only in all the cases, but in case of the forbidden peaks, we will observe these R bands. Okay, so R, it is the right answer, because we know that K bands, B bands, R bands, S bands are observed in the electronic transitions, right? Okay. The chemical shift of aromatic protons generally appears. Yeah, this is also one of the major question. Chemical shift values are also important in case of the NIPER related questions. Okay. Yeah, in this case if you observe, that is the chemical shift of aromatic protons appears in aromatic protons. If you see, then at which value you are going to get it. Okay. So for this, if you see in proton NMR spectroscopy, they are going to appear at the 6 to 8 ppm region. Okay. So in this case they have given 6 to 8. So option C, it is the right answer. Next, which component converts the molecules into ions in the mass spectroscopy? Whereas whenever it enters the source of ionization, so definitely ion source, it is a converts the sample into different ions. Okay, M/E charged particles are going to be there. So option C, it is the right answer. Next, which transition is responsible for the UV absorption in the organic compounds? UV absorption in the organic compounds, whenever we are going to observe absorption UV, that means electronic transition. Similar question also we have seen, but in a different way, right? So option B, it is the right answer. Next, which molecule is IR inactive? So in the IR also, if both are symmetrical bonds are there, then dipole moment it is not going to be observed. So HCl, CO, N2 and H2O. So in which case dipole moment it is observed, for that molecule only we can get the IR signal. So nitrogen, it is a symmetrical molecule, we don't see any dipole change there. Okay. So that's why the vibration effect remains 0 for the nitrogen. Next, which parameter indicates how long a compound stays in the molecule? That means how much time it will stays in the particular column. That is nothing but the retention time. Okay, 𝘿𝙎𝑃 method is an example of 𝘿𝙎 method. It is an indirect method of precipitation titration, but it is a back titration method, right? Next, so B, it is the right answer. Okay, which detector is commonly called a universal HPLC detector, which is based on the bulk property of the detector, means nothing but the refractive index detector, whereas UV detector as well as this FID and ECD, these are the solute property detectors. These two are used in the GC and these two are going to be used in the HPLC. Okay. Next, which chromatography technique is most suitable for separating the proteins? Proteins, if these are there, then which is the suitable one? GC cannot be used, paper chromatography, TLC cannot be used. Only the affinity chromatography can be used, because based on the ligand binding, we are going to use this type of the chromatography technique. Most commonly used stationary phase in RP HPLC, that means reverse phase HPLC, you are going to see the commonly used stationary phase. Reverse phase HPLC, stationary phase is silica gel only, but silica only, not the silica gel. In TLC it is used, here also in TLC, this is also in TLC, but only C18. Okay, so this is a suitable answer. Okay, so don't get confused that silica gel, don't select that. Modified silica in reverse phase HPLC. Okay, yes, polarography is based on the measurement of this current voltage curve. So current voltage both are should be there. So voltage means potential, current. Option A, it is a right answer. Density, absorbance, conductivity, no way at all. Electroanalytical method means the properties you should understand. Next, CO stretching vibration, again IR CO, it is very important. 1700, 1710, it is the exact nanometer, wave number. Okay, so see that values, then you can select. Next, which radiation is used in NMR? Radio waves. Radio waves are going to be used in case of the NMR. So radio frequency generator will be there. So that is going to give the radio waves which are having highest wavelength. Conductometry is based on the measurement of conductometry. The name itself, it is going to tell you that conductance, it is going to be measured. So, conductivity. No need to bother about the other words. Okay. Next, stationary phase in TLC is coated. Stationary phase in TLC. TLC plates are going to be coated with the different types of the materials. So, in that they are asking coated on, not the materials. Column, glass, plastic or aluminum plates, filter paper, pipette. Okay. So, option B it is going to. TLC plates, glass plates can be used, aluminum plates, stainless steel plates also can be used. Okay. Generally we don't prefer this plastic, but okay, sometimes. Next, silica gel, whenever we are going to use a different type, pouring method, spreading method. Spreading method, it is a widely used method. Okay. Next, which solution requires standardization before use? That means which is not a primary standard. They are not they are asking that. Sodium carbonate, oxalic acid, NaOH, potassium dichromate. Okay. So if you see the options here, sodium carbonate, it is a primary standard. Oxalic acid, a primary standard. Potassium dichromate, it is a primary standard. Only the remaining one is sodium hydroxide, which is hygroscopic in nature. So definitely it requires the standardization. Okay. Secondary standard. Next, last question, we are at the last question. In non-aqueous titration, perchloric acid it is commonly used. Non-aqueous titration itself means that we should not use the water there. So, we are going to use the perchloric acid as a titrant, right. So, what is the solvent mostly we are going to use in case of the non-aqueous titration? Acetic acid, glacial acetic acid, it is going to be used as a solvent there. Whereas perchloric acid it is going to be used as a titrant. Okay. So, yes. So, these are the different most relevant type of the MCQs we are going to observe in case of the NIPER related exams. Okay. So, not only NIPER, don't end your journey with the NIPER exam itself, try to give the other examinations also. Okay. So, one or the other way you will get more knowledge by giving more number of exams. Okay. So, all the best for your NIPER exam. All these types of the basic relevant questions may help you in your upcoming exam. Thank you students for attending this session. All the best. Your next faculty is waiting. Thank you. And if any doubts are there, you can ask related to any type of the MCQ also, because sometimes we will get stuck up at one MCQ, okay, and at the last 15 minutes we are very hurry because you are going to have the next session also with your pharmacology. Okay. So, definitely don't get tense while giving the exam. Okay. And always try to read the question, spend 10 to 30 seconds minimum for reading the question itself, and while doing the matchings, okay, how we got confused in the matchings, like you will see more number of options also there, but try to at least find out 2 correct matchings, then definitely you will get the correct answer. Okay. So, in that way you can reduce the mistakes. Okay. So, in that way, and any doubts are there, you can ask. Most people are giving the right answers itself. Okay. Yeah. Okay, then we will meet in the regular prime classes also. Okay, after writing your exam, hope everyone will get very good marks and good ranks in your NIPER exam. No doubts at all? Okay. So let us end the session. Okay, all the best for your exam. And try to attempt the questions which you know. If at all nothing, if you don't have any information related to this, that question means please ignore that. Okay, because you are going to have the negative marking also there.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Am I audible and visible? Very good afternoon, everyone. Okay. So, am I audible or not? Just let me know in the comment section if everything is fine. Okay. If everything is fine, just let me know. Okay. So, shall we start? So, here we are with the Vijay Thalapathy session, and of course, this session is of 12 hours continuous class for you guys, especially for the NIPER examinations, right? Your examinations are day after tomorrow, not tomorrow, but day after tomorrow. I think you will be moving from tomorrow itself to your locations, examination centers. So, first of all the very best with your examinations. You have given your best and I hope everything is ready. You just need small revision, and that's what we are doing in this session, right? Okay, so with me you are going to discuss 100 questions containing 50 questions of human anatomy and physiology and 50 questions of our English subject. Clear? Okay. So let's start the session with the first question. Most abundant protein in humans is. This is the question from NIPER JEE 2025. Yes, what will be your answers? Yes, you have to give the correct answers in the chat section. As usual, you know the pattern. Just give me the answers. Most abundant protein in a human is. What will be the answer? Option A says collagen, option B says hemoglobin, option C says keratin, and the option D says myosin, right? See, abundant protein means the protein that is present in a huge amount, that is the abundant protein. If we talk about the collagen, then yes, this is the correct answer. No, my dear, option number A will be the correct answer. Now, let me know. Okay, first thing, collagen is present in which organs? They are present in skin, they are present in bones, they are present in tendons, ligaments, cartilages. Almost, we can say 60% of your body is covered with what? Collagen. In case of hemoglobin, this is present only in case of your blood, specifically in red blood cells. So, if we talk about the abundant protein, then that is collagen, and the question was asked regarding, if the question was asked regarding the abundant protein found in blood, then your answer will be hemoglobin. Okay, clear? Now, keratin are found in case of your hairs, nails, skin, and if we talk about myosin, that is found in muscle fibers and tissues. Clear? Okay. So answer will be, that is option number A, collagen. Clear? Now the next question. Two daughter cells are separated in which state? Yes. Two daughter cells are separated in which state? This is the question from NIPER JEE 2023. What will be your answers? Two daughter cells are separated in which phase or cell division? We have different phases in our cell division: prophase, metaphase, telophase, anaphase. Okay. So in case of your prophase, this is the preparing phase. This P stands for the preparation. Okay, clear? So this pre-phase, that is the prophase, stands for the preparation phase. In this, the chromosomes condenses and also the nuclear membrane of the nucleus start to vanish. It starts disappearing. Okay. In the case of metaphase, the M stands for middle. The M stands for middle. That means the chromosomes now accumulate at the center of your cell. If we talk about the telophase, this is a repeat telecast in which we can say the nuclear membrane starts to reappear around your nucleus, and yes, we can say the daughter cells are separated. We have two different daughter cells that is now being completely separated, and now it is ready for your cytokinesis. Clear? Next is anaphase, that is A stands for apart. The movement of chromosomes to the opposite sides of the cells is known as anaphase. Clear? So answer will be, that is telophase. Very good. Now the next question. In ascending loop of Henle, which of the following is reabsorbed? This is the question from NIPER JEE 2019. Yes, what would be your answer? See, we have different types of parts of our nephron. This is glomerulus. This is the Bowman's capsule. This is the loop of Henle. See, this part is the loop of Henle. This is your descending loop of Henle. This is ascending loop of Henle. This is proximal convoluted tubule. This is distal convoluted tubule. And this is the collecting duct. In case of your proximal convoluted tubule, 90% of absorption takes place in your proximal convoluted tubule. Many nutrients, vitamins, everything are absorbed, water, glucose, etc. In case of your descending loop of Henle, the water is reabsorbed, but in case of ascending loop of Henle, the salt is reabsorbed. Okay, clear? Okay, and the glucose is reabsorbed from, that is, proximal convoluted tubule. Clear? Now, the next question, the primary hormone produced from the corpus luteum is, this is the question from NIPER JEE 2022. Yes, what will be your answers? What will be your answers? See, first of all, we have progesterone. So, this progesterone is formed from your corpus luteum. Corpus luteum is the ruptured follicles of the ovary, and that corpus luteum is responsible for releasing progesterone. If we talk about estrogen, this is released directly from your ovarian follicles. If we talk about HCG, this is released from your placenta. If we talk about prolactin, this hormone is released from your anterior pituitary gland. Okay, clear? So the correct answer will be, that is progesterone. Okay, yes, very good. Now the next question, chlorophyll is present in which part of the chloroplast? This is the question from NIPER JEE 2022. Yes, what will be your answers? Chlorophyll is what? This is the type of pigment that is present in case of our plants and is responsible for photosynthesis, right? Clear? So this chlorophyll is present in case of your plant cells. Obviously, now we have the inner membrane, the outer membrane, the cell membrane, cell wall, plasma membrane. Then we have the matrix, the center part of your cell, and we have thylakoid. So the chlorophyll is present in the thylakoid. Okay, thylakoid is a separate structure that is present suspended in your matrix region, and in that case the chlorophyll is present in thylakoid, and the function of the chlorophyll is to do the photosynthesis procedure. Okay, now the next question, which of the following is not present in muscles? This is the question from NIPER JEE 2018. Yes, which of the following is not present in muscles? What will be your answers? See, actin and myosin, they are the thick and thin bands of your muscles. They are responsible for your contraction procedures, and yes, they are present in your muscles. If we talk about myoalbumin, the M stands for muscles, though the albumin that is present in your muscles is myoalbumin. But if we talk about the alpha globulin, so this is present in your blood, specifically in plasma protein. This is a type of plasma protein. It is not present in case of your muscles. Okay, now next one is the phase of the cell cycle during which the cell may leave the cell cycle. Yes, what will be your answers? The phase of cell cycle during which the cell may leave your cell cycle. See, whenever we can leave some place when we are done with our work, right? I can stop this class when I have completed 100 questions. So when we are at the resting phase, we can do anything, start, we can finish the work, we can leave that particular place, because we are in the resting phase, and that zero is equals to the resting phase. Okay, the S is that represents the sister phase. Okay, so in this the replication of DNA takes place, the sister formation takes place. If we talk about M, that is your mitosis, that is the cell division phase. If we talk about G1, this is responsible for cell growth. Now, what will be your answer? See, G0, that is the resting phase. When that cell is going through the cell division, when the cell is going through your DNA replication, then how that cell can leave the cell cycle? No, it's not possible. If you are doing something, if I am taking the class, then in between I cannot leave the class. But in my resting phase, I can leave this class. Okay, so answer will be that is G0. Clear? Okay, now the next one. The substance involved in the control of platelet production. Yes, what will be your answers? Which substance is involved in the production of platelets? Platelets are responsible for what? Clotting of blood, right? Clear? Plasminogen, okay, thrombopoietin, fibrinogen, erythropoietin. Erythropoietin. This poietin stands for the synthesis of what? Erythro stands for RBCs. So formation of RBCs is erythropoietin. Ogen. This ogen word represents the inactive form of a substance. That means this fibrinogen and plasminogen are already present in your blood, but they are in their inactive form. They need the enzyme to be activated. Okay, and next is thrombopoietin. Poietin stands for synthesis and thrombo stands for platelets. So the synthesis of platelets, production of platelets, that is thrombopoietin. Okay, next one. Which of the following does not release any enzyme? Yes, next question. Which of the following does not release any enzyme? Salivary gland releases saliva, and that saliva has an enzyme known as amylase that is responsible for digestion of starch. If we talk about esophagus, so esophagus is responsible for secretion of mucus, and mucus is obviously not a type of enzyme, right? Clear? Stomach releases different types of enzymes like pepsin, lipase, etc. Pancreas releases the enzymes like lipase, trypsin, tryptin, etc. Clear? So answer will be option number B. Okay, very good. Now the next question. The gaseous exchange in alveoli is a type of gaseous exchange in the alveoli. Alveoli is known as the functional unit of your lungs and they are responsible for gaseous exchange. The gases are exchanged between the tissues and the blood, that is the gaseous exchange in your alveoli. Now, which type of exchange is this? First, if we talk about simple diffusion, then yes, this is your correct answer. And what does this simple diffusion means? Simple diffusion is due to the we can say due to oxygen and carbon dioxide ratio. Okay, we can say naturally the movement of substance from larger concentration to smaller concentration is known as your simple diffusion. If we talk about osmosis, osmosis requires the energy, and obviously the we can say the gaseous exchange never requires an energy. Clear? Okay. Same goes with the passive transport. Is if we don't need energy, that is passive, and if we need energy to get active, that is active transport. So in this case, simple diffusion takes place. Okay, clear? Now the next one, junction that prevents intercellular exchange of substances is, okay, through which junction we can exchange. Okay, see, that prevents. Okay, the question is asking that prevents. Okay, that means the junction that is not allowing the exchange of the substances, that is which type of junction? First is the gap junction. So there is a certain gap between the two cells. So it is easy for the components for your certain substances to get exchanged through two different cells. If we talk about the tight junction, the tight word says tight. That means they don't have any space between the two cells. And if they are not having any space, then there will be no transfer of any kind of substances. Like, clear? And this desmosomes provides the mechanical attachment. Okay? They are not responsible for transportation. Clear? Okay. Now the next one. Which exocrine gland helps maintain moisture of the eyeball? Exocrine. Exo is what? Exit. Something that is not released in blood. Something that is released in ducts. And in ducts, what are released? That is juices are released. And parotid gland produces saliva, but that saliva is not responsible for lubrication of your eye. If we talk about lacrimal gland, then yes, lacrimal gland produces tears and that tears is lubricating your eye. Clear? Sebaceous gland produces sebum, that is known as oil. Okay. Next is that is produces throughout your body through skin, and thyroid gland is a type of endocrine gland that produces hormone, that releases hormones in your bloods. Clear? Now the next question, adipocytes are found in which type of tissue? Yes, what will be your answers? Adipocytes. Adipocytes are what? Fat forming cells. Adipose tissue means fat tissues, fatty tissues. Okay, so adipocytes are found in which type of tissue? Muscle tissue. What is this? That comes under the classification of muscular tissue and it is responsible in movement. Next is epithelial tissue. Example is skin, that is responsible for absorption, protection as well as secretion. Nervous tissue, the examples are nerves, responsible for control and coordination. Connective tissue, examples are blood, bones and your adipose tissues. This adipose tissue, that is, okay, this is helpful. Yes, definitely this is helpful in PG CET. Definitely. Okay. So yes, adipose tissue provides the, what they provide? The protection. Okay. And also they connect from your toe to head. Clear? Now the next one. Squeezing of WBCs through pores of blood capillaries is called as. Yes, what will be your answers? Squeezing of WBCs through pores of blood capillaries. The capillaries, the blood vessels have small pores, okay? And when the blood flows through a certain pressure, now what happens? The size of that pores and also the size of the blood components, that is small as compared to that pores, they oozes out from the vessels and the capillaries. So that is due to what? That is due to, what will be your answer? 64. Chemotaxis? No. See, chemo stands for chemicals. So the movement of cells, what is this? That is the movement of cells towards or away from a chemical signal, that is chemotaxis. Pinocytosis is the cell drinking. And if we talk about diapedesis, so yes, the specific process where the WBCs oozes out from your capillaries, it gets squeezed due to the small size, okay? And if we talk about passive diffusion, the type of diffusion that don't need any energy, that is passive diffusion. Clear? Now, next one. The adipose tissue in newborn is called, okay. The adipose tissue in newborn is called brown adipose tissue, white, yellow or black. See, in science, this black adipose tissue doesn't exist. Okay, so this is automatically wrong. If we talk about brown adipose tissue, then yes, this is the correct example. We can say that is the baby boy, okay, and the baby boy represents the small child, okay. So in case of the infants, the brown adipose tissue is present and that is responsible for thermoregulation. This adipose tissue stops the heat of the baby body inside the body, okay. This fatty layer never allows the heat to pass through the body, okay. And if we talk about white adipose tissue, so that is present in case of the adults, okay, clear. Now the next question is, enteric nervous system controls the following functions of GIT. Yes, what will be the answers? Why the answers are not coming? I need answers from each and every one present over the class. Yes, I need the answers from each and every one. What will be the answer for this one? Enteric nervous system controls what? First is hunger, that is controlled by your CNS, specifically hypothalamus. Hypothalamus is responsible to control the feeling of hunger, the feeling of love, the feeling of thirst, okay. If we talk about nausea and vomiting, that is controlled by the brain stem. If we talk about secretion and motility, so yes, this is controlled by your enteric nervous system, okay, clear. Yes, the answer will be option number C. And same goes with your appetite suppressant. So that is the brain work. Okay, next one. Absence of menstrual cycle is called. Okay, the complete absence of menstrual cycle is called. What will be your answer? See, what is this? This is discomfort. Okay, I know the spelling is wrong, it's discomfort, but yes, it's discomfort. That means the discomfort caused by your menstrual cycle, during your menstrual cycle, like your cramps, vomiting, etc. This A represents absent. This A represents absent. That means the complete absence of your menstrual cycle is known as amenorrhea. If we talk about menorrhagia, so this hagia word represents the excess. So this is the excess bleeding that occurs during your periods. Oligomenorrhea. Oligo is like infrequent menstrual cycle. Okay, clear? We know that menstrual cycle is of 28 days. After each 28 days, we have a new cycle. But in the case of oligomenorrhea, it's not fixed. Either your menstruation can come after 34 days, it can come after 21 days. So it's irregular. Okay, it's infrequent. Clear? Now the next one. The active proteolytic enzyme in gastric juices is. Yes, what is your answer? The active proteolytic. See, proteolytic, this proteo stands for protein and lytic stands for lysis. So the enzyme that is responsible for the lysis of your proteins. Okay, yes, in gastric juices. And obviously the breakdown of protein is taken place in your acidic environment. It needs the acidic pH to be break down, and this is done in through your gastric juices. What will be the answer? OGen. This OGen represents the inactive state. This is the inactive state of your protein that is safe. Okay. If we talk about pepsin, what is pepsin? This pepsin is the active protein digesting enzyme, yet it is not digesting your enzymes. Next is trypsin. So yes, this is a protein digesting enzymes. Clear? What will be the answer? Yes, very good. See, this pepsin is present in your stomach. Okay, this trypsin is also responsible for digestion of protein, but it is present in case of your small intestine. This is released by small intestine. This is released by your stomach. Clear? Okay. So the answer will be, that is option number B, pepsin. Very good. Now the next question. Which of the following factor is known as anti-hemophilic factor? Yes, what will be the answer? What will be the answer for this one? Anti-hemophilic factor. Everyone remember the trick. Freshers party tonight. Everyone remember this trick. That is freshers party. Okay. See what? Freshers party tonight. Come. Let's see. And you can do the numbering side by side. Okay. Sing and call seniors. Please have fun. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yes. One more thing. Obviously, we know 6 factors missing. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So, this A represents with anti-hemophilic factor. That means the factor number 8 is the anti-hemophilic factor. Clear? Okay. Fine, everyone. See, this is the trick. Freshers party tonight. Come, let's sing. And this plasma thromboplastin represents the Christmas factor. So, seniors, please have fun. So, this is the trick to remember the sequence of your clotting factors. Next question. Inspiratory capacity is the sum of inspiratory reserve volume and. Next question. Inspiratory capacity. The volume of air, we can say the volume of air a person can inspire after a normal expiration is known as inspiratory capacity. Yes. So inspiratory capacity is the sum of inspiratory reserve volume, and the second one is, what is your answer? That is the tidal volume. Tidal volume, the T stands for total. So the total amount of air you inhale and exhale without applying any extra effort is known as tidal volume. Okay, clear? Okay, and reserve volume, the reserve is the extra amount of air the body has, the lungs has, that is the reserve volume. So if you need to find out the inspiratory volume, first of all we need to know the total capacity of the lungs, and also we need to know the extra amount of air the lungs can hold. So that now after adding this thing we will get the value of inspiratory capacity. Okay, so you have to remember the formulas. See, this is the formula for inspiratory, functional, residual, vital and total lungs capacity. Also you have to remember the different values. Now the next question. After deep inspiration, maximum expiration of lungs is called. Yes, what will be your answer now? See, after deep inspiration, now if you are taking a deep breath, now what will happen? You have to apply some extra effort. Okay, so in this, see, I explained already you the tidal volume. The tidal volume is the total amount of air which we can inhale and exhale after applying no extra effort. Okay, just opposite is the vital capacity. The amount of air we can inhale and exhale after applying the extra effort is known as vital capacity. So the deep inspiration says the amount of air we inhale with the force is deep inspiration. Maximum expiration, it says that we have to exhale the air after applying the effort so that we can take out the maximum amount of air. So in short, what is it? That is in and out of air applying the effort, that is vital capacity. Now the next one, which hormone is absent in type 1 diabetes mellitus? Yes, what will be your answers? What will be your answers? Where are you guys? Yes, give me the answers in the chat section. I need everyone's answer. Yes, I need everyone's answer. Sorry. Diabetes mellitus. What is this? First of all, we have the glucagon. What is glucagon responsible for? Can anyone say me? Yes, correct. Obviously, your answer is option number B, that is insulin. Insulin is the key, we can say the key cell that will control your blood sugar. Clear? Okay. And in case of type 1 diabetes, diabetes means uncontrolled sugar level. So we are lacking with the insulin. Okay. Clear? And glucagon, that is, they are going to produce the sugar level. Okay. They will maintain the sugar level. Okay. Clear? Now the next one. The proximal convoluted tubule lies in. Okay. See, we have two different parts. This is your kidney. Okay. Now, we have two different parts in our kidney. This portion is known as the cortex region. This is cortex region. The C stands for cover. The C stands for the cap. That is the cortex region. The M stands for the medulla. That means the middle part is the medulla. Renal medulla and renal cortex. Clear? Renal pelvis is somewhat there. Okay. Now they are the collection of renal calyces. See, proximal convoluted tubule. We have nephrons like this. Okay. This is the nephron. The loop of Henle is present at the medulla region. Rest all, that is PCT, DCT, collecting duct and the Bowman's capsule, this is present at the cortex region of our kidney. Clear? The answer will be renal cortex. Is it clear, everyone? Okay. See, this is the structure of a nephron, right? See this loop of Henle. This loop of Henle, this is present at the medulla region. Rest all is present at the cortex region of your kidney. Okay. Now the next one. Next question. Which of the following is the elastic cartilage of the larynx? Cartilage means the soft bone. Cartilage stands for the soft bone. First is the epiglottis. What is epiglottis? Epiglottis is, we can say, the leaf-shaped flap. That is a flap that controls the movement of food as well as air in your windpipe as well as in esophagus respectively. Right? So this epiglottis is elastic in nature. If we talk about thyroid, so thyroid is a type of hyaline cartilage. Clear? If we talk about arytenoids, so they are the hyaline cartilage. If we talk about cricoid, so they are the hyaline cartilage. Clear? Okay. So correct answer will be, that is epiglottis. Okay. Now the next one. What is the normal cardiac output? Normal cardiac output. Next question. Cardiac output. Cardiac stands for heart and output is the result. What is the function of your heart? The function of the heart is to pump the blood out of the heart. Correct? Now, we can say, what is the amount of liter that is pumped by the heart per minute? That is 5 liters per minute. Clear? Okay. Answer number D will be your correct answer. Next one. Which of the following cells are responsible for skin color? Yes. Okay. First we have is melanocytes. This melano is what? Your melanin. That means melanin producing cells. And melanin is responsible for pigmentation in your skin. Clear? Okay. If you have high amount of melanin, then the color of your skin will be dark. If you have low amount of melanin, the color of your skin will be light. Okay. Next, let's talk about keratinocytes. The cells that is responsible for the production of keratin is keratinocyte. Now, what is Merkel cells? They are the sensory cells that are attached to the nerve endings. If we talk about Langerhans cells, so they are the guardian cells and also we can say post officers and the security cells. Okay. Present in your pancreas, right? Clear? Very good. Next one. Which of the following hormone is produced by the thyroid gland? Okay. Which hormone is produced by thyroid gland? Okay, we know two types of hormones are produced, that is T3 as well as T4. Same time calcitonin is also released. Calcitonin, right? Clear? Now, thyroid stimulating hormone. This is produced by your anterior pituitary gland. Okay. Next, if we talk about thyrodothionein, so yes, this is known as T3. Okay, this T3 stands for trio. See, 3, trio. The trio stands for 3. Okay, and thyroxine stands for T4. Clear? Okay. So correct answer will be, that is option number C. Now the next question. Name the longest part of the alimentary canal. The alimentary starts from your mouth and its end to anus. Clear? Now, which part of this alimentary system, alimentary canal, is longest? Yes, what will be the answer? The name is the small intestine, but this is the longest part of your alimentary canal. It is approx 6.6 6.7 meters. Okay, the length of a small intestine is 6.7 meters, that is 3.5 more than the length of a human body. Clear? So answer will be small intestine, option number B. Now the next one, reflexes arc functions at the level of cerebellum. The 𝘖𝙗 stands for balance. This 𝘖𝙗 stands for balance. That means the cerebellum is a part of your brain and is responsible for your balance and to maintain the posture, to maintain the movement. If we talk about cerebral hemisphere, so hemisphere is division of a circle into two parts, division of your brain into two parts. If we talk about medulla oblongata, so he says, I will do according to my wish, his man. Okay, so that is the involuntary functions. If we talk about spinal cord, so a spinal cord is responsible for reflex action. Yes, correct? We have already learned that spinal cord is responsible for the reflex action of your body. Now the next one, which endocrine disorder is characterized by enlarged hands and feet in the adults? Yes, what will be the answer? See, first option says dwarfism. Dwarfism is the short-heighted persons. We have already studied the stories of elf. Elves are the short-heighted. We also known it as bonnet, right? If you know the term bona. So they are the short-heighted people. Okay, and this happens when in case of your childhood, when you are small, in case of young age childhood, the growth hormone is not properly produced. In that case, the dwarfism will occur. And if just opposite, �々𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙬, so this is what? Giant. This giant represents the �々𝑖. You know �々𝑖, that is the second tallest person of whole world. Okay. So when in case of your childhood, if growth hormone is produced above the normal level, then �々𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙬 will take place. If we talk about acromegaly, the mega word says big, and big what? The enlarged hands and the feet. The body is small, but as comparison to the body, your hands and feet are more bigger. Okay, clear? And this is due to the overproduction of growth hormone in adults. After the complete growth of body, if the growth hormone increases, then acromegaly takes place. Opposite of this acromegaly is acromicria. This micria stands for micro, and micro means small. That means as comparison to the body, the hands and feet will be smaller. Okay, clear? So answer will be option number B. If we talk about cretinism, so that is a type of congenital hypothyroidism. If we talk about myxedema, so that is adult hypothyroidism. Okay, clear? Now the next one, how many facial bones does the skull possesses? See, skull means this complete structure is known as the skull. From here to here, this is the complete skull. Okay, clear? And skull has two things. One is the cranium portion that contains the brain. Second is the facial bones, right? Number of cranium bones is 8. Number of facial bone is 14. So what are the number of facial bones? That is 14. Okay, answer number D will be your correct answer. Now the next one, which characteristics distinguishes exocrine gland from the endocrine gland? Endo represents the word inside. This is inside. Inside where? In the blood. What is released? That is hormones. So the release of hormones in blood is known as endocrine system. And this X stands for exit. That means where? In the ducts. What is released? That is juices. So the release of juices in your ducts is known as exocrine system or exocrine gland. Okay. So the difference is these ducts, they are known as the ductless gland, and your exocrine is known as the duct glands. Clear? Okay. Next one. Which taste bud is present on the lateral side of the tongue? The L stands for left, that is the left and right side. This is your tongue at the tip. This is what? The tip of your tongue. Here we have the sweet taste. This is the sweet taste. If we talk about the lateral, this side, this is the lateral side. So we have the sour taste. We have the sour taste. This is the bitter taste, and the salty is present over maximum surface. So this is the salty. Okay, clear? Answer will be sour. Okay. Now, the next question. Stapes is which type of bone? Yes, correct. No, it's sour. Stapes is the smallest bone of your body, and stapes is present at your ears. We have three different types of bones in ears. That is malleus, incus and stapes. And also the stapes is known as the smallest bone of your body. Okay. If the question was asked, the smallest bone of your facial bone, the answer would be lacrimal bone. Okay. Clear? So it totally depends on the question. Now, okay, the longest bone. Okay, fine. The longest bone is femur. If we talk about the funny bone, that is humerus. Largest vertebra is lumbar. Okay, clear? Now, the next one. Oxygenated blood from lungs is carried to heart by. Yes. We all know the artery carries oxygenated blood, the veins carries deoxygenated blood. Correct? This is the rule we know. But if I am adding the word pulmonary in front of these two, now the artery will carry deoxygenated blood and your veins will carry the oxygenated blood. So this is the difference. Okay. Now the pulmonary veins is going to carry the oxygenated blood from your lungs to heart. Okay. Clear? Now the next one. Which of the following is the hormone secreted from the posterior pituitary? Posterior stands for the pituitary gland that is present at the back side. Clear? That is posterior pituitary. And two hormones are released from that side, that is oxytocin and vasopressin. Vasopressin also known as antidiuretic hormone. Rest all hormones. Growth hormone, thyroid stimulating hormone. Next we have prolactin, follicle stimulating hormone, adrenocorticotropic hormone, luteinizing hormone. All these hormones are secreted from the anterior part of your pituitary gland. Now the next one, the cranial nerve that regulates the smell. Optic is for eye, that is it is responsible for vision, right? Facial nerve is responsible for facial expressions. If we talk about olfactory, this olfactory is responsible for smell. Oculomotor, this oculomotor is, this motor means movement of what? O stands for your optic, that is eyeball. Clear? Okay. Now the next question, question number 88. What separates one sarcomere from another sarcomere? Yes, what will be your answers? Question number 88. Next question. Yes, we are in the next question. Yes, what are your answers? Nazreen, Sarvania, I think. Okay. These two people are very much active. I like it. Very good. It never matters if your questions are wrong. Whatever the question you are solving, if you are giving the wrong answers in your class, it never matters actually. Okay. It's actually the best part. If someone rectifies our mistake, then the brain recognize and we can say memorize it for a very long time. So it's never wrong if you give wrong answers in the class. It's good for you. You will never forget the thing which will I rectify. So it's good. I like your spirit. Okay. Now the next one. What separates one sarcomere from another sarcomere? Yes, that is the Z disc. Okay, let me give you the diagram. See, this is what? The Z disc. Clear? See, the Z discs, they separate one sarcomere from another sarcomere. Okay, and this sarcomere contains the light band, dark band, light band, dark band. Clear? Okay. Now, the next one. Blood enters into the heart because of. Blood enters into the heart because of. If something is in the contraction stage, then how could anything enter in that particular portion? No, it's not possible. But yes, if we have the open up wall area, then obviously anything can enter. For example, if we are having a bottle which is totally crushed, then the water cannot enter. But same time, if we are having a fresh bottle that is totally dilated, then yes, the water can be filled easily. Same thing goes with our heart. Now, if your atrium is relaxed, because receiving the blood from outside of your heart is the part of your atrium, and the ventricles part is to pump the blood outside of your heart, and atrium is to receive the blood from outside of your heart. We have two different things. And if the atrium is in relaxed stage, then only the blood can be filled. If it is in contract stage, it's not possible to fill the atrium. Okay. Now the next one. Carpometacarpal joints of the thumb is an example of. Okay. Yes. What are your answers? Question number 90. See. First is ball and socket joint. Examples are shoulder bone. Examples are the bones that connects hip and thigh. Next is the saddle joint. That is the small, we can say small size of your ball and socket joint. That is present at the small spaces. Example is carpometacarpal portion, that is the thumb. You can rotate thumb at any direction, left, right, up, down, side, anything is possible. What is hinge joint? The hinge is the jointer that is present in your door, that is present in between your door, that allows unidirectional movement of your door. Correct? Example is elbow and knee. We have only unidirectional movement in case of our elbow and in case of our knee. Okay, clear? If we talk about pivot joint, that is the rotating one and it is present in atlas and axis. That is the C1 and C2 of your vertebral column. The C stands for cervical bone. Okay. Now question number 91. Color perception in man is due to. Yes. What are the things that is present in our human body in man that is responsible for the vision of colors? The C stands for cones. Okay. And the cones have iodospin. Iodospin is the pigment that is present in your cone cells, and this pigment reflects your colors like red color, blue color. Okay, and the R stands for rhodospin, and rhodospin can see black and white color. They reflects black and white color. Clear? Okay. Now the question number 92. The average duration of gestation in a healthy human female is about. Gestation. What is gestation? The time of or the duration of the 9 months when a mother holds a baby in her uterus. That duration of 9 months is known as gestation. Clear? And that gestation, see, we have total 9 months. Per month we have 4 weeks. So like that we have how many weeks? 40 weeks. Okay, clear? Now the next question. Contraction of a ventricular chamber is called. Yes. Contraction of a ventricular chamber. What is systole? The S stands for shrink, and shrinking is known as the contraction. Okay. So whenever our ventricles contract, so the contraction of ventricles is the systole. Okay, clear? And DIA is equal to dilate. Dilate is the relaxation. Clear? Okay, clear everyone? Okay. And pulse is what? The difference between the systolic and diastolic parameters. And cardiac output is that 5 liter per minute. The amount of blood a heart can pump per minute is cardiac output. Next one. A normal ECG report must consist of the following information. Electrocardiogram, that is done for your hearts. Every movie we have seen, whenever a person is hospitalized, a monitor is there, a continuous sign of beep is available. Okay, and we have a movement of our heart that is shown in that particular small TV, that is electrocardiogram. Okay, so what are the things that is involved in electrocardiogram report? Rhythm. Yes, we notice the contraction and relaxation of heart in a particular time interval, 0.8 seconds. Okay, so this we have to monitor the rhythm of your heart beats. Cardiac axis. Yes. Conduction interval. Yes, we have to note down the duration, the exact amount of time between the two cardiac cycles. Description of the ST segment. Yes, obviously, that particular graph has P, Q, R, S, T. 5 types of things. P wave, Q, R, S, T wave, and last one is T wave. So, all of these will be your correct answer. Okay, next one. Part of the sperm involved in penetrating egg membrane is. Our sperm has 2 portions. One is the head portion and second is the tail portion. This is the head, this is the tail. Now, this tail portion, this section always penetrates through your egg. And it contains, we can say, it releases hyaluronic acid that is responsible to break the outer shell of your egg, and hence the sperm penetrates inside your egg cell for fertilization. Clear? Okay. Now, next question. Which of the following has the thickest wall? Which of the following has the thickest wall? Obviously, our left ventricle. Why left ventricle? Because ultimately the left ventricle is responsible to pump the blood throughout your body parts. So, to give such amount of pressure, they needs the contraction in that respective pressure. Correct? So, the amount of contraction in left ventricle is more as comparison to right ventricles and the atrium. Clear? Okay. So, the left ventricle has the thickest chamber so that they can control and they can bear the amount of contractions that is going to take place every cardiac cycle. Clear? So, answer will be left ventricle. Now, the next one. The process of egg formation in the males is known as, females. In females is known as, formation of egg is oogenesis. This O stands for ovum and this spermato stands for sperm. Genesis means production. So if production and formation of sperm is spermatogenesis, production and formation of ovum is oogenesis. Clear? And these are the cells from which the sperm is formed. This is the mature sperm. This is the initiating sperm. Okay. Now the next one. The pisiform is found in which part of the body? Pisiform as well as patella. These two bones are what? The sesamoid bones. That means they have the shape of a sesame. Clear? Okay. The patella is present in your kneecap and pisiform is present in your carpals. And carpals is present in case of your wrist. Okay. So answer will be wrist. In ankles, we have tarsals. 7 tarsals are there. And as in the case of carpals, we have 8 carpals. Okay, clear? Now next question. A complete blood count CBC measure the level of. Yes, what will be the answer? This complete blood count measures the complete cellular components of your blood. Correct? Clear? If we talk about hemoglobin and let's talk about the hematocrit value. Okay? These two things are present in CBC. Now the last question of human anatomy and physiology. I think this is the last question. Yes, correct. The last question. Mitochondria are the principal producers of what? That is ATP. Mitochondria is responsible for the formation of ATP. Correct? That is ultimately the energy. Okay. So here we are completed with the 50 questions of human anatomy and physiology. And now we are going to start with the general English. That is the English language questions. Okay. So are you ready? Are you ready? Yes or no? Give a thumbs up in the chat section. Yes. Give a thumbs up in the chat section. Are you ready for the general English part? Ready? Okay. So now let's start the questions from your non-pharma, that is the general English. We are going to discuss some basic rules that will help you to solve the questions in the examinations. You should know the meanings of the auxiliary verb. You should know the meanings of the modal verbs. So everything I will give you the complete detailed explanation, and also I will provide you what? Okay, very good. Also I will explain you how to convert voice, how to convert your speech. Okay, yes, very good. Now this is the spirit I like. Okay, let's start. First question, filling the blank with the most appropriate conjunction. Conjunction is what? That joins two sentences is known as conjunction, right? Clear? A heavy storm was forecast. The weather was clear. What is the appropriate answer for this question? Yes, explain me. But. This but is used to join the contrasting sentences that has the opposite ideas. Next is because. This because is to show the reason, to show a cause. Next is unless. Unless is to indicate the condition. And is to join the two similar informations. Okay. So answer will be a heavy storm was forecast, but the weather was clear. Opposite things are here. Storm is just opposite to the clear weather. So we will use but. Okay, clear? Yes, very good. Now the next question. Choose the correct relative pronoun. These are the examples of relative pronoun. The boy dash came to see me this morning had come from Agra. Yes, what will be your answers? See, which. They are used for things. Whenever we are indicating things, we will use which. Who is used in case of the persons, living organism, a person. That is used, we can say, in case of things, but to, yes, correct. That is, correct answer is who. The boy who came to see me. Yes, very good. And if we talk about whom is what? That is used as an object. To indicate the object in the sentence, we have to use whom. Clear? So answer will be who. The boy who came to see me. Clear? The next question. Select the correct verb form. Yes, what will be the answer? Select the correct verb form. He dash a lot of letters yesterday. Yesterday is explaining the past action. Means this sentence is the past sentence. Right? Correct? And if someone is writing a letter, and if we are talking about the past, that means already that work is finished. So if the work is already finished in the past, that is the simple past. And in case of simple past, we will not use had, because had is used in case of past perfect. This is used in case of your past perfect continuous. Has is used in case of your present perfect. And this sentence is the simple past sentence. That means the answer will be wrote. He wrote a lot of letters yesterday. Clear? Okay. Clear, everyone? Now, the next question. Choose the correct word. Sahil read the letter dash carefully the second time to ensure he hadn't missed any detail. Yes. Fourth question. What will be the answer? Yes, next question. Much, many, more and most. Much is used in case when we have to indicate the quantity. Much indicates the quantity. Next is many. Many indicates the countable noun. Many indicates the countable nouns. More. More indicates what? Yes, correct. Correct answer is more. Very good. So more is the most appropriate, and more is used when we have to do the comparison between the two things. Okay. And in case of most, this is the superlative degree. Okay. Clear? Sahil reads the letter more carefully. Okay. Now, maybe in the first time, some mistakes have been done. To rectify it, this time he will be more careful. So this is the comparison between the past regret and this regret. Okay, clear? Now the next question, that is, select the most appropriate option. Are you looking forward dash Nikhil again? Yes, what will be the answer? What will be the answer? Yes. Next question. Are you looking forward dash Nikhil again? Give me the answers. No problem if it's wrong. No one is going to judge you. No. No. I am giving you chance to correct the answer. It's no. Yes, what will be the answer? See, whenever we are looking forward for something, we have to use the ing form with a preposition, that is to. Clear? Okay. So, answer will be to seeing. Okay. Are you looking forward to seeing Nikhil again? निखिल को फिर से देखने के लिए आगे सोच रहे हो क्या? तो seeing होगा यहाँ पे. If we are trying something to look forward, so that is to seeing. Okay. Next one, spot the grammatical error. You have to find the error in this sentence. He is the most intelligent and also the very talented student of the college. Yes. What is your answer? He is the most. This is perfect. Intelligent and also, this is also correct. The very talented. Now, this is wrong. First of all, remember the rule. If you are using two adjectives, that is very is a type of adjective, talented is a type of adjective, then you have to use a conjunction between them. This is the first rule. So this is the first type of error in this sentence. Second thing, we cannot use two superlative degree in a single sentence. The most is a type of comparison. The very is a type of comparison. Clear? So these two words equally goes with the comparison of a person. So two comparison degrees, either comparative or superlative, they cannot be used in a single sentence. Okay? So yes, this option number C has an error. Two types of error what I explained. Clear? Okay? Now, the next very question. Clear? Next one. Choose the correct spelling. Yes, this is easy for you guys. Choose the correct spelling for achieve. Choose the correct spelling for achieve. What is it? Yes, we have to be very quick. What is the correct answer? That is option number B. ACHIEVE is the correct spelling for your achieve. Now the next one. Which sentence is correct? Which sentence is correct? She don't like one thing. She is a type of singular person. She is a singular person, and with this singular person we have to use S or ES. So it cannot be don't. Yes, it can be doesn't. This is fine, but one thing, here S is not added. That means we have, it's talking about a general term, that is the ice cream. It's not talking about the varieties of ice cream. So our answer will be option number C. This S should not be here if it's talking about a single term ice cream. Okay? If we are adding S here, then it will be she doesn't likes ice creams. Okay? Now the next one. Next one. Which one is a complete sentence? Running fast. No, this is an incomplete sentence. He runs fast. Yes, this is a simple present tense. Fast and furious is a type of idioms. Okay? Very smart is also an incomplete sentence. Next one. Which is the correct question tag? He is your brother. Brother represents what? Brother represents what? We have to give, whenever a question is containing a question mark, we have to give a negative statement with the positive statement. Clear? Okay? So, it is using is, then this is. Brother is a male, then we have to use he. The answer will be option number A, that is, isn't he. Okay? Clear? Next question. Select the correct plural form of knife. The words with knife, wife, life. So what is the rule? We have to replace F with VES. That is, the answer will be knives. Okay. Next one. Identify the sentence with the proper subject verb agreement. Yes. Which statement is a proper sentence? Yes. See, the boys plays football. What? Boys are already in plural. We don't have to write the word in a plural. It's wrong. The boys play football. Yes, this is clear because football is a type of group game. So we have many boys playing a football. Clear? So answer will be B will be the correct answer. Yes? Right? Now the next one, question number 13. Which sentence is in passive voice? Yes. Which sentence is in, what is the difference between passive voice and active voice? Active voice is that is said directly by the first person, and passive voice is the sentence is of the first person, but it is said by a third person. That is a passive voice. The third person is giving you the statement of the first person that who said it. Clear? So that is passive voice. They are writing a letter. This is a direct active voice. A letter is written by them. So this is a type of passive voice. They write letter, again active and active. Clear? Okay. Next one. Identify the error. One of the student is absent. What is the error in this? Yes, identify the error. See, here we are talking about one of the student. That means this is indicating a group, and from that group only one student, right? Clear? So one of the students will be the correct statement. So the error is in option number C, because this is talking about a group of students. From that group of students we are talking about a single student. So we have to represent many students. Clear? Okay. So the error is in option number C. Very good. Next one. Choose the synonym of brave. Yes, correct. Very good. Yes, good. Next one. Brave. Choose the synonym of brave. Brave is what? Courageous, fearless. Yes. Coward is just opposite of your brave. That is, coward is what? Someone that lacks courage. Timid. Timid is shy. Courageous. That is the synonym of your brave. And lazy is what? Someone who is unwilling to do anything, any work. That is lazy. Okay. Now the next one. Transparent means. Transparent means. Transparent is what? We can see at the opposite side of the place using a shield. Right? That is transparent. So see-through is known as transparent. Okay. Solid is opaque. Okay. Next one. Choose the correct collective noun. Collective is what? The group. Correct. So representing a group of something is known as noun. Okay. Clear? A group of lions. No. A group of lion is not an correct version. What is the group? Okay. What is this? The group of lions is known as the pride of lions. Okay. So this is the pride of lions. A herd of sheep. Yes, this is correct. A herd of cows. Team is wrong here. A school of wolves. No. This is not a school of wolves. Okay. Clear? School is used in case of your fish, not your wolves. Okay. So a pack of wolf. Okay. Next one. A word that sounds like another but has the different meaning. Pronoun is that comes in the place of noun is known as pronoun. Antonyms is the word that gives the opposite meaning of that word is antonym. The same meaning of that word is synonyms. Homo means same. Homo means same. Like example, If we talk about accept and accept, the word, they are similar sound. They have the similar sound. One is starting from E, that means apart from, and the starting from A. So we have two different words, but the pronunciation is same. So that is homonyms. Next example is bat and bat. One bat is cricket bat. Second bat is an animal that hangs in opposite direction, chamkadad. Okay, clear? Next one. Choose the correct antonym of fascinating. Yes, next one. Antonyms of fascinating. Fascinating is what? That's something that that is very interesting, right? Clear? So we have clever. Clever means intelligent. Uniform means equal. Charming means what? Charming is, that is admiring. Clear? That is the synonym of fascinating. And boring, this is the opposite, okay, in which we are not interested, that is dull. Now the next one. Select the word most appropriate synonym of the given word assault. What do you understand by assault? That is the physical attack. Assault is what? When someone is doing the assault, that is the physical attack done by the second person, right? So we have to give the synonym. Anxiety is an emotion. Anger is also an emotion. Attack, yes, so attack will be the synonym. In this attack, we are giving someone a physical injury as your assault, okay? And alibi is the evidence, okay? Now the next one. Change the sentence into passive voice. Yes, this is an important part, and now you have to pay very attention to this. Passive voice. What is the general structure to convert a sentence from active voice to passive voice? That is object plus, this O represents the object, helping verb. Object plus helping verb plus past participle, that is the third form of your verb known as past participle, plus by plus subject. So this is the basic formula to convert from active to passive voice. Now the boys were playing cricket. So first we have to put the object. So cricket is the object. So first thing we will do, cricket is the first word, okay. Next we have to identify the helping verb. So what is the helping verb? Were playing, right? Clear? Were playing, and this were playing indicates the past continuous tense. So to convert the, we can say, whenever we are converting and past continuous tense, we have to be very specific, okay, clear? So whenever we are converting this past continuous tense into the passive voice, we have a very specific formula, that is we have to use being. We have to use what? Being. Clear? Okay, understood? This is the basic, okay. So we have to use being. Now this word will be what? Was. Okay, clear? So the cricket was being. Now the verb third form. Play, played, played. Verb first form, second form, third form and fourth form is playing. Okay, so the cricket was being played. Next is by the boys. Subject is the boys. So this is the actual conversion of your active voice into the passive voice. What you remember? Whenever you have to convert the past continuous tense into the passive voice, you have to use being. That is very specific rule you have to follow. Okay. Now the next one. Select the grammatically correct sentence. Yes. Next question. Grammatically correct sentence. He ate the sweets greedy. Here the greedy is the adjective, and whenever we are writing an adjective, we have to put ly. He ate the sweets greedily. That is the correct one. So this is incorrect. I could not find it anywhere. Yes, this is totally correct. I haven't got none. What is this? Two negative words in a same sentence, and this sentence never makes a sentence. He is much weak. Much will be not. We have to do the comparison. So he is very weak. Okay, clear? Now, correct answer will be option number B. The next one. Choose the correct passive form. Okay, same. Now, I had explained you in the previous question how to convert an active voice into the passive voice. The object plus the helping verb plus the verb with the third form plus by plus subject. Now, convert this according to the formula and give me the answer. He already passed the examination. Yes, examination. Now, the object will be in front. So, the examination will be the subject now. So, the examination. Next, we have to use what? The helping verb. Helping verb is already past, right? Clear? Yes, convert this. Yes, now in case of your past perfect, the helping verb, that is had, will not be changed. Okay? And we will add been. Like in case of past continuous, we have to add being. In case of past perfect, we will not change the had, because in case of singular and plural, in both the cases we have to use had. Okay, clear? So had will be same as it is. The examinations had already, and now we have to add a term been in passive voice, that is been. Verb ka third form past, and then the rest of the subject. So he is converted into him. Okay, clear? Okay. Okay, next one. Next, choose the correct passive form. A child likes toys. A child likes toys. Now, this is a type of simple present tense. According to the formula, the toy will be the subject. Okay? The toy will be the subject. So, the toys, okay, so this is in the plural form. So, we will use what? Are. The simple present are now converted into present continuous. Okay, we can say the word, the particular helping verb will now convert into the plural form. And the plural is are. Okay, so toys are. Clear? Toys are. So, here is the correct answer. Toys are liked by a child. Okay, verb ka third form by and the subject. Clear? Next one. Choose the correct passive form. I do not use soap. Yes, now give me the answers. The soap will be the subject. The I will be converted into me. I is converted into me. Okay. Soap is a singular. So, we will use the singular helping verb. So, that is. The soap is. Not. Now, use will be use, used, using. So, the verb third form is used. So, the soap is not used by me. Clear? Okay. Next one. Choose the correct passive form. Open the window. Now, this is we can say, this sentence gives the command. This sentence is giving the command. So, whenever we use the command, we have to use the request, let. Okay. Now, we have to use what? The command also. So, let is what? A command. Okay. So, let the window. The window will be what? Your subject. Clear? Because it is the object. The window let the window be. Okay, we have to use here be as we don't have any kind of helping verb. So let the window be opened. The third form of open is ed, that is opened. Yes, very good, very nice. At least you are trying to give the you are trying to convert it, so I like it. Very good. Next question is one word substitution. A person who loves mankind. A person who loves mankind. What is this? That is philanthropist. It is correct. Who loves mankind. Stringy. What is stringy? That is thin. Okay. Egoistic. That is the self-centered person. Detractor. Who criticize others is the detractor. Okay. Next one. Choose the correct indirect speech. Okay. Same thing, direct speech is said by the first person. Indirect speech is said by the third person. That is the translated sentence of the first person. Okay. So he said to him, do not go there. He said. That will be converted into he told. Okay. Because we don't have any request, any command in this one. So he told. He will be converted to him. So he told him not to go there. Clear? Okay. Option number B is correct. Next one. Choose the correct indirect speech. You said to me, you will pass the examination. Convert this one. You said will be converted into you told me. Okay. Now, you told me that. We have to add that as a conjunction. We have to use that to connect the sentence. You told me that you will pass the examination. So now you is converted into I because the person is talking about the first person. You told me that I would pass the examination. Okay, clear? Now the next one. The woman said, may you live long. Converted into indirect speech. Converted into indirect speech. Yes, what will be the answers? Where are the other students? You also have to try for the answers. Okay. May you live. This is the type of wish. This sentence represents the wish. Correct? So, may you live long is representing the wish. Okay? So, the old woman wished. She is wishing that he might live long. The may will be converted into might. Okay? Clear? So, the old woman wished that he might live long. Okay? Now, the next one. Select the correct indirect form of the given sentence. Rahul said to his mother, can I go out and play now? Okay. Can represents the request. Can represents the request. So, he has to request his mother. So, he will be asking. He will be not told, saying something. It will not be told. It will be Rahul asked. So, Rahul asked. Now, his mother, because she is the mother of a boy, that means his mother, if he could go out and play then. Okay, clear? Play now will be converted into, now is converted into then in case of indirect. Okay, yes, very good. Next one. Select the most appropriate synonym of the given word. Solemn. What do you understand by solemn? That is something that is serious. Okay. Something that is formal. That is solemn. So, synonym will be Ignorant is what? Someone that is lacking the knowledge. Serious is what? Yes, that is the synonym of solemn. Ordinary is usual, casual. Furious is extremely angry. Okay, clear? Now the next one. Select the correct passive form of the given sentence. Yes, what will be the answers? Next question. Select the correct passive form of the given sentences. Fortunately, this is a negative sentence. Okay, so fortunately, not much damage. This will be in the front. Much damage. This did represents the past tense, so we will use past word. So not much damage was caused will be the verb third form, that is caused. So unfortunately not much damage caused by, then the subject, that is the fire. Okay, clear? Very good. Next one. Select the most appropriate meaning of the given idiom. Kill two birds with one stone. बोलते हैं ना, एक तीर से दो निशाने लगाना. Using one arrow, two aims are achieved. Okay, clear? Like, if you are a prime student, you are reading for the GPAT, that is a one arrow, but two goals you are achieving. First thing, you are preparing for GPAT as well as you are preparing yourself for NIPER from that particular batch. So that is what? Killing two birds with one stone, to achieve two results with a single effort. Okay. Now the next one. Select the incorrectly spelled word. Pageant. This is correct. Pamphlet. Correct. Preserve. This is preserve. Sorry, preserve. This is correct. Portrait. Yes, the spelling is wrong with this. Portrait. The correct spelling is P-O-R-T-R-A-I-T. That is portrait. Next one. Fill in the blanks with the most appropriate word. Yes, next one. Your demands are bound to lead to dash in the family. Barrier is what? Whenever you are placing an obstacle, an obstruction. Discord is what? Discord that will create some kind of disagreement, that will create a conflict. Decrease is the decrease in number. Absence is non-existence. Okay. So your demands are bound to lead dash in the family. That is the discord in the family. Okay. Next one. Select the word which means the same as the group of words given. Central character in the story or the play. Like the central character of a movie, that is the hero, heroine. Okay, clear? Rest are the sub. Okay, we are back. Some network issues were there. Clear? Now the next question, question number 38. Select the most appropriate meaning of the given item. Make off with. Yes. What will be the answer? Make off with. What do you understand with make off with? To steal something, to escape after stealing. So that is to run away. Clear? Now the next question. In the sentence, identify the segment which contains the grammatical error. What will be? If a few drops of lemon. Okay, see. If a few drops of lemon are put in the milk, it has turned sour. So this is a universal truth. And the universal truth, the daily habits, that is represented by using the simple sentence. We don't have to use has. That is the perfect form. Clear? So we have to use the simple sentence. So simply the has is the wrong one. Okay, clear? Clear everyone? It turns sour. Simply select the word which means the same as the given group of words. Person or animal living on another. The animal or a person that is totally dependent upon another living organisms are known as parasites. Like the ticks that is totally dependent on the body of a dog and cattle. Clear? So that is the parasites. Okay. Next one is select the incorrectly spelled word. Which spelling mistake? Delicious is correct, failure is correct, furious is correct, but the journey spelling is wrong. 𝙎𝙬𝙎𝙬𝙎 is the correct spelling. Now the next one, that is select the correct indirect form of the given sentence. Yes, what will be the answer? The principal has said Mr. Surinder will coach the football team. What will be the answer? Yes, are you there? Because I cannot see the comments of you guys. Nazreen. Okay, is everything audible and visible? The principal has said Mr. Surinder will coach the football team. What will be the correct answer? The principal has said that Mr. Surinder will coach the football team. In case of future sentences, we will not change the auxiliary verb. Will is the auxiliary verb. We will not change the form of auxiliary verb in case of future sentence. Okay. Next one. In the sentence, identify the segment containing the grammatical error. Mohit did not went to school yesterday as he was unwell. Okay. The yesterday is simply giving you the identification of the past tense. Clear? So why we have to use two past we can say words in a single sentence. So Mohit did not go to school yesterday as he was unwell. Okay. Now next one. Select the most appropriate antonyms of the given word persuade. What do you understand by persuade? To convince someone. Okay. Next is the antonym will be dissuade. Okay. Clear? To discourage someone. Next is select the correct passive form of the given sentence. She is teaching French to the children. Children will be the subject. Children now is will be converted into what? Yes, children is will be converted into are. ठीक है? Because children is in plural form. So children are. Now we have to add being. So children are being teaching. Verb third form is taught French by what? Teacher. Okay. Okay. Next one. Select the incorrectly spelled word. 80 is correct, 40 is wrong. FORTY is the correct spelling of 40. 50 is correct and 90 is correct. Next question. Select the most appropriate meaning of the given item. Cut and dried. What is this? That is already decided. That is the correct meaning of this idiom, cut and dried. Next question. Select the most appropriate antonym of the given word, malice. Okay. Malice is what? That is ill hatred. That is hatred. Clear? So the antonym of this will be goodwill. Clear? Okay. Next one. Select the incorrectly spelled word. Correspond. That is correct. Yes. In the spelling of this correspond. We are incorrect. The correct spelling will contain only single S, not double S. Colleague is right, commission is right, and committee is right. And now the last question. Fill in the blank with the most appropriate word. The speaker dash audience with his fine speech. If someone is giving you the praise about the speech, then that will be what? That is, the speaker is impressed. They are not depressed. We have to use the positive sentence, positive word, because the sentence is positive. Okay? Clear? Clear, everyone? So yes, this was the complete questions from human anatomy and physiology as well as from English. Okay, I hope everything is very much clear, right? Is everything okay? Is everything okay? Okay, everyone? Okay, so actually I was not able to see your comments, but now I can see. Okay, I thought you are not responding. Okay. Do you enjoy the session? You have any doubt? And are you ready for your NIPER examinations? Yes. You should have more confidence. Whatever you have studied, you should have more, we can say, whatever you had read till now is enough. Is enough. Now, day after tomorrow, you have your NIPER examinations. From me and my team, I wish you all the very best for your examinations, and I pray that you will come up with the good results. You will come up with the good rank, and also I want to just after your NIPER examination, surely I will share my number, and I would like to get the answers from you guys that you have achieved a good rank in NIPER examinations. You have achieved your dream colleges, whatever the dream colleges, NIPER, Mohali, Raebareli, anything. Okay, clear? So all the very best, dear students. I hope your examinations should go well, and my blessings are there, my wishes are there. I love you, and all our team, we love you a lot, and we are waiting for your good results. Okay, so now your next class is, that will be taken by Prateek sir. Subjects are cosmetic, engineering as well as biostatics. Okay, so now he will join soon. Okay, clear? So thank you everyone for your patience, and now let's continue the session. Hello? हाँ sir. चलिए, bye bye everyone.
So hello everyone, how are you? In today's class, we are going to discuss about 50 questions from the pharmaceutical technology, and the coming 50 questions are from the engineering and the biostatic topics. Okay, so I am expecting the answer for each of these questions from you guys. Okay, so these questions are going to be very, very important. First, confirm me, am I audible or visible to you guys? Okay, am I audible to you? So let's start our session. Let's start our today's discussion. So yes, the first question of our discussion is going to be that. So the solution of perhydrol, that is being used as a dental bleaching agent is made up of hydrogen peroxide. Okay, as the name indicates, it is a solution of perhydrol. So they are mainly the per bond in it. Okay, the peroxide bond in it. The peroxide bond is mainly O link with that of the O is the peroxide linkage. Okay, so they are mainly asking, then in the dental bleaching, the solution of per-hydrolyl that is being used is using what? How much percentage of hydrogen peroxide having its formula H2O2? How much percentage of H2O2 in it? Option A is the 40%, option B is 20%, option C is 10%, and option D is going to be 30%. Yes. So which of the following option is correct? Yeah, answer fast. So these are the minor topics, but the questions from these topics, I can say around 2 to 3 questions. Okay, minimally 2 and maximally can 4 question even ask from that particular cosmetic technology part. So these small topics are going to be very crucial in order to secure a good rank in that particular NIPER JEE exam. Okay, so you have to focus on these topics as well. So yes, what is going to be the answer? What is going to be the answer for that particular question? How much percentage of H2O2 hydrogen peroxide that is being used? Okay, so yes, give me the answer. Yeah, so whenever we are using a per-hydrolyl solution for the dental bleaching, okay, in order to bleach our teeth, the hydrogen peroxide concentration that is being used is 30%. Yes, D is the correct option of it. D, the 30% of the hydrogen peroxide is being used in a per-hydrolyl solution that is being used for what purpose? For the dental bleaching purpose. So D is going to be the correct option that for that particular question. Okay, coming to the definition. So yes, the per-hydrolyl concentration, the per-hydrolyl will mainly contain the hydrogen peroxide in a concentration of 30% weight by volume. Okay, remember that particular thing of hydrogen peroxide that will mainly used as a bleaching agent. And what does the bleaching agent does with our teeth? They will mainly causing the whitening or discoloring. Okay, so whenever there is a kind of plaque deposition, as in the first case, the bleaching is done. After that, the given teeth will be appear to be the bright. Okay, so in order to brighten the teeth due to the plaque deposition that are being dulled. Okay, so we are mainly use what? We are mainly use the per-hydrolyl solution or the bleaching agent. Okay, so the 40% is higher than the standard concentration. If we go for the 20%, it's lower than the standard concentration, and 10 is going to be the very dilute solution that cannot be able to remove that particular plaque. Okay, coming to the next question, which of the following antimicrobial is used for the preparation of deodorant soap? Yes, which of the following antimicrobial agent they are asking about is being used for the preparation of deodorant? First option A is the biethanol, option B is the propylene glycol, option C is the trichlorocarbamylidine, and option D is the titanium dioxide. The titanium dioxide is mainly the opacifier that is being used predominantly with that of zinc oxide in case of what? In case of sunscreen. Is one of the major component of that sunscreen. Okay, so they are asking about which of the following antimicrobial agent that is being used in the deodorant soap they are asking about. So we have to find out about the antimicrobial agent. Yes, give the answer for that particular question. Which is going to be the antimicrobial agent? So yes, the trichlorocarbamylidine is going to be the antimicrobial agent that is being used for its antimicrobial action in the deodorant soap. So C is going to be the correct answer for that particular question. Coming to the definition, the trichlorocarbamylidine, that is being also known by the name of TCC, is a kind of antimicrobial agent that is being used commonly in the deodorant soap. That will mainly, as the name indicates, the antimicrobial agent, so it is mainly useful in inhibition of the growth for bacteria that will mainly responsible for the body odor because and will mainly cause the perspiration of sweat over the skin. So they will mainly inhibit the growth of that bacteria that will related to the body odor and will really help to keep the skin clean as well as fresh. Okay. Yeah. So one of the good example is a mainly cutting from your one of the book. The trichlorocarbene is being used or is being commonly used for the deodorant soap. Okay, so this is from the cosmetic technology book, 4th edition. Yeah. So this is also the same definitions like AI created diagram like odor causing bacteria are there, then TCC will be bind to them and then will mainly reduces the body odor by keeping the skin clean. That's why we are mainly using that TCC as an antimicrobial agent for the deodorant soap. Coming towards our next question, which of the following device measure the skin odor for cosmetic evaluation? Which of the following device? They are asking about the device that will mainly measures the skin color. Okay, so they are asking about the color for the cosmetic evaluation. Either it will be the 𝘂𝙀𝙍, either it be the corneometer, either it will be the colorimeter, or either it will be a 𝘎𝑊𝐿 meter. 𝘎𝑊𝐿 meter. What is going to be the correct answer for that particular question? They are asking about in order to measure the skin color, in order to evaluate how the cosmetic is acting over our skin or will help to alter the appearance or beautification of the skin surface. Because the definition, as the definition of the cosmetic says, they are being applied over the skin in order to beautifying the given skin, alter the appearance of that particular body part over which the cosmetic is being applied. So what is going to be the correct option for it? So answer first. Yeah, answer first. So the name indicate they are asking about the skin color. Yeah, so the colorimeter is going to be the equipment that will be used in order to determine the skin color and is helpful in evaluation of the cosmetics. Okay, so C is going to be the correct answer. Coming towards the definition, yeah, the colorimeter is the kind of instrument as shown in this picture is being used to measure the skin color objectively in the cosmetic evaluation. Okay, and will mainly analyze the application of the cosmetic. Okay, the sebometer is being used in order to measure the amount of sebum or the skin oil that is being present in our skin or produced by our skin. The corneometer is mainly used to measure the hydration or the moisture content of our skin. Okay, like we can relate it with the stratum corneum is the uppermost layer. So how much uppermost layer having the hydrated water in it is being measured by the corneometer. The 12 meter 𝘎𝑊𝐿 meter is mainly measures the transepidermal water loss indicated by the skin barrier function. So the transepidermal water loss is being mainly indicated by the 𝘎𝑊𝐿 system. Okay, coming towards our next question, that is going to be the 1754 question. Which of the following is associated with the scalp? Yeah, they are asking about the hair, the structure of the hair. You have to remember two structure, the structure of the tooth and the structure of the hair, that are going to be very, very important from your cosmetic technology part. The different parts of these two structure can be asked or can be asked in your NIPER JEE coming examination. Okay, option A is the wrinkles, option B is the dandruff, option C is acne, and option D is prickly heat. So answer this question first. Yeah, so as they are asking about the scalp, the wrinkles are not related to the hair because scalp is mainly related to what? The scalp is mainly related to hair. So A is not the correct option. Okay, yeah. But the dandruff, yes, the dandruff is being related to what? To your hair. So B can be the right option. The acne is not related to the hair. C is also going to be the incorrect option. And the prickly heat is the kind of powder that is being used in order to reduce the heat or the perspiration from the skin. So D is also not going to be the answer for that particular question. So yes, D is going to be the answer of that particular question. As the scalp is a part of our hair, so dandruff is being associated with the scalp or related to that of the hair. So B is going to be the correct option. Yes. So there are different kind of skin disorders like psoriasis. So most commonly the drug that is being used in a psoriasis is the Sorella. The dandruff is most commonly occurring to the scalp or the root. These are mainly the scalp. Okay, so this is the area which is mostly or mainly prone towards the dandruff formation. Okay, so yes, coming towards our next question, which device is used for the measurement of moisture content of the skin? Yes, we have discussed earlier or in the last question, which is of the following device is measures the moisture content? The sebometer, the corneometer. The sebometer is mainly related to the measurement of sebum, as we know. Okay, the water content, yes, as I said, the stratum corneum will mainly retain how much moisture is being indicated by the corneometer. Okay, so transepidermal water loss is being indicated by the 𝘎𝑊𝐿. So we can write here transepidermal water loss. Yes, and the colorimeter is mainly responsible for the skin tone determination. Yes, it will mainly determine the skin tone. So they are asking about which of the following is being useful in measurement of moisture content. So yes, what is going to be the correct answer? Yes, the B is going to be the correct answer. Well done, guys. You are giving, yes, you are giving the correct answers. Okay, so B is going to be the correct answers. Okay, so yes, the corneometer is a measurement of on the forearm of a healthy subject person, that is increased by 14% when 1 liter of the mineral water is consumed per day for 42 days. Okay, 1 liter of mineral water you are consuming per day for a period of 42 days, then there will be the increase in the body moisture content, the skin moisture content by the percentage of 14. Okay. Coming to the next question, the selenium sulfide is being used as. The selenium sulfide is being used as. Option A is antacid, option B is anti-dandruff, option C is emetic, and option D is none of the following. So yes, you have to tell what is the function of selenium sulfide. What is the function of selenium sulfide? Yes. What is the function of that particular selenium sulfide? The selenium sulfide is mainly being used as an anti-dandruff agent. It is not an antacid, it is not an emetic, none of the option is not correct, but it is being act as an anti-dandruff agent and is being used in the shampoos. Yes, you are giving the correct answer. So B is going to be the correct answer as the selenium sulfide. Can you ask other agent examples, other examples that are also belongs to the same category of anti-dandruff? Yes, other than selenium sulfide that are being used for the shampoo preparations. So B is going to be the correct option. The other anti-dandruff agents are as follows. So yes, the cadmium sulfite is also there, the camphor, the menthol, the selenium sulfite, the sodium sulfa-acetamide is also there, the sodium salt of sulfa-acetamide is also there, the selenium sulfide is also there, the menthol is also there, the camphor is also there, the cadmium sulfite is also there. So selenium and the cadmium sulfide are going to be the correct, are going to be important. Okay, the zinc pyridinium is also there, the zinc and 𝘿𝙬𝙎𝘾𝙬 is also there, the thiamol is also there, and the thiol N oxide is also there. So this is going to be important: cadmium sulfide, the selenium sulfide, and the zinc pyridinium is also important, the sodium sulfa-acetamide is also important. Okay, so yes, the waterproof characteristic of a nail lacquer is achieved by incorporation of, yes, the waterproofing is being needed whenever we are applying a nail lacquer to our nails. Okay, so whenever a woman is applying a nail lacquer to its nail, so the nails are mainly prone to what? Prone to water. Okay, they are mainly come into the contact of water again and again. If you even wash your hands, so if your given nail lacquer is not waterproof, then it will mainly cause the washing out of that particular nail lacquer every time you wash your hand. So you have to add a particular characteristic that is going to be the waterproofing of that particular nail lacquer. So what of the following constituent are going to provide that particular waterproof characteristic? Option A is the nitrocellulose, option B is the liquid paraffin, option C is the acetone, and option D is the xylene. Yes, answer that question. So what is going to be the, and what is responsible for the waterproofing of the nail lacquer? Fast, come on guys, you can do it. Yes. So yes, the nitrocellulose is going to be the correct answer. The nitrocellulose is going to be, or is being responsible for, in order to provide the waterproofing of that particular nail lacquer. Can you list some other example that will also provide? So A option is going to be the correct. Can you list some other example that will mainly related to the film forming or the waterproofing of that particular nail lacquer? The nitrocellulose will mainly provide the waterproofing and will stable to the atmospheric conditions. Yes. The next question is, in the nail polish, the polymer used as a film former is the film former. As a film former. So this is the question as discussed. Okay, so you can either say the waterproofing, and the another term that is being used in substitution of this is the film forming. Okay, so they are asking again about the film forming agent. Either option is nitrocellulose, option B the polylactic acid, option C is the hydroxypropyl methyl cellulose, that is HPMC, and that is cellulose acetate phthalate. Yes, what is going to be that? So it is a kind of enteric-coated agent or not? Cat and cap, cellulose acetate phthalate. Cellulose acetate phthalate is going to be the enteric-coatic. It's being used in enteric coating of the tablet. So yes, they are again asking about the film former or the waterproofing agent. So what is going to be the correct option? Why you are asking? Why you are answering that particular polylactic acid? No, the answer will be remains the same. The nitrocellulose is going to be the film former or what, the waterproofing agent. Okay, so both the terms is being used for the single purpose. Okay, so he is going to be the correct option. The film forming substance, the film formers, the liquor is going to be the nitrocellulose, or we can also say the cellulose nitrate. Okay. Coming towards our next question, in the preparation of a shampoo, the alkyl sulfates is being used as. So the function of the alkyl sulfates, option A is the surfactant, they are acting as a surfactant, either the conditioning agent they are, either they are providing some perfuming action or the perfuming agent, or either they are acting as the preservatives. So yes, what are they going to be? They are asking about the alkyl sulfates. There is a sulfate group and there is a carbon containing certain group as the name indicate. So what is going to be the correct answer? So yes, option is going to be the correct answer. Yes, they are going to be the surfactant, the alkyl sulfates that are being used in the preparation of surfactant. You can also say that sulfate is mainly indicating of surfactant. Okay, is being used in the shampoo. Option is going to be the correct option. The principal surfactants that are being used, one of them is alkyl sulfates. Okay, all the alkyl sulfate are most widely used. What kind of? You have to remember it a kind of anionic detergent. Okay, anionic detergent that is mainly contain alkyl group of C12 carbon, will mainly having the 12 carbon in its chain. Okay, coming to our next question, which of the following use of the strontium chloride? So they are asking about the use of the strontium chloride. Option A is the antiseptic, option B desensitizer, option C disinfectant, or option D is going to be the analgesics. So yes, for the 60 question, what is going to be the correct option? Answer fast. So yes, as the name indicate, the strontium will make, you can remember, our teeth strong, and the main problem that occurs in our teeth is sensitization. Many toothpastes like Sensodyne is in the market in order to treat that particular sensitization. Will making use of that particular strontium chloride and will make our teeth strong if we use that particular toothpaste. So yes, the strontium chloride will make our teeth strong against sensitization. So the strontium chloride here is being acting as a desensitizing agent. Okay, so B is going to be the correct option of it. Okay, so yes, the desensitizing agent will mainly reduce the sensitivity of the teeth towards the hot and the cold. Okay, so the first is going to be the strontium chloride and the potassium nitrate. The potassium nitrate and the strontium chloride. Whenever they are asking about the anti-caries agent, they will mainly prevent the caries or the decay of our teeth. Okay, decay in our teeth. That is going to be the fluorine. So can you answer that how much concentration of fluorine can be used in our toothpaste? SLS, that can also be act as an surfactant agent. So what is going to be the HLB value for that particular SLS? Yes, answer this question as well. Okay. So each question will contain a single answer, but multiple informations in it. Okay, you have to capture them all. The 61 question is going to be, there is an antioxidant used in lipstick. Yes, why we are using the antioxidant? Because we are using certain lipidic formulations in higher concentration of in our lipstick. They will mainly cause what? They will mainly cause rancidity. Okay, so you can also tell different evaluation test for lipstick. Different. What are the different evaluation tests for lipstick? You have to tell. So yes, what is going to be BHA? We can say BHA, benzyl butylated hydroxyanisole, propyl para-hydroxybenzoate, the salt and the citric acid. The BHA, BHT and the propyl gallate will belongs to what category of antioxidant class? What category of antioxidant class? We have already discussed. So question can also be asked in that way. So yes, the antioxidant that are being used in the lipstick is going to be the butylated hydroxyanisole, butylated hydroxytoluene, and propyl gallate are the three antioxidants that are belonging to the same category of antioxidant that is going to be the blocking agent. Yes, they will mainly show their action by blocking the chain oxidation reaction. So option is going to be the correct answer. Okay, so yes, for the lipstick, there is mainly the pigments and dye in a base. Yes, we are mainly using the base, oily or waxy bases. The antioxidant that are being used is the propyl gallate, BHA and BHT. All three are belonging to the same category of blocking agent. Blocking agent we can also write. The preservative that is being used is P stand for preservative, so the PPHB, that is going to be the propyl para-hydroxybenzoate. Okay, so yes. 62 question is zirconium tetrachloride zirconium tetrachlorohydrate is commonly used as? The zirconium tetrachlorohydrate is being used as option A is the antacid, option B is the anesthetic, option C is the antiperspirant that will mainly reduce the perspiration, and option D is going to be the dentifrice. Okay, so zirconium tetrachlorohydrate they are asking about is being used for what purpose? Yes, you are correct. Not more than 1000 ppm of fluorine is being allowed. So, okay, is being allowed. Yeah, 62 you are giving answer. Okay, yes, you can also say that zirconium tetrachloride, as it's having a very long name, it will mainly spread over all the skin. Spread over skin and will mainly resist the perspiration. Resist the perspiration. Okay, so zirconium tetrachlorohydrate is going to be the antiperspirant agent. So you can also give me some other name that are the or belonging to the category of antiperspirant. Okay, so yes, the zirconium tetrachlorohydrate is one of the antiperspirant. And another is going to be the aluminium chloride having its formula AlCl3, and aluminium chlorohydrate. Aluminium chlorohydrate, the one thing that is common in them is they all contain chlorine atom in it, either single or either in a hydrated form. Tetrachlorohydrate of zirconium, the aluminium chlorohydrate or the aluminium chloride. The deodorantic action that will mainly provided by, okay, different aluminium salt can be there. Hexachlorophene is going to be the important example. Okay, so these will provide the deodorantic action. Yes, they are asking about the antiperspirant agent. Zirconium tetrachloride is going to be the answer. Coming towards our next question, the fluorine content of toothpaste is not be more than, okay, I have asked that particular question already. So you can say like give me the answer for that particular question. What if the concentration of that particular fluorine in our toothpaste going beyond that particular concentration that is being mentioned, then what will happen? Option A is going to be the 100 ppm, option B is the 500 ppm, option C is 1000 ppm, option D is 1500 ppm. So what is going to be the correct option? And if the concentration will go beyond that particular value, then what will going to happen? You have to answer that as well. So yes, the fluoride content should not be more than 1000 ppm part per million. Okay, yeah, C is going to be the correct answer. Okay, coming to our next question, the castor oil used in the lipstick, because whenever we are preparing a lipstick, we are mainly using the lipid and wax bases. Okay, the lipstick preparation, yes, different evaluation tests for lipstick, like bleeding, oozing, okay, seaming are the different kind of problems that are being associated with the lipstick. So castor oil will be acting as a film former, as an antioxidant, as a base, or as a plasticizer. So yes, as I am explaining the question, okay. So the castor oil is being used for what purpose? In order to prevent the lipstick mass to get harder, we are mainly using different kind of what? Plasticizers, okay, in order to make the given content. No, castor oil is not a film former, okay. The castor oil in the lipstick formulation is being used as a plasticizer, okay, as a plasticizer in order to retain some moisture. Or in the case of tablet, which of the following plasticizer is being used? Yes, not a plasticizer, lubricant we can say. Lubricant. Which lubricant is being used and in what concentration it is being used? So magnesium stearate is a lubricant that is being used in the case of tablet, but not more than 5%, because if it is used more than 5%, then it will mainly cause the lipophilic film formation over the tablet surface. So D is going to be the correct option for that particular question. So the castor oil is a very good plasticizing agent. Okay, plasticizing agent. And an antioxidant is also being added with that of the castor oil in order to prevent its rancification, because it is an oil and will mainly cause the rancification of it. So coming to our next question, which of the following surfactant as a detergent is present in the baby shampoo? They are mainly asking about the baby shampoo, and we have to say that neither the anionic and nor the cationic surfactant is being used. So in the baby shampoo, we are mainly going to use the amphoteric surfactant. We have already mentioned that in our previous NIPER 360 cosmetic class. So amphoteric is being used because the given surfactant must not cause irritation to baby eye. We have to protect the baby from irritation in his or her eye. So we have to use what? So we have to use what? Option C is going to be the correct amphoteric imidazole derivative. What are the other name for that particular amphoteric imidazole derivatives? What are the other names? Yes, answer first. So C is going to be the correct option of it. Okay, they will also known by the name of amphoacetate or betaines. Okay, that can also be asked in your exam. If the option is given amphoacetate, you have to answer it. If option can be also the betaines, yes, this is also going to be the correct option. Coming to our next question, which of the following is stannous fluoride is the anti-carriage agent, while the calcium pyrophosphate is a dendrifier. So calcium pyrophosphate and stannous fluoride. Okay. The stannous chloride is a dendrifier. No, this is not correct. The calcium pyrophosphate is the anti-carriage agent. This is not correct. Option A and B are not correct because option A and B both are converse or opposite to each other. So they both can't be correct at the same time. So C is also not correct. Stannous chloride is being used as an anti-carriage agent. Yes, list some other names that are being used as an anti-carriage agent and as the dendrifiers. And the calcium pyrophosphate is being used as an dendrifier. Okay, so A is going to be the correct option. Yes, the stannous fluoride having its formula SNF2 and is an anti-carriage agent, will mainly prevent the dental caries and will help the teeth for strengthening the enamel and making it resistant from the acid attack. The calcium pyrophosphate having its formula Ca2P2O7 is being act as an abrasive polishing agent or a dendrifier. Okay, will mainly help to remove the plague, stain, and the debris that is being associated with your teeth. Okay, so yes, list some other example of that particular anti-caries and the dendrifice agent. Okay. Coming to our next question, the lecithin in the shampoo is being used as. They are asking about the lecithin in the shampoo is being used as a conditioning agent, a foaming agent, a viscosity enhancers, or as a preservative. So what is the purpose to use that particular lecithin in the shampoo? Yes. Yes. No, 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 no. The lecithin is being used as an conditioning agent. They will mainly smoothens your hair. So A is going to be the correct option. Okay. So yes, the conditioning agent that are being used by the secondary detergent. One is going to be the lanolin and the mineral oil. They can be from the natural sources and from the polymer. The only polymer that is going to be the conditioning agent is PVP, polyvinyl pyrrolidine. And the natural sources are the egg lecithin or the amino acid are going to be the conditioning agent from the natural sources. These preparations are applied to the cheeks in order to impart or stimulate a rosy appearance or a rosy freshness to the skin. The face powder, no, this is not being used. The compact powder, this is not being used. As the name indicates, roses, yes. What is the composition of that particular roses? Tell me the composition of these roses. Okay, and the vanishing cream, no, as this can't be the answer. The vanishing cream is what? Oil in water and will mainly provide the cooling sensation. What is the composition for the roses? Yes, the roses will mainly provide the rosy freshness or the rosy appearance or pinkish appearance whenever they are being applied over our cheeks. Okay, so C is going to be the correct option. Okay. The face powder will mainly reduce the shine and smoothen the surface. The face powder is mainly used for the smoothing the surface. Okay, the compact powder is being used for the touch-up purposes and for the oil control. And the vanishing cream is mainly used as a kind of non-greasing cream as we indicate by the oil in water type of suspension. Emulsion it is, not the suspension. Okay, another question is, dash are the substances that are soften and moisturizes the skin and will decrease the itching and flaking. They will mainly softening the skin, moisturizing the skin, decreasing the itching over the skin and the flaking over the skin. Okay, the emulsions, the emollient property, the caustics and the glycosides. So glycoside is not going to be the correct answer, as we know. The caustics, no. The demulcent, what are the demulcent? No. The water retention or the moisture retention property is being known as emollient property. Yes, moisture retention. So whenever anything is retaining moisture to our skin, it will ultimately causing the softness to our skin. The moisture retention will mainly decreases the itching and the flaking over our skin. Yes, so B is going to be the correct option. Yes, you are giving the right answers. Well done, guys. You are giving the right answer. But try to give those answers fastly, because your exam, I think, is tomorrow. So you have to attempt these questions very fast, very quickly. Okay, you have to, train your mind in such a way to answer these questions very fast. So B is going to be the correct answer of it. The emollient and the moisture retention capacity of that particular substance. The UV radiation primarily responsible for therapeutic as well as a harmful effect of sunlight having the wavelength. So they are asking about the UV radiation that is being used for the therapeutic as well as an harmful effect is going to be above 400 micrometer. Okay, below 320, 400 to 740, and 750 to 5300. What is going to be the correct answer? So yes, all the radiation that is going to be the below the range of 320 are going to be having the both therapeutic as well as the harmful action. Yes, B is going to be the correct answer. So yes, okay. Contain the visible rays in between the 400 to 740. The shorter wave will be from the 280 to 400, and the longer wave is being from 700 to 5300. The maximum concentration of the selenium sulfide or selenium disulfide in the shampoo for the treatment of dandruff is 10%, 1%, 2.5%, and 25%. What is the correct answer? Yes, the selenium sulfide, disulfide, that is a kind of anti-dandruff agent, being used in a concentration of 2.5%, not more than 2.5%. C is going to be the correct option. Okay, the selenium sulfide is being used in a concentration of 2.5 gram or 2.5%, we can say. Okay, you can also learn about the sodium lauryl sulfate that is being used in a concentration of 40 gram. The choice of preferred sweetening agent in the toothpaste is either it can be glycerine, sodium saccharine, sucrose, or the candy sugar. What is going to be the sweetening agent for the toothpaste? Answer fast, answer fast. Not take that much time. Okay. Okay. Yes, the sodium saccharine is going to be used as a preferred sweetening agent for the toothpaste. So B is going to be the correct option. The sweetening agent that is being used is the sodium saccharine that is being used in the toothpaste, and the concentration of that is 0.05 to 0.31% is the concentration for that particular sweetening agent that is being used. Okay, the cementum is present in the teeth inside the gum, in the tongue, in the oral tissue, or in the teeth outside the gum. So in what part of the teeth the cementum is going to be present? So as the name indicates, that will mainly provide the strongness. Okay, or the strength to the teeth. So it should be present in the base, somewhere inside the gums. So yes, the cementum is mainly provided the inside the teeth. Okay, so it's going to be the correct option. So this is mainly the tongue, this is mainly the oral tissue, and this is the teeth outside the gum that is made up of enamel. Okay, so the cementum is that particular part. This is the part that is being indicated by the yellow line is the cementum. Okay, and this is a jawbone, and this is the crown part of our teeth. The role of the borax in the cold cream is, what purpose the borax is being used? As an antimicrobial agent, as provide the fine particle to polish the skin, in situ emulsifying agent, or an antioxidant. Yes, for what purpose the borax is being used? borax in the cold cream. What is the cold cream? The cold cream will having water in oil type of emulsion. They will mainly produce or provide a protective layer over the skin and will helpful in order to retain the moisture content inside of the skin via forming a thin surface over the skin. So for what purpose the borax is being used? So yes, the in situ, the borax is being used as an in situ. No, A is not the correct answer. The borax is being used in the cold cream as an in situ emulsifying agent. Okay, so yes, the water and oil type of emulsion it is. In the oil phase, it will mainly contain what? Either the mineral oil or beeswax. In the aqueous phase, it can contain the perfumes, antimicrobial agent, the preservative, and the borax. Borax is the emulsifying agent. Okay. The healing agent used in the hand cream is the cream that will having the highest concentration of oil in it. Concentration of oils in it. Okay. The healing is the soft paraffin, urea, beeswax, and sterile alcohol. Which of the following agent in the hand cream will be acting as an healing agent? So yes, the healing agent in the hand cream is going to be NH2CONH2. That is going to be the urea. That is going to be the urea. Urea is the only healing agent that is being used in the hand cream. Okay, so different thing that is being used. The humectant that will retain the moisture, the film former, the healing agent, either the urea, uric acid, or allantoin are going to be used as the healing agent. The preservatives are also being the part of that particular hand creams. The maximum permissible concentration or the permitted concentration of hexachlorophene in the soap is. So for what purpose the hexachlorophene is being used in the soap and at what concentration it is being used? 0.1, 0.5, 1 and 2. They are asking about the hexachlorophene concentration. The hexachlorophene is being used in a concentration of 1% inside the soap. Yes, you are giving the correct answer. Yes, C is the correct answer. The hexachlorophene is being used in the soap in 1% of concentration. Okay, the soap contain the hexachlorophene, but not used for the baby soaps. Okay. Which of the following toilet preparation is being used to make the eyelashes appears longer? Okay, the eyebrow pencil, the liquid eyeshadow, the mascara, and the eye cream. So what are the following toilet preparation will mainly make the eyelashes to appear longer or to stay the eyelashes for a longer period of time over our eyes? What is the preparation is being used? So lipophilic preparation that is being used, and what are the pigment or the color that are being used for that particular mascara? Pigments or the color that are being used for that particular eyelashes? The mascara C is going to be the correct answer. Okay, so what are the pigment that are being used for the mascara? The mascara for the eyelashes and for the eyebrow, we are mainly using the eyebrow pencils. Eyebrow pencils and the colorant that are being used for that particular or in that particular mascara. The titanium dioxide, that is the agent, opacifying agent, is commonly present in vanishing cream, sunscreen, ophthalmic cream, and aqueous calamine cream. Yes. Answer first. The titanium dioxide with that of zinc oxide is being used as an protective agent or the opacifying agent. Is a major part of that particular sunscreen. Sunscreen, yes. So B is going to be the correct answer. The titanium dioxide and the zinc dioxide that will mainly protect our skin from the UVB radiation, as well as UVA radiation. You have to remember their wavelength, that is being 320 to 340 nanometers. Okay. Coming to our next question, the 𝘖𝙂𝙧𝙀 acid like compound have applications in the following type of cosmetic formulation. So the 𝘖𝙂𝙧𝙀 acid will be used in what kind of preparation? Depilatory preparation, epilatory preparation. They are mainly the hair removal preparations. The vanishing cream and the skin tan preparation. So thioglycolic acid they are asking about. And so yeah, the thioglycolic acid is being used in the depilatory preparation. So what kind of preparation is being hair removal preparation will be stay for a longer period of time and will mainly remove the hair from their root. Okay, is it the epilatory or is it the depilatory? You have to answer this question as well. Yeah, answer this question as well. So A is going to be the correct answer. Okay, so depilatory preparation will mainly breaks the hair. The thioglycolate will mainly breaks what? The disulfide bond or in between the hair keratins. Okay, coming to our next question. The term to add on is related to cosmetics, energy supplements, nutraceutical or injectables. Answer this question. So to add on can also be written as to add on, or to beautify. So for the beautification, what we are going to use? Yes, in order to improve the skin condition, we are mainly going to use the cosmetics. So yes, A is going to be the correct option. Okay, the Greek word cosmetos, from which the cosmetics is being derived. Okay, so it means to add on. The locally applied protein perspirants, which will lower the cell permeability, are known as locally applied protein perspirants that will mainly lower the cell permeability are known as epilatory, astringents, humectants, and 𝘾𝙀𝙎𝙬𝙀. They are mainly asking about the protein perspirants. So whenever there is a precipitation of the protein either over the body surface, we are mainly using the not the epilatory preparation are related to the hair removal. Humectant is mainly related to what? In order to retain the moisture. The 𝘾𝙀𝙎𝙬𝙀 is mainly related to what? The hair removal preparation in order to produce the 𝘾𝙀𝑡𝑙�lysis in the particular hair part. So whenever there is a precipitation of the protein over the body surface, we are mainly use the astringents. Yes, the protein perspirant which lower the cell permeability are the astringents. Okay, so astringent will mainly precipitate the protein over the superficial layer of the skin or the mucous membrane, forming a protective layer. Okay, they can be the organic or they can be the inorganic. Which of the following ingredient in the cosmetics is being act as a thickening agent? Either the talc, alginate, zinc oxide, titanium dioxide. Thickening agent they are asking about. So talc, so how much amount of the talcum powder is being made up of talc? How much percentage of talc is in the particular talcum powder? So they zinc oxide, titanium dioxide is mainly going to be as opacifier. Now only remaining option is going to be the alginate. Yes, the alginate is a kind of ingredient that will act as a thickening agent as being used in the cosmetics. Okay, so yes, the natural thickening agent. Either we can use the alginate, carrageenates, and xanthan. Xanthan is a kind of gum, or either the cellulose derivatives. Okay, so xanthan, carragenate, or alginate are being used as a natural thickening agent. The antioxidant is being used in that particular lipstick. Option A is the eosin, option B is coconut oil, option C is BHT, option D is the titanium dioxide. What is going to be the correct answer? Antioxidant they are asking about. So yes, we have discussed the three antioxidant having the blocking property BHA, BHT, and propyl gallate is being used as an antioxidant in the lipstick. So yes, C is going to be the correct option. Okay. Coming to our next question, which of the following dyes is being mainly used to perform the patch test in the cosmetics? Okay, either it is a metaphenylenediamine, ethylenediamine, paraphenylenediamine, or orthophenylenediamine. Which of the following dyes being used? Okay. So whenever we are doing the patch test, yes, the answer is correct. The paraphenylenediamine is being used as a dye to perform the patch test for the cosmetics. The oxidative dyes that are being used, first one is the paraphenylenediamine. The answer, that was the answer. The para-toluene diamine can also be there as a permanent dye. Okay, the dye will cause some toxicity to the hair and the skin, and the toxicity of such a dye is due to the presence of paraphenylenediamine. Okay, the toxicity that is caused by the dye is mainly due to the presence of phenylenediamine. Okay, an opaque covering used in bleaches is catechol, quinoline, titanium dioxide, and hydrogen peroxide. So, what will mainly providing a opaque covering to that of the bleaches? Yes, whenever we are asking about the covering agent or the protective agent, there is only name that comes to our mind is titanium dioxide. And in what percentage is being used in the sunscreen? With that of zinc oxide, you have to answer that particular question. Yes, C is going to be the correct answer. Moving to our next question, which of the following is used as an antiperspirant? Aluminum chlorohydrate, buffered aluminum sulfate, hexamethylene tetrate as a petrolatum. Petrolatum, the another name of petrolatum is what? Answer that particular question. We have already discussed about it. Aluminum chlorohydrate. Yes, whenever they are asking about the antiperspirant, the chloro is always there. Either the trihydrate or either the trichlorohydrate or either the chlorohydrate will also there. Okay, the zirconium salt can also be there. Zirconium salt. But the chlorine is always there whenever they are asking about antiperspirant. So yes, A is going to be the correct answer. Okay, aluminum chlorohydrate, aluminum chloride, and zirconium tetrachlorohydrate. The principal surfactant used in the shampoo, the main surfactant that is being used in the shampoo, either anionic, cationic, non-ionic, or ampholytic or amphoteric. Which of the following is being used in the shampoo most commonly? Yes, as we all know, the shampoo will mainly use A. We can stand for the anionic. Give me the example of certain anionic surfactants. Yes, A is going to be the correct option. Okay. The preparation that must carry a warning of the label on both of the internal and the external label is the preparation that must carry a warning label on both of its internal label or as well as external label, either the hair dye, the shampoo, the hair revitalizer, or the hair conditioner. So yes, that will mainly the preparation that will can be harmful to our hair, that will mainly contain the dyes in it and will mainly harmful to our hair, should be used externally. It's going to be the hair dye. Yes, that is the most is the correct option. The depilatory preparation or depilatorius is being used as hair removal, hair waving preparation, hair dressing, or brilliantis. So yes, we are mainly use the epilatory or depilatory preparation for the purpose of, yes, for the purpose of what? We are mainly using for the purpose of depilatory hair preparation. A is going to be the correct answer. Okay, A is the answer. Okay, the depilatory preparation or the epilatory preparation of the hair removal preparations. Which among the following is a permanent hair removal method of the body hair? Electrolysis, chemical peeling, depilation, or epilation? Okay, so they are mainly asking about which of the following is a kind of permanent hair removal method. Yes, by the utilizing of certain electricity, the electrolysis can be done, or we can also say laser. Laser can also be act as a method to permanent removal of the hair from the body. So electrolysis can also be there. Okay, electrolysis permanent hair removal method, when the electric current is being applied to destroy the hair follicles and prevent their hair growth. Coming to our next question, which of the following is being used as a thickening agent for the preparation of shampoo? Glycerol, lanolin, methyl cellulose, methyl paraben. We have already discussed about that particular question. Yes, tell me the answer. What is being used as an thickening agent for the shampoo preparation? This is not the glycerol. No. The methyl cellulose. Yes, C is the correct option. Methyl cellulose is going to be used as a thickening agent for the shampoo. So methyl cellulose, the purpose for the alginates, polyvinyl alcohol, that is PVA, and methyl cellulose colloidal silicates, polyethylene glycol, that is PEG, polyethylene glycol esters, that are being used as an thickening agent. Okay, the hair tonics are being used for impart luster, okay, curing the baldness, fluffiness to the hair or the hair styling. The hair tonic is being done. So they are mainly tonics, they are mainly the hair tonic. So what they are mainly providing? What they are mainly providing, as they are hair tonic, so what they are mainly doing? They will mainly, no, they are mainly fluffy, not providing a fluffiness. They are mainly related to impart the luster to that of the hair. Okay, they are the hair tonics applied to the scalp and the hair that will mainly produce the hair shine. The castor oil in the nail lacquer preparation is being used, and we have already discussed the castor oil is being used as a carrier, plasticizer or a carrier as well, or as a solvent. So yes, answer this question first. We have already discussed that the castor oil is being used as a plasticizer in the nail lacquer. This is the same question that is being repeated. Okay, so B is the answer for that particular question. We are not wasting our that much time over the question that are being repeated. The abrasive agent used in the dentifrices is sodium alginate, sodium calcium carbonate, the sodium thiol sulfate, and the sodium benzoate. What is going to be the correct answer? So yes, we have to imagine that certain powderly solid material will only act as an dentifrices or abrasive action. Okay, sodium sulfate is a kind of surfactant, not be the sodium benzoate. Sodium alginate is also not there. Yes, the calcium carbonate or the calcium pyrophosphate can be used. Carbonate and pyrophosphate can be used as an abrasive agents. Okay, so B is the correct option. The tricalcium phosphate, the aluminum sulfate, and the magnesium trisilicates are the abrasive agent. The trisodium phosphate in the nail preparation is being used for. Trisodium phosphate they are asking about in the nail preparation. That will contain the cuticle remover, the cuticle softener, the nail bleaching, or the nail enamel. For what purpose the trisodium phosphate is being used in the nail preparation? The trisodium phosphate is being used by for the cuticle remover. Yes, cuticle removal purpose we are using it for. The trisodium phosphate is being used, or the tetrasodium pyrophosphate can also be used for that purpose in a concentration of 8 to 10%. Okay, in combination with 2 to 3% of SLS. Which ingredient is being commonly added to the nail polish as a pearlescent material that will mainly give the pearl-like appearance? Pearl-like appearance. The titanium dioxide, the guanine, the fish scale, or the bismuth oxychloride. What is going to be or going to give the pearlescent appearance? Yes. The titanium dioxide is the opacifier. What purpose the guanine is being used? Okay, you have to answer that. What purpose the guanine is being used? And bismuth oxychloride, what is going to be the answer? The bismuth, yes, the bismuth, D is going to be the answer. The bismuth oxychloride is going to be the agent that will mainly provide the pearl-like appearance. With that we can also use the titanium dioxide, but the main agent that is being here, because the titanium dioxide is a kind of overlapping agent in between the coating or the protective agent. So we are mainly considering the bismuth oxychloride as a main example for the pearlescent or pearliciding agent. Okay. Which of the following is the common building block for the skin care product? Antioxidant, antibiotic, anti-hyperlipidemics, or antipyretics? So they are asking about the skincare product. Antipyretics can't be there. Antibiotics can't be there because antibiotics is related to the medicated preparation. Medicated preparation. Anti-hyperlipidemics, this can't be the answer. Yes, the antioxidant is the main building block for the skin preparation. Okay, the common building block for the skin preparation are going to be the blocking agent. So tell me the different types of antioxidant you have already know or being discussed in your parenterals. Different type of oxy antioxidants, okay, reducing agent, chain blocking agent, synergistic agent, or the complexing agent are their type. So let me know the example for each one of them. Which of the following test is being used to determine the strength of lipstick? They are mainly asking about the strength of lipstick: drop point, break point, penetrability, and the stability. Yes. As they are asking about the strength, so whenever you have to check the strength of anyone, if a person or a lipstick, we have to first break it down. So yes, the breaking point test is mainly related to the, or the breakage test is mainly related to the strength of that particular lipstick. Okay. B is going to be the correct answer. The drop point test is mainly the point at which the lipstick will be oozing out the oil out of it. The penetrability test, the needle, through needle it is being done, that will mainly related to the rheological property of the lipstick. And the stability test is conducting the accelerated stability condition. So what is the time period and what is the condition for that particular accelerated stability condition? Yes, you have to answer this question as well. Okay, answer that question. 99th question is going to be, which of the following is an example of anionic detergent that is being commonly used in the shampoo formulation? It is disteryl dimethyl ammonium chloride, sodium lauryl sulfate, N-acetyl pyridinium chloride, N-alkyl beta imino dipropionates. What is going to be the answer? They are asking about the most commonly used. Yes, we know the most commonly used surfactant in our shampoo is going to be the anionic surfactant or the detergent. So what is the example of it? Anionic detergent. What is the example of it? Also tells it its HLB value. Yeah, HLB, hydrophilic lipophilic balance. So answer for that particular question is going to be the one and only SLS. That is the kind of most commonly used anionic detergent that is being used in the shampoo. Yes. So the anionic detergent that is being used in the shampoo, first is going to be the sodium lauryl sulfate, okay, or the sulfonate of what? Alkyl benzene sulfonate, or the third can be the sulfated monoglycerate or sarcosuccinate. Okay, the sarcosuccinate can be used, the sulfated monoglycerate can be used, the alkyl benzene sulfonates or the sodium lauryl sulfates can be used. Okay, you have to also remember the non-ionic type of surfactant. Which of the following ingredient in the nail polish serve as a plasticizer and impart the flexibility? Yes, the plasticizer will provide the flexibility or the gloss to that of the film. Titanium dioxide, dibutyl phthalate, toluene, or crystalline guanine. So in the nail polish or the nail lacquer, which is going to be acting as a plasticizer that will provide the gloss to the film as well as the flexibility, as well as the flexibility. Nice. Okay. So yes, the dibutyl phthalate, that will put into the thala, we can say, that will mainly provide a plasticizer, flexible thala we are using in order to put that particular dibutyl phthalate is really acting as an gloss modifier, the plasticizer agent. Okay, the three agent or the three names we have to remember: the dibutyl phthalate, the resorcinol, and the castor oil. Okay, so what is the biological source for that particular resorcinol? Biological source, give me the answer. Biological source. From each question, I am not only explaining that particular question. I like to give you some other points that can also be asked or that can be act as a last minuters, okay, or the flashback back point that is being asked in your exam. Okay, so from a single question, I will try to convey you guys 4 to 5 information that are going to be very important from your exam point of view. That is also going to be important. What is the viscosity of that particular nail lacquer? That is going to be in between 300 to 450 centipounds. Okay, and the pearlescent material is also going to be important. That is the crystalline guanine, also known by the name of 2-amino-6-oxypurine. Okay, and bismuth oxychloride, bismuth and guanine that is being used. Okay, BG. BG will always shine or will always wear pearls? BG will always wear pearls. Okay. So next come up with the 50 questions that are going to be from the subjects including the engineering and biostats. So how you guys are feeling after solving that 50 questions from your cosmetic technology? Yeah. Are you enjoying that session? Are you guys enjoying that session? Okay. So let's discuss these 50 questions. Okay. So yes, the first question of our class is going to be from the engineering topic. The factor affecting the size reduction includes all of the following except. So they are asking about the factor that will not affect the size reduction. Okay. Of a tablet, they can asking sublimation. What is the sublimation? The sublimation is a process of a conversion of a given thing, given solid directly to the gas. If a solid is directly converted to that of the gas after getting some temperature, then we can say it is sublimation. Okay. So what is the factor going to be? What is the factor going to be? So we are mainly discussing about the size reduction. So stickiness can be the factor. The softening temperature of the solid can be the factor, because if the solid will be softened, then it will mainly reduces its chance to reduce its particle size, because they will mainly form the tacky mass. Tacky mass of powder will be formed. Okay, if they are very hard, then a higher amount of force will be required in order to break these particles. Yes, so all are related. They are asking about what is not related. What is not related? Yes, don't delete your comments. If you are giving the wrong answer, that is also correct. But you have to learn something from that particular question. After attempting that particular question, you should not do that question incorrect in your exam. That is the main point. That is going to be the main point. Okay, the giving the correct answer is not the main point. Learning something here is going to be the main point before or just before your exam. Okay, you have to just make all these questions correct in your exam. So D is going to be the correct answer of it. Okay, so yes, hardness is the kind of surface property. Abrasiveness can also affect the toughness, the stickiness, the slipperiness, the softening temperature, the moisture content, and the physiological effect are going to affect. The moisture content suitable for the dry grinding is greater than 50%, 20 to 30%, 10 to 20%, or less than 5%. Just try to give the answer as fast as possible or as accurate as possible. Okay. So as they are asking about dry grinding, so somewhere, as mentioned, it is a dry grinding. So somewhere it is utilizing least amount of moisture in it, least amount of moisture. So you have to select that option that will having the least amount of moisture in it. Greater than 50, not going to be the answer. 20 to 30, not going to be the answer. 10 to 20, not going to be the answer. Yes, the D is going to be the answer, because the only option that will having the least moisture. And as they are discussing or telling about the dry grinding, so the thing that should having the least moisture in it. So D is going to be the correct option. That will needed less than 5% of the moisture. Okay. Yes, less than 5% of the moisture for the dry grinding and greater than 50% as mentioned in the wet grinding. Yes, wetting is necessary in the wet grinding. That's why we are needing a higher percentage of moisture content. Okay. Yeah. Coming to our next question, which of the following work on the principle of compression and or nippling? Okay. They are asking about the mill. That will mainly work on the principle of compression: tumbling mill, hammer mill, roller mill, and fluid energy mill. Okay. You just not have to tell the answer. You just have to tell me the working mechanism of each of these mill as well. Okay. Yeah. First, give the answer. Then tell me the different mechanism that is being followed by these. The one of the favorite part of the examiner is going to be the hammer mill. Okay. The fluid energy mill is also going to be important. Okay. As the name indicate, they are asking about what? Compression. So yes, if the road roller is moving over the road, if a road roller is going to move, then by what action it will mainly flatten the surface. flatten the surface by the action of compression. So yes, the roller mill is being used here. Okay, tell me the action, the working mechanism of other mill as well. So C is going to be the correct answer. Okay, the pressure or the compression is being applied, application of stress. Okay, so these are mainly the two rollers that are being used, that are being moving in the oppositive direction to one another in order to grind the particular thing or communicate the particular thing. A semi-solid, the work principle of the ball mill is impact or attrition or crushing. What is the principle of that particular ball mill? So yes, if this is a mill, we have to keep different balls. Okay, many balls in it. The ball will move in that particular direction. So either they will come in the contact with one another by the attrition force. They will mainly provide the attrition. But as they move from here to here at the top, they will then suddenly drop down due to the gravitational force and will mainly impact your given powder. So yes, the two mechanism that will mainly followed by the ball mill is the impact and the attrition. Okay, there is a new channel named by AIB. AIB. So yes, the ball mill is going to work by the principle of attrition and impact. Okay. If some people here are last minuters, then they are a trick for those last minuters. So B is going to be the correct option. Okay. Yeah. The stroke tornado mill is a variant of fluid energy mill, ball mill, hammer mill, rotatory cutter mill. So yes, what is going to be the correct option of it? Stroke tornado mill is going to be the example of what? Yes, the stroke tornado mill is the example of ball mill. So option B is going to be the correct answer. Sorry. The stroke tornado mill, whenever the stroke or the tornado meet each other, they will mainly use the hammer, or the stroke will mainly using the tornado's hammer. Okay. So the cutter mill, the roller mill, the hammer, the ball mill, the fluid energy mill, and the pin mill. You have to learn the example of these pin mill. That is going to be the important. Okay, 𝘋𝙀𝙧 mill and ACM pulverizer. The ball mill, hardened mill, that is going to be asked in question in exam multiple times. The hardened mill is a modification of that particular ball mill. Okay, which of the following is not a principle of size reduction? Not a principle they are asking about. You have to just focus on the not that is being written in your question. The impact, the attrition, the cutting, or the radiation. So whenever there is a chances or the case of radiation, so yes, the impact is there, the attrition is there, the cutting is there, but the thing that is not there, answer fast, the thing that is not there. Yes, no, the radiation is not there. The radiation can't cause the reduction of the particle size. So these going to be the correct option. The cutting is there, the compression is there, the impact is there, or the attrition is there, but not the radiation. The hammer will be mainly work on the principle of, so if okay, so whenever we are using the hammer, what we are doing, if we want to hang a given picture on the wall, then we are mainly using the hammer in order to that particular penetrate that particular nail to our wall. What force we are mainly going to use? The impact, the attrition, the cutting, the compression, not the compression, not the cutting, not the attrition. What we are going to use? We have to just impact that particular hammer and that of the nail. Yes. So what is the correct option? Not the attrition. The option that we are mainly going to use work with the principle of impact. The hammer will mainly impact, that will strike on that particular thing to break it down into the smaller pieces. So A is going to be the correct option. Yes. So there are mainly the certain hammers that are being moving in a direction and will mainly reducing the size. Okay. The sieve diameter of 710 micrometer correspond to the grade of the powder. Okay, if it is passed through the sieve of 710 micrometer, what is the grade? Moderate coarse powder, moderate fine powder, very fine powder. Answer fast. Answer fast. Okay, we can learn it this is going to be the moderately coarse powder. This is going to be the moderately coarse powder. We can line it with Y, PCM 710 mg PCM. Okay, the PCM of 710 mg. M is mainly the moderately coarse powder. Okay, so A is going to be the correct option. Yeah, the moderately coarse powder have to be passed through 710 micrometer C. Coming to our next question, which of the following is an advantage of using the cyclone separator? Emission of effluent, noisy operation. They are asking about the advantage. So noisy operation can't be the advantage. The high pressure drop, the no moving components for the cyclone separator. The emulsion of effluent is not the advantage. The high pressure drop, it is also a disadvantage if it is occurring. Okay. So yes, the not moving part of that particular cyclone separator are the advantageous part for that particular cyclone separator. This is a kind of cyclone separator, not even a single part is being used. Moving, the air is coming from here and the powder is coming from here, and all the powder will be moving in that particular cyclic manner and goes in that particular way. Okay, the biggest advantage is not moving part of it. This is a distance between the wires so that represent the length of the side of square apertures is called. So the distance between the wires, these are mainly the wires of the sieves. Distance between the wires that will represent the length of the sides of square apertures is called nominal aperture size, nominal diameter of the wire. Diameter of the wire, what they are asking about, this can't be the correct option. The appropriate screening area, no, this is not the appropriate screening area. The aperture tolerance area, no, this is not the nominal size of the aperture, because they are asking about represent the length of the side, that is the square aperture of the aperture. So they are somewhere asking about the size of aperture. Okay, so yes, nominal size or nominal aperture size is going to be the answer for that particular question. Okay, that can be given in two form, either mm or either in centimeter. The method of separation of the powder on the basis of their density is being known as sedimentation, centrifugation, 𝘠𝙬𝙎, both A and B. The sedimentation is done under some certain solvent due to their density difference, but it will mainly need the solvent. Okay. The centrifugation is due to the centrifugal force. Centrifugal forces. Yes, the 𝘠𝙬𝙎 is mainly the mechanism of separation of powder on the basis of their density. Okay. So yes, the 𝘠𝙬𝙎 is powder based on the lower density or the fine particle and the higher density of the coarse particle using the fluid flow. The sedimentation is the process of allowing the particle of a suspension in water to settle out under the effect of gravity. Yes, they are moving under the effect of gravity. But देखो, if solvent is not moving, then it is sedimentation. But if its solvent is moving, then it is 𝘠𝙬𝙎. Okay. The following equipment is not used for mixing of solid: the tumbler mill, the double cone mill, the air mixture, or the pedal mixture. Which of the following is not being used? The tumbler mill is being used, the double cone or the cone mill can be used, the air mixture can be used, but not the pedal mixture can't be used in order to mix the solid. Okay, remember that particular point. The tumbler mill, the double cone mill. Example, the tumbler mill, the double cone mill. The air mixture or the fluidized mixture is being used, but not what? But not the pedal mixture. The Silverson mixture is preferentially used for preparation of elixir, emulsion, mouthwashes, or the syrup. The Silverson mixture they are asking about. The elixir are mainly the hydroalcoholic preparations. Hydroalcoholic preparations. The mouthwash are the solutions. The syrups are also the solutions. So they are mainly using the mixture here. So they are utilizing it for the formulation that will having the two phases. And the only example that will contain the two phases in that particular question is going to be the emulsion. Yeah, sometimes you just utilize your common sense in order to solve these kind of questions. So B is going to be the correct answer. Okay, so this is the kind of Silverson meal. We work on the principle. You have to remember the first principle, the shearing force, and the second principle is going to be the turbulence. Okay. Okay, but the disadvantage, the clogging of the pore can be occur sometimes. So the fluid will be going in that particular direction and will circulate in order to emulsify the particular emulsion. Which type of filtration is being involved? Trapping of the particle inside the medium, even if they are smaller than the pore sizes. Depth filter, depth staining, cake filter, or the surface staining. Yeah. So whenever there is a trapping of the particle is being done, it is being related to what? It is being related to something trapping. Okay, the trapping can only be done whenever the content of the particle will be go inside that particular filter. So yes, what is going to be the correct answer? The depth filtration will mainly causing the particle to trap down. Okay, the depth filter within the thickness or depth of the filter media, the particle will get trapped. The particle trapping can be either done by the adsorption, the interception, the inertial impaction, or the random collision. The different mechanism. Even the particle will be smaller than that of the pore size. The filter sheet will be made up of cellulose or Schidge filter, membrane filter, glass filtered, and the sintered glass filter. Okay, so you have to tell me the pore size of that particular membrane filter. This question belongs to your topic parental. Okay, so if belong to parental, you have to tell me the pore size and the size of the membrane filter that is being used in order to check the particulate matter in that parenterals. Okay, with the answer of that particular question. Yes, that will mainly utilizing the cellulose in it. What is going to be the correct answer? Okay, yes, the membrane filter, the pore size of that particular membrane filter is 0.45 micrometer, and the size of that particular filter is 47 mm. That we are going to use for parental. Okay, membrane filter will be made up of cellulose acetate, cellulose nitrate, or cellulose esters. Okay, cellulose acetate, cellulose nitrate, or cellulose esters. Which filter mechanism is analogous to sieving, impingement, staining, entanglement, and attractive forces? Attractive forces are certainly or should be occur in certain charged species. For the charged species, they are mainly asking about the filtration mechanism, the thing that will mainly similar to the filtration mechanism. Okay, the impingement is mainly the capturing, entanglement is also settle down or trapping of that particular. The filtration mechanism is similar to that of the straining. Yes, okay, the straining is similar to that of the sieving. The impingement is mainly the path of the streamline flow and strikes to that particular thing. The entanglement is mainly the entanglement of the mass into the fiber of the smaller size of particles. The attractive force between the media, the electrostatic precipitation will be there for the attractive forces. The channel formed by the semicircular metal rings which act as a filter is in the rotafilter, the filter leaf, the rod filter, and the metafilter. The semicircular metallic ring which will act as a filter in case of what kind of filter? Yes, we can say like if it is utilizing the metallic ring, so it is a kind of advanced kind of filter, advanced. So the most thing that are going advanced are the Instagram or the Facebook. The Instagram is from the company Meta. Yeah, so the Meta filter is the one of the advanced filter. Okay, so yes, this is going to be the correct option. The metallic ring that will mainly contain the semicircular projection. The Meta filter, the candle filter, the candle filter. Okay, you have to tell me the other name of it. Is made up of unglazed porcelain, cellulose, carboxymethyl cellulose, or asbestos. Yes. The candle filter. You have to tell the other name for that particular candle filter. Okay. And you have also tell the other name for sintered glass filter. Okay. Yes, the unglazed porcelain filter. Okay, the unglazed porcelain filter is the name of candle filter as well. Okay, the type of candle filter, they can be the Brookfield filter, they can be the Chamberlain filter, or they can be the Mendeleev filter. The theory of filtration, the term K in the volumetric flow rate calculation indicates what the K will mainly indicates in the theory of filtration. The pressure coefficient, the radiation coefficient, the temperature coefficient, or the permeability coefficient. Okay, the radiation can't be related to that of the filtration, so it can't be the answer. The temperature can't be related to the permeation, so that can't also be the answer. The pressure can be related, the permeability can be related, but what or which of the following is more related? Yes, the permeability coefficient is going to be more related. So D is going to be the answer. The K is mainly stand for the permeability coefficient of that particular filter paper or the filter that is being used in order to provide the filtration. So D is going to be the correct option. The equation of that particular, the Darcy equation is being used for that particular purpose of filtration or for the determination of the filtration efficiency. So the volume of filtrate that will be passed or being filtered out per unit time is being determined by Ka delta P, that is the pressure difference, that is the viscosity, and that is going to be the thickness of that particular media. Okay, the lyophilization is another name of. So you have to tell me at what condition the lyophilization is done. At what condition it has been done. Okay, it can be the primary, it can be the secondary, or it can be the post heating, and can also be named by the name of trituration, freeze drying, needling, sedimentation. Yes, it is also known by the name of freeze drying as being used for the, in the primary drying only the unbound water will be freezed out. In the secondary drying all the bound water will be freezed out. Okay, so yes, the lyophilization is also known by the name of freeze drying and can be done in order to produce the amorphous formulation or amorphization of certain content that are mainly that are prone to the temperature degradation. Okay, now our next question. The freeze drying is mainly based on the principle of sublimation, desiccation, fluidization, and reconstitution, not the reconstitution. Okay, not the fluidization, it will not include the fluid, only the water is being used here, that will be freezed and then evaporated out. Desiccation is not there, only the sublimation. Yes, it will mainly, what is the sublimation? The transformation of the solid mass to that of the gas is known as sublimation, and it is done at the triple point of water. Triple point of water. Okay, the triple point of water is the condition at which the given water is being exist in all the three formulation or in all the three states, either it is solid, liquid, or gas. So yes, the freeze drying is mainly based on the sublimation principle. Okay, the process in which the crude material is being packed into the column and the solvent is allowed to pass through the material is percolation, maceration, expression, extraction. This principle is mainly being used for the nutraceuticals in order to extract out their secondary metabolites that can be used by the patient in order to treat their diseases. Okay, so yes. Okay, so yes, as the name indicate, we are mainly using the column here that is being indicated, and P is mainly indicating the passing of solvent. Passing of solvent. Okay, the percolation is the answer of it. Okay, yes. The extraction is mainly the unit operation, separation of the active ingredient, probably by the solvent action, but the solvent will be remain stagnant. Solvent will mainly remain the stagnant in that particular case. Okay, the maceration is mainly the process in which the solvent and the crude drug are allowed to contact with each other for a longer time. Percolation is mainly the leaching process, or expression is defined as the removal of small quantity of liquid and large quantity of solid by applying the force. Yes, the expression is mainly done by the pressing, as the name indicates, pressing. So we are mainly applying the force of compression in it. Okay, yeah. Now, next question: which of the following equipment is used for the collection of starch? perforated basket centrifuge, the conical disc centrifuge, the continuous horizontal centrifuge, or the super centrifuge. Which of the following is going to be used here in order to collect that particular I think video is mainly, no, 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 no. Okay, I think now the class is working properly, Okay, the equipment that is being used for the collection of starch. Yeah. Okay. Which of the following equipment is being used? So yes, the CDC is being used in order to collect the starch. Okay. That is going to be the conical disc centrifuge that is going to be used for the purpose of collection of starch. Okay. So B is going to be the correct answer. Okay. So what is the mechanism it will mainly follow? The sedimentation or centrifugation. Okay. What apparatus is being used for the distillation? Okay. The distillation flask, condenser, and the collecting vessel. The distillation flask, the condenser, the collecting vessel, the distillation flask, and the column. So in that particular kind of question, or in these kind of question, we have to just select the option. In 90% of cases, we have to select the option that will having the lengthiest option, but not always. For the remaining 10% cases, we have to just look into that particular question. Okay. So yes, the distillation will mainly contain the distillation flask. That will mainly cause the volatilization. Then there is mainly the condenser that will mainly utilizing the counterflow of cold water that will cause the condensation of fumes. These fumes after the condensation will be collected into what? Into the collected duct. Okay. So yes, the A is going to be the correct option. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this is mainly the distillator. This is mainly the condenser. Here the water, cool water in, the hot water out. That will mainly condense the vapor down, and in the drop wise manner they will get collected into that particular collecting vessel. Okay. Yes. The centrifugation based on which of the following law? Pascal law, Stokes law, Staines law, or the Patrick's law? Yeah. Centrifugation. Okay. So there are different kind of centrifuges that are being utilized in order to separate the solid out of the liquid, and they have been work in my lab. I having a centrifuge that can work that can produce upon 12,000 or 24,000 rpm rotation rounds per minute they can rotate. So centrifuge will be based on which of the following law? This can be the question that can be important from your exam point of view. The Stokes law is going to be the important law that is being followed by that particular centrifuge. Okay, that will mainly governs or determine the movement of sphere under the gravitational force, because whenever the centrifuge will mainly applying the centrifugal force in that way, that will also causing the decantation due to the gravity. Okay, the Stokes law is being used. Okay. Which of the following factor affect the heat of the reaction based on Kirchhoff equation? They are mainly asking about the heat of reaction, the molecularity, the temperature, the pressure, or the volume. Which of the following factor is going to affect the heat? Yes, tell me the answer. According to the Kirchhoff equation. Okay. So as they are asking about the heat, so they are asking about the thermodynamic property, and all the thermodynamic properties are being related to what? Are being related to temperature, So yes, the factor that is affect the heat of a reaction is the temperature by the Kirchhoff equation. Okay, so this is the Kirchhoff equation. You have to just remember delta Cp is mainly an indicator of Cp, or the reaction heat for the product on the reactant. Delta H2 minus H1 divided by T2 minus T1 is the final time of the reaction. After the completion is the initial time, delta H2 is the heat reaction at the temperature T2, delta H1 is the heat of reaction at the temperature T1. Okay. So for the evaporation of an acidic material, the kettle is being made up of which metal? The copper, the tinned copper, the iron, or the tinned iron. Okay. So we have to just make the given metal that should be resistant. That should be resistant to what? To the action of acid. Because acid having the tendency to accept electron or to donate H positive ion. They will mainly causing the ionization of certain metal, where we are using tin plated steel. That is a kind of highly resistant type of package that can be used for the aerosols. Yes. So the answer for that particular question, yes, answer first, yes, the tinned copper is going to be the answer. B is going to be the answer. Okay. Copper is an excellent material of the for the good conductivity, and that is being protected by the tin. The pressure drop due to the friction in the fluid is friction. The pressure drop due to the friction. Okay, friction is the kind of negative force that will mainly applied into the, if the person is moving from that direction to this direction. Okay, if its motion is in this direction, then the friction force is being applied in that particular direction. The force that is being applied in a direction just opposite to your movement is known as the friction. Is directly proportional to the velocity of the fluid, is inversely proportional to the density of the fluid, inversely proportional to the length of the pipe, is directly proportional to the diameter of the pipe. Yes, you have to just answer. Okay. The pressure drop. The pressure drop. Okay. Due to the friction. So more the friction, more the pressure drop. And where the friction is being applied, or when the friction is being applied, whenever anything is moving, as we discussed earlier, whenever anything is moving in that particular direction, so the force that is being applied in a direction just opposite to its motion is known as the frictional force. Somewhere the water is also moving, or the fluid is also moving in that particular direction with the m, and the friction is being applied in that particular oppositive direction. So yes, there are certain velocity. So more the velocity, more will be the pressure drop. The pressure drop can be given by delta C. So the velocity can be related with the pressure drop if the friction of the fluid is there. So yes, the direct proportional relationship of the velocity with that of the fluid. Okay, more the velocity of the fluid, more will be the friction, and more will be what? More will be the pressure drop. Okay. Okay. So A is going to be the, what is happening? Friction of the fluid is there. So yes, the direct proportional relationship of the velocity with that of the fluid. Okay, more the velocity of the fluid, more will be the friction, and more will be what? More will be the pressure drop. Okay. So yes, so moving towards our next question. Okay. Sometime it occurs, like sometime buffering will be occur because the net connection is not stable in that campus. Okay. I'm taking a class from NIPER Mohali. So there are some constraints related to the network in our hostel. I'm trying my best in order to provide you the best network. So only few questions are remaining. Okay. Yes, we got our next question. Okay. Sometime it occurs, like sometime public will be occur because the net connection is not stable in that campus. Okay. I'm taking a class from NIPER Mohali. There are some constraints. Okay. Okay. Now everything is fine, I think. So this equation is mainly represent which law? E is equals to 2 kb into 1 by under root dn minus 1 by under root di is the Bond's theory, Rittinger's theory, Kick's theory, and the Fick's law. Okay, so yes, You have to answer that particular question. What is the given theory is being? So this theory is being utilizing this theory. This theory is being utilizing what? This theory is being utilizing the D and D in it. So we can remember the D is also is in the bond. Okay. So yes, it is the equation that is being represented by what? The bonds theory. Okay. Try to answer these questions fast because the time limit is not as that was in your GPAT exam. Okay. The time is limited here, and they will going to ask you the single liner question, and they want to check your accuracy or precision in order to attempt the maximum correct question in lesser amount of time. Okay. So yes, bond theory is going to be the answer. What is the Rittinger's theory? Rittinger's theory is what? Is mainly the amount of energy that will be needed for the size reduction. Okay, the bonds theory is the crack propagation. Related to the crack propagation, and the kick theory is the deformation or fracturing of a set particle equivalent shape proportional to the ratio of size changes. Okay, whenever there is a ratio of size changes, then there will be the kick theory. Okay, coming to our next question, the condition for obeying the Mihir's theory is are the following except the solute and the solvent must be impure. The solution must be free from solid solute particles. The solution must be protected from the entry of any particle. Soft or weak crystals must not form during the process. So they are asking about the Mihir's theory of supersaturation, I think. Okay. So yes, you can answer this particular question with your common sense. With your common sense. So Mihir theory of supersaturation, that will mainly related to your crystal generation. Well, utilizing all the condition except the solute and solvent must be impure. What is this condition? This condition is not being the obeying condition for any law. Okay, so yes, they are asking the except the solute and solvent must be impure. That can't be the condition for any law. The solute and solvent should be pure. The solute must be free from the foreign materials. The solutions will be free from the solid solute particles. And fourth, the solutions will be protected from the entry of any particle. And fifth is going to be the soft and the weak crystal should not form. Okay. Yes, coming towards our next question. Generally, the extraction does not involve one of the following component: active constitution, crude solids, solvents, and the vapor. They are asking about the extraction. What are the following components is being not used in the process of what? Extraction. Okay. For the extraction, active constituent is being needed because we are making the extraction out of it. The crude solid, yes, we are mainly. This is the final product. For the extraction, this is the initial product. And what is the solvent? This is the facilitator of this extraction. But vapor is not there. Vapor, if they are asking about the distillation, then we can consider the vapor. But they are asking about the extraction. So yes, this is going to be the answer for that particular question. Use of the solvent, either aqueous or non-aqueous solvent can be used. Dissolve the active constituent. Example like extraction of serpine from 𝘿𝙂𝙎𝙎 serpentina, which is the biological source for that particular 𝘿𝙂𝙎𝙎 serpentina. That is also known by the name of Sarpagandha, and will having the family of what? Will having its family, what family? Answer these questions as well. Okay, the question: heat sensitive material like the fruit juices are being evaporated in which of the following? Long tube vertical evaporation, the calandria type of evaporator, the falling film evaporator, the forced circulation type of evaporator. They are asking about the heat sensitive material and their drying. Okay. Okay. So yes, answer this question fast. So yes, whenever, like we can remember with a trick, in order to drink the fruit juice, we have to first took what? The fruits, and we are taking the fruit by climbing on what? Climbing on the tree. We are mainly climbing on the tree in order to get the fruits. Okay. When we are climbing on the tree and our leg will slips out, then we will mainly fall out of the tree and will fall out of out out the tree. Okay, so yes, whenever there is a fruit juice or any other heat sensitive, we are mainly using the falling film type of evaporator is being used. Okay, in order to collect the fruit, we are climbing the tree and will fall out of the tree. So C is going to be the correct option, and that can be the trick for your exam point of view. Okay, so C is going to be the correct option. This is the kind of or the diagram for the falling film evaporator. Will mainly separate out the volatile out of non-volatile material and being also used for the heat sensitive material like the fluid juices. Okay, so yes, larger the Reynolds number is an indicative of which type of flow. Is an indicative of smooth or streamlined flow. Is an indicative of laminar flow, the steady flow, or the higher turbulent flow. What is it indicating for? What is it indicating for? Yeah. Answer that particular question. What is an indicative for? The larger the Reynolds number, more will be the turbulence. Is directly proportional to the turbulence. Yes, right answer. So yes, higher the turbulent flow, higher the Reynolds number. D is going to be the correct option. This is going to be the equation. The Reynolds number. Okay, if Reynolds number lesser than 2000, the flow will be laminar. If greater than 4000, it will be the turbulent. Or if in between 2000 to 4000, then there is a change in flow from the laminar to that of the turbulent. There is a transient condition for the flow. Okay. The Fourier law state that the rate of heat flow through the uniform material is dash to the length of the path of flow, equal, proportional, directly proportional, or inversely proportional. The rate of heat flow is related to the length of path. More the length of the path, lesser will be the rate of heat flow. As you all know, lesser will be the rate of heat flow. So yes, are they directly proportional? No, they are not directly proportional. They are inversely proportional. Yes, inversely proportional. C is going to be the correct answer. Okay, yeah. So this is mainly the rate of heat transfer directly proportional to the area, directly proportional to the temperature, but inversely proportional to the thickness. The precise control of the flow is obtained by which of the following? The needle valve, the butterfly valve, the gate valve, or the globe valve. Yes, answer this question fast. As the most precise or the least flow is being done through the needle, as they indicate that it will having the least broad orifice of it. So yes, the most controlled flow is being obtained from the needle kind of wall. Okay, so they are the plug core, globe, diaphragm, and the needle wall. Okay, so we are mainly asking about that particular needle wall. Coming to our next question. These questions belong to your biostats. The student t-test is mainly used to compare the proportions, the variance, means of two groups, and the percentage. Yes, for what the t-test is being used for. For what the t-test is being used for. Yes, answer this question fast. The t-test is being used for what? The t-test is mainly being used for in order to calculate the mean for the two groups. Okay, the mean for the two groups. The one sample t-test, the independent t-test, or the paired t-test, unpaired t-test, paired t-test, or the one sample t-test. Okay, is a kind of what kind of test? The parametric test. Okay, there are two kind of tests, non-parametric or parametric test. The student t-test is a kind of parametric test. Okay, the graphical representation of the frequency distribution is called stream and leaf plot, the scatter diagram, the time series plot, or the histogram. The graphical representation of the frequency, you have to answer fast. Graphical representation of the frequency, not related to the time, not related to the stream and leaf plot, not related to the scattered diagram, is being related to what? Is being related to the histogram. Yes, the graphical representation of it. Representation of the frequency is being done by these histograms. Okay, yeah. Which of the following is the measurement of the variation? The standard deviation, the mid-range, the mode, or the median? Which of the following is the measurement of that particular variation? Okay, so if there is a variation, there is a certain deviation from a standard value that can be said by the given name, of standard deviation. Yes, so whenever there is a kind of variation or the case of variation, the variation is a measurement of standard deviation. How much deviation is being done from the standard value? Okay, describe the variation, the larger distribution of the mean, that the mean having the unit of variation. Okay, the pie chart is tabular method, the graphical data analysis, the numerical method, or the sampling technique. What the given pie chart is? It cannot be the sampling, it cannot be the numerical, it cannot be the tabular method. It is mainly the pie chart that will be drawn in that way. This is the pie chart. So it is a graphical data analysis technique. So B is going to be the correct option. Yes, this is the mainly the pie chart. Okay, which of the following is the best defined as the null hypothesis? Best defined null hypothesis. It shows a significant difference It predict the future result. It state no difference between the parameters. It measure the variability. What the null hypothesis being done? If we are assuming the null hypothesis, what we are taking? The null hypothesis certain kind of assumptions. Okay, so where we are not predicting the future itself. No shows the significant difference. No, we are mainly, if we are considering the null hypothesis, they are mainly stating that there is no difference in between those two parameters we are mainly considering. Okay, so yes, the null hypothesis is stating that there is no difference in between the two parameters. Okay, C is going to be the correct option. Null hypothesis is that is denoted by the H0. Okay, and the alternate hypothesis is also there, that will state that existence of the difference between the parameters and the specific values of the parameters being given by the alternate hypothesis. So we have to take two hypotheses, alternate hypothesis and null hypothesis. If the two variables increases or decreases together, the correlation is the negative correlation, the positive correlation, the zero correlation, or the partial correlation. Just answer this question first. Answer this question first. They are, if the two things are related with each other in a same manner. Okay, if you grow, your friend will also grow. If you gain knowledge, your friend will also gain knowledge. If you perform better in your class, your friend is also going to perform better in class. So what kind of relation you have with your friend? You have a directly proportional relationship of gaining knowledge or achieving something in your life with your friend. So it is a kind of direct relationship. It is a kind of positive relationship. Okay, so yes, what kind of correlation it is? It is a kind of, answer fast, it is a kind of positive correlation. Okay, it is a kind of positive correlation. Okay, the example of that, the height and the weight, the taller people will generally weight more. The study hours and the marks, yes, more you study, more will you get the marks. Okay, so there is always a positive correlation, both are growing in the same linear manner. And negative correlation, both are decreasing in the same linear manner. Okay, the probability is defined as the graphical representation, it is the numerical measure, it is the sampling technique or the research design. What the probability is? Okay, what the given probability is? The probability is not a graphical representation. It is can't be a sampling technique. It is not a research design. It is a kind of numerical value in a term of percentage or in a term of number that will mainly indicate that how much probability of a given thing to get that particular thing. Okay, so it is a kind of numerical value. Yes, B is going to be the correct answer. Okay, yeah. Because our next question, the ANOVA is mainly stand for analysis of variation, analysis of variance, average normal variance analysis, or none of the following. ANOVA. What the ANOVA is mainly test for? The ANOVA, it mainly stands for analysis of variance. Okay, so B is going to be the correct answer. ANOVA is for the variance. The crucial values test assume that the group having the crucial values test will mainly assume the group will have equal means, equal variance, similar distribution shape, and the normalized distribution. What the crucial values will mainly consider. Okay, so if the crucial values consider the two groups, the main assumption by the crucial values is that both group will having the similar distribution of the shape and similar distribution will be there in the group. Okay, the crucial values compare three or more independent group will mainly uses the rank based order and one way ANOVA on the rank. Okay, the contour plot is being used to display one variable, the two-dimensional surface, the frequency or the percentage. The contour plot is being used for what? The contour plot is being used for in order to give you the 2D data set, represent your data in the 2D data. Okay, the two-dimensional is only in the second case. The two-dimensional surface data plot is being the contour plot. Okay, so B is going to be the correct answer. This is the mainly contour plot, is the kind of 2D plot as it is drawn over the paper. Which of the following is the graphical method? Histogram, the pie chart, the contour plot. Yes, that contour plot is 2D. Yes, the piegram is also 2D. The histogram is also 2D. So what of the following is the graphical method? Which of the following is the graphical method? All of the following. Yes, all of the following are the graphical method. Yes, you are right. Okay, coming to our next question. Which of the following is the not parametric test? The t-test, the ANOVA, the Mann-Whitney test, the Pearson correlation. Okay, so you have to just remember which of the following tests are the parametric, which of the following tests are the non-parametric. You have to just learn the name. The t-test and the ANOVA are the parametric. Okay, the Mann-Whitney test. The Mann-Whitney test is the kind of non-parametric test. Okay, so C is the answer. Okay. Okay, so the parametric tests are mainly, the students are mainly paired to sit in a car that named ANOVA, okay, to go to the zoo where they look for fishes, okay. So students are mainly paired and sit into the car that is ANOVA or Innova to go to the zoo that is indicating the Z test in order to see the fishes are all the parametric test. All the other tests are the non-parametric test. The mode of series 585, 759 is, what is the mode of that particular series? What is the mode? What is the mode? So we have to find the one thing common, 555. It's being repeated multiple times. 879 is not repeating. What is the mode of that particular thing? It's going to be the 5. So C is going to be the option. And okay, we have to just look into it. The calculation, the mode of that particular series, the value having the highest frequency of occurring, that is going to be the 5. The mode of that particular thing will be going to be the 5. Yes, the 5 is the correct answer. The Kārl-Pearson correlation. The Kārl-Pearson correlation method is quantitative based on the quantity, based on the quality, qualitative, both quantitative, and none of the above. They are mainly asking about the Kārl-Pearson correlation. Okay, is a kind of non-parametric. Yeah, answer this question. The Kārl-Pearson correlation method is what? The Kārl-Pearson correlation is what? Whenever the Kārl-Pearson goes to the market, he always used to buy or do the shopping of quality things or quality brands. Okay. Yes. Quality brand. So Kārl-Pearson correlation is a kind of qualitative correlation. Okay. So B is going to be the correct option of it. Okay. Yeah. So yes, Kārl-Pearson correlation coefficient measures the degree of relationship between the two numerical variables. Okay. The mathematical given the value in between -1 to +1. There are the values and apply only to the quantitative numerical data such as height, weight, mark, etc. Okay. Numerical variables. Quantitative. Quantitative. No, you have to just correct that answer. The Kārl-Pearson will mainly involve the quantitative, not the qualitative. This answer is not correct. Okay. Yeah, this answer is not correct. Okay. Coming to the next question. The value obtained from the point where the less than or more than curves meet called. So the point at which the two curves going into the oppositive direction, one is the lesser than curve, another one is the more than curve, will meet or intersect, bisect each other is known as the mean, the median, the mode, or the average. Yes, answer this question first. The point of bisection. Okay, if this graph or this curve is going, so there is a point of intersection. They are asking about, is it mean, is it median, is it mode, or is it average? This is not going to be the average. Somewhere it is going to be in between the middle. In between the middle. What is it? Yeah, answer that particular question. It is going to be the median point or the median value. Okay, so yes, there is a point. As we have discussed, the point of intersection is known to be the median. Okay, this is the lesser than or this is the more than. One is going in that direction and one is going in this direction. Okay, okay, and the value of them will be coming towards or on the x-axis. They will assigning a certain value, 30 in that particular case. Okay, so thank you so much for giving your precious time. Thank you so much. I think all these questions will going to be helpful from your NIPER JEE exam point of view and will be helpful in order to attain or getting you a good marks or a good rank. All the very best from my side. Thank you so much for giving your precious time. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. So, after having 33 hours, 34 hours. So, after the 34 hours of this Thalapathy series that is specially designed for the NIPER examinations. So, how's the feel now? How's the feel now? Do let me know in the chat section what are your experiences till now regarding this series. Faster, faster. I am waiting for all of your comments. Good evening, good evening, good evening. And I guess now this is the end. I guess the last 2 hours. After this last 2 hours, we will be having this Thalapathy series completed, where we have 36 hours of classes, 12 hours a day from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And this is the last 2 hours that we are having left with. So, what are your thoughts on this? Good evening, pharma okay, good evening, pharma profession. Tulsi, Nazreen, fire. Okay. All right. So, pharma profession is having some fire. All right. So, in this last few hours of Thalapathy series, we will be having the organic chemistry questions. In the last 2 hours, we will be having the 100 questions from the organic chemistry, and organic chemistry, that is one of the most important segment for the NIPER examinations. You have also seen the importance of organic in the GPAT examinations as well. And now it's the time for the NIPER. You have did really well in the GPAT, same you are going to have in the NIPER examinations as well. So let's get started with this 100 questions. Starting with the first question we are having here is, which reaction intermediate is electron deficient? So which reaction intermediate is electron deficient? You are asked here: carbanion, carbocation, benzene, all of these. So electron deficient intermediates are highly reactive species that are formed during a organic change, during organic reactions. Carbanion means carbon with a negative charge. If carbon is acquiring negative charge, it means it will be having pyramidal shape, and carbon will be having 3 bonds and 1 electron pair as a negative charge. Okay, so this is electron pair here in the carbon in the form of negative charge, and 3 bonds, that means carbon here is having its octet complete. Okay, 3 bonds that will be having 6 electrons, and 1 negative charge is having 2 electrons, one of the carbon and one from the other atom from where this carbon has cleaved the bond. So here in this case, carbon is having 8 electrons and it is having octet. It is having octet complete. So the carbanion will be having what? 8 electrons here. Next, the carbocations. So the carbocation, that is carbon with a cationic charge, that is carbon is having positive charge. In this case, there will be a vacant p orbital and pyramidal structure will be here, and the hybridization will be sp2. This will be having sp3 hybridization with what? Pyramidal structure, and this will be sp2 hybridization with planar structure. This will be trigonal planar, and there is a vacant p orbital, and due to this deficiency of electrons because of the vacant p orbital, you can have carbocation is an electron deficient species, and this is an intermediate. Benzene. Now benzene is not an intermediate. Benzene is not at all an intermediate. Benzene is a stable compound, highly stable compound, aromatic compound, and benzene is having 3 pi bonds delocalizing in 6 carbon ring. So you can have, like, benzene is highly electron dense. Benzene is actually electron rich center. That is why benzene undergoes electrophilic aromatic substitution kind of reactions. So benzene is not an intermediate, and also benzene is electron rich center. So this is not your correct answer. This is not the correct answer. All of the above, the government answer, the sarkari answer can't be here correct. So the correct answer for this question is going to be the carbocation, because carbocation is having 6 electron, and because of this incomplete octet, you can have carbocations are electron deficient species, and they will be acting as a electrophiles. They will be acting as a electrophiles. Now the next question that we are having is prefixes syn and anti are used to denote. Now syn and anti are used to denote what? We are having structural isomers, conformational isomers, geometrical isomers, and the optical isomers. Structural isomers, that is also known as constitutional isomers, and constitutional isomers, it means what? They are having same molecular formula but difference in what? Difference in structures. They are different in structure. They are differing in structure. So here syn and anti. Now syn and anti. No, structural isomers are having 6 categories: chain isomers, position isomers, tautomers, metamers, ring chain isomers, functional group isomers. So structural isomers will be not having syn and anti nomenclature. Now conformationals. Conformational are those stereoisomers. These are that kind of stereoisomers where just because of rotation between a single bond, because of the rotation around a single bond, we are having different conformations like staggered and eclipsed forms. Staggered and eclipsed forms. So conformational isomers, now this will be not having the syn and anti, but conformations are having what? They are having staggered form, eclipsed form, gauge. Okay, so okay, this is also incorrect. Geometrical. Now geometrical isomers are having so many number of nomenclatures. What are these? Like geometrical isomers will be having, geometrical isomers are having first, that is cis trans isomers. First they are cis trans isomers. Next one, that is what 𝑬𝑗, that follows CIP, ค์-Gold-Lock sequence rule. The next one, after this we are having syn and anti, and now this syn and anti is specially designed for the nomenclature of oxymes. Oxymes like 𝘿𝙄𝙎𝘾𝙄𝑗. So if we are having oxymes, they will be having syn and anti kind of nomenclatures. This kind of nomenclature we are having in these cases. Good evening, Kesho. Okay, no, not an issue. Divek, इधर जुड़ जाओ अभी. ठीक है, geometrical isomers. So syn and anti belongs to the category of what? Geometrical isomers, and geometrical isomers are a category of configurational isomers. Optical are having what? RS nomenclature, small d, small l, that is dextro-levo, plus minus that in generally you also have, and RS. All these are belonging to the category of optical isomers. So the correct answer will be C, that is geometrical isomers. Okay. Geometrical isomers will be having this syn and anti nomenclature systems. Okay, syn and anti nomenclature systems. Now the next one, which compound gives the tolerance test? We are having the tolerance test. Now this distinguished test is somehow, you can say these are having so many number of questions in NIPER examinations from this distinguished test. You have to go through various distinguished reactions like between alcohols, between amines, between aldehydes and ketones. Okay, so for the alcohols we are having two, that is one is what? The first one is Lucas test, anhydrous zinc chloride with concentrated HCl for the 1 degree, 2 degree and 3 degree alcohols. 3 degree alcohol gives fastest reaction, then 2 degree and 1 degree not react under normal temperature, normal conditions. Because this reaction follows SN1 mechanism, so formation of carbocation, the stable carbocation formation, the faster the reaction it will be having. So that is the reason like 3 degree undergoes fastest carbocation formation. Next one is what? Victor-Mayer test for the alcohol, 1 degree, 2 degree and 3 degree alcohols. Victor-Mayer. In the Victor-Mayer test we are having 1 degree alcohol gives red color, the 2 degree alcohol gives blue color, and the 3 degree alcohol are having the colorless. They are having colorless compound formation. Next, for the amines we are having Hinsberg test, 1 degree, 2 degree and 3 degree amines. 1 degree amine gives fastest reaction. First of all, benzene sulfonyl chloride, that is your Hinsberg reagent, reacts with your 1 degree amine, forms the sulfonamide, and this sulfonamide is actually having solubility in aqueous alkali. Next, we are having 2 degree amines. This 2 degree amine will be having reaction with the benzene sulfonyl chloride, and after the benzene sulfonyl chloride reaction, we are having sulfonamide formation, and this sulfonamide will not be soluble in your aqueous alkali. And the 3 degree amine, that is having no hydrogens present on directly nitrogen atom. So that is the reason this will not be reacting with the benzene sulfonyl chloride, and the formation of sulfonamide is absent in this case. And that is the reason 3 degree amines will not give in the Hinsberg test. Now for the carbonyl compounds, carbonyl, that is aldehyde and ketones. Now these are having so many number of reactions, so many number of distinguished tests. The first one is that the tollens. Tollen, that is known as what? Ammonical silver nitrate. Here we are having silver metal. So aldehydes oxidizes to acid because of this silver ion, and that is the reason like aldehydes will be giving this tollens test and ketones will not be having this tollens reaction. The next one is what? The Fehling. Fehling A, Fehling B. Fehling A and Fehling B, copper sulfate and the Rochelle salt, that is known as what? Sodium potassium tartrate. This is your Fehling's reagent. Fehling A, Fehling B, combination of Fehling A and Fehling B. Aldehydes will be giving again this reaction, while ketones will not be having this kind of reaction because the copper metal that is present here will again be having oxidizing of the aldehyde group into acids. That is why aldehydes will be giving this reaction and ketones will be having no reaction with this Fehling's reagent. So now you are having tollens. So which compound will be giving the tollens test? Ketones. No, ketones will be having no reaction with the tollens reagent. Benzene is not a carbonyl compound. Tollen is regarding the carbonyl. Aldehyde, yes, aldehyde will be giving this tollens test. Ether, no, ether will be having no reactions. Ether are distinguished only by HI or HBr or BBr3 reagents. Except this tollens and Fehling, we are having another, that is Skiff's reagent, Skiff base. So aldehyde reacts with the Skiff base to give you pink color compound formation, while ketones will be not reacting with the Skiff base. Okay, so you have to go through that as well. So aldehyde will be reacting with the tollens reagent and we will be having the product formation here. Okay, all right. Next question, moving to the next one, we are having an organic compound will show optical isomerism if an organic compound will show optical isomerism if four groups attached to carbon atom are different. The four groups that are attached to a single carbon atom, if all the four groups are different, it means that particular carbon will be a chiral carbon, an asymmetric carbon. All right. So asymmetric carbon can have optical activity. Three groups attached to carbon atom are different. If three are different, means one of them are having same. So no, if chiral carbon is not present, optical activity is nearly impossible. Two groups attached to carbon atom are different. All the groups has to be different. All the groups attached to carbon atom are same. No. Now, all the four groups that are attached to carbon atom are different. It means that particular carbon will be a chiral carbon, that is asymmetric carbon, and due to this asymmetric carbon, there will be presence of the optical activity. Now, this compound, this carbon will be having rotation of the plane polarized light towards the clockwise or the anti-clockwise direction. So, that is why you can have A as your correct answer. Option A will be the correct one. Option A will be the correct one for this case. Okay. Next question, that is, which reaction converts an amide into an amine with one less carbon atom? Amide is converted into what? Into amine. Beckmann rearrangement. Now this is a reaction in which oxime are converted into what? Amide. So conversion of oxime into amide in acidic condition. This is regarding the Beckmann rearrangement. Sandmeyer reaction. Now this is reaction of the benzene disonium chloride. So the disonium group reacting with the copper chloride or copper cyanide or copper bromide give you respective chloride, cyanide or the bromide product, benzene on the benzene. So this is also incorrect. This one is also incorrect. Perkin reaction. Now this Perkin reaction is a reaction of benzaldehyde with anhydrides, acid anhydride under the presence of a strong base. So this will be also having enolate formation and you will be having alpha beta unsaturated acid formations. So this is also not correct answer for this case. Here you will be having alpha beta unsaturated acid formation. In this case you will be having the halobenzene or the benzene nitrile formation. Here we will be having the amide formation. Amide is converting into amine. So if we are having a amide group, reaction of this amide with Br2KOH will be having 1 degree. Always a 1 degree amine formation is seen. Always a 1 degree amine formation is seen with one carbon less. So that reaction is known as Hofmann bromamide degradation reaction or just Hofmann reaction. Hofmann bromamide degradation or Hofmann bromide reaction. So correct answer will be your B option. Reaction of amide with Br2KOH gives you always we are having 1 degree amine formation with one carbon less. Here we are having RCONH2. Now we are having just RNH2 because one carbon is lost. Which of the following molecules contain asymmetric carbon atom? So which of the following molecule is having asymmetric carbon atom? Let's have the examples. CS3, CHCl, COOH. So this is your carbon where one hydrogen, one chlorine, one carboxylic and one methyl. Okay, so this carbon is chiral because all the four groups are different here in this case. Carbon with two methyl groups and here carbon with two hydrogens and okay, so no possibility of chiral carbon in this case. Carbon with three hydrogens and a chlorine. Okay, so this is the carbon where one CH3 substituted, one CH3 substitution, one chlorine. Okay, so two CH3, it means no chirality. C, two hydrogen, chlorine, C1H2. No, this is also having no chiral carbon. So only A option is having the asymmetric carbon atom, that is chiral carbon. Only in the case of one, that is A, we are having a chiral carbon. We are having a chiral carbon. So A option is correct. Option A is the right answer. Option A is your right answer. Okay, now next question. Next question. Let's move to the next question. Which intermediate contains a negatively charged carbon atom? Which intermediate? Carbene is a neutral structure. This is a neutral structure. It is having 6 electrons. It is of two types. One is the singlet carbene and the other one is the triplet one. In the singlet we are having diamagnetic. It is a diamagnetic compound. Both the electrons that are non-bonding will be in paired state, and in the triplet case this will be paramagnetic because of two odd electrons. Paramagnetic. This will be your paramagnetic. Two odd electrons will be present here in two unhybrid p orbitals, and the hybridization of triplet is sp, while for the singlet is sp2. Okay, next, that is carbocation. So carbocation contain negatively charges. Okay, negatively charged, that will be in the case of carbon, and but carbocation is having sp2. Already we have seen for the carbocations. Nitrene same as carbene, just in the case of nitrene we are having nitrogen with one bond. Nitrogen will be having one bond and one lone pair, and either two electrons in the paired state, this like singlet nitrene, or this is the triplet nitrene, singlet and the triplet. Okay, so the negative charge on the carbon is present on the carb-anion intermediate. Carb-anion intermediate is having negative charge. Carb-anion. The rate of SN2 reaction depends on, so the SN2 reaction, that is single step reaction, formation of transition state, carbon is pentavalent, and in this case always your product that we are going to have will be inverted product. 100% inversion will be seen in this kind of reaction mechanism, and such kind of inversion is also known as Walden inversion, a very distinguished or very unique property for SN2 reaction mechanism. So SN2 reaction depends on what? Substrate only. So rate of reaction is only depending on a substrate for the case of SN1, not for the SN2. Okay, so this is for the SN1, and if the rate of reaction depends on the concentration of your substrate as well as base, this is for the SN2. This is for the SN2. So base, I'm talking about base is for the E2, my bad. This in the SN1 and SN2 we are having the nucleophiles. Okay, so nucleophile. So rate of reaction for the SN2 will be depending on the concentration of substrate as well as for the nucleophile. Okay, so both nucleophile only, substrate only, no, these are incorrect. Both the substrate and the nucleophile, yes, that is correct, and that is because substrate is having stoichiometric coefficient 1, nucleophile is having stoichiometric coefficient 1, and because of this 1 plus 1, these reactions are termed as what? Bimolecular reactions, because the rate of reaction depends on the molecular concentration of substrate as well as nucleophile. That is why we are having SN2 as a bimolecular reaction, and they will be following the second order kinetics. They will be having second order kinetics. So the correct answer for this question will be concentration of nucleophile as well as for the concentration of substrate. Rate of reaction for the SN2 will be depending on. Mesotartric acid is optically inactive due to the presence of. Mesotartric acid is optically inactive. So what is the mesotartric acid? We are having this carboxylic and this one is the mesotartric acid, where we are having what? We are having a plane of symmetry. Because of this plane of symmetry, this this tartric acid becomes meso, and meso compounds are optically inactive. Because of this plane of symmetry, this compound becomes meso, and meso compounds are optically inactive. What is the reason of optical inactivity? Optically inactive because of what kind of compensation will be seen in this meso structures? Optically inactive because of internal compensations. Internal compensation. In a single molecule, we are having two different chiral centers, we are having exactly this upper structure is exact copy of this lower structure. That is the reason we are having internal compensation. This chiral carbon, this one and this one. So the chirality of this carbon and the chirality of this carbon are just inverse with the same groups attached on them. So that is the reason this becomes optically inactive, and this is because of molecular symmetry. So the meso compounds are optically inactive. It is because of the presence of molecular symmetry. Molecular asymmetry, no. If there is molecular asymmetry, that compound will be optically active. External compensation. Now, what are the compounds that are optically inactive due to external compensation? Do let me know in the chat section. What are the terms for that kind of compounds we use that are optically inactive due to external compensation? Meso compounds are having internal compensations, but what about external compensated compounds? Do let me know. Two asymmetric carbon atoms, no, that is not a reason for, because of two asymmetric carbon, the other two forms of this structure are optically active. The DL forms, the enantiomers. External compensations. I still have no answers in the chat section. External compensation, dear, enantiomers with equimolar mixtures. That is known as what? Racemic mixture. So equimolar mixture of enantiomers is termed as the racemic mixtures, and the racemic mixtures are optically inactive. It is due to external compensations. So racemic mixtures are okay, racemic mixtures are optically inactive due to external compensations, while meso compounds are optically inactive due to internal compensations. Okay, write down all these extra points that you are having. Just revise all these terms. The better you explore these points in your brain right now, better it will be your examinations. It will be better for your examinations. Now, next question. The stereochemistry of SN2 reaction is. So, the stereochemistry of SN2 always have inversions. Always have inversion product. So if we are having SN2 reactions, we will be having always an inverted product. But if we are having SN1 reaction, because this SN1 proceeds with the carbocation intermediate formation, and because of this carbocation intermediate, we will be having what? Racemization product. That is inversion plus retention, both. So for the SN1, racemic product, racemized product, and for the SN2, always inverted, 100% inversion product. 100% inversion. Sometimes it is also written like this. For the SN1, we will be having inversion and retention. Inversion and retention both. Inversion and retention both. That is also true. So So for the SN2, retention, no. Racemization, no. For the SN1. Inversion, yes. Always inversion. 100% inversion there will be in the case of SN2, and such kind of inversion is also known as what? 𝘿𝙄𝙎 inversion. I guess in the last year in the NIPER examination, this question was present, 𝘿𝙄𝙎 inversion. This inversion is also known as 𝘿𝙄𝙎 inversion. SN2 reaction follows concerted mechanism where the bond formation and the bond breaking occur simultaneously at the same time. That is, bond formations and the bond breaking occurs at the same time, that is simultaneously. Which reaction proceeds through a carbocation intermediate? Which reaction proceeds through carbocation intermediate formation, SN2, E2, SN1 and the free radical substitution? So we are having free radical substitution. It means the intermediate that we are going to have is the free radical, and the free radical substitution reactions, they will be occurring on photohalogenations. Photohalogenation of alkane. Photohalogenation of alkanes. So whenever we are having alkane reacting with the halogens under the presence of sunlight, we are having this free radical substitution reactions. SN2, they are having what? It is having concerted mechanisms. They are having concerted mechanisms where the bond formations and the bond breaking occurs at the same time. So no intermediate will be seen, but here we are having the transition state. Transition state formation is seen in this case. Transition state is observed. And what kind of transition state will be there? Carbon with pentavalency. Carbon will be having 5 bond formations. E2, this is also a concerted process. Again, concerted process. Second order reaction, bimolecular. Concerted mechanisms, again no intermediate here as well, transition state. No intermediate formation, it will be also having transition state because of the concerted mechanisms. SN1, all right, so for the SN1 and for the E1, both will be having carbocation intermediate formation. Both of them will be having carbocation intermediate formation, and this is why we are having the rate of reaction depending only and only on the concentration of your substrate, because it is the substrate that first removes the leaving group to make a carbocation formation. Better the stable carbocation formation can have after the cleavage of that leaving group, faster the reaction of that particular substrate can have. So SN1 will be having the carbocation intermediate formation. SN1 will be having the carbocation intermediate formations. Okay. So SN1, 2-step reaction, carbocation intermediate formation. Carbocations are having what? Positive charge. SN2 and E2, both of them are having concerted process, no intermediate formation, both of them are having transition state formation. And the free radical substitution reaction is having what? Radical formation. The name itself is having free radicals. So free radical substitutions, it means the intermediate that we are going to have will be the free radical substitution reactions. Stereoisomers which are non-superimposable mirror images of each other are called as. So non-superimposable mirror images. Non-superimposable mirror images. Such stereoisomers are known as what? Conformers. No, conformers are also called as rotational isomers. Rotational isomers, that is also known as what? Rotamers. Okay, rotamers. Okay. Diastereoisomers, these are what? These are what? Non-mirror images. Non-mirror images. Stereoisomers that are not mirror images, like all the geometrical isomers are actually diastereoisomers. Epimers are falling under the category of diastereoisomers. Anomers are what? Diastereoisomers. Isomers, that is so broad. Isomers, same molecular formula, different structural formula, or same molecular formula, same structural formula, different arrangement of groups around the space, that is stereoisomers. So enantiomer. Now this enantiomers is what? Enantiomers are the compound that are having same molecular formula, same structural formula, but both of them are having difference in the arrangement of the groups that are present, and they will be what? They are non-superimposable mirror images. For a simple example, we are having, let's have the glyceraldehyde, this one. So we are having OH and H. This is what? CHO, COHH, and in the last we are having CH2OH. This is one, while this will be the other form. Its other enantiomer will be what? This one, OH on this side and H. Now we are having OH on the right side, OH on the left side, because OH is close to the mirror, OH will be close to the mirror. The above we are having CHO, in the downside we are having what? CH2H, CH2H, and far from mirror we are having hydrogen, far from mirror we are having the hydrogen. So both of them are what? Mirror images, but still they are not superimposable. If we take this structure and fall in this, we will be having no superimposable mirror images. These are non-superimposable, but yes, they are mirror images, and such compounds are known as enantiomers. This glyceraldehyde is what? D form. This will be having the L form. Capital D, capital L, that is what? Relative nomenclature. But plus minus you cannot predict by just looking at the structure. The dextro and the levo form you cannot predict, like this is dextro or this is dextro. But yes, if one of the structure is the dextro one, the other will be the levo. So enantiomers are what? Non-superimposable mirror images of each other. Non-superimposable mirror images. Alright, next one. The hybridization of carbocation carbon. Carbocation carbon's hybridization is what? sp3, sp2, sp and dsp2. So this is incorrect. And we are having carbocation. So carbocation is having what? This. So this is your methyl cation. We are having what? Planar structure, trigonal planar with one vacant p orbital. It means that will be not in the hybridization state. So 2 p orbital and 1 s orbital hybridized to give you what? sp2. sp2. So this will be having sp2 hybridizations. sp. Now sp hybridization is seen in what? Triplet nitrines. Triplet nitrine as well as triplet carbene. Triplet carbene and triplet nitrines are having what? sp hybridizations. sp3, that is seen in the carb anions. Carb anions are having sp3 hybridizations. Okay, sp3 hybridizations. So carbocations are having what? sp2 hybridizations. sp2. Okay. Next one, the number of chiral centers in open chain structure of glucose. So the glucose is having how many number of chiral carbons? How many number of chiral centers are there? Chiral center in open chain structure of glucose. How many chiral carbons are there? Now this is your structure of glucose. 1, 2, 3, 4. First one OH, second H, third OH, fourth OH. H, OH and H. So this is a chiral center, this one is a chiral center, chiral. So we are having total 4 chiral carbons. So either for the glucose, galactose, all of them are having what? Mannose, all of them are having what? 4 chiral centers. Chiral centers in this are 4, and if we are having like total number of stereoisomers for this, then you will be having just simple 2 to the power n. Chiral center, that is also represented by n. So we are having what? 2 to the power 4. That is what? 2 to the 4 to the 8 to the 16. 2 into 2 into 2 into 2. That is 16 total stereoisomers for this will be seen. So total number of chiral centers are just 4. Total number of carbons are 6. One is CHO, the other one is CH2S. So this is not chiral, this is not chiral. But yes, all these 4 carbons that are present between CHO and CH2H, these are termed as what? Chiral centers. They are chiral. So 4 chiral carbons, 4 chiral centers are present in this structure of glucose. This is structure of glucose. Okay, 4 chiral carbons are there. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Which reagent is used in the Friedel-Crafts alkylation reaction? AlCl3, NaOH, KMnO4 or lithium aluminium hydride? Friedel-Crafts alkylation reaction. Simple, we are having, this is our benzene, we are having the next one, that is what, CH3 and the Cl, and reaction of this with AlCl3 or FeCl3, FeBr3, we will be having first a carbocation formation. So this will be formed, that is your attacking electrophile. This is the electrophile that is going to have a reaction on this benzene ring, and after the sigma complex we will be having this group substitution on the benzene by removal of the hydrogen, and this is known as what? So what is the common name of this structure? What is the common name? What is the common name of this structure? Starting from the letter C, you can have. So NaOH is used here, no KMnO4, this is oxidizing agent. This is a oxidizing agent. Now after the formation of this toluene or any of this carbon structure, like suppose we are having this one, we are having this toluene. So now you can have reaction of this KMnO4 to convert this toluene into what? Benzoic acid. Okay, lithium aluminum hydride, that is a reducing agent. Carbonyl compound, carboxylic compounds, all these are reduced. Cyanides are reduced into amines. So this is also incorrect, this is also incorrect, this is also incorrect. But yes, the AlCl3, now this will be acting here as a catalyst. And these catalysts are known as what? They are known as Lewis acid catalyst. They are Lewis acid catalyst. They are electron deficient. They are having electron deficiency because aluminium is having just 3 bonds with the chlorine. Aluminium is having incomplete octet. That is why aluminium will be having tendency to accept an electron pair, and this Cl minus will be first taken over by this AlCl3 to convert it into AlCl4 minus, and we will be having this cation formation. Cinnamic acid, no, this is not cinnamic acid. Cinnamic acid is having what? At least you are having cinnamic acid, it means you must be having the carboxylic group. But here in this case we are having no carboxylic group. This is cumene. This is cumene. Okay, yes. So the first answer, the correct answer, that is from the 𝘖𝙎𝑔, that is cumene. Yes, cumene. This is known as the cumene, dear. This is known as the cumene. Okay, cinnamic acid is this one. That is formed because of the Perkin reaction, alpha beta unsaturated carboxylic acid. This one is your cinnamic acid. Okay, this one is known as the cinnamic acid. That is formed because of the reaction of benzaldehyde with the acid anhydride, ethyl anhydride. Okay, acetic anhydride. So the right answer will be AlCl3 here. Isopropyl benzene, that is also known as the cumene. Common name, I have asked for the common name, not for the IUPAC. So the common name will be the cumene for that structure. But yes, IUPAC will be having isopropyl benzene. Moving to the next question, we are having what? Which of the following compound exhibit enantiomerism? Which of them are having the chiral centers? No chiral center, so no enantiomerism. CS3, CHBr carboxylic. Yes, this carbon is chiral. This is having what? No chiral center. C6, no, again no chiral center. So this B will be having chiral carbon, so B will be having the enantiomers formation. This can have the enantiomerism. This can have enantiomer formation. So the B option will be the right one. Option B is the correct one. Option B is the right answer. Okay. Benzene undergoes addition reactions. No, benzene is an aromatic compound. This is an aromatic compound, and aromatic compounds prefer substitutions over addition or elimination, because by addition or elimination they will be having loss of aromatic character, loss of aromaticity. That is the reason they will be preferring substitutions over addition or eliminations. So addition reactions, readily no, that is incorrect. Electrophilic substitution, yes, because high electron density because of the conjugation either from the negative charges or from the pi bonds. So this delocalizing electron density makes them electron rich, means nucleophile, partial nucleophilic characters are developed in these cases of aromatic compounds. And we are having benzene. Benzene is highly electron rich because of 3 pi bonds that are conjugating around a 6-member carbon skeleton, cyclic skeleton. Electrophilic substitution reactions are very easy for such kind of compounds. Nucleophilic substitution, only this is wrong. Nucleophilic substitution at abnormal or uncertain conditions, we can have the nucleophilic substitution reactions as well for the benzene, but benzene will be not giving this reaction direct. We will be having a chlorobenzene, halobenzenes can have nucleophilic substitution reactions, but not here in this case. Benzene will not be going to oxidations. Benzene will not be in generally undergoing oxidation, but the easiest reaction that can be seen in aromatic benzene compound, that is electrophilic substitution reaction, and that is also known as electrophilic aromatic substitution reactions. Electrophilic substitution reactions are very easy for the benzene, okay, like alkylation, acylation, sulfonation, halogenations, all these reactions are what? Electrophilic substitution kind of reactions, okay. Which Fisher projection represents a capital D configuration? So the capital D configuration will be, this is for CHO and OH, it means this is for the glyceraldehyde. We are asked for the glyceraldehyde, all right. So the basic structure of glyceraldehyde can be either this one or this one, okay. OH, H, OH, H, all right. So, if CHO is at the top, the highly oxidized carbon is at the top and the least oxidized carbon is at the bottom. So, just above the least oxidized carbon, if OH is present on the right side, this will be your capital D form, and if the OH is present on the left side, that will be your capital L form, okay. So these are capital D and capital L form. CHO at the bottom, no, CHO has to be at the top, no, that is also incorrect, that is also incorrect. CHO at the top, CHO at the top, that is correct. Now if CHO is at the top position, if OH is on the right, we are asked about the D configuration. Okay, OH is present on the right side, yes, that is for the capital D form. And if CHO is at the top and CH3, no CH3, it has to be OH. So this is also incorrect. It is the only B option that is correct for this capital D configurations. The capital D configuration will be having B option, B statement as the right answer. B statement is the right, correct one. The aromaticity of benzene is explained by Markovnikov rule. Now Markovnikov rule explained what? Markovnikov explained the additions. Whenever we are having an unsymmetrical alkene, and in the unsymmetrical alkene we are having addition kind of reactions, so alkenes undergoes electrophilic addition reactions. If the electrophile part of your reagent is adding to that double bonded carbon atom that is having greater number of hydrogens, this kind of addition is known as what? Markovnikov addition. And if we are having the reagent and the reaction is undergoing free radical addition reaction in the presence of peroxide, this reaction is known as the anti-Markovnikov addition, and in this case the electrophilic looking like component of your reagent will be adding to that double bonded carbon atom which is having lesser number of hydrogen atoms. Now this is your anti-Markovnikov additions. So Markovnikov explained the addition of unsymmetrical alkene. Huckel's rule, yes, that is correct. Huckel's explained like if the compound is cyclic planar conjugated and the total conjugated electrons are equivalent to 4n plus 2 pi electrons, and by solving this, if you are having value of n is equals to 0, 1, 2, 3 and so on, that means the compound is aromatic. And if we are having the total number of conjugated electrons in a compound is equivalent to 4n pi electron, and here the value of n is equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, so on, it means that compound will be an anti-aromatic compound. Sadjev, that is for the elimination. Now the Sadjev rule is regarding the elimination, that is also known as the 𝘎𝙎𝘋 rule. Sadjev explained whenever we are having alpha beta elimination, so after the removal of leaving group, proton will be removed from that beta carbon which is having what? Better substitution alkene formation, which will be having better substituted alkene formation. So this is what explained by 𝘎𝙎𝘋, that is Sadjev rule. That is also incorrect for this case. Bayer-Stein theory, this is for the cycloalkanes. Cycloalkanes are having what? Bayer thought like cycloalkanes are planar structures, and that is why Bayer explained like cyclopropanes are highly strained compounds and stability of cyclohexane will be less than the cyclopentane, because the bond angle of cyclopentane is very close according to the sp3 hybridization atoms, that is 109, and for the and for the cyclopentanes the bond angle is thought to be 108. That is the reason like Bayer-Stein theory was given, but later on after the Sassemore theory, this theory was having rejected, but still the theory is present in our syllabus. So Huckel's, the Huckel's rule, that is for the aromaticity, that is for the aromatic characters, that is for decision of the aromatic characters in any benzene ring or any aromatic ring, any compound, any cyclic skeleton, that is governed by the Huckel's rule, that is governed by the Huckel's rule. What is the relationship between R-glyceraldehyde and S-glyceraldehyde? R and S-glyceraldehyde are what? Since the glyceraldehydes are having just one chiral carbon, and because of this just one chiral carbon, R and S will be enantiomers, no diastereoisomers, no constitutional, no identical. They are enantiomers. They are enantiomers of each other. R and S are enantiomers of each other. Simple. Either capital D, capital L for the glyceraldehyde. Look, if you are having just single chiral carbons, one of the chiral carbon is R, the other will be S, only when they are having mirror image relationships. Okay, mirror image relationships. Benzene contains 4 pi electrons, 6 pi electron, 8 pi electrons or the 10 pi electrons. So the benzene is having what? It is having 3 pi bonds. It means 2 pi electron, 4 and 6. So total 6 pi electrons will be present in the benzene. 6 pi electron. Cyclobutadiene will be having what? 4 pi electrons. This is having 4 pi electrons. Naphthalene is having what? 10 pi electrons. 10 pi electrons. Naphthalene is having 10 pi electrons. So benzene is having what? 6 pi electrons. Benzene 6. Benzene 6. Done. Benzene is having 6 pi electrons. Next, in Newman projection, what angle indicates the staggered conformation? So Newman, that is this one. So for the case of Newman projection, this is your front carbon, the dotted here, this one, this is your first carbon, and this long circle is your back carbon. Either this or this. We are having two forms. We can have two forms like this. So this is your staggered form where the dihedral angles are 60 degree to each other, and this is your eclipsed form where the dihedral angle are at the 0 degree. 0 degree dihedral angle and 60 degree dihedral angle. So for the case of staggered, eclipsed will be having 0 degree, but for the case of staggered, 60 degree bond angle will be present. 60 degree bond angle will be present. 120 again gives you eclipsed form, 180 again gives you staggered form. But the first, since we have to choose one answer only, so in this case we will be going with the 60 degree, because the first staggered form that we are going to have is at the 60 degree only. But if we have to select more than one options, then we will be having this and this both as the correct answers. But for one, we will be having 60 degree only. 60 degree only. Okay, 60 degree. 60 degree. Nitration of benzene produces. So we are having benzene. when benzene is reacted with HNO3, that is nitric acid, and in the presence of H2SO4 as a catalyst, sulfuric acid is used here as a catalyst, we will be having first of all NO2 plus, that is nitronium ion formation. This is your intermediate, this is your attacking reagent, nitronium ion, that attacks on the benzene ring in the form of electrophile and gives you nitrobenzene formation. Gives you nitrobenzene formation. So nitration of benzene gives you nitrobenzene formation, and this nitrobenzene can be converted into aniline by reaction with what? By reacting this with SnCl2, SnHCl. By reaction of the SnHCl, we will be having this NO2 converting into what? Aniline. Okay, phenol. For the phenol, first you have to go through the benzene diazonium salt formation of this aniline, then reaction with S3PO2. My bad, S3PO2 gives you benzene. Reaction with water in heat. Water in heat gives you phenol formation. Okay, so aniline, phenol, toluene is not the right answer. Nitration gives you what? Nitration gives you nitrobenzene formation on the benzene ring. On the benzene ring. Okay, now the next one. What is the CIP priority for the groups in CH, Br, CIF? Okay, CLF. Okay, we are having a carbon that is having a hydrogen atom, that is having a Br, bromine atom, that is having a fluorine, and we are having a iodine or chlorine. Okay, so we are having a chlorine atom. Okay, the chlorine here. So what will be the order, priority order under the CIP? So CIP, that is Cohen-Ingold-Prelog. Now this CIP rule, this CIP follows what? Higher the atomic number, higher will be the priority. Hydrogen is having the least priority because of the least atomic number. This is incorrect. One option is incorrect. Among fluorine, chlorine, bromine, bromine will be having the highest atomic number. So bromine will be having the highest priority. Bromine will be having highest. No, incorrect. Here bromine, here chlorine, this is also incorrect. So bromine the highest, hydrogen the least, and after bromine the next will be the priority for the chlorine, then fluorine, least will be for the hydrogen. Okay, so the bromine, chlorine, fluorine and hydrogen. So the B option is correct according to CIP. According to CIP. Okay, so fluorine, chlorine, bromine, iodine. Highest atomic number is for the iodine among the halogens, then for the bromine, then for the chlorine, then for the fluorine. Alright. Now, next one. Stability order of carbocation is. So, carbocation, carbocations are having highest stability order. So, a very simple 3 degree, highest stable, then 2 degree, then 1 degree, then the methyl cation. So, according to your options, this is your correct answer. Alright. Now, some more stable cations than 3 degree are what? We are having the allyl cations, that is having resonance stability. More stable than allyl, we are having what? Benzyl cation. More stable than benzyl, we are having what? Triphenyl methyl cation. More stable than triphenyl methyl is having what? Tropylium cation. Okay, so these are some more stable cations of carbon. But here in your question we are asked the order of 3 to 1 only. So 3 to 1 here in this case, in the B option we are having the right answer. 3 degree more stable than 2 degree, 2 degree more stable than 1 degree. Okay, so 3 to 1, that is your correct order for this case. Ez, 𝘿𝙄𝙎𝑃𝑔 nomenclature applies to compounds with. So E and Z nomenclature is applicable on what kind of compounds? Chiral centers, double bond. Chiral centers are having what? RS nomenclature. Chiral centers are having small d, small l. It can have capital D, capital L. It can have what? It can have that is plus minus, that is for the DL only. Okay. Ring junctions, no. Optical activity, no. So E and Z. Now these are for the geometrical isomers. This E and Z follows CIP, and these are used for nomenclature of geometrical isomers. So double bonds. You can have the double bonds. The double bond compounds will be having your EZ nomenclature. E, that is androgen, and Z, that is 𝙂𝙎𝑚𝑎𝑛. Okay, EZ. Which reaction gives beta hydroxyaldehyde or ketones? Beta hydroxyaldehyde or ketones. Beta hydroxy. 𝘖𝙎𝑧, aldol condensation, Sandmeyer or the Beckmann. Beckmann gives you conversion of oxime into amide. Oxime to amide. So this is not your right answer under acidic condition. Sandmeyer converts diazonium salt. Diazonium salt. Reaction with copper halide or copper nitrile gives you halobenzenes. Halobenzene. So this is also not answer for your question. 𝘖𝙎𝑧. 𝘖𝙎𝑧 reaction is given by all those aldehydes that are having no alpha hydrogens. So all those aldehydes that are having no alpha hydrogens, no alpha hydrogen aldehydes under basic condition, under base gives you what? Under base gives you acid plus alcohol. Acid plus alcohol. Oxidation reduction reaction, that is disproportionation reaction. Aldol condensation, all those carbonyl compounds that are having alpha hydrogens undergoes condensations to give you beta hydroxy carbonyl compounds before dehydration, and after dehydration you will be having alpha beta unsaturated carbonyl compounds, alpha beta unsaturated carbonyl compounds. So the 𝘖𝙎𝑧, no alpha hydrogen containing aldehydes under the presence of base gives you acid and alcohol formation. A simple example like HCHO. So 2 moles of HCHO when reacted with NaOH, 1 of the mole of this reduced to form methyl alcohol, while the other gives you what? HCOO minus Na plus, which under H plus acid hydrolysis gives you HCOOH. This one. So 2 moles of HCHO you have taken, that is having no alpha hydrogens. Aldol condensation. Suppose we are having this one, CH3, CHO, 2 moles of this reacts with NaOH base, you will be having CH3, CH double bond, CH, C double bond OH. This that is what? Alpha beta unsaturated carbonyl compound, but before this you will be having first this one, CH3, CHOH, CH2, C double bond OH, this, and after the hydrolysis you will be having, after the dehydration you will be having alpha beta unsaturated carbonyl compound formation. This is what? Aldol condensation reaction. This is what? Aldol condensation. Aldol condensation reaction. Which type of isomerism is shown by diethyl ether and methyl propyl ether? So diethyl ether, that is C2H5O, C2H5 diethyl ether, and methyl N propyl, okay, C3H7. So these are having what? With respect to this oxygen atoms, we are having 2 carbon on both the side, 3 carbon. This is the simple case of metamers. So they are metamers of each other. No change. Chain is having what? Change in structures, change in skeleton, change in what? Carbon skeleton. Branchings. Functional, same functional group is present here. Position, no, position is not the case for this. Such kind of isomers are better known as what? Metamers. Metamers. So they are better termed as the metamers of each other. They are metamers of each other. Pyridine contains oxygen, sulfur, nitrogen, phosphorus. No phosphorus, no sulfur, no oxygen. Pyridine is having this, that is what? Nitrogen. sp2 nitrogen with localized lone pairs. With localized lone pair structure. So this is your pyridine structure. Okay, pyridine. A compound contains 2 dissimilar asymmetric carbon atoms. The number of stereoisomers is, we are having 2 dissimilar asymmetric carbons. So the 2 dissimilar means symmetry is absent and the chiral carbons are 2. So if the symmetry is absent, chiral carbons are given 2, then the formula will be 2 to the power n, that is 2 to the power 2, that is what, 2 to the 4. So total number of stereoisomers will be 2 to the power 4, that is 4. 2 to the power 2, that is 4. Total number of chiral carbons are 2, and we are having asymmetric carbon atoms. We are having asymmetric carbon atom. Dissimilar ends. Suppose we are having CHO, we are having CH3, we are having OH, we are having OH, H. So terminal groups are different. So symmetry is not the case for this one. Symmetry will always be absent in these cases. One of them is chiral, two chiral centers. So 2 to the power 2, that is 4 stereoisomers will be present in this case. Total number of stereoisomers will be 4. Okay, now the next. Hydrolysis of an ester in alkaline medium is called as. You are having an ester. You are having an ester. All right, let's have this one. R dash C double bond OO CH3. Let's suppose I am having this ester. I am reacting this ester with what? Alkaline medium. So in the alkaline medium, suppose I am having NaOH. I am having this NaOH. What we will be having? So the bond will be broken between the carbon and the oxygen, and this will be having R dash C double bond O Na. Okay, so only one R is there, so why we are having dash? This one, and the second molecule that will be having CH3OH. CH3OH. This is what? This is known as soap. This one is known as soap. So this reaction is known as what? Saponification. Written? Okay, so here this reaction is known as what? Saponification. Esterification is what? Formation of ester. By the reaction of a carboxylic acid with alcohol under the presence of acid, you are having this esterification reaction. Nitration and sulfonation are electrophilic substitution reactions. So these are ESR, electrophilic substitution reactions. Nitration having HNO3H2SO4, HNO3 plus H2SO4, and sulfonation you can have H2SO7, that is known as oleum, either in this or either H2SO4 plus SO3, that is known as what? Fuming sulfuric acid. So these are electrophilic substitution reactions that happens on the carboxylic, that happens on the benzene rings or any other aromatic compounds. Saponification, soap formation. Esterification, reaction of what? Reaction of carboxylic with alcohol in presence of acid to give you ester formation. Okay, ester formation. So this reaction is not, this reaction is saponification. Soap formation. The method of separation of D and L isomers from racemic mixture. So you are having a racemic mixture, and this racemic mixture you are separating this enantiomers. This is known as what? This is known as resolution. This is known as the resolution. You are resoluting these compounds, resolution, and formation of this racemic mixture from the enantiomer, that is known as racemization. Which heterocyclic compound is most basic? Which of the given compound is most basic? Pyrrole, furane, thiophene, or the pyridine? Okay, pyrrole, furane, thiophene, or the pyridine? Pyrrole, furane, thiophene, or the pyridine? This one is your pyrrole. This one is your furane. This is your thiophene. And now we are having another compound totally different from all of them. This one, that is known as pyridine. Now, basic strength is because of the lone pairs of these heteroatoms. In these three cases, the 5-membered ring structure of pyrrole, furane, thiophene, lone pairs are a part of aromatic sextet. They are actually involved in the resonance. they are involved in the resonance. So tendency to accept a proton by donating their lone pairs is slightly difficult. And if they are actually giving their lone pairs for accepting a proton, that make these compounds non-aromatic. Non-aromatic. All right. But here in this case, these lone pairs are localized. Localized. So the pyridine among all these given 4 options now becomes what? More basic. Pyridine becomes what? More basic. So pyridine will be having the better basic characters among all these given options, and among these 3, furane will be the most basic one. If we are having just 3 compounds, pyrrole, furane and thiophene, furane will be most basic, thiophene will be the least basic. So if you want to have an order of all these compounds, most basic will be the pyridine. After the pyridine, you will be having what? The furane. After the furane, we will be having the pyrrole. And after the pyrrole, you will be having the thiophene. So this is your order of basic strength. Basic strength. This will be your basic strength. Order. So pyridine will be the most basic one. Okay, most basic one. Done. Tartaric acid molecule contains 2 asymmetric carbon atoms. The number of optical isomers of tartaric acid is number of optical isomers. All right, so tartaric acid is what? This is your tartaric acid. Tartaric acid structure is having a symmetry. This is having a plane of symmetry. Tartaric acid molecule is having plane of symmetry. Because of this plane of symmetry, just 2 enantiomers and 1 mesoforms are seen for this tartaric acid. This and this one. So this is your mesoform of tartaric acid, and one of them is this and its mirror image, and one its mirror image. 𝘂𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙄𝙎. So these 2 structures are enantiomers. These are the enantiomers. Okay, these are the enantiomers. They are optically active. They are the enantiomers, that is having what? Optical activity. Optical activity present in these cases. And this structure, the meso one, is having optical inactivity, but this is also the stereoisomers of tartaric acid, and these 2 are also. So 2 plus 1, that is 3. Total number of optical isomers, just a second, total number of optical isomers, total correct optical isomers will be 2. But for this case, you have to go through like total number of stereoisomers. Total number of stereoisomers. Now this will be having 3, but total optically active, still we are having missing optical activity. You are not asked regarding the optical active isomers. Okay, so for this, total stereoisomers will be 3, in which 2 will be optically active, the enantiomers, and the 1 will be optical inactive, that is the mesoform. That will be the mesoform. Pyrrole is what? Non-aromatic, anti-aromatic, aromatic, or the saturated. Saturated is not. Pyrrole is a unsaturated, having 2 pi bonds. Aromatic, yes, pyrrole is a aromatic compound. Anti-aromatic, this is incorrect. Non, this is incorrect. Pyrrole is actually aromatic. This is a aromatic heterocyclic compound. Pyrrole is having aromatic characters. It is having conjugated 2 pi bonds and 1 lone pair of the nitrogen. So pyrrole is actually having aromatic characters. Pyrrole is aromatic. Okay, pyrrole is aromatic. Which reaction converts phenol into salicylic acid? So we are having phenol. This is our phenol. A reaction of phenol with CHCl3 and NaOH gives you salicylaldehyde formation. This gives you salicylaldehyde formation, and this reaction is known as what? Reimer-Tiemann. This reaction is known as what? Reimer-Tiemann reaction. Okay, all right. But if we are having the phenol and we react this phenol with CO2, carbon dioxide, CO2, you will be having formation of salicylic acid. Salicylic acid. This reaction is known as what? 𝘂𝙬𝙎 reaction. Perkin for the alpha beta unsaturated acid. No, this is incorrect. 𝘂𝙬𝙎, yes, that is correct. Ldol is for the carbonyl compounds. 𝘾𝙀𝙎 is also for the aldehyde, that is having no alpha hydrogens. So the right answer for this is 𝘂𝙬𝙎 reaction. 𝘂𝙬𝙎 reaction will be the right answer, will be your correct answer for this question. 𝘂𝙬𝙎 reaction. Which of the following molecules is a meso compound? Which of them is a meso compound? Lactic acid, 2-methyl-1-butanol, 2,3-dichloropentane or 2,3-dichlorobutane. Which of the following molecule is a meso compound? Okay, lactic acid is always optically active. This one is your lactic acid. 1 chiral carbon, always optically active. No mesoform formation can be seen in the case of lactic acid. 2-methyl-1-butanol. We are having 2-methyl-1-butanol. I guess no chiral. Okay, yes, we are having 1 chiral carbon at least. Butanol, okay. 2, we are having methyl, 1 we are having the butanol. Okay, so CH2. And at the second we are having the methyl group. CH2, CH3. So this is your chiral center. 1 chiral carbon, so always optical activity. Why? In the second we are having methyl group and 1 we are having the what? All, that is OH group. So this carbon is having 1 hydrogen, 1 methyl, 1 ethyl and CH2OH. So this carbon is chiral always. If 1 chiral carbon is there in a structure, that will be always optically active. 2,3-dichloropentane at the pentane. So 5 carbon chain. Okay, this will be having no meso formations because 5 carbon chain is there. We are having 5 carbon chain and at the second and third we are having the chloro groups. CH3. At the second and at the third we are having chloro groups and here we will be having C2H5. Why? 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 carbons now. So this and this are different. Terminals are different. Symmetry is not present here as well. For a compound to exhibit meso characters, symmetry is must. So symmetry is absent here, here and here. What about this one? 2,3-dichlorobutane, 100% symmetry. Why? It's a butane structure. It means this and this. Methyl, methyl. Now we are having 2 carbons like this. One of them is having chloro, chloro. So 2,3-dichlorobutane, 4 carbon chain only. Now this will be having the mesoform. Again, same that we have seen for the tartaric acid. One of them will be mesoform, the other 2 structures of this will be optically active enantiomers. So this D will be having meso formations. D structure can have meso formation, meso compound formation as well, but A, B, C are always optically active. They are always optically active, but this D can have one structure in the form of meso. Okay, meso formation as well. In the D, you can have meso formation. Reimer-Tiemann reaction converts phenol into what? Salicylaldehyde. Just we have seen by reaction of phenol with CHCl3 will under the presence of NaOH will be having the salicylaldehyde formation. The other important point for this Reimer-Tiemann reaction is its intermediate. Here the intermediate is what? Dichlorocarbene. Dichlorocarbene as intermediate is seen here. It's seen here. So this is your phenol. Reaction of CHCl3 and NaOH. First converts this CHCl3 and NaOH converts CCl2. That is what? Dichlorocarbene. And this CCl2 attack on the benzene phenol to give you what? Salicylaldehyde formation. Salicylaldehyde formation. So this will be giving you salicylaldehyde. And the intermediate that you will be having for this reaction is what? Dichlorocarbene. Dichlorocarbene, in simple DCC, dichlorocarbene. Different structures generated due to reaction about carbon-carbon axis of an organic molecule are examples of different structures that are generated due to rotation. It is not reaction, it is a rotation. Rotation about carbon-carbon axis. So carbon-carbon single bond axis, you are having rotations. These are examples of what? Geometric isomers? No, in this case restricted. We are having rotation is restricted. Rotation is restricted for geometrical isomers. Optical also, these are also having no rotation possible. Rotation is absent. Rotation is absent here as well. Structural isomers are having different structures, okay, different structures, different connectivities, but in this case connectivity is same because we are just rotating, no connectivity difference. So this is also incorrect. Conformational, that is also known as what? Rotational isomers. Because of the rotation around carbon-carbon single bond, we will be having different staggered and eclipsed conformation possible, and this is known as what? Conformational isomers. They are known as what? Conformational isomers, also called as rotational isomers, rotamers, okay, rotamers. 𝘾𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙎 reaction occurs with aldehyde having alpha hydrogens? No. Aldehyde lacking alpha hydrogen, ketones only, alcohols. 𝘾𝙎𝙎𝙎 is seen in aldehydes. All the aldehydes that are having, aldehydes having no alpha hydrogen. No alpha hydrogen. For example, HCHO and benzaldehyde. If we are having these aldehydes, we can have 𝘾𝙎𝙎𝙎 reaction. We can have 𝘾𝙎𝙎𝙎 reaction possible. So aldehydes having alpha hydrogen. If the aldehyde is having alpha hydrogen, they can undergo aldol condensation. They can have aldol condensation. But if we are having aldehydes lacking alpha hydrogen, they are having no alpha hydrogens, they can have 𝘾𝙎𝙎𝙎 reaction formation. There is a case, there is a special reaction in which presence of alpha hydrogen or absence of alpha hydrogen is not at all important. If we are having any aldehyde, okay, I am having a question for you all guys. Aldehydes having alpha hydrogen, having a hydrogen alpha, okay, having alpha hydrogen or not, having, oh just a second, having alpha hydrogen or not, when reacted with aluminium ethoxide, aluminium ethoxide gives you ester, What is the name of this reaction? What this reaction is named as? We are having a simple mnemonic, that is TCS. All algorithms of TCS gives you ester. All algorithm of TCS gives you ester. This reaction is known as what? All, that is all aldehyde. Algorithm, that is aluminium ethoxide catalyst of what? TCS, that is Th-Senko's reaction, gives you ester. This reaction is known as Th-Senko's reaction. This reaction is known as Th-Senko's reaction. Th-Senko reaction, either having alpha hydrogen or not. If we are having any aldehyde, if we are reacting this aldehyde with aluminium ethoxide, you will be always getting ester as the product. But if we are having no alpha hydrogens, they will be undergoing base reaction. Under the presence of a base NaOH, you will be getting disproportionation, oxidize and reduce the product. Aldehyde oxidizes into acid salt and reduces into alcohol. So aldehydes that is lacking alpha hydrogen will undergo 𝘾𝙎𝙎𝙎 reaction. But if we are having alpha hydrogen presence, they can have aldol condensation. Now the case, either having or not, having or lacking alpha hydrogen, they will be undergoing Th-Senko's reaction very well. Wow, good. Which type of isomerism is shown by cis and trans 1,2-dichloroethene? Cis and trans. We are having cis and trans 1,2-dichloroethene is what? We are having geometrical isomers. What is so difficult in this? 1,2-dichloroethene can have either this structure formation or this one. If both the chlorine are on the same side, this is the cis form, and if the chlorines are on the opposite side, that is the trans form. That is the trans form. So cis and trans, these are called as what? Geometrical isomers. These are called as what? Geometrical isomers. They are geometrical isomers of each other. Aldol condensation requires what? Aldol condensation, alpha hydrogen aromatic ring, nitro compound, halogens. Aldol condensation, it's seen in all those carbonyl compounds that is having alpha hydrogens. That is having alpha hydrogen. So if the compound is having alpha hydrogen, the carbonyl compound that is having alpha hydrogen can have this aldol condensation reaction, in which first product that will be your beta hydroxy carbonyl compound, and after the dehydration you will be having alpha beta unsaturated carbonyl compound formation. Okay, alpha beta unsaturated carbonyl compound, the second product. Which of the following represents a racemic mixture, equimolar mixture? 75-25 no, 25-75 no, 50-50 okay. 50 of R2-butanol and 50% of S2-butanol. Yes, R and S are enantiomers of each other because the compound is same, 2-butanol, 2-butanol. So 50-50 mixture, that is equimolar mixture. Racemic mixture is what? Racemic mixture is equimolar mixture of enantiomers. Is known as what? Is known as what? Racemic mixture. So the equimolar mixture of enantiomers is known as racemic mixture, and racemic mixtures are optically inactive. Same that we have seen for the meso compounds. These are also optically inactive, but they are optically inactive due to external compensations. Which reagent reduces aldehyde and ketones into alcohols? So we are having aldehyde and ketones, means carbonyl compounds. So this carbonyl compound can be reduced into what? Alcohols. They can be reduced into what? Alcohols by reaction of what? KMnO4. Yes, KMnO4 is oxidizing agent. They cannot reduce. Okay, so they are oxidizing agent. They can oxidize this carbonyl compound into acid if it is aldehyde. Lithium aluminum hydride, yes, that is correct. This is a what? Reducing agent. HNO3, nitric acid is what? Nitric acid is mild oxidizing agent. We are to no reaction in the carbonyl compound. So the right answer will be lithium aluminum hydride. Except this lithium aluminum hydride, you can also have a reagent called what? Aluminium iso-alkoxide. Aluminium iso-alkoxide. You can have this one that you are using for the Meerveen-Pondorf-Verley reduction reaction. Okay, MPV reduction reaction will be also having the same kind of product formation. So lithium aluminum hydride, sodium borohydride, this aluminum iso-alkoxide, all will be having your carbonyl compounds converting into alcohols. Okay, lithium aluminum hydride for this case. Sandmeyer reaction is used to prepare Sandmeyer, that is for the benzene diazonium salt. So the benzene diazonium salts converts into what? This converts into benzene diazonium salt converted into what? Halobenzenes. Halobenzenes, alcohols, haloarenes, yes, ethers, ketones, no. Haloarenes by reaction of the copper salt. But if you are using HCl in the presence of copper powder, that is Gattermann reaction. That is Gattermann reaction. That is Gattermann reaction. We have discussed this so many number of times. Which intermediate is involved in free radical halogenations? Free radical halogenations, carbocation. So if we are having a free radical halogenation reaction, it means the attacking reagent has to be a free radical itself. No carbocation, no carbanion, no carbene. The attacking reagent must be a free radical only. It will be a free radical only. So the correct answer for this will be free radical. Simple. Nucleophilic substitution in alkyl halide occurs mainly by. If we are having a nucleophilic substitution reaction, it means that will be done by electrophiles, no. By nucleophiles, no free radicals, no carbenes. So a nucleophile substitutes another nucleophile, another nucleophile. So one nucleophile substitutes the other nucleophile, a strong nucleophile substitutes weaker nucleophiles. This is known as what? Nucleophilic substitution reaction. So B option will be the right one. B option is the correct one. The most stable reaction intermediate among the following is methyl carbocation, primary carbocation, secondary carbocation, tertiary carbocation. So we have discussed this. Methyl carbocation is the least stable one. More stable than the methyl is 1 degree, that is primary, then 2 degree, then 3 degree. So 3 degrees, that is tertiary carbocation, is the most stable because of better plus I nature. So tertiary cation is the most stable intermediate among all these given 4 carbocations. Right answer for this will be the D, that is tertiary carbocations. Tertiary carbocations. Which reaction converts an aryl diazonium salt into chlorobenzene? So you are having a aryl diazonium salt, that is this one, aryl diazonium salt, this one. Now you are converting this aryl diazonium salt into what? Chlorobenzene. Into chlorobenzene. Now this can be done by what? Friedel-Crafts reaction. This is for the electrophilic aromatic substitution reaction. They will be not seen in this kind of compound. Sandmeyer-Perkin-Cannizaro. So Sandmeyer, yes, by reaction of this CuCl, you will be having this chlorobenzene formation. By reaction of HCl under the copper powder, you can also have this chlorobenzene formation. But this reaction is known as the Gattermann when you have applied the copper powder. And when you have used the CuCl, this is known as the Sandmeyer. This is known as the Sandmeyer. Okay, so this reaction will be your Sandmeyer. Perkin for the acid anhydride with benzaldehyde, Cannizaro, no alpha hydrogen containing aldehydes. Right answer will be B. Right answer will be the B one. Alright. Aromatic electrophilic substitution mechanism involves what? The aromatic electrophilic substitution mechanisms involves what? Carbocation attack on nucleophile. Aromatic electrophilic substitution mechanism. Okay, formation of sigma complex, free radical intermediate, carbene intermediate. Look, this is your benzene. Suppose I am having this CH3 plus attack on this benzene. So just when this methyl attacks on this benzene ring, this one, so there will be a positive charge at this position. There will be a positive charge here that moves along this pi bonds, giving you this formation, and later on you will be having this one, that is CH3 H pi positive, and after this you will be having removal. So removal of proton to again form of a pi bond. But this is your what? Sigma complex. This is your what? Hybrid structure of all these given resonating structures. That is known as what? Sigma complex. So whenever we are having a electrophilic substitution mechanism, always you will be having a sigma complex formation. Sigma complex formation seen. Always you will be having a sigma complex formation. No free radical, no carbene, no carbocation attack on nucleophile. You will always be having, each time you will be having what? A sigma complex formation. All the time you will be having a sigma complex formation. Sigma complex formation. The reagent used in a Reimer-Tiemann reaction is, so what is the reagent that is used in the Reimer-Tiemann reaction? CHCl3 plus NaOH, HNO3, H2SO4, Br2, FeBr3, KMNO4. Oxidizing agent. This is for the electrophilic substitution reaction, especially for the bromination. When you have to undergo bromination, HNO3, H2SO4, that is for the nitration, and I guess, no, this is not asked in your question. Reimer-Tiemann, that is CHCl3 NOH. Yes, this is for the Reimer-Tiemann. Okay, this one is for the Reimer-Tiemann for the formation of salicylaldehyde from phenol. You will be having this kind of reaction, this kind of reagents you will be using. So A option is the correct one. Option A is the right answer. Which reagent is used to distinguish phenol from alcohol? Phenol can be distinguished from the alcohols by tolerance. No, tolerance is for the distinguish of carbonyl compounds. Aldehyde gives positive test. Ketones will be not giving this kind of test. FeCl3 solution, yes. Phenol will be undergoing reaction with this FeCl3 to give you what? A violet color complex formation. Violet color complex formation, you are having this is as the phenol. So 3 moles of this phenol when reacted with FeCl3 gives you what? Fe with 3 moles of phenoxide formation, 3 phenoxide attack. So yes, this is your violet color. This is the violet in color. Benedict, no. Skiff, no. Aldehyde, Benedict is also not for this one. Tolerance is also not for this one. FeCl3 will be having distinguish between the alcohols and the phenol, aromatic alcohol and the aliphatic alcohol. According to Huckel's rule, aromatic compounds contain 4n plus 2 pi electron. 4n plus 2, yes, here in this case, C option. 4n plus 2 and 4n, that is for the anti-aromatic. This is for the anti-aromatic. This is for the anti-aromatic, 4n pi electrons. And 4n plus 2, that is for the aromatic compounds. 𝘂𝙬 condensation occurs between 𝘂𝙬 condensation, that is also known as the 𝘂𝙬 ester condensation reaction. When two esters react with each other, they will be having the same aldol condensation kind of reaction, where you will be having what? Carbonyl compound as well as the ester compounds. So carbonyl, that is beta carbonyl ester formation you will be having. So 2 esters, this is a reaction of 2 esters, 2 aldehydes, 2 ketones, 2 amines, no. That is for the 𝘂𝙬 ester condensation. This is for the 𝘂𝙬 ester condensation. This reaction is regarding the 𝘂𝙬 ester condensation. 𝘂𝙬 ester condensation. Okay, 𝘂𝙬 ester condensation. Friedel-Crafts acylation introduces. Acylation, that is reaction of a acyl chloride or anhydride reacting with the benzene under the presence of Lewis acid catalyst, gives you a acylium cation, acylium intermediate, and this acylium reacts with the benzene to give you a ketone compound. So acyl group, alkyl group, no, alkyl is for the Friedel-Crafts alkylation, not acylation. Nitro, sulfonic, no, acyl group. This will be having the acyl group formation. Acyl group, acyl group will be seen here. Which intermediate is formed during Friedel-Crafts acylation? Which intermediate is formed? Which intermediate is formed during Friedel-Crafts acylation? Intermediate, what intermediate? Suppose you are having this one. When you are having AlCl3, so Cl minus is taken away by the AlCl3 to have you AlCl4 minus, and you end up with RC double bond O and positive. This is known as what? Acylium. This is known as what? Acylium cation or acylium ion. Acylium ion. B option. This is your attacking reagent on the benzene ring as well. So this, as a electrophilic nature, reacts on the benzene to give you acylated product. Acylated product. Formaldehyde undergoes Cannizzaro reaction because formaldehyde is having what? No alpha hydrogens. So that is the reason it is undergoing what? Cannizzaro reaction containing aromatic ring, no, lacks alpha hydrogen, and that is the most important condition for any compound to undergo Cannizzaro reaction, that is absence of your alpha hydrogens. If the alpha hydrogens are not present, then this kind of reaction will be seen in the aldehyde compounds. And the most common examples for the compound for the aldehydes that are having this kind of reaction is benzaldehyde as well as the formaldehydes. The electrophile in bromination of benzene, bromine minus, no, bromide ion is not an electrophilic reagent. Br2, no, Br plus, yes, this is your correct one. So whenever you are having benzene plus Br and FeBr3, FeBr3. So first of all, one of the Br minus is taken away by this FeBr3 to have FeBr4 minus formation, giving you Br plus, and this Br plus attacks on the benzene ring to give you bromo product by sigma complex formation, and this. So Br plus will be your attacking electrophile. Br plus is your attacking electrophile during brominations. The electrophile in nitration, what electrophile? This is not, this is not, this is not. In the nitration, by reaction of HNO3 and H2SO4, HNO3 plus H2SO4 gives you what? NO2 plus electrophile. NO2 plus electrophile. So this is your attacking reagent, NO2 plus. This is your attacking electrophile on the benzene ring during nitration. Which heterocyclic compound contains oxygen? Pyridine is having nitrogen in 6-member ring. Pyrrole is also having nitrogen in 5-member ring. Furane is having oxygen, and imidazole is having 2 nitrogens at 1,3 position. At 1 and 3 position in a 5-member ring skeleton. So only furane is having hot oxygen atom. Furane is having hot oxygen atom. The right answer will be what? C. That is furane. Okay. Toluene directs incoming electrophile at. So toluene is what? It's a activating group because of plus hyperconjugation. Because of plus hyperconjugation, this is your what? Activating group, and this directs either ortho electrophile substitution or the para electrophile substitution, or at the para. So ortho and para positions, because it is having 3 alpha hydrogens and the benzene is having alkene system. So ortho and para will be having higher electron density because of the hyperconjugations. Nitrobenzene is ortho para directing nitro group. This nitro is highly electron withdrawing because of the minus I as well as the minus M. This is a highly deactivating group. Benzene ring will be deactivated for the electrophilic aromatic substitution reactions, and that is the reason this nitrobenzene will be having no reactions at the ortho para. But still, if you are having at higher abnormal conditions, then the electrophile can have attack at the meta positions only. So deactivating groups are having meta directions. So B option will be a correct one. B option is the correct one. Okay, B option. Which group is strongly activating? Means plus M, that is also called as what? Plus R. NO2 is highly deactivating. SO3H minus M. CHO is also having minus M. But this OH, because of lone pair on the oxygen atom, this will be having electron density increased at the benzene. So this OH will be your activating group. OH will be the activating group, while this NO2 is having what? Nitrogen, double bond. This means nitrogen is having plus M. Partial positive, because oxygen pulls the electron density of this nitrogen oxygen bond towards more electronegative oxygen atom. SO3H will be also having same, sulfur, double bond O, OH, and this. So because of this double bond oxygen, the sulfur will be having the same partial positive, and the pi bond, if one of the pi bond of the sulfur oxygen bond is broken, sulfur will be acquiring the positive charge. And same here, C double bond O and H. So if the carbon here in this case will be having bond breaking between the carbon oxygen pi bond, carbon always have the positive charge. So in all these cases, this atom that is directly in bond with the benzene will be having the positive charge. So that is the reason benzene shifts the electron density towards the positive charge. But the OH atom is having lone pair. That is the reason they always moves electrons inside the benzene, inside the conjugated system, making ring higher electron rich centers at ortho and para positions. Which group is strongly deactivating? NH2 having lone pairs, plus R or plus M group. OH again lone pair, plus R or plus M groups. CH3 plus hyperconjugation because of 3 alpha hydrogens. NO2 minus R minus M, as well as strong minus I also. All these cases, all these makes this NO2 highly electron withdrawing groups. NO2. Which reaction proceeds in a single step? Single step reaction. SN1, 2-step reaction. In the first, formation of carbocation, In the first step, we are having formation of a carbocation, and in the second step, attack of nucleophile. First step, carbocation formation, and in the second step, attack of nucleophile. Attack of nucleophile on the carbocation. Even two step. Again, first step, C plus formation, leaving group by removal of leaving group, and in the second step, removal of proton from base. Removal of proton. Which proton? Beta, sorry. Removal of proton from base. Base abstracts the proton. SN2, all right. So this one is what? This is a one-step reaction. This is a single-step reaction, concerted mechanism. Friedel-Crafts reaction. Friedel-Crafts is also having what? Formation of a electrophilic reagent, attack on the ring, formation of sigma complex, then only removal of the proton to give you again the aromatic characters. SN2 will be a single-step reaction only. SN2 as well as the E2, both of them are single-step reaction, one-step reactions. These are one-step reactions. SN1 reactions generally shows. So SN1 reactions generally shows what? Inversion only, retention only, racemization, no stereochemical change. SN1 because of formation of carbocation can have retentions as well as inversions. Retentions as well as inversions. So retention, inversion, both the products are formed. It means you can have racemizations. Not only inversion, not only retention. Racemizations for the SN1. But if we have to go through inversion only, it means we are talking about the SN2. Okay, so for the SN1 we will be having the racemizations. Racemization will be seen in this case. Okay, which name reaction produces cinnamic acid? All right, cinnamic acid. So if we are having benzaldehyde and you react this benzaldehyde with what? Just a second. You are having acetic anhydride, CH3C, double bond O, this one under the presence of a base. So in this case you will be having formation of CH double bond, this one, that is what? CH and COOH. This is known as what? Cinnamic acid. This is known as what? Cinnamic acid. This one is what? Cinnamic acid. And this CH3 C double bond OOH. Another acetic acid molecule will be seen. This reaction is known as what? Perkin reaction. This reaction is known as what? Perkin reaction happens under the presence of a strong base. 𝘾𝙬▼? No. 𝘾𝙬▼ is for the compounds having no alpha hydrogens only. Perkin, yes, that is correct. 𝘾𝙀𝙉 reaction? No, this is not the 𝘾-base reaction. Aldol? No. For the formation of cinnamic acid, that is alpha beta unsaturated acid, this will be having Perkin reaction. Beckmann rearrangement converts. So Beckmann conversion of oximes to amides under the presence of a acid, SOCl2, H2SO4. Ketones are converted into alcohols. You can apply either lithium aluminum hydride, or you can have sodium borohydride, or you can also use aluminium iso alkoxide. Okay, and this is known as what? MPV reduction. Aldehydes are converted into acid. This is a simple case of oxidation. You can apply KMnO4, tolerance test, anyone. Amines are converted into diazonium salts. This is a diazotization reaction. This reaction is known as diazotization reactions. So primary aromatic amines, okay, aromatic amines converted into diazonium salts by reaction of what? HNO2 or NaNO2 plus HCl to give you diazonium salt formation. So here in this case, the A option is correct for the Beckmann rearrangement. Beckmann rearrangement. Oximes into amide. Conversion of oximes into amide. This reaction is known as Beckmann rearrangement reaction. This is known as what? Beckmann rearrangement reaction. Which substrate favors SN1 reaction most? SN1 most. SN1, that is rate of reaction, will be directly proportional to what? Stability of formed cation, substrate concentration, and rate of reaction will be directly proportional to what? Stability of cation, formation of carbocation, stability of carbocation. Primary, secondary, tertiary. So better stable carbocation is which one? This one. That is tertiary. That is 3 degree. That is 3 degree. So 3 degree cation is the most stable one. It means SN1 will favor 3 degree. That is tertiary alkyl halide. Tertiary alkyl halide will be having faster conversions. Which reaction proceeds through benzyne intermediate? Electrophilic substitution, nucleophilic aromatic substitutions, aldol condensations, Friedel-Crafts reactions. Benzyne. Aldol is having what? Enolate. Alright. Friedel-Crafts reaction, sigma complex. Electrophilic substitution, sigma complex. In the benzene ring, sigma complex. Nucleophilic aromatic substitutions. This will be having benzyne intermediate formation. Okay. One simple example for this case is what? This one. Suppose you are having, just a second. You are having chlorine and hydrogen here. You react this with NaNH2. NH2 minus. So this NH2 minus abstracts a proton. NH2 minus abstract the proton of this benzene system. As soon as the proton moves from this position, this pi bond shifts here. As soon as the pi bond shifts here, this bond is broken. So Cl minus is removed. And sig pi, 2 pi bonds. 1 pi and the other pi, that is this. This is your benzyne intermediate. While again reacting with the NaNH2, you will be having attack of NH2 minus. So NH2 minus again attacks on one of the position to give you NH2 group at this, and this pi bonds moves here to give you a proton, to accept a proton to give you again. So substitution, this is a substitution. And what kind of substitution? Nucleophilic substitution reaction. Which of the following is a 5-membered aromatic heterocyclic containing oxygen? 5-membered heterocyclic. No, pyridine is a 6-membered and nitrogen containing. Pyrrole is 5-membered and nitrogen containing. Quinoline is a fused structure of benzene and pyridine like structure. Quinoline is this one. This one is the quinoline. 6-member with 1 nitrogen. This is quinoline. Furane is what? Oxygen containing 5-member ring. Pyrrole, nitrogen containing 5-member ring. And pyridine, this one. This is your pyridine. So correct answer is furane. Correct answer is the furane. Furane will be the correct answer. Furane is the right answer. Which heterocyclic compound contains sulfur? Pyridine, nitrogen. Pyrrole, nitrogen. Thiophene is having sulfur. Imidazole is having 2 nitrogens. So thiophene is having sulfur atom. Thiophene is having what? Sulfur atom. Okay, sulfur atom. Which heterocyclic compound is least basic? Which is the least basic? Pyridine, aniline, pyrrole and piperidine. So piperidine is best base among them. Why? Piperidine is having localized lone pair of nitrogen atoms and they are present on a sp3 nitrogen. Aniline lone pairs are busy in resonance. Pyrrole lone pair busy in aromatic sextet, and pyridine is having what? Pyridine is having localized lone pairs, but the lone pairs are present on sp2 nitrogen. They are present on the sp2 nitrogen. So the least basic is which one? The chances of this pyrrole's lone pair to donate for accepting a proton is very difficult. Not at all possible. If pyrrole donates its lone pair, that means pyrrole becomes anti-aromatic compound, non-aromatic compound. Pyridine can donate lone pair, not an issue. Aniline can also have donation of the lone pair for accepting a proton. That is also having not that much difficulty. Like aniline is already having benzene ring, that is already aromatic one. Piperidine, no chance for aromaticity. So this person is the most basic. This one is most basic among all these given compound. Most basic one. Pyrrole is the least basic. This is least basic. Which one? Pyrrole. Pyrrole is the least basic. This is least basic. Which heterocyclic compound resembles benzene most closely in aromatic behavior? Benzene is aromatic. Yes, that is correct. Pyrrole, furane, thiophene, piperidine. Piperidine is not an aromatic compound. It is a non-aromatic compound. So remove this one. It's a saturated structure. Thiophene, furane and pyrrole. So order of aromaticity of pyrrole, furane and thiophene is what? So order of aromatic character among all these three given compounds. Aromatic character is what? Thiophene is most aromatic among all these given ones. Thiophene. Then we are having what? Pyrrole. And then we are having the furane. So thiophene is the most aromatic among all these given compounds. Thiophene. So if thiophene is having the most aromatic character, it will be very close to the benzene. That will be having close to the benzene. So thiophene will be having closer aromatic character than the benzene, towards the benzene. So benzene most aromatic. After the benzene, we will be having the thiophene. After the thiophene, we will be having the pyrrole containing nitrogen, pyrrole, then furane, then furane. So benzene the most aromatic, then thiophene, then pyrrole, and then furane, Pyridine undergoes electrophilic substitution mainly at, pyridine is highly electron deficient ring. Under normal circumstances, pyridine will be having no electrophilic aromatic substitution kind of reactions. But still at high temperatures, you are applying temperature more than 300, 400, 500 degrees centigrade, then the ESR is possible only at C3 positions and C5 positions. No C5 is given, so you can go with the C3 position. You can go with the C3. So ESR only at abnormal conditions. What are these abnormal conditions? Very high temperature. Very high temperature. Very high temperature. And C2, this is most favorable for nucleophilic substitution reaction, 𝙤𝙎𝙎𝙬, one of the most common kind of reaction, that is 𝙤𝙎𝙎𝙬 reaction. 𝙤𝙎𝙎𝙬 reaction. When pyridine is reacted with NaNH2, you are having aminopyridine formation, that is 𝙤𝙎𝙎𝙬 reaction, that is a nucleophilic substitution kind of reaction, and the ESR will be happening only at the C3 position in the pyridine. Which heterocycle is most basic? Pyrrole, furane, thiophene and the piperidine. Piperidine, because the lone pair electrons in the piperidine are present on a saturated nitrogen atom. So this will be having the best basic character among all these given compounds. The best base. Order will be piperidine most basic, then furane, then pyrrole, then thiophene. Okay, so this will be the first, then furane, then which one? I guess this is a repeated kind of question. Okay, then fourth will be this one. Okay, Ḥinzburg test is used to identification of Ḥinzburg for the amines. sulfonamide formations and solubility test on the aqueous alkali. So alcohol, phenol, amines, yes. This is for the amines. 1 degree, 2 degree, 3 degree amines. Okay, amines. Which amine gives a carbylamine test? Carbylamine test. Suppose you are having this one, a reaction of this with CSCl3 and NaOH gives you what? Carbylamine, that is phenyl isocyanate. That is what? Phenyl isocyanate. Phenyl isocyanate. This reaction is known as what? Carbylamine reaction. So the primary aromatic amine or the primary amine gives you isocyanide formation. Isocyanide formation, that is what? That can be seen for the primary amines only. So basicity is inversely proportional to percentage as character and directly proportional to increasing in ring sizes. That can be correct answer. But Magesh, don't be confused. We have also discussed few other important aspects as well. Okay, for an aromatic sextet, you have to involve the lone pairs first for providing the aromaticity to the ring. That is the reason, like thiophene with having least electronegative sulfur atom, still the basic character of thiophene is least among all these 5 member other heterocyclic compounds. The reason thiophene donated their lone pair first in the aromatic sextet to have aromatic character, and the furane, because of high electronegativity, haven't participated their lone pair in the aromatic sextet, and that is why the lone pair of furane oxygen are slightly more free comparing with the thiophene, and that makes the furane oxygen a better base than the thiophene. Aniline is stronger base than ammonia. Aniline is a stronger base than ammonia. Just a second. Ammonia is a better base. Why? At least the lone pair of electron in the nitrogen in ammonia are free. But in the aniline, they are involved in the resonance. But in the case of aniline, these lone pairs are actually involved in the resonance. So no, aniline is weaker base. Aniline is a weaker base than ammonia. Yes, the B option. Aniline is a weaker base than ammonia. Aniline will be a weak base than ammonia because the lone pair electrons of the nitrogen in case of aniline are actually involved in resonance, but in the case of ammonia, that is not present. So ammonia, nitrogen can donate electron pair more easily. Alright. Diazotization of aniline is carried out at 230 to 100. Oh, sorry. This is so high. Oh my god. Very high temperature. 0 to 20. No, 0 to not 20. This will be 0 to 5 degrees centigrade. 0 to 5 degrees centigrade. This is incorrect. 0 to 5. Okay. Here we have given like 5 degrees centigrade. So 0 to 5 degrees centigrade, not exceeding 5 degrees centigrade, because greater, if the temperature is more than the 5 degree, the compound will decompose. The diazonium salt will decompose. Aniline on diazotization forms nitrobenzene, benzene diazonium chloride. Aniline when react with NaNO2HCl will be having benzene diazonium salt formation, benzene diazonium chloride formation. Okay, benzene diazonium salt formation is seen. Phenol is more acidic than alcohol because phenol is more acidic than alcohol. The reason is better conjugate base. Phenol is having phenoxide conjugate base, which is a better resonance stabilized. So because of better resonance stability of phenoxide ion, phenols are more stronger acid, better acid than the alcohols. So the acidic character of phenol is more than the alcohol because of better resonance stability. Which compound gives a silver mirror test? So silver mirror test, that is tolerance test. And this tolerance test is given by what? Aldehydes. This is given by what? Aldehydes. Ketone, no. Benzene, no. Yes, this is your aldehyde. Acetaldehyde, no. Ether, no. Aldehydes will be giving you this silver mirror test. That is also called as what? Tolerance test. Even reaction proceeds through even reaction. Carbocation intermediate, yes, the E1 as well as the SN1 both proceeds through carbocation intermediate formation. Carbonan, that is for the E1CB. Carbene intermediate, no. The right answer is carbocation. Carbocation intermediate formation. E2 elimination occurs E2 in 2 steps. E2 concerted mechanism, single step reaction. In one step, no intermediate is seen, no 2-step reaction. In a single step only. Skiff reagent gives a pink color with Skiff base gives pink color with what? Aldehydes. Only with aldehydes, Skiff reagent will be having pink color formation. No ketones will be giving this reaction. So ketones will not give this kind of reaction. No alcohol, no ether. It is only aldehyde that can have such kind of reactions in which the aldehydes are having pink color complex formations. Which ketone gives iodoform test? So any compound, if it is having this kind of a skeleton, we don't know what are the other groups that are present here, either this one or this one, the same. So this can have iodoform test. Benzophenone is having no methyl CO skeleton. Why? This is your benzophenone. No CH3CO group is present. So this is incorrect. Acetone. Yes, acetone. This is your acetone. So acetone can have this formation. So this can give iodoform test. Cyclohexanone will be having no this CH3CO formation again. This is your cyclohexanone. No, this cannot give this reaction. Formaldehyde, HCHO. Again, no. A big no. Only acetone can have iodoform reaction. It is only acetone that can have this kind of a reaction. Yellow color precipitates are seen. Iodoform test produces what? Red precipitate, white precipitate, blue, no. It produces yellow precipitate. Yellow color precipitates are seen in the iodoform test. Aldehydes are generally more reactive than ketones because of less steric hindrance. Yes, that is correct. Aldehydes are more reactive because in one side at least we are having just hydrogen in the case of aldehydes, while in the ketones both the sides we will be having the carbon chains. So because of this less hindrance we can have better reactions. More resonance stabilization? No, resonance stabilization is same for ketones and aldehydes. Higher molecular weight? No. Greater acidity? No. So the correct answer is because of this less steric hindrance, aldehydes will be having better reactivities than the ketones. Which reagent reduces aldehyde and ketones to alcohols? So which reagent reduces aldehydes and ketones to alcohols? KMnO4. What? Aldehyde and ketones into alcohol. I guess again this is a repeated question. Lithium aluminum hydride, sodium borohydride, aluminum isoalkoxide, all of them can have conversion of aldehyde and ketones directly into what? Alcohols. Acetaldehyde on oxidation form. So we are having acetaldehyde, CH3C double bond OH. This is your acetaldehyde. Oxidation of this acetaldehyde can have acetic acid formation. Okay, acetic acid formation. This is what? Reduction, and we are having 2 carbon chain. We are having 1 carbon methanol. This is incorrect. Ethanol, this is reduction of aldehydes. So reduction will be having this formation. Acetone, no. Here 3 carbons are there. So ethanol is reduced form. This is what? Reduced form. Reduced form will be having ethanol formation, and the oxidized form will be having what? Acetic acid formation. So the correct answer is acetic acid. Which of the following gives a 𝘖𝙎 reaction? 𝘖𝙎 reaction. Acetaldehyde is having alpha hydrogens. So this will not be giving, because of 3 alpha hydrogens, this will not be giving 𝘖𝙎 reaction. Propanol is having 2 alpha hydrogens. CH3, CH2, C double bond OH. Again 2 alpha hydrogens are there. Benzaldehyde. Yes, benzaldehyde can have this reaction because no alpha hydrogens are there. Alpha hydrogens are 0, no alpha hydrogens. So benzaldehyde can give. Acetone is having 6 alpha hydrogens. Both the sides will be having 3 alpha hydrogens. So they will be having 6 alpha hydrogens. So that is why only benzaldehyde can have 𝘖𝙎 reaction formation. 𝘖𝙎 reaction possible. Which substrate reacts fastest by SN2? Tertiary, secondary, primary, or the tertiary alcohol? So tertiary cannot give SN2 because SN2 means less steric hindrance. This is seen in those compounds where less steric hindrance is present. If the steric hindrance is less, then only we can have faster SN2 mechanisms, SN2 reactions are seen. tertiary no, secondary. Primary will be having the least steric hindrance among all these given 4 options. You will be having primary alkyl halides as the right answer. Yes, that is correct. Primary alkyl halide will be having the fastest SN2 reaction because the attacking nucleophile always attacks from the opposite direction of the leaving group, at the opposite side. According to Sadzeff rule, major product is least substituted alkene. No, this is the Hofmann product. This is called as the Hofmann product, and this is Hofmann rule. Most substituted alkene, yes, that is correct. No cycloalkane, no alcohol. Most substituted alkene, whenever we are having elimination reactions, always prefer the alkene that is having more substitutions. Because of more substitutions, you will be having more alpha hydrogens. More alpha hydrogens means more stable alkene formation will be seen. The product of reduction of benzaldehyde is, so the product of reduction of benzaldehyde is benzoic acid, benzyl alcohol, benzene and the phenol. You are having what? Benzaldehyde. So benzaldehyde reduces into what? Benzyl alcohol. Benzyl alcohol. Benzoic acid is oxidized product. Benzene is having what? We are having 1 carbon here. So you have 1 carbon. Phenol is also incorrect. Benzyl alcohol. Benzyl alcohol. Okay. Which compound is most acidic? Ethanol, phenol, acetic acid, water. This is acid here. Phenol is having not that acidity that this acetic acid is having. So acetic acid will be most acidic. Acetic acid will be the most acidic. After the acetic acid, we will be having the phenol, but acetic acid is a better acid than the phenols. Carboxylic acid reacts with alcohol. Carboxylic plus alcohols in the presence of concentrated H2SO4 to form what? Esters. So any acid when reacted with what? Alcohol, under the presence of acid, you will be having RC double bond OOR dash. This is known as what? Ester, and this reaction is known as what? Esterification. So this is your ester. The formation will be of ester only. The reagent commonly used for converting carboxylic acid to acid chloride. You are having carboxylic acid and you are converting this into what? RC double bond OCl. So you will be using what? SOCl2, NaOH, H2O2, lithium aluminum hydride. No. By SOCl2, you will be having formation of acyl chloride, acyl chloride, thionyl chloride. Okay, thionyl chloride, thionyl chloride. Which acid derivative is most reactive? Which is most reactive? Amide, ester, acid chloride or the anhydride? So because of a better leaving group, this chloride, acid chlorides will be having the most reactivity as well. Acid chlorides will be having the most reactivity because of having better leaving group, while other are not that much good leaving group that is seen for the chlorides. So this will be having the right answer. Which reagent converts a benzene diazonium chloride into phenol? You are having benzene diazonium chloride. Benzene diazonium chloride, you are converting this into phenol. So you will be applying what? H2O, water with heat. So give you what? H2O with heat. This will be having phenol formation. Phenol formation, H2O heat, H2O with the heat. Alright, so this is all. That's all for your Thalapathy series for the NIPER JEE 2026, and I guess we are on time, just 9 PM, and in a right time we have completed this series. Now it's time for you all guys, just believe in your preparations, believe in your hard work that you have did, not only for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, from the last 1 year, or someone from the last 2 years is continuously preparing for this kind of examination, and you are really working hard with full focus, dedication. Just believe in that dedication, believe in that knowledge that you have acquired. You are going to have a blast on your examination. Wishing you all the very best from the whole ZDC team. Go and shine like a star. Thank you so much everyone for connecting with us, for joining with us. Okay, Okay, thank you, Shraddha. And wishing you all the very best for NIPER JEE 2026 examination. That's all from my side. That's all from the GDC family side for all you guys who are really serious for this examination. Thank you so much. Wishing you again all the very best for your examination. Go and have a blast. Thank you all.